Xiano, who fell from the SBR arena into the pirate world, knows nothing about this new time and space filled with strange terms. Faced with the perilous sea, the only thing he can rely on is his innate stand, horrifying beast. When a naval commander scornfully regards him as an ordinary pirate, the ghastly stand tears apart the entire fleet. When a legendary pirate attempts to recruit him, the roar of the horrifying beast shatters the steps of the audience. This traveler, who has no concept of the plot, is writing his own legend with the most primal power. Standing at the end of Reverse Mountain, Xiano spreads his arms against the sea breeze. No matter which world he is in, the whirlwind of victory always stirs only for him. Chapter 1. Xiano's journey is not ideal. Year 1476 of the Sea Circle. 44 years before Luffy sets sail. New world. In the waters near the Woka Kingdom, a blue and white warship cuts through the waves. The seagull flag, symbolizing justice, flutters in the wind, making a crisp sound. Inside this warship, in a dim prison cell, two prisoners are tightly bound by iron chains, unable to move. "Hey, let me go," one of the prisoners shouts angrily. He has a pair of white bullhorns on his head, a youthful face that looks about 12 or 13 years old, but his physique is exceptionally tall and sturdy. "I'm a living person, not an item for you to trade." The boy's eyes are filled with resentment and unwillingness. His name is Kaido, the most powerful warrior of the Woka Kingdom, who has won countless wars for this country. He thought he would live on as a warrior, but fate played a cruel joke on him. Kaido never expected that the king of the Woka Kingdom would sell him to the world government in exchange for an opportunity to attend the next world conference. Clang, clang. As Kaido struggles, the iron chains, thick as a bowl, make a crisp sound, blending with the roaring waves outside, creating an exceptionally horrifying atmosphere. Is this guy really human? Another prisoner, Xiano, can't help but wonder. However, in this world where supermen abound, having such a monster is also reasonable. Moreover, Xiano had heard in the previous conversation of the Navy that this young boy became the strongest soldier of the Woka Kingdom at the age of 10, possessing a terrifying talent that could make him a naval admiral. Yes, in this world, the ranks of the Navy and the bounties of pirates largely represent their strength. The naval admiral should be among the strongest people in this world, right? Undoubtedly, Xiano's thoughts come from the fact that he is a traveler. And this is his second time traveling. Years ago, he was just an ordinary office worker, only wanting to live a peaceful life. He never smoked or drank, dabbled in games, went to bed at 10, slept for 8 hours, never leaving fatigue and stress for the next day. Even doctors said he was very healthy. All because of an out-of-control truck. Xiano blacked out, and when he woke up, he had already arrived in 19th century Italy. From that moment on, he had a new identity, Novice Xiano. Unfortunately, Xiano did not receive the so-called protagonist script, but instead had a disastrous start, experiencing a life that could be rated in the negatives. An orphan abandoned in a slum, a street thug, the most humble worker on a farm, a horse racer robbed of his qualifications by nobles. These experiences deeply affected Xiano and planted an unrealistic dream in his heart. He would stop at nothing to stand at the top of society. Thus, relying on his innate talent for horse racing, Xiano made rapid progress and soon became a young noble in the Italian equestrian world. Just when Xiano thought he had simply arrived in a parallel world not much different from his previous life. The SBR race spanning North America began. At that moment, Xiano realized he had actually crossed into the world of JoJo's bizarre adventure. Steel Ball Run, Holy Relics, Infinite Rotation, and Stand Powers. In an instant, all the memories flooded back, and Xiano was both surprised and delighted. He unhesitatingly participated in the SBR race, and, while passing through a demon's grasp, snatched the stand ability that was supposed to belong to Dr. Ferdinand from Diego. Brando, Horrifying Beast. But just as Xiano gained the stand ability, Fate's hand struck again, bringing him to a second journey. And this time, it was the pirate world, which Xiano was least familiar with. In this world, monsters abound, superhumans are everywhere, and a random passerby on the street could probably punch through a building. Fortunately, Xiano's stand did not disappear. With the ability of Horrifying Beast, Xiano safely navigated through a childhood without parents and went to sea early, becoming a pirate. Strangely enough, Xiano's bounty was as high as 12 million berries, making him somewhat famous as a pirate, but his pirate crew consisted of just him. That's right, on Xiano's ship, there were no navigators, no cooks, and not even a single lackey. Until Xiano was defeated by his pirate enemies and picked up by the Navy. In his memory, he was always a solitary figure. However, this is simply unreasonable. Although Xiano is ruthless in his actions and wary of others, he wouldn't be foolish enough to sail alone on the dangerous sea. Moreover, thinking of the existence of devil fruits, Xiano became even more convinced that his memories might have been attacked by a power user. But now is not the time to think about this. The priority is to quickly take this warship. If I remember correctly, there's a naval major among the escorting navy. It might be tricky with just me, but if I add that monster. With this thought, Xiano looked at the strong boy beside him and said, "Your name is Kaido, right?" Hearing this, Kaido frowned slightly and turned to look at Xiano. Since he was locked up, he had been in an extremely agitated state and hadn't even noticed that there was someone else here besides him. My name is Novice Xiano, 20 years old, and I am a pirate." Noticing Kaido's gaze, Xiano said calmly, "Who asked you?" Kaido muttered to himself, but still took a careful look at the person in front of him, dressed like a Western cowboy, with golden long hair, light green pupils, a well-proportioned figure, and a face that could be described as exquisite. This image. If it weren't for the layers of iron chains binding him, Kaido would think this was some young noble wandering outside. But the angry boy had no mood for chatting at this moment. He snorted coldly and was about to turn away. Just then, a series of crunching sounds, like a rodent gnawing on bones, caught his attention. The sound was coming from Xiano. But strangely, in Kaido's line of sight, Xiano was completely motionless. "Hey, did you hear that? That sound. It can't be you doing something, right?" Kaido asked loudly. Xiano did not answer his question, only looking calmly at Kaido. In his emerald-like pure eyes, a dark flame quietly flickered. "Do you want to team up with me to escape?" Chapter 2. Blinded by Bloodbang. Suddenly, the door of the prison cell was violently kicked open, and a lecherous-looking naval officer walked in. "Spit, spit, spit. What's with the temper again? Little Kaido?" Kaido's expression turned to one of disgust upon seeing the man. Lieutenant Commander Kiki was the highest officer on this warship, and the person responsible for escorting Kaido. A smirk appeared on Kiki's face as he leered at Kaido. "Haven't I told you many times? The higher-ups of the world government treat you like a treasure. As long as you're willing to serve the world government, then wealth, women, and status are all within your grasp. Honestly, even I envy you." "Shut up." Kaido glared at Kiki and roared, "You damn bastard. Ungrateful." Kiki's expression turned cold, his eyes flashing with mockery. What a shame that such a powerful brat turned out to be an ignorant fool. Then his gaze shifted to the side, glancing at Xiano, and his lips involuntarily curled up a little more. The notorious Xiano Novus with a bounty of 21 million berries. I never expected someone like you would fall into my hands. A few days ago, Kiki's men found the severely injured Xiano on the coast of the Woka Kingdom and directly brought him aboard the ship. "It seems that I, Kiki, am truly favored by the goddess of luck," Kiki said with a hint of pride. "Is that so?" At that moment, Xiano suddenly raised his head, a teasing expression on his face as he looked at Kiki. "Are you so sure that Ursi will willingly give all the credit to you?" Hearing this, Kiki was taken aback for a moment. Then his expression darkened. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Seeing Kiki's reaction, Xiano couldn't help but smile slightly. As expected, these disgusting guys are all the same. Rear Admiral Ursi was the Navy officer who had been chasing Xiano, and after learning that Xiano was captured on Kiki's warship, he temporarily stayed aboard, claiming he was helping to escort 2 prisoners. What Ursi's real intentions were, Xiano did not know. However, he understood Kiki's type very well. This kind of guy has no bottom line, especially when his interests are threatened. "You should know very well, Kiki, that Ursi chased me for several days, but in the end, he ended up benefiting you. How could he be satisfied with that?" "Oh, really?" Kiki's expression suddenly changed, a hint of panic appearing in his eyes. "Is what you said true? That guy Ursi..." Yes, perhaps the moment Ursi boarded the ship, he was already planning to take over this warship. By then, the credit for escorting Kaido might end up counted on Ursi's head. No, that can't happen. Kiki became as restless as an ant on a hot pan, sweat pouring down his forehead, his demeanor growing frantic. "Kaido is my hope for promotion and wealth. No, I can't just sit here and wait." Xiano, you evil bastard must have a way. Tell me quickly. Saying this, he hurriedly walked towards Xiano. As he watched Kiki approaching, Xiano's lips curled into a sly smile. However, just as Kiki was 3 meters away from Xiano, his steps suddenly halted, his hands and feet still in motion, his whole body standing in an eerie posture. At the same time, a lewd smile blossomed on his face again. Ha 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 ha. You really are a cunning pirate, Xiano. You must have been thrilled just now, thinking I would walk straight over to you, as you envisioned? Daydreaming. Even if you're trying to sow discord, you should consider who you're dealing with. Bastard, Kiki arrogantly pointed at Xiano and laughed. Listen well, I won't believe a word you say, and as for escaping from here, don't even think about it. You scumbag, you'll spend the rest of your life in the underwater prison. Watching Kiki's smug expression, Kaido was even angrier, wishing he could tear him apart on the spot. But unfortunately, after Rear Admiral Ursi boarded the ship, to be safe, he had the Navy add extra shackles to Kaido's hands and feet. In a short time, Kaido couldn't break free. How about that, Xiano? Kiki was about to say something more, but in the next second he saw Xiano's mouth rapidly change, his lips stretching back to his ears, revealing 2 rows of bloody teeth. Then, in the incredulous gazes of Kiki and Kaido, Xiano spat out a mouthful of old blood. Although nearly 4 meters was a stretch, Xiano managed to do it, thick blood mixed with saliva splattering directly into Kiki's eyes. The previous conversation with Kiki was just to buy time. During that period, Xiano had bitten his lip and stored a mouthful of blood. What he was waiting for was this moment. This move, using blood to blind, was Xiano's true intention. Ugh, Xiano, you bastard. I'm going to kill you. Kiki quickly wiped the blood off his face, splattering it on the ground, forming a small puddle. He was furious, his eyes filled with malice as he glared at Xiano, wishing he could tear this damned pirate limb from limb. However, after gritting his teeth, Kiki managed to suppress his impulse. I have to say, Xiano, among all the pirates I've encountered, you are definitely the most detestable. But even if your filthy blood stains my handsome face, I won't come any closer. After all, based on the intelligence Kiki possessed, Xiano was a Zoan-type devil fruit user with the ability to transform into a certain ancient dinosaur. Kiki was certain that if he carelessly approached him, he would surely be bitten to pieces. I will endure. Since I, Kiki, joined the Navy, I haven't relied on strength or background. My achievements today are all due to my patience. You 2 bastards, just stay here in this dark place. After dropping a harsh word, Kiki left the cell without looking back. Kaido felt a bit disappointed. He could tell that Xiano was deliberately provoking Kiki, and he had hoped to see a good show. What a pity. However, just after Kiki left, a faint sound of wriggling suddenly entered Kaido's ears. Following the sound, Kaido looked over and was astonished to find a peculiar creature emerging from the puddle of blood on the ground. What can I say about this creature? It looked like a wild cat, but was so small it was almost invisible, about the size of a fingernail, completely wrapped in smooth brown skin, with a layer of fine spikes on its back, and its green eyes revealed something eerie. Most importantly, there were still remnants of human soft tissue on the claws of this cat-like creature. How could there be something like this in your blood? Could it be? Kaido's pupils suddenly constricted as he looked at Xiano in surprise. At the same time, the previous scratching sound rang out again. This time, Kaido finally saw clearly. It turned out that on the chains on Xiano's body, at the connections of those small rings, there was a group of even smaller peculiar creatures competing to gnaw at the heart. Chains! What on earth are these things? Kaido's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 3. The Pirate Killing Machine. Rear Admiral Ursi Xiano's stand is named Horrifying Beast. Belonging to the body is the stand Integrated Type Stand. Not only can it transform itself into a powerful dinosaur, but it can also infect humans or animals and gradually turn them into dinosaur zombies. Moreover, this terrifying beast can create dinosaurs that once existed in the world, as well as unique dinosaurs that have never appeared in this world. For example, the cat-shaped dinosaur that surprised Kaido, and the tiny dinosaurs resembling ants with extremely sharp teeth on Xiano's body. These are all infected from small animals like mice and fleas. Terrifying Beast Panel. Ha! The cat-shaped dinosaur, summoned by Xiano, eagerly jumped onto his shoulder, proudly showing off the skin fragments left on its little claws to Xiano. Xiano nodded in satisfaction. That guy Kuchi has already been infected by his own terrifying beast. Under the influence of the terrifying beast, his mind will gradually be affected, ultimately turning him into a dinosaur that can be manipulated at will. Right now, the biggest enemy is Navy Rear Admiral Els. Xiano has not fought him, but he has heard about his deeds to some extent. That it is said that Rear Admiral Els is vengeful against evil and enjoys hunting pirates alone. Once he sets his sights on someone, no matter where they escape to, they cannot escape the fate of being captured. In fact, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 75 million berries met his end at his hands. In the newspapers, they affectionately referred to him as the pirate killing machine. Knowing that he is on this warship, Xiano has been cautious and has not acted recklessly. By the way, you haven't told me your choice yet, Kaido. Do you want to cooperate with me or not? Xiano looked up and said seriously. Upon hearing this, Kaido's eyes shifted slightly. Just as Kuchi said, the man before him exuded an aura of evil, a cunning and extremely sinister pirate. The old Kaido would have absolutely looked down on such a person. However, the past is the past, and the present is the present. After experiencing unprecedented betrayal, Kaido's view of the world has long since changed. Strangely, after witnessing Xiano's ruthless actions, a sense of admiration unexpectedly surged within Kaido. Should it be said that to survive peacefully in this world, one must be prepared for such evil? Let me make it clear in advance. If you're thinking of fishing in troubled waters, then regardless of whether I can seize this warship or not, I will not let you go, Xiano. Continued. Humph. Who do you think I am? Kaido, young and vigorous, couldn't help but mumble after hearing Shano's words. If it weren't for these damn chains, I would have escaped long ago. However, being tough was one thing. Kaido was not so stubborn as to give up the opportunity to escape, that he still wanted to take revenge on those disgusting nobles of the Wak Kingdom and absolutely could not be used as a tool by the world government. At this moment, in another cabin, Navy Rear Admiral Els was leisurely sitting at a table, holding Shano's bounty notice in his hand. Then he pulled out an expensive pen from his coat pocket and drew a large X over Shano's image. That wasn't all. Els then took out a needle and thread from another pocket and meticulously sewed the bounty notice into his underwear, allowing his chest to feel the rough texture of the notice directly. After doing all this, a satisfied smile appeared on Rear Admiral Els's face, clearly enjoying the moment. Although I didn't capture him myself, being able to personally escort him to Impel Down will make this trip worthwhile. Els was different from ordinary Navy Rear Admirals. He preferred to go out to sea alone and capture wanted pirates by himself. Therefore, in the eyes of his colleagues, Els was someone who did not like to cooperate with others. But in fact, Els just had this little-known quirk. In his words, only by doing this could he truly feel at ease as for whether those pirates were truly evil or forced into piracy by the world government. That had nothing to do with him. He simply enjoyed the process of capturing pirates. Creaked that moment. The cabin door was forcefully pushed open. Accompanied by a strong smell of alcohol, Kuchi stumbled in, holding a bottle of wine in his hand, his face flushed and his eyes dazed. He clearly looked drunk. Els wrinkled his nose in distaste and said with some displeasure, "Lieutenant Kuchi, how much have you drunk? Don't forget, you're not here on vacation." "Yeah, how could I drink at such an important time? I finally caught Kaido, and I also picked up a wanted pirate. These two happy events intertwined. I should be even happier. But why did it turn out like this?" Kuchi suddenly showed a fierce expression, and his whole body visibly grew taller. He angrily walked towards Els, grabbing the latter's collar and roaring like thunder. "This is all because of you, you bastard. Els, you must be trying to steal my credit, right?" "It must be." Looking at Kuchi, who had changed drastically, Els was dumbfounded. This little Navy lieutenant had been very flattering towards him before. How could he suddenly transform like this? Is it because he was drunk? Your thoughts are as filthy as a stinky rat in the sewers. Only a fool like you would think that way. Els didn't want to waste time on garbage like Kuchi and was about to casually throw him out. But the next second, Els noticed something unusual. "By the way, have your muscles always been this? Exaggerated?" Els pointed at Kuchi's strong arms and the well-defined muscle lines on his body, his face filled with surprise. If he remembered correctly, yesterday Kuchi was a pathetic shell of a person emptied by wine and lust, unable to walk steadily, utterly weak. But now, he seemed like a different person. On closer inspection, even his height had increased significantly. "Because I've been training all along?" Kuchi pouted and continued with dissatisfaction. "It's to catch up with you guys, you bastards." "Why? Why is a guy like you a rear admiral while I'm just a lieutenant? Isn't it just because you have an uncle who is a vice admiral?" At this moment, Kuchi became increasingly agitated, and in the end, he revealed his true feelings, saying everything that was on his mind. "What I, Kuchi, despise the most is guys like you. Besides being better looking than me, stronger than me, and more popular with women than me, you're nothing." Elsa's mouth twitched violently a few times. "Although I really want to beat you up right now and lock you in a confinement room to cool off, I still need to ask first, why has your mouth suddenly grown so big? The corners of your mouth are almost reaching behind your ears. And what's up with those sharp teeth? Answer me, Kuchi." "Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Kuchi suddenly revealed a wicked smile, and as drool seeped from his mouth, his gaze towards Els became extremely terrifying, like a hungry wolf that had just discovered an injured prey. "You ask about these teeth. Of course it's for." The moment he finished speaking, Kuchi suddenly lunged forward, opening his massive mouth, and with his sharp fangs, he lunged towards Elsa's neck. "I'll bite you to death." Chapter 4. Scary Monster. Accompanied by a beastly roar, the half-dinosaur Kuchi lunged fiercely at Ear's neck. Yes. Kuchi's vertical pupils were filled with cruelty and madness. However, the scene of blood flowing like a river that he imagined did not occur. With a loud bang, the rear admiral swung a punch, his powerful fist crashing down like a cannonball, striking Kuchi in the mouth and sending him flying. Kuchi fell heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, several teeth broken, yet the madness in his eyes showed no sign of diminishing. He grimaced as he got up from the ground, ripping off his naval uniform. Then, to Ear's shock, Kuchi's body swelled again, growing to an astonishing 7 meters tall, nearly reaching the ceiling. His skin revealed was completely non-human, a tail sprouted from his back, and his legs transformed into beastly feet. He had turned into a ferocious dinosaur. Kuchi was originally a dinosaur. Ears looked incredulous, but after a brief moment of shock, he suddenly thought of something. Could it be the work of that Xiano? Even if he ate a devil fruit, he wouldn't suddenly go mad. Given Kuchi's current state, it looked more like he was being controlled, and the pirate locked up on the ship, Novice Xiano, had the ability to transform into a dinosaur. This couldn't be a coincidence, could it? At this moment, a terrifying thought flashed through Ear's mind. But before he could think further, he saw the dinosaur Kuchi, who had stood up again, launching another attack at him. With an angry roar, the dinosaur Kuchi swung his powerful tail, whistling towards Ears. Facing the impending strike, Ears did not hesitate. He flashed in an instant to Kuchi's head, raised his right leg, and delivered a merciless kick from above. Raging leg. A blue glow emanated from Ear's foot as he unleashed a flying slash. The blade of light flashed, instantly creating a horrific wound from the dinosaur Kuchi's head to its back. Kuchi. The next moment, blood gushed out uncontrollably, splattering everywhere. After taking a heavy blow, the dinosaur Kuchi's pupils turned white, collapsing heavily into a pool of blood, temporarily losing the ability to move. Not good. Rear Admiral Ears. At this moment, a young naval officer rushed in, panic-stricken, shouting, "Xiano and Kaido are missing." At the same time, he noticed the dinosaur Kuchi in the room, instantly terrified and collapsing to the ground, his eyes bulging out. What? What kind of monster is this? It really was that guy's doing. Hearing the news of Xiano and Kaido's escape, Ears squinted his eyes, realizing his guess was indeed correct. What should we do? Rear Admiral Ears. That Kaido is a true monster. We absolutely cannot catch him. The young naval officer's eyes were filled with terror. He had witnessed Kaido's brutality firsthand in the Woka Kingdom. That kind of monster could match an entire army alone. What nonsense are you talking about? We are the Navy. How can we allow criminals to escape right under our noses? Ears showed no signs of panic, and his tone even had a hint of excitement. He knew that he could once again enjoy the thrill of capturing pirates. From our current position, if they want to escape by sea, it would take at least 10 days and nights to reach land, so they must still be hiding on the ship. Ears narrowed his eyes, his body trembling slightly with excitement as he entered a hunting state. Maybe they are planning to take us down. Crash! Just as Ear's speculation was confirmed. The moment his words fell, the cabin window shattered, and several small dinosaurs, utilizing their incredible jumping ability, rushed in, baring their teeth. Too slow. Ears did not dodge at all, confidently extending a finger, swiftly poking forward. Finger gun, accompanied by the sounds of bullets firing. His finger became a blur in the air, striking the heads of all the small dinosaurs, piercing through one after another, creating bloody holes. The small dinosaurs fell to the ground, unable to rise again. Then, the defeated small dinosaur corpses began to shrink, transforming into several dead mice, each with various wounds on their bodies. It worked, the young naval officer exclaimed. I never expected that the true form of these dinosaurs would be mice. Did we do something to anger the sea god, causing these guys on the ship to be possessed by evil spirits? At this moment, Ears, who had easily dealt with the small dinosaurs, felt no joy. He brought his blood-stained finger to his nose and sniffed, his face darkening immediately. This smell, is it the urine of these dinosaurs? Ears had heard that animals often have very sensitive noses and use urine as a pungent liquid to mark their territory. So, the superficial attacks of these small dinosaurs were merely bait. Their true purpose was to track him through their urine. Although he did not know how many dinosaurs were on this ship, it was highly likely that they would all come to attack him next. Had he already fallen at a disadvantage without even seeing their faces? What a cunning pirate, Ears muttered, instantly tensing up. And sure enough, as he expected, just moments after the small dinosaurs died, a rumbling sound approached from afar. It was a group of dinosaurs, and they were all very large, similar in size to the fallen dinosaur Kuchi. Bang! The cabin door was completely smashed in, and 7 or 8 velociraptors, each over 2 meters long, charged in. After entering the room, they quickly scattered, bypassing the young naval officer and surrounding Ears in the middle. Now, Ears was completely certain that someone was controlling these dinosaurs from behind. Roar! Accompanied by a synchronized roar, all the dinosaurs charged at Ears. Raging leg, chaos. The surrounding air trembled as countless flying slashes shot out, slicing through the dinosaurs, blood gushing everywhere. The once lively dinosaurs were now being ripped open one after another. The scene looking extremely bloody. The young naval officer covered his mouth in shock, astonished. Rear Admiral Ears truly lived up to his reputation as the pirate slaughtering machine. He was indeed not to be underestimated. But the next second, his expression suddenly changed. Among those dinosaurs, after one dinosaur was cut open, not only were its intestines and bones revealed, but a figure also surged out from within. It was Novice Xiano. It turned out he'd been hiding inside the dinosaur's body the whole time, waiting for this opportunity. As long as he relied on the terrifying dynamic vision of the scary monster, Xiano could clearly see Ears' movements, waiting for the moment his opponent struck to deliver a fatal blow. Scary monster. The substitute ability activated again. Xiano's body instantly transformed. His light green pupils contracted into golden vertical pupils. His mouth elongated to the roots of his ears, sharp teeth bared, while his skin cracked like sun-baked earth, and scale-like substances emerged from beneath his skin. The most crucial part is still that long dinosaur tail behind the tailbone, and those sharp claws that can easily tear through bones. Looking at Xiano, who has completely lost his humanity, Elsa's mouth twitched and his expression turned horrified. He initially thought that, after learning his exact location, Xiano would hide in some corner and wait for the dinosaurs to exhaust their stamina before coming in for the kill. Or perhaps he would team up with Kaido and charge in with the dinosaurs. But he never expected Xiano to launch an attack in this manner. Damn it. As soon as El saw Xiano, his body suddenly recoiled, his feet rapidly pushing off the ground, creating a burst of reactive force. This move was precisely the Soru from the Six Forms. In the eyes of the young Navy, El seemed to teleport, instantly creating distance from Xiano, flashing to 10 meters away. Great! I dodged it. The young Navy shouted excitedly as he looked at Els, who was unharmed. But at that moment, Els was staring at his arm with a worried expression, noticing that the cuff of his sleeve had been torn, revealing a shallow cut. This was the wound Xiano had just inflicted. Damn, I was too close. Els stared intently at Xiano, thinking to himself, if I'm not mistaken, this must be your true fruit ability, Xiano. Anyone scratched by you will eventually turn into a dinosaur, like Kuchi. What? Does that mean there's a Lieutenant Kuchi among those dinosaurs? Upon hearing this, the nearby Navy was first taken aback, then incredulously said, "So those fallen dinosaurs were actually the Navy on the ship?" This evil pirate Xiano has deceived everyone, making them think he is a Zoan-type ability user. Who would have thought that his ability is actually to infect people and turn them into dinosaurs with a paramecia-type power? The heartbeat seems to be indeed faster. My teeth feel a bit itchy, and why is my skin suddenly so dry? Are these the signs of turning into a dinosaur? Els checked his own condition, then looked at Xiano with a cold smile, his eyes filled with murderous intent. However, as long as I get rid of you, the root cause of this, the fruit ability will naturally be undone. Infecting just by causing a wound is indeed a troublesome ability, but since the user is right in front of me, things become much simpler. I have to say, Els, you're stronger than I imagined. Half-dinosaur Xiano was now standing with one hand on his hip, his legs slightly bent, and his body tilted in a peculiar posture. However, his golden slit pupils were fixed on Els, his tone dripping with unabashed arrogance. "Next time I get close to you, I'll snap your neck in a second, and you'll see what true irreversibility looks like." Chapter 5. Terrifying Beast vs 6 Forms No More Boasting. "I will finish you off before you can turn into a dinosaur." Whoosh. As soon as the words left his mouth, Els lifted his right leg and swept it sharply in the air, accompanied by a sound like a blade slicing through the air. A crescent-shaped slash shot straight towards Xiano. Gale foot. Faced with such a fierce attack, Xiano stomped his feet hard and leaped high into the air, dodging the strike. Buzz. The slash flew forward, cutting through everything in its path, even slicing a large hole in one wall of the ship's cabin, revealing the view of the ocean outside. Partially transformed into a dinosaur, Xiano not only had enhanced physical strength, but, more importantly, his dynamic vision had become exceptionally sharp. It was precisely because of this that Els, who had just executed the shave, was caught off guard and had his arm scratched by Xiano. Seeing that his attack had failed, Els showed no hesitation and immediately closed in, throwing a powerful punch wrapped in a gust of wind towards Xiano's face. This punch was incredibly fierce. Even steel would be dented by it. However, with his excellent dynamic vision, Xiano had already seen through the trajectory of the punch. As Els's attack approached, he leaned back, narrowly avoiding the punch. Immediately after, Xiano grinned viciously. "Not useful. You better obediently turn into a dinosaur." Using the backward motion to his advantage, Xiano executed a mid-air flip, his feet landing heavily on the chest of the Navy Rear Admiral. Bang! With a visible shockwave, Els's body flew backward, his legs carving a trail of dust on the ground as he landed not far away. Such strength. Feeling the intense pain in his chest, Els's expression darkened. "Is the bounty only 12 million? It seems the Navy's assessment of you is inaccurate." From Els's past experience, even without devil fruit powers, Xiano's own strength should be worth at least 50 million berries. "Is that so?" Xiano provocatively smiled. "Looks like a low bounty isn't such a bad thing. At least I won TB targeted by someone too strong." Hearing this taunt, Els's gaze suddenly turned cold. A prey about to be torn to shreds doesn't deserve to talk to a hunter like that. "Next, you won TB so lucky." In the next moment, Els's figure vanished from the spot and used the shave again, appearing right in front of Xiano in an instant. He then extended his index fingers and thrust them forward at incredible speed. Finger gun flurry. His fingers turned into afterimages, shooting towards Xiano like a barrage of black bullets, without any blind spots. So fast. Faced with such a dense attack, Xiano focused his eyes, quickly clenched his claws into fists, and began to counter Els's fingers. Thanks to his dynamic vision, every one of Els's finger guns was blocked. Knowing he couldn't hit Xiano's vital points, Els simply accelerated his strikes, trying to shatter Xiano's fists with sheer power. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the sounds of intense collisions, the two refused to back down, their fingers and fists constantly clashing, creating waves of powerful air that spread outward. So strong. That guy Xiano can actually hold his own against Rear Admiral Els? A young Navy officer nearby watched the fierce battle, sweat pouring down his forehead, unable to contain his exclamation. However, the two sides only stalemated for about half a minute. Puff, puff. Accompanied by a few slight sounds, the finger attacks, like bullets, pierced through the dinosaur's defenses, leaving several bloody holes on Xiano's fists. Blood gushed out immediately. "It seems my strength is above yours." Elza's lips curled into a proud arc. But then he realized something was wrong. His rapid-fire attacks had actually slowed down. "What's going on?" Els hurriedly retreated, creating some distance from Xiano, and took a glance at the wound on his arm. He saw that although the wound had healed, it hadn't T-scabbed over. Instead, it had developed some small white cracks, resembling broken stone. "It's not that my movements have slowed. It's that the previous wound has made my right hand stiff." So, the dinosaur transformation begins from the wound? Els looked at his right hand, gritting his teeth, realizing that it was like a virus, continuously spreading throughout his body from his arm. What a terrifying ability. So from the very beginning, you had no chance of winning. As soon as Xiano's words fell, a sudden sound of splintering wood came from under Elza's feet, and with a crash, dozens of variously shaped dinosaurs jumped out. These dinosaurs ranged in size, the largest being 3 meters long, while the smallest was only the size of a palm. Long before Xiano and Els faced off, these dinosaurs had already burrowed into the bottom of the cabin, waiting for this very moment. "Havu!" The dinosaurs roared, clawing and pouncing towards Els. But at this critical moment, facing the dinosaurs attacking from all directions, this Navy Rear Admiral did not dodge or evade, allowing the group of dinosaurs to pounce onto him. Not far away, Xiano furrowed his brows, somewhat confused. The next moment, a strange scene occurred. Elza's body seemed to turn into a soft piece of paper, twisting and writhing as all the dinosaurs' attacks passed right through him. This move was clearly the paper drawing from the 6 forms. "You really know a lot. You haven't mastered all the 6 forms, have you?" Xiano had heard of the 6 forms, which were human techniques developed by the world government. It was said that only after refining one's physical attributes to the peak could one learn these superhuman skills. However, although they were secret techniques, they weren't as unfathomable as martial arts manuals. Such things could be learned easily as long as one met the activation conditions and mastered the application techniques. Thus, relying on his powerful dynamic vision, Xiano had already memorized all of Elza's 6 forms techniques used in this battle. He believed that with more practice, it wouldn't be long before he could also learn them. Gale foot, shave, finger gun, and that last move was called paper drawing, right? The other 2 moves seem to be moonwalk and iron body. One allows for brief flight, while the other provides strong defense. Both are very practical techniques. While Xiano was still pondering about the 6 forms, Els on the other side was having a much harder time. Although the dinosaur swarm in front of him posed no threat, the wound on his arm was spreading faster. Sharp claws burst from his fingers, and the small white cracks broke apart, revealing the smooth scales beneath the skin. Moreover, he could clearly feel that his consciousness was being disturbed, and his mood was becoming increasingly agitated. At this rate, in no more than a minute, the infection would spread throughout his body, transforming him entirely into a dinosaur. "No, this is far too short a time. If I want to kill Xiano before turning into a dinosaur, I have to." Thinking of this, a look of determination suddenly flashed across Elza's face, as if he had made a certain resolution. The next second, he reached out his left hand and grabbed his right arm. Then, under Xiano's astonished gaze, Els gritted his teeth and exerted force, actually tearing off his entire right arm. Chapter 6: The Reason for Survival. Many years ago, Ears was born into a prestigious naval family, inheriting excellent naval genes, and from a young age, he displayed extraordinary talent. In the eyes of most people, Ears is someone to be envied. He is powerful, well-liked by women, and, at a young age, he has already become a rear admiral, a man who can only be described as perfect. However, just like an ant that becomes disoriented when it loses its antennae, Ears also has something he absolutely cannot lose: the reason for survival. It may sound absurd, but the reason that drives Ears to live is to personally capture pirates, and so their bounty notices into his clothes. Not for promotion or wealth, nor to showcase his strength, and certainly not for any so-called justice. There is no reason, nor does he need one. But for Ears, that is enough. To live is to find peace of mind, and capturing pirates allows him to achieve that peace. He just needs to understand this point, and that is sufficient. Rear Admiral Ears, what are you doing? Why are you severing your own arm? Inside the cabin, a young naval officer, who witnessed Ears tearing off his own arm, immediately shouted in panic. It really works. Blood gushed uncontrollably from the severed arm like a small fountain. Yet Ears remained calm, even showing a hint of smile. Because his guess was correct. As long as he cut off the area of infection, he could significantly slow down his transformation into a dinosaur. On the other side, Xiano was also surprised after witnessing this. I have to say, Ears is indeed quite wise and courageous. Whoosh! Without any unnecessary words, Ears flashed forward, becoming a blur, and in an instant he appeared right in front of Xiano, delivering a whip kick while shouting, "Storm foot, break!" A powerful strike, accompanied by a blue slash, came rushing in, and the sound of it slicing through the air even made Xiano feel a hint of palpitations. Using Shave and Stormfoot together? Too fast. There's no way to dodge. Xiano could only cross his arms in front of his chest to take the hit. Immediately after, there was a loud bang as Xiano was kicked away, his body crashing through the wall, raising a cloud of dust. Ears did not give Xiano any chance to catch his breath. He quickly stepped on the air, using Moonwalk to hover in midair. Then, bending his legs, he suddenly pushed down, Stormfoot, chaos. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless flying slashes rained down, cutting everything they touched, and the entire cabin was about to turn into ruins. Rear Admiral Ears. What are you doing? You almost hit me. The young naval officer was sitting on the ground, his face filled with fear, and just less than half a meter away from him on the floor was a long scar from a blade. Just now a slash had nearly struck his head. Who cares about you? Ears narrowed his eyes, scanning the dust below to locate Xiano, but to his surprise, Xiano had vanished into thin air. Damn it, has he hidden? Glancing at his severed arm, Ears felt anxious. If that cunning guy kept hiding, his wound would continue to worsen. And even if he didn't transform into a dinosaur, he wouldn't have the strength to deal with him. Moreover, there was still the missing Kaido on the ship. They must not be allowed to escape. At this moment, it seemed as if a dark flame was burning in Ears' eyes, and his face became extremely ferocious. Bang! Ears smashed his fist through the ceiling and burst out of the cabin. The first thing that came into view was a scene of chaos. Numerous naval soldiers lay on the deck, all shouting in terror. Just as Ears thought, the soldiers on the ship had all been infected. Among them, some were gaping wide, others had grown tails. Some naval officers had completely transformed into dinosaurs and were charging toward their positions. There was no choice. Ears leaped using Moonwalk, looking toward the main mast not far away, and lifted his leg to kick. Instantly, a grand slash shot forth. Whoosh! Accompanied by a buzzing sound, the thick mast snapped, taking down the large white sail along with it, first crashing hard against the ship's side, then falling into the sea. With the main mast lost, the warship began to shake violently. At the same time, the young naval officer also ran onto the deck, and upon seeing Ears cut the mast, he immediately shouted in confusion, "Rear Admiral Ears, what have you done? Why destroy the sail?" Ears did not answer him, turning to look at the other two masts and raising his leg again. This warship was a typical three-masted sailing ship. Besides the main mast, there were also a foremast and a mizzenmast. At this moment, his intention was clear. Ears aimed to destroy this ship starting from the masts. In this way, everyone on board, including Xiano and Kaido, would die. If it really comes to it, Rear Admiral Ears, let us just surrender. A voice filled with tears came from below. It was the young naval officer, only 16 years old, newly enlisted. Although he harbored a determination to eliminate all pirates, when faced with the prospect of dying alongside them, he honestly couldn't do it. He was not the only one with this thought. Other conscious naval officers, realizing Ears' intention, began to dissuade him. Rear Admiral Ears, don't be so extreme. Yes, there must be another way. Some officers, already influenced by the terrifying beasts, questioned him with uncontrolled emotions. You bastard. What right do you have to decide our lives and deaths? Aren't you strong? Hurry up and kill that pirate. My body is almost out of control. Like frogs in a pond after rain, the naval officers shouted one after another. But Ears, however, turned a deaf ear to it, unaffected in the slightest. Because these matters had never concerned him, he had his own way of survival, to capture pirates or die in the process of capturing pirates. Apart from that, he had no choice. Ears was just such an odd person, and he accepted this fate calmly. Shut up. Ears was rarely angry. His tone was cold, yet filled with excitement as he shouted, "You must respect everyone's reason for survival." Chapter 7: The Road to Victory. Raging foot. Slash. Buzz. Accompanied by the sound of swords cutting through the air, Els kicked out, and a slashing attack shot forth, aimed directly at the mast. In the next moment, Xiano's figure appeared in front of the mast, and he threw a punch, crashing into the slash. With a bang, Els's attack was blocked. Just as I thought, a grim smile tugged at the corner of Els's mouth. Enough is enough. Xiano stood on the deck, his gaze fixed intently on Els, who hovered in midair. I'm counting on this ship to take me back to the sea. I can't let you cause chaos like this. The moment Xiano's words fell, he took the initiative to strike. His feet became mere afterimages as he rapidly stomped on the deck, displaying an unprecedented, terrifying speed. This is Soru als vision flickrat clearly surpresa. Although Xiano's movements were not that standard and his speed was slightly lacking, there was no doubt that the previous move was Soru from the Six Powers. Did he learn it during the battle, just now? You guy. While Els was astonished, he quickly jabbed forward with his fingers, creating countless afterimages that formed a shield made of finger jabs. The intense sound of collisions rang out again as fists and finger jabs clashed in the air, leaving spectators dazzled. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, and the blinding lightning illuminated Els's bloodied face, making it look particularly gruesome. At that moment, his eyes burned with dark flames, for the sake of that so-called survival. He had to win this deadly fight before he died. I must kill you. Novice Xiano, your life is like a candle in the wind. The moment his words fell, Els's power surged dramatically. A substance like blackness, akin to ink, quietly appeared on his fingertips. Xiano couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Damn it, why? Is this what they call berserk mode? With Els having lost an arm, Xiano was confident he could take him down, but he didn't expect things to take such a turn. With the enhancement of that dark power, Xiano dared not clash head-on anymore. He shouted, "Scary monster!" The small dinosaurs that had long been hidden in Xiano's sleeve sprang out at once. They were all no bigger than a fingernail, but their teeth were sharp enough to bite through steel. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Taking advantage of the moment when the small dinosaurs jumped onto Els's arm and bit into his skin, Xiano used Soru to retreat rapidly for dozens of meters. Immediately after, Els launched several finger jabs, and the small dinosaurs fell to the ground, turning into the corpses of small creatures like fleas and ants. Am I awakening Haki? Els stared at his fingers, a hint of sarcasm appearing at the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect that at the brink of death, he would finally touch the threshold of Haki, which left him both amused and frustrated. However, it seems that, Xiano, you are undoubtedly doomed today. At this moment, with the power of Haki, I am invincible. Next, it won't take even a second to deal with you. Els wiped the blood off his face and stomped the ground, charging forward, with an invisible Haki enveloping his body. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, several Navy soldiers had completely transformed into dinosaurs, blocking Els's path. But Els showed no hesitation. He seemed to transform into a bulldozer, crashing through these obstacles, blood splattering everywhere in a scene of extreme brutality. Faced with such a fierce attack, Xiano had no intention of taking it head-on. After all, Els was already at the end of his rope, struggling desperately. So, under the dynamic vision of his dinosaur form, Xiano's figure flashed, and he retreated sideways. However, realizing Xiano's intentions, a cold smile crept onto Els's lips as he suddenly changed direction, charging straight toward a mast. He knew that with Xiano's cunning and ruthlessness, he wouldn't clash with him directly. Therefore, this attack from Els, while appearing to target Xiano, was actually aimed at destroying the mast. Xiano frowned, immediately dodging and turning back, his tail swinging violently, striking Els's severed arm. Els seized the opportunity, delivering a punch that landed squarely on Xiano's face. Bang! The deafening sound erupted, followed by a powerful shockwave that spread in all directions. Cough! Xiano's figure flew backward, a fist imprint appearing on his face, blood spurting from the corner of his mouth. His expression one of unwillingness. He finally tasted the flavor of hockey today. As for Els, his situation was even worse, although he did not retreat. The excruciating pain from his severed arm spread throughout his body, causing him to gasp for air as he involuntarily knelt on the deck. Pain. So painful. At this moment, the corners of Els's eyes twitched violently. Rather than endure this pain, it would be better to kill him to end it. But the next second, he stood up again. Not far away, Xiano watched this scene and couldn't help but smirk. This guy has an incredibly strong vitality. However, the previous blow had twisted Els's upper body. Several of his ribs had broken, and he could no longer stand straight. Just then, the bounty notice sewn into his clothing fell out, landing at his feet. In an instant, his expression changed, and he hurriedly picked up the blood-stained bounty notice, tossing it like a treasure toward the young Navy soldier watching nearby. What is? The young Navy soldier was taken aback, a look of confusion on his face. The bounty notice depicted a large image of a familiar man. This is Novice Xiano's bounty notice. Why? Why would Rear Admiral Els keep something like this in his clothes? Take it well. To you, it may just be a piece of paper that can be found anywhere. But to me, this is proof of my survival. Even at the brink of death, Els spoke these words with a serious tone, like a devout monk reciting a scripture. Upon hearing this, Xiano raised his golden eyes to look at Els, suddenly feeling a sense of kinship. Without a doubt, this young Navy Rear Admiral before him also possessed a dark will. The so-called dark will is the willingness to go to any lengths for a certain obsession or purpose, even sacrificing the lives of others or oneself. So, this is your reason for fighting? Xiano smiled and said, as if knowing Els's realization made him feel delighted. Enough with the nonsense. Raging foot. Accompanied by the sound of air being sliced, several slashes shot toward him, and under the cover of this, Els surged toward Xiano with an unprecedented speed. His left hand shaped into a sword hand, glowing with a faint blue light, and as it reached above Xiano's head, he swung down with overwhelming force. This time, Els believed he understood Xiano's fighting style, so he held back his strength, waiting for the moment Xiano dodged to turn and attack the mast. At that time, the warship would no longer be able to sail. But the next moment, something unexpected happened. From Els's perspective, he saw Xiano's body slightly tilt, and his sword hand immediately struck down on Xiano's shoulder. Even though he was holding back, Air's attack still tore through the clothes, leaving a hideous wound on Xiano's shoulder. Dragon Claw. Xiano's Dragon Claw once again sliced through the air, but this time it was not for defense. It was an attack. With a piercing sound, 5 sharp claws instantaneously pierced through Air's chest as blood gushed out. It also shattered his internal organs. Murky and thick blood spilled out, dripping onto the deck. Air's widened his eyes, almost grinding his teeth to pieces. He never expected that Xiano would trade injury for injury. His intention to attack had been completely seen through. However, in an instant, the dark flames in Air's eyes ignited once more. His expression twisted in rage. You have entered my attack range as well, Xiano. One final blow, I will smash your skull. I have won. Looking at the frenzied Airs, Xiano's expression showed no change. In the next moment, Air's 5 fingers closed together, his fist dark as night, mere centimeters away from Xiano's head. But at that moment, the madness on his face suddenly froze. Intense pain swept through his body. It was then that Ayres realized he could no longer exert any strength. His chest had already been completely pierced by Xiano. That previous punch was merely an illusion. A gust of sea breeze blew past, carrying away the bounty notice in the young Navy officer's hand, sweeping over Ayres' head and flying towards the boundless sea. But this Navy major could no longer see it, for his life was forever frozen at this moment. Major Ayres, known as the pirate killing machine, had completely fallen into eternal slumber. Xiano slowly retracted his fist, looking at Ayres with a complex expression, and softly said, I saw your brilliance of enlightenment, as bright as the sun, but at the same time, I also saw a path that belongs solely to me, leading to victory. Chapter 8 Kaido the Invincible Rear Admiral Ayres has fallen. On the deck of the warship, all the Navy personnel looked at each other, their faces filled with disbelief. Although Ayres did not hold a high rank, his reputation in the Navy was greater than that of many vice admirals. whenever he went on missions to chase pirates. There was no pirate he couldn't handle. But now, a bloody fact lay before them. Rear Admiral Ears had lost to that Xiano. Bang! At that moment, several figures swept through the air and were thrown onto the deck. The crowd looked up and was momentarily stunned. It turned out to be the officers on the ship. Each of them was battered and bruised, their eye sockets pale, lying on the deck like broken puppets. Immediately after, a towering figure descended from the sky, landing in front of Xiano. It was the young Kaido. Although he was only 13 years old, still a boy, the power he displayed was already formidable. In a short moment, he had taken down several Navy officers without sustaining much injury. It was hard to imagine how terrifying his strength would be as he grew up. Kaido first glanced at the infected Navy personnel around, then looked at Ears' corpse, and finally his gaze landed on Xiano's face. "I didn't expect you to be quite strong." Xiano said nothing. Once all the officers were dealt with, the remaining Navy personnel naturally fell apart and were quickly subdued by the two, except for those responsible for navigation. The rest of the Navy were transformed into dinosaurs by Xiano to be used in the next battle. Xiano leaned against the ship's railing. It was nearing dusk, and the golden slanting sunlight flowed over his body like thick caramel. He looked ahead as Kaido walked step by step towards him. "Have you thought it through?" "Kaido," Xiano's voice was calm. "Do you want to join my pirate crew? In this world where pirates run rampant and wars rage, what is the most important thing? The answer is talent." And Kaido, right in front of him, was an exceptional talent, one that was hard to come by. Moreover, Xiano was alone now and needed some strong allies. So, it was only natural for Xiano to extend an olive branch to Kaido. Upon hearing this, Kaido showed a hint of hesitation on his face and bluntly said, "Speaking of which, does someone like you really have no subordinates? Haven't I told you many times?" "I'm not really sure about that myself." Xiano shrugged helplessly, then chuckled while pointing at the warship beneath them. "But although there aren't many hands, at least we have a ship. Oh, and a bunch of dinosaurs. This situation isn't too bad, is it?" Kaido couldn't help but laugh at this remark. He looked at Xiano's defiant face and inexplicably felt a sense of reassurance. This wicked guy in front of him, although his strength wasn't at a level that made Kaido look up to him, possessed a naturally evil aura that Kaido had never seen before. "I want to ask you a question." Kaido raised his eyes to look at Xiano, his tone very serious. "At some point in the future, you will definitely turn this world upside down, right?" Upon hearing this, Xiano was a bit surprised. He met Kaido's gaze, and in the depths of the boy's eyes, a flicker of dark flame seemed to flash. That dark flame was not just a kind of awareness, but also a capital for growing into a strong person. In this world, those without such awareness cannot go far. "Do you want to change this world?" Xiano asked. Kaido nodded heavily. Seeing this, Xiano smiled slightly, then crossed his arms, leaning slightly forward, with his calves bent, standing in a peculiar posture. "I, Nova Xiano, have always had a dream, that is, to stand at the pinnacle of the world by any means necessary." His voice was not loud, but it carried a confidence that exuded a sense of determination. "I won't promise you anything, but if you think that I and my dream are worth you giving your life for, then feel free to follow me. There's a gravitational pull between people. Sometimes, it might just take a single word or a glance to ignite someone's passion, even to the point of risking their lives to follow." As if he heard a satisfying answer, Kaido grinned, looking at Xiano with fervent eyes. "Well then, let me see with my own eyes how you change this world." "Welcome aboard, Kaido." Xiano stepped forward and patted Kaido's shoulder. "From now on, we are on the same ship, so don't die easily." "Ha, of course not." Soon after, the two went to the ship's dining hall and began to feast on the delicious food on the table. Having eaten terribly as prisoners, and with both of them having large appetites, they devoured the dinner meant for hundreds of people. While eating, Xiano called over the navigator on board and asked, "Have you figured out the damage to this ship?" The navigator, who had long been scared out of his wits, lowered his head and stammered. "The main mast has been destroyed by Ears, and only the fore and aft masts remain, so the warship can only move slowly. If we want to return to the Woka Kingdom." The navigator pondered for a moment and concluded, "If there is no extreme weather, it will take at least 2 months to sail back." Chapter 9, a not-so-distant past. Kaido's hometown is the Woka Kingdom, and he was sold to the world government by the king of the Woka Kingdom, so he is eager to return for revenge. Xiano, on the other hand, is thinking about taking over a territory to develop his own power. Since the strongest soldiers of the Woka Kingdom have sided with him, his goal has become clear. Therefore, their next stop is the Woka Kingdom. However, is it really going to take 2 months? Xiano continued to ask. Yes, and most of the islands we pass are deserted. Not only can we not repair the ship, but we may not even be able to secure basic supplies. The navigator said with a troubled expression. In that case, which country is the closest to us? The navigator took out a nautical chart and flipped through it, the Fairy Kingdom on Morata's Island. When the Fairy Kingdom was mentioned, a complex emotion flashed across the navigator's face. He had been thinking of traveling to the Fairy Kingdom during his vacation. Unexpectedly, he became a pirate's captive before his holiday even started. The Fairy Kingdom? What kind of place is that? Kaido asked curiously upon hearing the name. Oh, that country didn't originally have that name, the navigator explained. About 50 years ago, that country couldn't pay the heavenly gold, so under the leadership of its king, it transformed the entire nation into a tourist paradise. Amusement parks, volcanic hot springs, zoos, and live dolls that act like normal humans. It's just like the kingdom in fairy tales, and reportedly, the people there always wear smiles on their faces. Even if they have serious worries, once they arrive there, all their troubles will vanish. As he said this, a look of longing appeared on the navigator's face. However, Kaido seemed somewhat disdainful, saying it was too exaggerated. He wasn't wrong. At that moment, Xiano suddenly spoke up. I went there once, and yes, that country is indeed a bit strange. Strange? Hearing Xiano's evaluation of the Fairy Kingdom, both Kaido and the navigator looked at him with puzzled expressions. Kaido, didn't you ask me before why I was captured by the Navy? Xiano stood up and slowly said, I didn't have time to tell you then. But now I can properly tell you about what happened before. It was a not-so-distant past. At that time, Xiano had sailed to an island called Hive Island, which was a lawless pirate island without any restraints. Murder, theft, black market deals, anything related to crime happened on the island at all times. Moreover, many famous pirates gathered there. Everyone knew that Hive Island was a good territory, and everyone wanted to dominate the island and recruit other powerful figures. Among them was Cooley, who had a bounty of 378 million berries. Cooley, known as Cooley the Shattered. He was a user of the Shatter fruit, which allowed him to split his own body. He was an extremely treacherous pirate who, with his immense wealth, formed a fleet of 5,000 pirates, and he also had a group of capable officers under him. Although he couldn't compare to ocean kings like Rocks and the Golden Lion, the Cooley pirates were definitely a terrifying presence. At that time, Xiano had his eyes on Cooley's treasure, so he pretended to join Cooley's pirate crew. However, things quickly got exposed, and Xiano was hunted down by the Cooley pirates all the way to the Fairy Kingdom. In the Fairy Kingdom, Xiano encountered strange things. The residents of that country were not only humans, but also many humanoid dolls. Surprisingly, those humanoid dolls were alive, possessing normal human thought capabilities and social relationships like humans. They could speak, work, and even marry human women, enjoying equal treatment as normal humans. At that time, Cooley had bribed the king of the Fairy Kingdom and sent toy soldiers to track down Xiano. Xiano fell victim to misinformation and was seriously injured without understanding the toy soldiers. Later, Xiano fled all the way to the Woka Kingdom, where he was captured by the Navy. So that is how it was. Kaido frowned, very surprised. Living dolls. Could it be that your terrifying beasts are of the same type of devil fruit ability? I'm not sure, but I always feel like I lost something there. After pondering for a moment, Xiano said to the navigator, how long will it take to get to the Fairy Kingdom? It will probably take 3 to 4 days. You know that this military ship speed is not much faster than a turtle's. The navigator replied truthfully. So, Xiano immediately ordered the ship to turn around and head to the Fairy Kingdom, preparing to repair the ship before returning to the Woka Kingdom. Chapter 10 Fairy Tales on the Sea. After a few days of getting to know each other, Xiano and Kaido became quite familiar. During these days, Xiano started to practice the 6 styles used by ELZ based on the memories in his mind. The techniques of the 6 styles are simple and do not require repetitive practice, but the conditions needed are quite demanding. Fortunately, Xiano's physical fitness is decent enough to support him in using the 6 styles. One day, on the deck, Kaido, had you ever heard of fairy tales? Leaning against the ship's railing, Xiano looked up at the sky, holding half a piece of bread, asking Kaido beside him while eating. Feliz? Kaido, although he often talks about destruction and killing, is still a 13-year-old child inside, retaining some of the innocence unique to children. For example, when fairy tales are mentioned, Kaido couldn't help but tell Dylan. I once heard a soldier in the Woka Kingdom talk about the story of the Big Eater woman. It said that she was a fat and ugly female monster who ate everything in her path. Her stomach like a bottomless pit. If she couldn't find the food she wanted, she would go mad and eat all the people in an entire country. No way. You call that a fairy tale? Xiano's expression was somewhat strange, but I think I've heard of a similar story, and it's a horror story. Moreover, the prototype of this horror story is a female pirate named Charlotte Lingling. Is that so? That's right. But what I want to say is that whether it's this story or other fairy tales, they're all propagated by the fairy tale kingdom. That country attracts a large number of tourists by promoting fairy tales and building unique structures from the stories. As he spoke, Xiano's eyes took on a playful glint. It said that that country offers a ship full of gold to the celestial dragons every year, and its wealth exceeds that of 10 allied nations combined. Hearing this, Kaido understood Xiano's intention. Do you want to take that place down and establish a territory? Why not? Xiano replied matter-of-factly. In this sea, to become a great pirate, two things are indispensable. One is strength, and the other is reliable subordinates and territory. Just then, Xiano suddenly heard a familiar bird call from the sky. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a silly-looking news bird flying overhead, delivering newspapers. Ding! Xiano flicked a coin into the air. The news bird's eyes lit up, and, after calling twice, it quickly snatched the coin and pulled out a newspaper from its pocket, tossing it to Xiano. Kaido, seeing this, cleverly remarked, "Why not just shoot that bird down? Why pay for it?" Hearing this, Xiano couldn't help but curl his lips. "You little rascal. Even want to rob a newspaper? You're really born to be a pirate." However, Xiano continued to flip through the newspaper while explaining to Kaido, "The newsbirds recognize people. If the World Economic News Agency finds out you're robbing newspapers or killing newsbirds, you can forget about ever receiving a newspaper in your life." After reading a few trivial reports, Xiano's gaze suddenly landed on a photo. The photo featured a very iconic beauty, but her expression was extremely fierce, clearly a tough character. What surprised Xiano, however, was not her beauty, but the caption below the woman's photo: "Charlotte Lingling joins the Rocks Pirates. All members of the Rocks Pirates land on Hive Island." Rocks again. If that guy is involved, then Hive Island might really fall under his control. Hearing Xiano's words, Kaido asked in confusion, "Who is Rocks? Is he strong?" "Of course. At least for us right now. We are far from being able to compete with him. That guy is the most prominent pirate." At this point, Xiano suddenly thought of something and teased Kaido. "By the way, do you want to see the true face of that Big Eater woman?" "Huh?" Kaido was taken aback, looking at the newspaper shaking in Xiano's hands. Could it be? Smack! Xiano slapped the newspaper into Kaido's hands and pointed to the photo, a mischievous expression on his face. Kaido, trembling, reluctantly picked up the newspaper. After all, it was the hideously ugly Big Eater woman. When he first heard that story, he was just a kid. Although he pretended not to care on the surface, deep down, he always had a bit of fear about the Big Eater woman. However, if he didn't dare to look, wouldn't that make him a lowly pirate? Gulp! Kaido swallowed hard, wearing a face that seemed ready to face death, quickly opened the newspaper and widened his eyes to look. The next second, a photo of a stunning beauty that completely matched Kaido's aesthetic burst into his view. The next moment, the entire warship violently twisted, and his roar could be heard within a radius of several dozen nautical miles. What? After losing a main mast, the entire warship swayed, and, after several days of sailing, finally slowly entered the fairy tale kingdom's waters. From a distance, a giant island silhouette could already be seen. Although it was night, the island was still brightly lit, with buildings gleaming with gold. Large Ferris wheels, fountains, and fireworks displays could be seen everywhere. What great place! Xiano stood at the bow of the ship, unable to help but praise. Kaido, however, was not in such a good mood. At that moment, he was holding onto the ship's railing, spitting rainbows into the sea. "I never expected you to be seasick." Seeing Kaido's miserable state, Xiano couldn't help but laugh. One has to ask, what joke in this world is funnier than a powerful natural monster who is actually a seasick little boy? However, it might just be that it was his first time on a ship and he wasn't used to it. I would say something bad. Kaido's face turned red, and he said defiantly. He thought to himself that once they reached shore, he would definitely find a doctor to see if there was any medicine to prevent seasickness. As a pirate, he couldn't be afraid of the sea. Soon, the warship docked. Xiano led Kaido and a few surrendered Navy soldiers into the main city of the fairy tale kingdom. As soon as the warship docked, dozens of unfriendly gazes shot over. Mostly pirates and wanted criminals, who thought Xiano and the others were Navy. Noticing these unfriendly eyes, Kaido angrily shot a provocative glance at the crowd, looking ready to fight. Just then, a group of walnut toys walked over and lined up neatly on both sides of the road. Bang, bang, bang. One toy, holding a pair of gongs, walked in front of the crowd while striking them, clearly the leader of the group. Hee. Welcome, foreign guests, to the fairy tale kingdom. The toy's mouth stretched into a wide grin. Although it was smiling, it looked strangely unsettling. Then it loudly announced to everyone, the fairy tale kingdom welcomes all guests from the sea, whether Navy or pirates, nobles or commoners. As long as you come to the fairy tale kingdom, you are our esteemed guests. As soon as these words were spoken, the pirates who had been eager to fight just a moment ago instantly lost their momentum and retreated with unwilling expressions on their faces. There's no way around it. Although the fairy tale kingdom is beautiful, it doesn't mean they are a weak nation. On the contrary, the fairy tale kingdom is a powerful country that even great pirates dare not invade. It is said that a notorious pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries, coveting the territory of the fairy tale kingdom, united several pirate crews to attack here. However, later, the heads of those pirate captains were all hung on the flagpoles in the harbor to deter pirates at sea. Therefore, no one dares to offend the fairy tale kingdom. After seeing the reaction of the other pirates, Walnut Toy nodded in satisfaction and said to Xiano, "Don't worry, the fairy tale kingdom is a pure place, and no acts of violence are allowed. No matter who it is, no one can harm the guests of the fairy tale kingdom." Chapter 11. The wonderful adventure in the fairy tale kingdom. The fairy tale kingdom doesn't care about the guests' origins, even if they arrive here on a warship. The Walnut doll immediately recognized that Xiano and Kaido were not Navy personnel, but still smiled and said this to dispel everyone's concerns. "Well," Xiano nodded, "we're looking for a shipwright to repair that ship." Sure, I'll go call the shipwright right now." The Walnut doll hurriedly left after introducing the various areas of the fairy tale kingdom to everyone. The group wandered around the streets and bought some supplies. Although they were mentally prepared, everyone was still a bit surprised, as even the food vendors were toy people, behaving and thinking just like regular humans. As they passed a tailor's shop, a toy tailor suddenly saw Xiano and the others and rushed out like it had gone mad, directly lunging at Xiano. "Huh!" Xiano let out a soft exclamation, just about to react. Kaido grabbed the toy angrily and shouted, "Hey, what the hell do you want?" But the toy could only make muffled sounds, as if trying to say something but unable to get the words out due to some influence. However, its finger kept pointing at Xiano, looking very anxious. "Really, I've tolerated you toys for a long time." Kaido's mood was already poor due to seasickness, and now seeing the toy's strange behavior made his anger rise again. "I want to see what exactly you are." Kaido tightened his grip on the toy's body with one hand and suddenly pulled hard with the other, and with a crack, the toy's head was directly ripped off. Everyone expected the inside of the toy to be some bizarre thing, but to their surprise, it was just a tangle of messy threads. Moreover, after losing its head, the toy did not immediately die. Its arms and legs continued to struggle, and the eyes of the head on the ground blinked at Xiano. I'm really sorry. The next moment, accompanied by an apologetic voice, a woman in a sexy Chong Sam, with a cigarette in her mouth and a seductive walk, approached. She said to everyone, "This little guy has been in a bad mood lately and doesn't like to see tourists from outside." Saying this, she looked at the strange-acting toy and said, "Get back to work already." As soon as her words fell, the toy twitched violently, as if electrocuted, immediately breaking free from Kaido's hand, then jumped to the ground, picked up its fallen head, and reattached it to its neck, rushing back into the tailor's shop without looking back. "I'm sorry to disturb your mood. Please don't take it to heart. My name is Lila. and I'm a security officer of this street. If you need anything, feel free to ask me." The woman winked at Xiano and the others, exuding a seductive charm. "Oomph. Just because you say not to take it to heart, I won't?" Kaido coldly snorted, clearly angry. Forget it. Forget it. It's not easy for anyone." However, Xiano waved his hand dismissively, turned, and left, but as he departed, he still caught a glimpse of the toy in the tailor's shop. This gentleman really is reasonable. I hope you enjoy your time in the fairy tale kingdom. The beautiful woman blew out a puff of smoke, smiling. Hearing Shano's words, Kaido no longer held a grudge. But then he suddenly remembered he still needed to buy seasickness medicine. So after taking a few steps, he stuttered to Xiano, I have a bit of stomachache. Gonna take care of it. You guys go ahead," he said, clutching his stomach and pretending to be in great pain. Seeing Kaido's poor performance, Xiano felt a bit helpless. After all, he was still a child. The group then temporarily separated, with Kaido heading towards the hospital. However, as he entered a dim alley, he seemed to notice something, first stopping in his tracks, then yelling back, "Hey, you stinky woman, why are you following me?" As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared at the alley's entrance, illuminated by the light, revealing a lovely silhouette. This person was none other than the woman who had just claimed to be the security officer, Lila. "Hee, little brother, what are you looking for?" Lila swayed her alluring figure and walked straight towards Kaido, reaching out to lightly stroke his chest, sending a chill down Kaido's spine. "Stinky woman, what do you want?" Kaido showed a disgusted expression. "Hee, just because I like you too much, I wanted to invite you to my house for a visit. My house is quite big." Lila displayed her usual charm, confident in her beauty. Based on past experiences, as long as she used this tactic, any man would fall at her feet, especially a young boy like Kaido. As for Kaido's earlier anger, it was just pretense. Deep down, he was definitely feeling restless. What do you think, little brother?" Lila continued, but she completely failed to notice that Kaido's face had turned dark. The next second, without warning, a massive fist was suddenly in front of her. Bang! Accompanied by a loud crash of fist-meeting face, Lila was sent flying, losing several teeth in the process. She crashed against the wall, kicking up a cloud of dust. You! Lila's eyes were filled with disbelief. She was not surprised by Kaido's strength. She was shocked that this stinky little brat actually ignored her charm. "Shut up," Kaido yelled angrily at her. "I get annoyed just seeing you dirty bitches. Get the hell away from me." "What?" Lila's eyes widened in disbelief. You unlovable little brat." At that moment, Lila's face was bruised and battered, not only from the pain of her wounds, but also with her heart bleeding. How dare she question her charm and hurt the face of the world's most beautiful woman? With a stomp, she charged straight at Kaido, her whole being radiating fury, like an enraged she-beast. "I knew I had to beat you up to get you to behave. You stinky woman." Kaido clenched his fist, the bones cracking as he stepped forward to give her a profound lesson. Whoosh! With a whistling wind, Kaido threw a punch. Lila also formed a palm with one hand, charging directly at Kaido's fist, seemingly intending to take the blow head-on. At this moment, Kaido was laughing heartily. With such a figure, even if he stood still and let her hit him, it wouldn't hurt. But in the next second, Kaido's expression suddenly changed as he looked at his body in disbelief. He saw that starting from his fist, his entire body was rapidly shrinking. Then, a sense of weightlessness followed. Soon, he found himself floating down to the ground, unable to move at all. Lila stood with one hand on her hip, looking down at Kaido with a wicked smile. This is the consequence of being unlovable. How about it, little brother Kaido? Kaido, how did she know his name? In a dangerous situation, Kaido surprisingly started to think. You foul woman, you were after us from the very beginning. Don't worry, trust me, you will be reunited soon. Lila patted Kaido's face with a playful expression and said, but right now, what you need to do is hurry up and finish your work. Work? Kaido was confused. In the next second, his body moved involuntarily, walking out of the alley and heading straight for an ice cream shop nearby. What is going on with his body? At that moment, Kaido was astonished to discover that he had actually turned into a toy, just like those toys on the street that walk back and forth or blend in a normal human life. It turns out that the toys in this country were all transformed by that woman named Lila. This guy is a devil fruit user. Chapter 12, The Truth of the Fairy Tale, Kingdom, what a joke. Kaido was dying of anxiety inside. He desperately wanted to cry out for help. Xiano shouldn't be far away. As long as he shouted, he would definitely hear him. However, he soon despairingly realized that he couldn't make a sound at all. Moreover, he couldn't control his body at all. He just walked unbidden to the ice cream stand, put on a work hat, and threw himself into selling work, completely like a wind-up robot. No! Stop! What the hell is this? Kaido was screaming internally, but the toy he had turned into was grinning uncontrollably. Just then, a few children ran over giggling, placing some coins in front of him. Mr. Toy, I want a strawberry ice cream. Me too. Kaido thought, get lost. I'm really annoyed right now. But the words that came out were, okay, the strawberry ice cream will be ready soon. The greasy words made Kaido feel a wave of nausea, but he had no way out. He could only watch helplessly as he prepared the ice cream, and then smiled, carefully handing it to the children in front of him. As time passed, Kaido gradually understood his situation. First, he couldn't disobey Lila's orders, meaning he had to carry out the work in front of him. He couldn't do anything rebellious, whether it was shouting loudly or leaving the stand. However, if Kaido voluntarily sold ice cream, he could briefly regain control of his body. But the premise was that the actions he took had to conform to the act of selling ice cream. Just then, after a few more customers came to the ice cream shop, a group of familiar faces walked past him. It was Xiano and the others. Did they come to look for him because they noticed he hadn't returned? Kaido's heart leaped with joy, feeling that the opportunity had come. But the next second, he was stunned again. He saw that behind Xiano were actually 5 Navy soldiers. However, Kaido clearly remembered that there were 7 Navy soldiers who had come to the island, not counting himself and Xiano. What surprised him even more was that behind the group, a figure was secretly following them. It was Lila, the one who had turned him into a toy. Lila moved like a ghost, using a group of toy passers-by as cover, and walked to the back of the line. Then, she placed a hand on one of the Navy soldiers' shoulders. In the next moment, under Kaido's shocked gaze, the Navy soldier's body instantly shrank and began to change violently, finally transforming into a toy, just like him. Sure enough, her ability is to turn people into living dolls. Kaido shouted internally. Just then, Xiano, who was walking at the front, seemed to sense something and turned his head to look at the Navy soldier who had been turned into a toy. Great! This way, Xiano would discover that woman's secret and rescue him. But to Kaido's surprise, after Xiano glanced back and confirmed that he was short one subordinate, he turned back without a care, continuing to walk. There was not a hint of hesitation or confusion, as if it was the most natural thing. How is this possible? Kaido was confused. He didn't understand. But now was not the time to think about that, because Xiano was about to walk right in front of him. If he didn't want to be a doll for the rest of his life, he had to seize this opportunity. 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. Just as Xiano walked right in front of the ice cream shop, facing Kaido directly, Kaido suddenly shouted, "Come and get ice cream. Delicious and sweet ice cream. This is ice cream made by me, Kaido." Success. He didn't disobey Lila's orders and didn't say anything unrelated to the work. He just did what a diligent employee should do according to Lila's requirements. Just like in a high-end restaurant, where the manager would tell customers who the famous chef of the day was, Kaido did this entirely to execute the task of selling ice cream. Ha ha ha. Whether it's strength or intelligence, Lila, you filthy woman, you've lost to me, Kaido. As he saw Xiano's gaze slowly turning towards him, Kaido's heart was already ecstatic, as if he was halfway through popping champagne. But the next second, Kaido couldn't smile anymore. He saw Xiano only glance at him once, then immediately turned his head back, still wearing an indifferent expression. What? He clearly heard my name. At the same time, the other 4 Navy soldiers had obviously also heard Kaido shout. Hey, did you hear what that toy said? Yeah, he said that ice cream was made by Kaido, but who is Kaido? Maybe he's a famous ice cream master in this country. So that's how it is. They chatted and walked straight out of the ice cream shop, leaving behind a bewildered Kaido. At this moment, considering the current situation and recalling the toy from the tailor's shop, a terrifying thought emerged in Kaido's mind. He looked at the street where a toy was holding a human woman's hand, walking down the street with a smile, while behind them was a toy kneeling on the ground, heartbroken. At this moment, Kaido could hear the toy angrily questioning, "Sakura, my wife, why did you marry someone else?" I barely escaped from those guys, but you. Have you forgotten me? And beside him, a few toy workers who were painting the walls were sobbing. Wah. Captain, didn't we agree to form a pirate crew for life? Why did you leave us behind and go alone? Father, mother, throw that toy away. I'm your son. What the hell is going on? Damn, Lila. Once I escape, I'll definitely kill you. For some reason, Kaido felt that his hearing had greatly enhanced. Although he was in the noisy street, he could accurately hear the cries of a toy dozens of meters away. Based on these circumstances, Kaido fully understood Lila's ability. As long as someone is turned into a toy by Lila, that person will be completely forgotten by the world. This toy is the same. That toy is the same. All the toys in this country are. They're all people who have been forgotten. They would all be under Lila's control, working day and night for the fairy tale kingdom, and they have become a major selling point for the kingdom's external promotion. It is well known that smiles do not disappear out of thin air. They only transfer from one person's face to another. As Kaido's heart was nearly sinking into despair, that familiar woman came to his side again. Lila vigorously rubbed Kaido's toy head, her face full of joy, her voice filled with excitement. Ah, Kaido, Kaido, Kaido. Your desperate attempts to escape from me are just too adorable. I can hardly bear to let you continue suffering. Let me tell you the truth. I am the user of the childlike fruit. As long as a person has been touched by my hands, they will turn into a toy, and all memories of them in the world will completely disappear. So, with this ability, I am invincible. But don't worry. Lila looked at Xiano's departing figure, couldn't help but lick her lips, and then said with a sinister expression, "You will be reunited soon." Chapter 13. Toy Fruit, hee 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 hee. Accompanied by a strange laughter, Lila swayed her graceful figure towards the recently departed Xiano and others. Kaido stood frozen in place, and if he had an expression on his face, it would certainly be one of extreme despair. As Lila herself said, anyone who was touched by her hand would inevitably turn into a toy, taking advantage of the pedestrians on the street. Lila followed closely behind and used the same trick to turn the remaining 4 Navy soldiers beside Xiano into toys as well. Just as her hand was about to slap Xiano on the shoulder, a triumphant wicked smile began to appear on Lila's face. Gotcha! You will obediently become my slave. In the next moment, with a loud smack, a hand like an iron claw grabbed Lila's hand, causing her to gasp in pain. Why you? What are you doing? Lila's face changed dramatically as she looked at Xiano in front of her, feeling the intense pain in her palm, and loudly questioned him. That question should be mine to ask, Xiano replied calmly. I just wanted to invite you over to my place for a visit. Even if you refuse, you shouldn't be so rude. Lila put on an innocent face, confident that Xiano wouldn't notice her flaw. Even if she turned his subordinates into toys right in front of him, Xiano would only forcibly rationalize this experience in his memory. There shouldn't be any mistakes. Is that so? I see. I apologize then. After hearing this, Xiano released Lila's hand. Upon seeing this, the distant Navy soldiers' hearts sank to the bottom. Xiano was their last hope, but now, right before their eyes, that hope was about to shatter. In the next moment, under the despairing gazes of everyone, Lila raised her palm and slapped it against Xiano's waist. Hee 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 hee. Nova Xiano. In the end, you're just an ordinary man. Lila, who had just been filled with resentment, instantly changed her expression, revealing an extremely excited smile. Lord Cooley, you really overestimated Xiano. This guy is no match for me at all. However, Lila's joy didn't last 2 seconds before her expression began to change. From initial excitement, it gradually turned into calm, confusion, and finally, there was even a hint of fear in her eyes. Wow, what's going on? Not only her, but the others also looked at Xiano in shock. Instead of being turned into a toy like they were, Xiano was standing there unharmed, with a mocking smile on his lips, looking extremely charming. So that's how it is, Miss Lila. Your ability is indeed of the same type as my horrifying beast. Xiano gently patted his waist, and immediately a group of tiny things shook loose. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be small dinosaur toys. Clearly, these had been placed on him in advance. He first turned small animals into dinosaurs, and then at the moment Lila made her move, these small dinosaurs blocked her sneak attack for him. Impossible. My toy fruit is invincible. You bastard. How did you see through my ability? Lila looked at Xiano in disbelief. her expression extremely excited. All along, her greatest pride was her beauty, and second was her fruit ability. With this fruit ability, she was able to climb up to Lord Cooley and become a high-ranking officer in the Cooley Pirates. Even the fairy tale kingdom could develop from a poor, nearly extinct, non-affiliated nation of the world government to a well-known, affiliated nation in the New World, all thanks to her fruit ability. You just mentioned Cooley. Xiano looked at the confused Lila and spoke to himself. I see. It seems that Cooley is the true ruler of this country. Don't answer a question with a question. Quickly tell me, how did you see through my fruit ability? Lila's hands glowed blue as she shouted loudly and struck at Xiano again. Toy game. However, Xiano had already activated the power of the horrifying beast. With the excellent dynamic vision of the dinosaurs, Lila's movements seemed to be slowed down in his eyes. Whoosh! Xiano dodged Lila's attack while moving to her side, and then he punched her beautiful face without any mercy. With a loud bang, Lila's figure flew backward, leaving a trail of blood in the air, and her body plowed a trench several meters long into the ground, kicking up a large cloud of dust. To be honest, your ability is indeed terrifying. Without information, even the strongest person would fall into your hands. However, Xiano calmly pulled out a small booklet from his pocket, flipping to a page that read, "After killing ears, I invite Kaido to join, to the fairy tale kingdom." That's right. Your ability can indeed make a person disappear into thin air, but it cannot erase physical existence like photos or text. After being captured by the Navy, I felt something was off. To be safe, I recorded everything that happened in this booklet. After passing that ice cream shop and hearing the name Kaido, I completely understood your ability, Lila. Upon hearing this, Kaido and the others also realized that Lila had been targeting them since they set foot on this island. Xiano's pirate enemy was the fragmented Cooley, and Lila was a high-ranking officer under Cooley. Cough cough. Not far away, Lila struggled to stand up, unable to suppress a mouthful of fresh blood. Today was the second time she had been slapped in the face, and she was now extremely furious. Novice Xiano, she nearly ground her teeth, glaring at the man in front of her. No wonder Lord Cooley said that no matter the cost, whether chasing to the ends of the earth, they must completely eliminate Xiano, this inherently evil guy. Today, I've seen it for myself, but if you think you have already won, then you're gravely mistaken. Xiano, take a good look around you. As her voice fell, the patrolling toy soldiers in the distance, along with the surrounding toys, and even the toys that Kaido and several Navy soldiers had turned into, were all under Lila's control, rushing over to surround Xiano. Moreover, Xiano could hear the distant rumbling sounds of mountains shaking. More toys were gathering and quickly heading this way. In just a few seconds, Lila had formed a toy army before her. This country has at least 30,000 toys, all of whom obey me, and you, however, are just one person. Surrender, Xiano. In the fairy tale kingdom, I am invincible. Chapter 14. Terrifying Beast versus Playful Fruit. It is well known that being invincible can sometimes be a deadly debuff. Toy Legion. Lila opened her arms as if to embrace her toy slaves from afar. Since you heard everything just now, I won't play this act any longer. In the past, everyone who went missing in the fairy kingdom or offended me is here. They will serve me loyally as toys for life. What did you say? As soon as these words were spoken, the tourists around and the residents of the fairy kingdom turned their gazes towards Lila. Upon seeing the dense crowd of toys around, they began to grasp the truth of the situation. Could it be that the toys around us are all transformed from humans? I've lived in this country for over 20 years, and this is the first time I've learned such a thing. Yes, just the other day, a toy kept bothering me, claiming to be my husband. If this is true, does that mean? A woman's face showed a look of horror. Among them, a pirate tourist, noticing that something was off, immediately sprinted away. But the next second, bang, he fell to the ground, and upon closer inspection, he tripped over a toy. Cursing under his breath, he planned to get up and escape again. However, when he stood up, he found dozens of toys surrounding him, and then rushed forward, carrying him to Lila. Hee, now that you know my secret, how could I let you leave easily? Lila's voice was cold as she clapped her hands, and the man instantly became one of the toys. I've really turned into a toy. Everyone run. No one on this street will escape today. Lila's indifferent voice echoed in everyone's ears once more. Then, the toys surrounded the street completely, leaving the people outside confused and unable to break in. Although the toys were unwilling, they had no choice but to comply due to the effects of the playful fruit. Playful fruit, Xiano said expressionlessly, is indeed a tricky ability. It can effectively control an entire country and continuously provide value through the toys. To be honest, Xiano felt a bit jealous of Lila now. If you want to beg for mercy, save your breath. After slapping my face, no one can save you. As soon as the words fell, the toy soldiers rushed forward to attack Xiano, led by a toy holding a small spiked bat, Kaido. But Xiano showed no mercy due to the toy's true identities. He had seen that even if a doll's head was temporarily twisted off, it wouldn't die. So, his goal was to capture the ability user of the devil fruit, Lila, terrifying beast, dinosaur form. With a low shout, the power of the terrifying beast was activated, and the floor beneath Xiano shattered instantly as his body surged to a height of 7 or 8 meters, transforming into a massive Tyrannosaurus Rex. Bang! With just a tail whip, countless toys were flung into the sky, some losing their heads, others smashed to pieces, and in an instant, the air was filled with toy parts. However, just as he dealt with one wave of toy soldiers, another wave surged from behind, seemingly endless and not far away. There was the sound of many toys running towards them. From a distance, one could only see a large cloud of dust, indicating the sheer number of toys. Hee hee. Lila let out her signature laugh again. How do you like it, Xiano? This feeling of being consumed bit by bit is like a four-limbed mouse that can only watch as ants chew it to death. It's quite despairing, isn't it? Just as she reveled in her triumph, she completely failed to notice that 7 toy soldiers were quietly approaching her from behind. These 7 toy soldiers were none other than Xiano's 7 Navy subordinates. Bang! After another loud crash, the Tyrannosaurus Rex that Xiano had transformed into directly lifted a large chunk of the floor and hurled it violently towards Lila. Lila waved her hand dismissively, and then a group of toys assembled in front of her to form a shield, blocking the attack. Useless. Useless. Lila rested her chin on one hand and placed her other hand on her hip, twisting her waist into a strange pose, standing there with a mocking expression. But the next second, she suddenly froze, turning her head stiffly. In an instant, her eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, 7 toy soldiers were tightly hugging her from behind, one on her thigh, one on her arm, and another around her waist. What joke is this? How could the toys disobey my orders? Lila let out a sharp screech, preferring to believe she was dreaming rather than accepting the reality of what was happening. Moreover, what was even more unbelievable was that these toys had undergone some changes. Mechanical tails sprouted from their backs, and their bodies elongated significantly, clearly trending toward becoming dinosaur-like. One toy had even completely transformed into a toy dinosaur right in front of Lila's bewildered gaze. But at that moment, Lila had no time to panic. With a rush of wind, a scorching wave hit her face like a knife. She turned her head sharply, and a massive figure crashed through all the toys in front of her, roaring into her line of sight. It was Xiano in Tyrannosaurus form. Boom! A deafening roar sounded, like a meteor crashing down, as the Tyrannosaurus Rex's headbutt precisely struck Lila's stomach with such force that a shockwave erupted outward. Toof! Accompanied by a mouthful of blood spewing out, Lila was sent flying, crashing through a wall and kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Lila's disheveled figure slowly appeared, twisted and powerless, trying to get up but unable to rise. Xiano's blow had directly broken 7 of her ribs. No, it can't be. Lila's face was filled with unwillingness as she struggled to push herself off the ground, attempting to rise again, but after 2 or 3 attempts, she failed. Clearly, she had completely lost the ability to resist. However, Xiano was not about to let her off the hook. The next second, a tall figure appeared on the ground, and Lila shivered, cold sweat streaming down her face as she looked up to see half-dinosaur Xiano staring at her with a look that seemed to see through to her very soul. Lila felt as if her breath had stopped for a moment. She wanted to feign calm and threaten Xiano again, but the words that came out were, Don't slap my face. Okay? Bang! Before she could finish her sentence, A fist the size of a sandbag landed on her face, accompanied by a dull thud. Instantly, a huge bruise appeared on her beautiful face. After one punch, Lila felt herself flying again. But that wasn't the end. Just as her body was a meter off the ground, Xiano clenched his fists, growling softly, and his fists suddenly blurred into afterimages, raining down like raindrops. Each punch carrying tremendous force, relentlessly striking Lila's face. Muda muda muda. Bang 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 bang. Countless afterimages crazily landed on Lila's proud face. And at the moment of contact between her fists and flesh, a heart-stopping collision sound was heard. At this moment, Lila looked like a rag flying wildly in a storm. Her face twisted beyond recognition, and her whole body quickly ascended into the air. Muda. With the last punch falling, Lila heavily flew into the high sky. And after a long while, she rapidly plummeted to the ground, crashing into a deep pit. The childlike fruit user Lila will not rise again. Chapter 15. Lila Cough. Cough. Lila lay on the ground, devoid of life, her whole body trembling as if she were about to lose consciousness at any moment. This should be enough, right? Just knocking you down for a short time, but not letting you completely faint. Xiano squatted down, looking down at Lila's ghastly face. If I'm not mistaken, once you lose consciousness, all those toys you've affected with your powers will return to normal, right? Upon hearing this, Lila's pupils suddenly constricted. This guy actually figured out. One major weakness of the toy fruit is that if the user is knocked unconscious, the powers of the devil fruit will indeed disappear. At that point, all the hard work she had put in for decades would go up in flames. However, that is not the point. The point is, what exactly does this guy want? As if sensing her confusion, Xiano got straight to the point. You just mentioned Cooley, right? That fragmented pirate Cooley should be your boss, correct? His goal is Lord Cooley. I'm curious. Xiano stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before slowly speaking. How about this? Miss Lila, you first tell me about your relationship with Cooley, and also, please inform me in detail about all the ins and outs of this fairy tale kingdom. Rest assured, I never deceive women. As long as you obediently cooperate, I will consider letting you go. However, upon hearing Xiano's words, Lila frowned. No, it's impossible. Lila gritted her teeth, her face set with determination. Even if you kill me, I will never betray Lord Cooley. I didn't expect this woman to be so tough. Moreover, even if you somehow manage to defeat me, what then? Lila continued. If I choose to betray Cooley now, given Cooley's temperament, he would definitely kill me too. Since it's all death anyway, I have no choice. So that is how it is. It seems Cooley is a terrifying presence in this woman's mind. However, Xiano glanced at Lila on the ground, who had a look of indifference to death, and suddenly thought of something. He reached for a dagger from his waist and placed it against Lila's neck. Seeing this, Lila immediately shut her eyes tightly. However, even though she couldn't see, her violently trembling body exposed her inner fear. But then, Lila felt the cold blade begin to move up, finally stopping on her face. What do you want to do? Lila suddenly opened her eyes wide, staring in horror at Xiano, and shouted. Speaking of which, this face is indeed quite beautiful. Xiano smirked, his voice laced with mockery. He then rubbed the cold back of the knife against Lila's face and said, I was just thinking, what if I left a little memento on such a beautiful face? How about it, Lila? You wouldn't want me to leave a permanent scar on this face, would you? No, you can't do that. Upon hearing this, Lila instantly reacted like a frightened female beast and screamed, This face is the one thing I cannot lose, even if I die. Please don't do this. Xiano, I promise you, I will tell you whatever you want to know. After all, my relationship with Cooley is merely a partnership. When it came to her face, Lila could be said to have changed her attitude at lightning speed. Even Xiano didn't expect such a quick surrender. It is well known that people in the pirate world generally have certain peculiarities and bottom lines, and clearly, what Lila cares about most is her face, which she considers to be the most beautiful in the world. Enough already. Xiano couldn't help but shake his head. He had originally planned 9 different ways to make Lila obediently speak, but now he didn't need any of them. What a pity. But before that, restore my subordinates first. Xiano stood up and casually said. Later, Lila followed Xiano's instructions, first summoning the toys to lock up all the people who had witnessed this incident, then dispersing the toys to let them return to their respective duties. Finally, she restored Xiano's subordinates, Kaido, the 7 Navy men, and the dozens of pirates under Xiano's command. That was close. We almost became toys forever. A Navy soldier gasped for breath, still feeling a bit scared. Yes, thankfully Lord Xiano discovered that woman's ability in time, or we wouldn't have been able to return. Another Navy soldier looked at Xiano with some admiration. When Kaido disappeared, did that dinosaur transformation ability infect us? As expected of Lord Xiano, he easily did what we couldn't. These guys just a few days ago were supposedly righteous Navy men, and now they were completely on Xiano's pirate ship. However, this was nothing surprising. Their attitudes towards the Navy were never that firm. Some joined the Navy for ideals, while others joined just to make a living. In the end, which is right and which is wrong? Who can say for sure? Stupid woman, I'll kill you. Once restored, Kaido immediately charged at Lila in a fit of rage, his powerful fist about to smash into her face. But the next second, with a bang, his fist crashed deeply into the wall behind Lila, instantly creating a large dent. Oof. If it weren't for Brother Xiano saying you're useful, I would have killed you with one punch. Lila's eyes twitched as she smirked. You loser, you've lost, so why are you still so angry? What did you say? Who's angry? Kaido's face turned red upon hearing this. It's already written all over your face that you're angry. Lila mocked again, and for some reason, seeing Kaido's furious expression lifted her previously gloomy mood considerably. Come on, let us fight again. This time I'll definitely knock you away. The young man picked up a spiked club, very unconvinced. The two glared at each other, and the air seemed to crackle with a faint electric arc. At this moment, Xiano, standing nearby, was speechless and had to step in to stop them. All right, let us get back to business. Chapter 16 Phone Call with Coolie Lord Xiano. I thought I would never see you again. Just as she said this, a girl with golden curly hair ran out of a nearby tailor shop. She was cute, dressed in a gorgeous dress, with 2 big tears hanging at the corners of her eyes. Oh, it really has been a long time, Mia. Upon seeing the girl, Xiano's lips curled into a faint smile. The girl in front of him was his former navigator, Mia. Although her strength was not impressive, her sailing skills were exceptional, making her a rare sailing talent, even in the New World. About 2 years ago, Xiano met Mia while passing through an island where she was doing fortune-telling. After giving him a single fortune reading, Mia was convinced that he would be the one to change the world. She believed that only by following him could her life be on the right path. Thus, after realizing this, Mia decisively gave up her peaceful life and became a pirate alongside Xiano. Perhaps this is what they call fate. This feels like a dream. Besides Mia, dozens of pirates were now crying tears of joy. At that time, they had been chased by Coolie's pirate crew, turned into living toys by Lila in the Fairy Kingdom, and were enslaved day and night. They were in such despair that they couldn't even contemplate suicide. They never imagined they would see the light of day again. Lord Xiano, as expected of the man I admire, to be pushed to that extent and still turn the tide. Truly powerful. Next, it was time to settle the score with that bastard Coolie. Yes, my resentment towards that guy is endless. At this moment, Xiano's memory became complete. It turned out that what he had lost in the Fairy Kingdom was the memories shared with these crew members. The power of the devil fruit is indeed magical. Although once consumed, one would be hated by the sea. The overall benefits far outweigh the side effects. If given the chance in the future, Xiano would also like to gain the power of a devil fruit. Of course, the premise is that the devil fruit is worth the price of losing the ability to swim for a lifetime. At this time, Lila, who had completely given up resistance, began to confess honestly. 50 years ago, I came here. At that time, this country was already at its end, just a step away from ruin. Wait, did you just say 50 years ago? But you look so young. Navigator Mia and the others were taken aback and looked at Lila with confusion upon hearing this. It's the power of the childlike fruit. From the moment I consumed the childlike fruit, my age has been frozen in time. All right, let's stop this topic here. No one is allowed to mention it again. Lila seemed unwilling to dwell too much on the issue of age, so she directly changed the subject. In any case, Back then I used the power of the childlike fruit to control the entire royal family, and thus ruled an entire country. Everything was going in a good direction. But 10 years ago, a man named Cooley arrived here. As she spoke, a hint of displeasure clearly flashed in Lila's eyes. By that time, he was already a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, and no number of soldiers could defeat him. Thus, I had no choice but to pledge allegiance to him and provide financial support to his pirate crew every year. In simpler terms, it was a protection fee. Moreover, Cooley also established an intelligence station in the Fairy Kingdom. Many powerful figures in the New World, whether pirates or navy, are well known to Cooley. This is also the reason why his pirate crew is so strong. Xiano, just a reminder, from the moment you enter the Fairy Kingdom, Cooley's people have already discovered you. He knows you're not dead and has returned with great swagger. Xiano was not particularly surprised by this. Cooley was originally his prey, and there would always be a conclusion between hunter and prey. Call Cooley, Xiano said to Lila. Oh, okay. Just as Lila was about to take out the phone bug from her pocket, she suddenly froze, realizing Xiano's words. Huh? What did you just say? Just do as I say. All right, I guess. Although unsure of Xiano's intentions, Lila still took out the special phone bug to contact Cooley and dialed. Beep, beep, beep. Accompanied by a peculiar sound, on an island far across the ocean, in a luxurious villa, a gloomy-looking man picked up the phone bug from the table. What happened, Lila? The man's voice was neutral, revealing no joy or sorrow, but it carried a certain arrogance and authority typical of someone in power. As the captain of 5,000 pirates, Cooley was accustomed to this demeanor. But the next moment, upon hearing the voice on the other end of the phone bug, his expression suddenly changed, no longer as calm as before. Do you remember me, Captain Cooley? With a mocking voice ringing out, Cooley's face instantly darkened, and the image of a golden-haired man flashed in his mind. It really is you, Nova Xiano? This name would forever remain etched in Cooley's memory. Even a wicked pirate like him found him to be an evil man. Someone just reported to me that they saw your figure in the Fairy Kingdom. I didn't believe it at first. Cooley gritted his teeth and spoke slowly. If I remember correctly, you're holding Lila's phone book, right? A bad thought surged in Cooley's mind. That's right. The Queen of the Fairy Kingdom, Lila, is currently in my hands. Xiano casually replied. What does that have to do with me? Lila is just a subordinate to me. As for the protection fee that the Fairy Kingdom pays me every year, it's not worth mentioning. Cooley sneered, putting on an indifferent tone. If you're thinking of using Lila to negotiate with me, I advise you to save your breath. Is that so? Xiano smiled slightly in response. Captain Cooley, do you think everyone is as foolish as you? Bastard, what did you say? Cooley frowned and cursed. With your style, if you really wanted to invade a country, you would definitely do it grandly by planting your flag on that country's land and extracting all its value. How could you treat the Fairy Kingdom so lightly? Xiano cut to the chase without further ado. So, for you, the Fairy Kingdom must hold special significance. Am I right? Chapter 17, The Pirate Code Xiano. Cooley's face darkened to the extreme, and he almost gritted his teeth as he said, You should know the price of provoking me. Of course, I am well aware of Captain Cooley's methods, which is why Lila is able to live well in this world now. Xiano said calmly, I didn't call you to reminisce. There have been those who have escaped from me before, but you are the first to return and threaten me after fleeing. Hearing this, Cooley snorted coldly, seemingly understanding Xiano's intention. Go ahead, what do you want? With this, Xiano stopped beating around the bush and directly stated, for billion berries, plus 4 devil fruits. 4 days from now, I will be waiting for you at the 4th port north of Fairy Kingdom. At that time, we will exchange money for goods. Once I get what I want, I will immediately leave Fairy Kingdom and withdraw from the New World, never to appear before you again. How about it? Upon hearing this, several newly joined Navy members, as well as Kaido, cast astonished looks at Xiano. The captain, after capturing Lila, is actually just extorting Cooley? This is not his usual style. Meanwhile, Lila, upon hearing this, inexplicably looked a bit flustered. Don't push your luck. On the other side, after hearing Xiano's terms, Cooley's expression suddenly changed, and he angrily said, If you leave Fairy Kingdom quietly, I might show you mercy and spare your life. Oh, I see. It seems I was overthinking it. Xiano couldn't help but sneer. After all, A mere country like this cannot hold much value for the renowned Captain Cooley. Well, I will just kill Lila now and take some treasure and leave. The moment the words fell, Xiano secretly exerted force in his hand, ready to crush the transponder snail. Wait. Hearing Xiano's reckless tone, Cooley finally couldn't sit still. What you want is simply too much. I can give you 4 billion berries, but I don't have a single devil fruit in my possession. As he said this, Cooley was nearly grinding his teeth. He never imagined he would be negotiating with such a small fry one day, but he had no choice. Fairy Kingdom was essential for him to realize his ambition. And it couldn't go wrong. Really? It seems even the omnipotent Captain Cooley has things he can't do. Xiano pretended to be smug. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. I remember that the price of a devil fruit can sell for 100 million berries on the black market, right? Let's round it up to a total of 5 billion berries. Bring this money to Fairy Kingdom in 4 days. Fine, it's just 5 billion berries, right? After a moment of hesitation, Cooley finally spat out a good from between his teeth, and then said in a deep voice, I will personally deliver it to you. With a click, the call was disconnected. Hey, you don't really think Cooley will obediently hand over 5 billion berries to you, do you? Offending him. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, he won't let you go. Lila exclaimed anxiously at Xiano. Hearing this, Xiano raised an eyebrow. By the way, why are you reminding me of this? Shouldn't you be happy to see me taken down by Cooley? Or are you looking forward to a fight between me and Cooley? I just misspoke. Lila was momentarily taken aback and stammered an explanation. At this moment, Navigator Mia approached Lila with a suspicious expression, sniffing her with her nose, and then said, It smells like a lie. Trust me, my nose can detect lies. This guy is lying. What? You? Lila clearly panicked, opening her mouth but unable to come up with any retort. She slumped to the ground, her expression alternating between dejection and hesitation, but ultimately seemed to have made up her mind as she slowly spoke. Cooley will destroy this country. Ever since Cooley first came to this country 10 years ago, I always thought he was just eyeing the wealth of Fairy Kingdom, using piracy to secretly rule here. But recently, I realized Cooley has a mad ambition. He wants to become a celestial dragon. The moment these words were spoken, the air felt as if it had frozen for a moment. Except for Xiano and Kaido. All the other pirates widened their eyes in disbelief, even doubting whether they had heard incorrectly. Celestial dragons. They are those who reside above the red line, holding an incredibly noble status. God, it is said that as long as they wish, they can kill at will, destroy a country at will, and they won't face any punishment. Even the justice-seeking navy is merely a tool for their evil deeds, existing like lapdogs. Most celestial dragons, if not utterly wicked, are at least deeply sinful. Compared to them, the pirates at sea seem somewhat restrained. But Cooley actually wants to become a celestial dragon? That's right. He wants to use my abilities, use this country, and ultimately gain the qualification to become a celestial dragon. At this point, Lila's face turned extremely angry. According to his plan, Fairy Kingdom would start as a member of the world government, offering a large amount of heavenly gold to the celestial dragons every year. Then, he would turn Fairy Kingdom into a world-famous tourist destination, even allowing the celestial dragons to come for tourism. At that time, Cooley could capture the celestial dragons to exchange for supreme power and perhaps even become a celestial dragon himself. But if that happens, regardless of whether Cooley's plan succeeds or not, this country will be destroyed. As she spoke, a painful expression appeared on Lila's face, and several images flashed through her mind. Scenes from many years ago. I'm sorry, little Lila. I can't be with you again today. Ever since our country couldn't afford heavenly gold, the Navy has stopped protecting us. Recently, several groups of pirates have broken in, and I must go protect this country. That gentle woman, like the sun, once again donned her cold armor, raising her dazzling sword and walking towards the door. Every time this happened, darkness would envelop little Lila, and she was very scared, afraid of never seeing that woman again. Why? Why care about those people's lives? Why not leave here? Finally, one day, Lila couldn't help but ask that woman. The woman did not answer, only gently ruffled her hair. A person's life has a destiny. I am the queen of this country, and it is my responsibility and my destiny to protect everything about this country. For the first time, Lila felt the existence of destiny. The scene shifted again. This time the woman lay on a hospital bed, her tone weak. Little Lila, my destiny ends here, but you still have hope. So, no matter how lonely or difficult it is, promise me, you must live well. At this moment, blood stained the sheets, and the wounds left by the pirates finally took her life. Time returns to the present. Everyone has their own destiny, and my destiny was already determined the moment that woman died. I will do everything I can to protect this country. Lila almost roared these words. Although her philosophy of governing the country had long been in stark contrast to that woman's, this extreme approach had indeed proven effective. Over the past few decades, Lila had pulled this country back from the brink of despair. Therefore, I absolutely cannot hand this country over to Cooley. Lila stared fiercely at Xiano. Xiano, I admit I had selfish motives before. I wanted to see you and Cooley fight to the bitter end, so that the fairy kingdom could completely break free from the pirates' constraints. But I was wrong. Even without Cooley, without you, there would still be various other characters trying to seize this country. So, I want to take a gamble. At this moment, there was a flicker of dark flames in her eyes, a realization that transcended life and death. I want to bring an entire nation into your pirate crew. From now on, whether it's my life or the fairy kingdom, it will all be yours. My power is too weak, but if it's you, such a powerful pirate, you can definitely help the fairy kingdom survive better in the new world. For this, I am willing to bet my life to believe once. Chapter 18. The Cooley pirates, the surrounding pirates, looked at Lila with a sense of admiration. They had seen kings before, but a king like Lila was a first for them. This woman neither cherished her country's common people nor cared about losing her power as a queen. To her, this country seemed merely an obsession she was determined to carry out no matter what. I didn't expect you to be quite perceptive, lady, laughed a pirate who had followed Captain Xiano for a long time. Honestly, encountering a charismatic pirate like Captain Xiano, it would be strange not to follow him, right? Yes, Captain Xiano is the man I recognize. Only he deserves to dominate these seas. Another pirate quickly chimed in. So once we deal with that bastard Cooley, the captain can rule an entire fairy tale kingdom. It's that simple, right? Kaido frowned, a bit confused, and couldn't help but mutter. Didn't you just say you wanted to exchange this woman for 5 billion berries? Upon hearing this, Navigator Mia helplessly patted Kaido on the shoulder. You, my friend, are clearly strong, but your brain doesn't seem to work quite right. Huh? What did you say? Kaido was taken aback at first, then suddenly became furious, as he had always thought of himself as a strategist. This is the rule among pirates. At this moment, Xiano turned his gaze to Kaido and said calmly, once something that belongs to you is targeted by someone, what you need to do is not to protect your things, but to risk your life to eliminate that person. Remember, this is the first lesson in being a pirate. Kaido, upon hearing this, fell into deep thought and seemed to gradually realize something. You mean the deal with Cooley is fake? His voice was filled with excitement. The real plan is to take them out, right? Of course. Why would you let someone else snatch the prize you've already caught? A smile crept onto Xiano's lips. Besides, even if he wanted to take the money and run, Cooley definitely wouldn't let him escape. Not to mention, he looked down at Lila, who wore a determined expression, and couldn't help but smile. And to recruit a capable subordinate along with an entire kingdom, is there any deal cheaper than this in the world? On the other side, after the call ended, Cooley's face instantly darkened, becoming ominously frightening, causing the surrounding lackeys to freeze in fear, their legs trembling. Go fetch the Snowman brothers and William. I have important matters to discuss with them. With the command given, the lackeys nearby rushed out in a panic, as if they were escaping. Soon, 3 people entered. More accurately, 2 people were carrying one. 2 stout men, each about 7 or 8 meters tall and round like balls, were carrying a frail man who was fast asleep, with a large snot bubble hanging from his nose. What is going on? Has William not had enough sleep? Cooley said, somewhat displeased upon seeing the 3. Yeah, boss. He says he only works 6 hours a day, and when the time's up, he has to sleep to recharge, one of the stout men replied. Just then, there was a pop, the snot bubble burst, and the frail man groggily awoke, rubbing his eyes as he barely took in his surroundings. Captain Cooley, how many times have I told you not to schedule work while someone is resting? A killer's life is also valuable. Upon hearing this, Cooley couldn't help but twitch his mouth, but said nothing further. The frail man before him, named William, was a professional killer with a fervent pursuit of money. As long as the price was right, he could fulfill any request from his employer. In the past, he had even sneaked into the Navy headquarters at Marine Ford to bloodily wipe out an entire Navy family building for a ship full of treasure. Since then, the Navy had given him the title Blood Prison, with a bounty of 130 million berries on his head. Now, William was a highly priced killer hire by Cooley and also one of the senior executives of the Cooley Pirates. The other two stout men looking like balls were the Snowman brothers, who had been with Cooley for many years and were the two longest-serving senior executives of the Cooley Pirates. Captain Cooley, 3 days ago, didn't I just take care of a bunch of Navy officers? As a good boss who cares for his subordinates. Shouldn't you give me a few months off to recuperate on a vacation island? Maybe I'll run into Shaki-chan, who also came to vacation on some beach. Boss, do you know Shaki? She's the second-in-command of the Snake Princess Pirates and recognized as the world's #1 beauty. I even sent her a love letter, but unfortunately, I never got a reply. Oh, I think I got a bit off track. By the way, the Snowman brothers have been idle lately, right? If there is something important, let them handle it. One has a bounty of 80 million berries, and the other has a bounty of 75 million berries. What can't they solve? Awakened, William immediately began to ramble on, his face showing a deeply aggrieved expression. Enough. Stop right there. Cooley's forehead throbbed with veins, feeling mentally assaulted. He couldn't stand William's incessant chatter and slammed the table, saying, Nova Xiano is not dead. He has returned and has kidnapped Lila in the fairy tale kingdom, intending to exchange her for 5 billion berries. Hurry back and prepare. We are going to fairy tale kingdom. This time, I must see Xiano go to hell with my own eyes. Do you understand? At these words, the expressions of the three immediately tensed up. It was Xiano again, that troublesome man like a sea urchin. Upon seeing Cooley's furious attitude, William stopped complaining and left with the Snowman brothers after Cooley gave his orders. Only Cooley remained in the room. With a hiss, he lit a cigar and put it in his mouth. Xiano, you bastard. The fairy tale kingdom is one thing I absolutely cannot lose. At this moment, his thoughts were racing, and many past scenes flashed through his mind. Latest explosive information from the Pirate King. The Snake Princess Pirates Glory OSA. That old hag liked Roger, and Roger liked Shaki, while Shaki liked Rayleigh. ISNT, that a tangled web. Chapter 19. The Eagle and the Rabbit. Cooley sat smoking a cigar, watching the sun gradually set outside the window, and memories from the past involuntarily surfaced in his mind. It was a memory deeply buried in his heart, one he would never forget. That memory began with a brutal massacre. The clash of swords, the roar of cannon fire. The cries for help echoed in his ears, and there seemed to be desperate screams everywhere. What did you say? In the eyes of those celestial dragons. This was just a study trip. Cooley's father cried out in pain, treating living people as targets for hunting. How despicable. How far are we going to be humiliated? Stop crying. Run quickly. Those guys are coming after us again. But even if we run, where can we go? At that time, Cooley was very young, but he clearly understood his situation. His father was a slave of the celestial dragons, so it was only natural that he became a slave too. And that island was a place for the celestial dragons to hunt. It seemed they thought there were too few people, so he and his father, along with some other slaves from Mariewa, were all brought to this island by the Navy. As the hunting continued, the number of escapees decreased, and it looked like the celestial dragons were about to kill everyone. Cooley, I heard from others that there are some incredible things among the celestial dragons' trophies. If we can grab that thing ahead of time, we can definitely escape. In the end, Cooley's father united all the slaves, and at the cost of their lives, snatched a treasure chest from the celestial dragons. Inside the chest was a fruit entwined with twisted patterns. Later, Cooley learned that it was a devil fruit that was frantically sought after on the seas. Live on, Cooley, you must live on, and live with dignity. The end of that memory was a sea of flames, a seemingly endless sea of fire, the red flames even illuminating the entire ocean. Using his fragmented abilities, Cooley scattered his body into countless parts and hid deep underground. He didn't know how many days and nights passed until the earth was burned to charcoal and the sky was dyed red. Only then did Cooley stand on the island again, a passing ship came by, and an old sailor rescued him. But the people on the ship regarded him as an omen of bad luck and refused to let Cooley aboard. However, the old sailor, who had no family, took pity on him, took him in, and brought Cooley to live in a small town in his hometown. Under the old sailor's careful nurturing, Cooley grew up healthy. Like the old sailor, Cooley was strong and gentle, a good young man praised by everyone. Moreover, even the beautiful daughter of the town mayor had secretly fallen for Cooley. Everyone believed that Cooley would have a bright future. Even the old sailor, who had spent so much time with him, thought Cooley had completely freed himself from the shadows of his childhood and had become a man who could stand on his own. But one day, a rabbit dashed into the old sailor's backyard, followed closely by a hunting eagle. Just as the eagle was about to pounce on the rabbit, Cooley appeared, wielding a wooden stick, drove away the eagle, and saved the rabbit. "Cooley, you really are a kind-hearted child," the old sailor couldn't help but praise. But at that moment, Cooley said something profound and rather inexplicable. "After all, once I intervened in this hunt, the purpose of this hunt was no longer a matter of survival between creatures, but simply to satisfy my kindness. The eagle is stronger than the rabbit, so people naturally want to help the rabbit, but they overlook the most important point, which is that when humans begin to intervene, the stronger party is no longer the eagle, but the humans. What is called kindness is actually a strong person, in their self-righteousness, grandly dominating others who are weaker. Aren't humans like this too? Just like those celestial dragons, who are born strong, wielding the power of dignity and kindness, and with a single word can determine the life and death of others. Cooley realized this and firmly believed it. From that moment on, a seed named ambition began to take root in his heart. He wanted to obtain true dignity and kindness. He wanted equality with the strong, not the mutual sympathy of the weak. He wanted to become a celestial dragon. That night, the old sailor returned to the kitchen and was frozen in place upon seeing the food cooking in the pot. What was boiling in that pot was none other than the eagle and the rabbit from earlier that day. Later, someone discovered the brand on Cooley's back, the slave mark known as the hoof of the sky-soaring dragon, which only the slaves of the celestial dragons would bear. This intriguing news quickly spread throughout this remote and simple little town. Although people did not say much on the surface, the private discussions were like a floodgate bursting open, pouring forth endlessly. At that moment, Cooley became the rabbit, became the weak. Those who once liked him showed him pity. Those who once feared him showed him disgust. But Cooley had no reaction. Instead, he appeared very calm, as if all of this were only natural. On a small hillside, the town mayor's daughter sat on the grass, hugging her legs and cautiously watching Cooley, her voice filled with tenderness. "Cooley, I'm sorry about what happened before, but that's all in the past. No one will hurt you again." Upon hearing these words, Cooley was indifferent and simply gazed calmly at the distant little town. "So, I can't waste time here anymore." The town mayor's daughter was puzzled and was about to question Cooley when she was astonished to discover that dozens of mountain bandits had invaded the town, rampaging and killing the residents. It turned out that Cooley had colluded with the nearby mountain bandits years ago and, with his formidable strength, had become their leader. On that day, flames engulfed the town. Cooley killed everyone and stole all their belongings, setting sail to become a pirate. He felt no regret and no resentment. In his eyes, everyone in the town was a rabbit, prey that could be slaughtered at will, and he was merely exercising the power that a strong person should have. Behind Cooley, flames soared, and wails echoed as the town had already descended into hell. Yet he boarded a pirate ship with an expression of indifference, taking his place on the captain's throne with the support of dozens of pirates. He, Cooley, would start from here and step by step walk to the pinnacle of the world, becoming the supreme celestial dragon. Chapter 20. The fierce training between Cooley, Xiano, and Kaido on the island where the Cooley pirates are located. At a port, dozens of large ships are docked along the shore. From a distance, it looks like a black mass, with fierce-looking pirates standing on each ship, many of whom have bounties exceeding 10 million and are notorious in the seas. If an ordinary person were to see this scene, they might be so frightened that they would collapse to the ground and beg for mercy. Among them, on the largest pirate ship, a voice spoke up, "Boss, are you really in such a hurry? Can't we wait a couple more days?" To be honest, I haven't slept well these past few days, and I might not be able to unleash my full strength. Known as the top assassin of the blood prison, William walked over to Cooley while yawning and began to complain endlessly. Cooley pulled the corner of his mouth and resisted the urge to slap the guy to death. William had many good qualities, but his incessant chatter was incredibly annoying. However, Cooley had a way to keep him in check. He extended 2 fingers and pulled out a white paper from his pocket, then said to William, "This is Lila's life card. I had someone secretly steal a strand of her hair and had a craftsman make this card. It will point to Lila's location. That guy Xiano must have hidden Lila somewhere. Once we reach the Fairy Kingdom, I'll negotiate with Xiano first, and you'll take the opportunity to rescue Lila." Upon hearing this, William took the life card and placed it flat in his palm. Sure enough, with no wind around, the white paper suddenly began to tremble and slowly moved in a particular direction. A life card. I've heard of such a magical thing before, but I thought it was fake. I didn't expect it to be real. Speaking of which, if only I had a life card for Shaki-chan, that would be wonderful. Sorry boss, I got sidetracked again. William scratched his head and laughed heartily, displaying a carefree demeanor. Seeing William's lazy attitude, Cooley sighed helplessly and continued, "As long as you can bring Lila back unharmed this time, I'll reward you with 300 million berries." The moment the words fell, William's expression froze. Then he burst with joy, even somewhat incredulous. "Really? Boss, you really will give me 300 million berries at once?" Have I ever said something that didn't count?" Cooley replied coldly with a sneer. "Ha ha ha. Of course not. Of course not. Who are you?" William grinned widely, feeling exhilarated. Normally, he wouldn't do overtime work, but if there was extra pay, that was a different story. With a flash, William suddenly appeared at the helm of the ship. While turning the wheel, he shouted, "Hey, you bastards! Set sail quickly. If you delay the business of the generous and great Captain Cooley, I won't spare you." "Ha! You lazy bum. It's rare to see you so enthusiastic." A pirate laughed loudly. However, William merely rolled his eyes, unfazed, and replied, "So what if I'm a lazy bum? It's better than you bunch of poor fools, right?" Thus, Cooley led his fleet grandly towards the Fairy Kingdom. Meanwhile, in the Fairy Kingdom, in an open area, a giant figure was sent flying, crashing into a rock and kicking up a large cloud of dust. After a moment, a horned boy emerged from the dust, appearing somewhat disheveled, but with an evident excitement on his face. "Whoa, Captain Xiano, the 6 styles you taught me are really practical. After using iron block, I truly feel like my body is as hard as steel." Kaido laughed heartily and walked towards Xiano, who was not far away. "Is that so? Then get ready for the next move," Xiano replied. As soon as the words fell, a sound of air being sliced through rang out, and Xiano flickered, instantly appearing in front of Kaido. At that moment, a blue light began to glow on his leg, transforming it into a sharp blade aimed straight at Kaido. This move was none other than the storm leg from the 6 styles. Kaido did not take it head-on. Instead, he raised his spike club and roared before swinging it at Xiano. With a loud bang, the 2 attacks collided, producing a crisp metallic sound. In an instant, Xiano's figure vanished like a ghost, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Kaido. Boom! This punch landed squarely on Kaido's back, and the immense force erupted, sending Kaido flying while knocking the spike club out of his hand. After Kaido was sent flying, Xiano quickly completed half of his dinosaur transformation in midair and appeared above Kaido, his fist coming down like a torrential rain. Faced with such a fierce assault, Kaido's pupils contracted sharply, and he clenched his fists tightly, using all his strength to strike upwards. Bang! 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 The sound of fists meeting fists echoed, creating a heart-stopping noise that momentarily suspended the surrounding dust in the air. It's been a few days, and Captain Xiano has become even stronger. Captain Xiano and that Kaido are both so strong. But speaking of which, isn't that Kaido just 13 years old? Yes, I heard he was once the strongest warrior of a nation. It seems he is a born monster. Behind a few giant rocks, Navigator Mia and a group of pirates were hiding, their faces filled with shock as they watched the battle between Xiano and Kaido. At first, when they saw Kaido, they were unclear about his true strength, and because of his young age, they mistakenly thought he was just an insignificant fish. But now, watching the intense battle from afar, They realized how naive their previous thoughts were. With the potential Kaido was currently displaying, he would definitely be able to become Shano's right-hand man in the future. In other words, their vice captain. Thinking of this, a reluctant expression appeared on Mia's face as she shouted, "Ah, I was the one who noticed Captain Xiano first. Whether it was getting to know him first or boarding the ship first, it was all me. That's right. That brat Kaido shouldn't steal all the limelight in front of Captain Xiano. We are quite capable too." A nearby pirate immediately echoed, "When that bastard coolie arrives, I will definitely send them all to hell. Let Captain Xiano see my determination." "Me too. Same here," a group of pirates passionately shouted, as if they were about to ignite. At the same time, on the other side, with the last punch landing, Shano's fist struck Kaido's cheek hard, leaving a deep imprint on his face. Boom! Kaido directly hit the ground, crashing into a deep pit. This training session, which lasted a full 3 hours, ultimately concluded with Shano's victory. Chapter 21. Sea Kings looking up at Kaido, who was gasping for breath in the deep pit. Xiano shifted his gaze to his right fist. On that tightly clenched fist, there seemed to be an invisible wave, flowing across the surface of his skin like ripples on water. This is the armament Haki. Previously, Xiano had touched the threshold of Haki, albeit slightly, through prolonged battles. After his previous fight with Rear Admiral Els and multiple sparring sessions with Kaido, the Haki energy stored within Shano's body was beginning to awaken. It seemed that the more intense the battle, the more it could stimulate a person's potential. Xiano clenched his fist. Although he could not yet see the unique black aura of Haki, he could feel that during his recent battle with Kaido, his fists had clearly gained an extra layer of hardened armor upon contact with Kaido. It was like the inner strength from martial arts novels in his past life, or fighting spirit. It could protect the body and also attack. After their sparring session, a rumbling sound was heard not far away. Following the sound, it turned out to be a carriage being lifted by dozens of toys. "Captain Xiano, I have captured all the coolie people in the Fairy Kingdom, as per your instructions, and we can deal with them at any time," Lila said as she stepped down from the carriage. "Also, over half of the toy soldiers are currently ambushed at the coast. As soon as we spot Cooley's fleet, we can launch a full-scale attack within a minute." As Lila herself said, she absolutely could not allow the Fairy Kingdom to fall into Cooley's hands. Therefore, even though she had just joined Shano's team, she was the most proactive among them. "Okay," Xiano nodded and then asked, "How is the preparation for what I asked you to get ready?" Upon hearing this, a look of confusion appeared on Lila's face. "Well, everything is ready, but I still don't understand what you intend to do with those creatures." "You'll know soon enough." "Take me there," Xiano replied directly. Before long, the two arrived at a port in the Fairy Kingdom. Although it was called a port, it was actually a large city rebuilt, capable of handling a vast amount of cargo daily. The supplies for the Fairy Kingdom were transported from here. However, today, this port was exceptionally quiet, completely devoid of the usual bustling crowds. This was because Lila had specifically ordered the port to be temporarily sealed off for the things Xiano mentioned. Without her command, no one and no ship could enter. "Follow me over here. It's best to keep your distance." Those creatures seemed to be very angry right now. Lila led the way, and they quickly arrived at a deep water bay. In the next moment, accompanied by a loud sound of rushing water, several semicircular currents appeared in the center of the water, continuously expanding outward, as if some gigantic creature was about to emerge from the depths. Boom! Finally, as the seawater surged into the sky, several enormous creatures surfaced, their eyes larger than buildings, staring directly at Xiano. Roar! One of the giants let out a thunderous roar, opening its massive jaws wide and lunging at Xiano. But just as it was about to close in, the sound of clanking iron chains rang out, and the giants could no longer advance an inch, letting out frustrated roars. Countless iron chains were seen coiling around these giants, binding them tightly from their tail fins to their fish tails. Lila looked at the thick iron chains, resembling giant trees, with a serious expression, seemingly worried that these giants would suddenly break free and swallow her and Xiano whole. Her concern was not unwarranted. These creatures were simply too big. The largest among them was an astonishing 2,000 meters long, larger than some small islands. "This is what you wanted, Captain Xiano," Lila said. "An existence that strikes fear into all sailors. Even the Fairy Kingdom, after expending massive resources, has only managed to capture 5 sea kings over the past decades. Indeed, what lay in the Deepwater Bay was the absolute ruler of the oceanic creatures, a sea king with a fish head and beast body, known for its extreme ferocity. Good. With these creatures, Cooley's fleet won't pose any threat to us. Xiano stared at the sea kings, his expression revealing satisfaction. Like a thief who had discovered a mountain of gold, unabashedly expressing his inner joy. Huh? What did you just say? Upon hearing this, Lila was taken aback at first, then incredulously asked, "Are you saying you want to use these beasts against Cooley?" "Of course. Do you think those toys could stop Cooley's fleet? If you think that way, you're being too naive," Xiano replied, looking at Lila's astonished expression. "Besides, if Cooley's pirate crew lands, regardless of whether we can win or not, the Fairy Kingdom will suffer immense losses once the two sides go to war, won't it?" But even so, Lila frowned, staring at the ferocious Sea Kings. "Isn't it too risky? What if those Sea Kings don't attack Cooley's fleet as you expect, but instead turn on us?" At this point, Lila suddenly froze, recalling the scene when Xiano used his ability to turn his toys into dinosaur toys. "Could it be? You can control the Sea Kings too?" Lila exclaimed in surprise. Xiano did not answer. He simply leaped into the air, quickly stepping on the air and using Moonwalk, rapidly heading toward the Sea Kings. In the next moment, the Sea Kings immediately sensed Xiano's presence. Without hesitation, they furiously bared their claws, attempting to tear apart this tiny human as he approached. But in just an instant, Xiano disappeared from his spot and appeared directly above one of the Sea Kings. Whoosh! A finger gun shot through the fish head of this Sea King, and before the Sea King could react, it lost its momentum and collapsed. Splash! The massive wave surged, revealing the astonished expressions of the other Sea Kings as they watched. Unlike other sea beasts, Sea Kings possessed intelligence comparable to humans. Seeing that the situation was not right, they immediately banded together and pounced toward Xiano. But in the next moment, Xiano did not linger in battle. Within a few breaths, he vanished from his spot again and reappeared beside Lila. Only 2 minutes later, a loud rumble came from underwater. The previously downed Sea King appeared again, and its body had clearly expanded significantly, now measuring an impressive 3,000 meters long. Strangely, its form was also dramatically different from before. What was once a beast tail had completely transformed into a long, typical fish-like tail fin. Its head was also more ferocious than before, with long, sharp teeth exposed, appearing particularly terrifying. This change was no simple transformation of form. It was a complete change into another species. Lila once read a book titled Encyclopedia of Ancient Dinosaurs out of boredom, and at this moment, the creature before her was strikingly similar to one of the dinosaurs described in that book. That is, the top predator of the ocean, the Plesiosaurus. "Do you know about dinosaurs, Lila?" Looking at Lila, who was completely stunned beside him, Xiano said with great interest, "They are a group of creatures that became completely extinct in ancient times. Now, if you want to recreate their power besides the devil fruits, there is actually another method, which is the ability I use, the terrifying beasts." Chapter 22. Fragmentation. Immediately, before Lila could express her astonishment, the Songlong began to act. It opened its sharp teeth and bit down decisively on a nearby Sea King. With a crunch, the Sea King's tough skin was easily pierced, and blood sprayed into the air. Seeing this, the other Sea Kings were all horrified at that moment. They had no idea why their former companion had suddenly changed temperament and attacked them. Swish! The next second, the Songlong launched another attack on another Sea King. Seeing that their fellow had completely gone mad, the remaining Sea Kings did not hesitate. After exchanging a glance, they all charged at the Songlong together. However, to their despair, the infected Sea King exhibited a significant increase in power, both in biting force and agility, far beyond what they could compare to. Soon, after a fierce battle, the Songlong suffered almost no damage, while the other Sea Kings each had some wounds from bites. Before long, all these Sea Kings were infected and transformed into various types of dinosaurs. What a powerful ability! Lila's mouth twitched violently, feeling a strong visual shock. She had thought her toy fruit was already exceptional, but she did not expect Xiano's fruit ability to be even more perverse. Not only could it turn people and toys into dinosaurs, but it could also transform such large and ferocious sea kings into puppets that could be controlled at will. It was hard to imagine that if this guy used this ability recklessly, the entire island would probably perish in a very short time. At this moment, Lila felt relieved, thankful that she was not an enemy of Xiano. The promised date quickly arrived. On this day, in the northern part of the fairy tale kingdom, a large port, countless ships were docked, and travelers were coming and going, creating a lively scene. Some pirates with unkind eyes were scanning the shore, while vacationing Navy personnel chatted with passers-by. CP0 was gathering intelligence, and ordinary people were strolling by the sea. Today, the fairy tale kingdom seemed just like any other day, happy and peaceful, one of the few pure lands in this vast sea. But soon, this tranquility was shattered, and the culprit was dozens of pirate ships sailing in from a not-so-distant sea. Each ship had a pirate flag hanging from its mast, featuring a skull split in the middle. It couldn't be mistaken. It was the Coolie Pirates, and it seemed like they were all out. What did they want? Surely they weren't coming for the fairy tale kingdom. Damn it, it was hard to come by a paid vacation. The port was instantly thrown into chaos. Some people had already begun to flee in panic towards the island. There was no choice. Although the fairy tale kingdom was strong, it was still somewhat inferior compared to the infamous Coolie Pirates. Captain Coolie, that guy Xiano, was watching us from high platform in the port, and it seemed like he wanted us to have some reservations about the people coming and going in the fairy tale kingdom. A pirate stood on the lookout tower, shouting down, "Make me have reservations?" What a cunning guy. Coolie's sharp gaze turned towards the coast, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. It is well known that pirates at sea are generally brainless. When they encounter something, most of the time they just go straight to battle. And that's it. After all, they are all fugitives, and family and friends can be easily abandoned. What can you use to threaten others? However, this time the situation was quite special. The fairy tale kingdom was crucial for Coolie. If he wanted to become a celestial dragon, then the fairy tale kingdom absolutely couldn't have any mishaps. Ignorant fools. Do you think by doing this I would be hesitant and obediently hand over the 5 billion berries to you? Coolie's gaze turned colder. In his eyes, the more Xiano played these schemes, the more he looked down on him. He had made up his mind that the moment William found Lila would be Xiano's death date. Moreover, he must personally take down this clown. Bring the ships closer. Coolie commanded, and dozens of pirate ships sailed towards the port in grand formation, blackening the waters, creating an extremely imposing spectacle that terrified onlookers. The crowd on the coast became even more chaotic upon seeing the fleet about to land, with shouts and screams rising and falling. However, in the next moment, accompanied by a deafening crash, the entire port suddenly fell into an incredible silence. Everyone froze, their eyes wide in disbelief as they looked out to sea. What is that thing? A pirate screamed in agony. The once calm sea had turned into raging waves, and after a surge of water, a colossal creature emerged from the depths, baring its teeth at a pirate ship. Is it a sea king? Damn it. When did we provoke such a thing? Damn, are you all awake? How could there be sea kings here? Hearing his crew's cries, Coolie immediately shouted loudly. But just then, when he turned to see the gigantic sea king Songlong charging towards the fleet, his pupils tightened. Roar, accompanied by several angry roars. For similarly massive sea kings surfaced, each with bloodshot eyes and a frenzied expression. Crunch. One sea king opened its mouth wide and instantly bit through a ship, swallowing dozens of pirates on board whole. Run. Several ships immediately turned their helms, trying to escape the area, but for these sea overlords, the speed of the pirate ships fleeing was simply too slow. Bang! More sounds of splintering wood echoed, and in just a few breaths, over a dozen ships met their demise, completely destroyed by the sea kings and sinking into the ocean. Damn! Watching the scene before him, Coolie's face instantly turned extremely ugly. He looked towards the port, where Xiano's figure was facing this way. He could almost see that mocking smile on Xiano's face. It must be that guy Xiano's doing. The older brother of the Snowman brothers, named Jayla, was now anxiously asking Coolie, "Boss, what should we do?" At this moment, Coolie looked at his subordinates struggling in the water, and it seemed as if a fire of rage was burning in his eyes. He never imagined that Xiano's goal was never the 5 billion berries. That guy had been planning to take him down from the very start. And the people in the port were merely there to make him let his guard down. Go, everyone, kill Xiano and the others, Cooley said coldly. Upon hearing this, the younger brother of the Snowman brothers, us, quickly replied, but boss, there are people all over the port. If we act here, the fairy tale kingdom's matters could very well leak out. It doesn't matter, Cooley said darkly, as long as we retrieve Lila. We can use the toy fruit ability to turn all these witnesses into toys. With that said, at Cooley's command, all the pirates immediately launched a counterattack. Although the size of the Sea Kings was absurd, human firearms also possessed extremely lethal power. In an instant, amidst the rain of bullets and the roar of cannon fire, the Sea Kings and dozens of pirate ships were embroiled in a fierce battle. At the same time, several figures leaped high from the ships and flew swiftly toward the port. On the distant platform, Xiano squinted his eyes and immediately spotted Cooley coming toward him, along with several senior officials under him. Fire, Xiano said. Yes, Lord Xiano, we have been ready. As soon as the words fell, hundreds of toy heads emerged from the floor around Xiano, each carrying a rocket launcher on their shoulders. Upon receiving the order to fire, dozens of shells were launched, swiftly cutting through the sky and landing on Cooley and the others. Boom! The terrifying sound of explosions erupted, and a cloud of black smoke instantly filled the sky. However, Xiano did not expect that these shells would kill Cooley. Sure enough, just as the smoke was about to dissipate, a robust figure flashed out from within, and his entire body split into countless parts just a second later. Cooley was blown to pieces? A naval tourist exclaimed in surprise. No, that's Cooley's ability. He ate the split fruit, a splitter who can separate his body parts at will. A journalist with a camera hanging around his neck, hiding behind a container, looked on in terror at this scene. Immediately after Cooley's body split, his arms began to reassemble. One hand grabbed Gala, and the other grabbed OSI, carrying the Snowman brothers to the island and successfully landing. Meanwhile, William flickered and vanished from the air, losing all trace. After doing all this, the body fragments recombined, turning back into Cooley. With a loud crash, Cooley fell to the ground, the massive impact striking the cement floor and creating a giant pit half a meter deep, with dust and smoke instantly spreading. We meet again, Xiano. From within the smoke emerged a robust figure and an angry voice. I am a man who will stand at the pinnacle of this world like the celestial dragons. How dare you, a tiny insignificant character like an ant, block my way forward? Chapter 23. War Xiano stepped forward with his left foot, hands on his hips, standing in a peculiar posture while his sharp gaze was fixed on Cooley ahead. He was tall, at least 5 meters high, clad in silver iron armor reminiscent of the medieval era, with well-developed muscles and a cape billowing behind him, making a rustling sound in the wind. You bastard! At this moment, the two were less than 10 meters apart. Cooley had slightly bent his body, already in a combat stance. But there was still a hint of surprise on his face. It wasn't because he was shocked that Xiano dared to confront him. Pirates were arrogant creatures, and it was not surprising to see them do anything. What surprised him was why this guy in front of him didn't choose to flee after the Sea Kings and cannonballs failed to hit him. And also, Cooley's voice carried a murderous intent. Where's Lila? Why do these toy soldiers obey you? Facing Cooley's question, Xiano casually moved his limbs, exhaled, and said, Isn't it obvious? Lila is already mine, and I just want to completely take you down. It's that simple, understand? His casual words instantly froze the atmosphere in the air. Cooley was a firm believer in the law of strength. In his eyes, he was the strong one, and Xiano was the weak one. The strong could do whatever they wanted, while the weak could only obediently accept the strong's wanton trampling. That was the rule of this world. But now, Xiano, the weak one, standing in my way. You are going to hell. Whoosh. As soon as the words left his mouth, Cooley couldn't help but take the first shot, his figure flashing as he charged straight at Xiano. This speed could already rival the sword technique among the 6 styles, or rather, after training his physical skills to a certain extent, even without using any techniques, he could achieve destructive power comparable to the 6 styles. Just as Xiano was about to counterattack with a punch, his eyes narrowed. He He suddenly noticed that Cooley, who had just been in his line of sight, had bizarrely disappeared. No, not disappeared. Instead, he had split apart, splintered flying knives. Whoosh! In that moment of distraction, countless sharp flying knives suddenly appeared from all directions, shooting towards his body at an incredible speed. Though he spoke arrogantly, the furious Cooley was clearly not blinded by anger. As long as he entered combat mode, he would unleash his full power without reservation. The previous strike was the effect of his split fruit. He first concealed the flying knives within the thick armor, then transformed his entire body, along with the flying knives, into countless fragments. He quickly surrounded Xiano, and then reassembled the flying knives to throw them all at once. How about that? Xiano, after this move, you'll probably be turned into a hedgehog. Ha, this is the fate of the weak. But the next moment, Xiano clenched his fists and spun around, rapidly swinging his fists in all directions. Foolish guy, those are not ordinary flying knives. Seeing Xiano's actions, Cooley sneered coldly. When launching those flying knives, he had wrapped them in hockey. Want to take a head-on? That's just wishful thinking. But the next second, Cooley's smile abruptly stopped. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by a series of iron-like collision sounds, Xiano surprisingly knocked all the flying knives away. Upon closer inspection, a wave of air resembling flowing water faintly emerged around his fists. Hockey? Cooley was clearly taken aback. A few days ago, when he was hunting Xiano, it was he and the Snowman brothers who had ambushed Xiano, leaving him heavily injured. But back then, Xiano had not displayed any hockey. This means that this guy awakened hockey and mastered its use in just a few days? What a lucky guy. Cooley smirked. Really? I think I'm just exceptionally gifted. After knocking all the flying knives away, Xiano beckoned to Cooley with a finger, making a provocative gesture. Don't get too carried away with hockey of your level. You'd better not embarrass yourself. Cooley's fists were instantly covered in a layer of pitch black, as if coated in ink, and he stepped forward, charging straight at Xiano. Boom! The next moment, their fists collided, unleashing a deafening roar, and a shockwave surged through the air, sweeping in all directions. Hee, you want to clash with me? Cooley sneered coldly, retracting his fist violently, and his entire body was propelled backward due to the recoil. Flying knives danced. In that instant, Cooley waved his hand again, launching countless flying knives. With such an attack, even if you use hockey to defend, it will still consume energy. A large number of densely packed flying knives shot towards Xiano, each with a faint dark sheen. However, facing such an onslaught, Xiano made no move to counter. He simply stood his ground. The next moment, dozens of dinosaur toys jumped out from all directions, one after another, recklessly charging toward the flying knives, using their bodies to block the attack. Is it Lila's fruit ability? No, not to mention the shapes of these toys, even if it were Lila's ability. It couldn't be controlled so precisely. Could it be? Cooley's expression grew serious as he glanced at the Sea Kings still battling the fleet on the surface, vaguely guessing Xiano's ability. So, your ability is not just a simple Zoan type, but you can turn other things into dinosaurs, right? Of course, Xiano wouldn't answer him. After taking 2 waves of Cooley's flying knives, Xiano launched a counterattack, using Sword to disappear from his spot and flash to Cooley's side. He shot a finger gun at Cooley's waist. No use. Cooley grinned viciously, instantly activating his split ability. A seam suddenly appeared at his waist, and then it split open, splitting his body vertically in half. Xiano could even see the scenery behind him through his body. Raging leg. Xiano lifted his leg and kicked fiercely toward Cooley's lower regions. If this kick landed, Cooley would probably lose his ability to move on the spot. However, the sudden attack did not have the desired effect. Just as the raging leg was about to hit, Cooley's crotch also split apart, evading the strike. What other moves do you have? Use them all. The final result won't be any different anyway. Cooley laughed arrogantly. Monstrous beast, Xiano shouted, his body suddenly swelling, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into his half-raptor form. Raptor machine gun. Bang, 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 bang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His fists, faster than bullets, rained down on Cooley like a torrential storm. But Cooley employed the same trick again, his body splitting apart inch by inch, perfectly dodging each of Xiano's attacks. You're nothing special. Xiano. Cooley roared in anger. preparing to reassemble his body and deliver a fatal blow while Xiano was busy throwing punches. But the next moment, his voice abruptly halted, and he couldn't help but scream internally, "I can't move? Why? Why can't I summon my body parts back?" At this moment, Cooley's body parts had split into countless small pieces, scattered in the air, like chess pieces after a chessboard has been overturned. If one were to get closer and look carefully with a magnifying glass, they would find that on each body part, there was a strange creature smaller than an ant, fiercely biting onto the split Cooley with its tiny sharp teeth. When I threw my punch just now, I had placed them in my palm, and with each punch, a dinosaur would bite your body. Xiano revealed a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. "Cooley, doesn't this feel bad? Right now, you're like someone who has fallen into an unfathomable sea, lost all strength, and can only quietly await death." Chapter 24. Disgusting dreams. Strange-looking creatures that completely do not belong to this world are currently clinging to Cooley's body like a parasite. The outcome of this battle seems to have been decided, but in the next moment, a sudden change occurs, accompanied by a series of tiny sounds, like steel breaking. The teeth of those little dinosaurs all shatter at the same time. Immediately afterward, Cooley's body reassembles, and in an instant, he returns to his original form, then throws a punch that lands squarely on Xiaonu's face. Bang! The powerful punch sends Xiano flying, leaving a deep imprint on his face and causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. Xiano rolls in the air, using the momentum to spin twice. Then his feet carve 2 trenches into the ground as he skids for a distance before barely stabilizing himself. What? Xiano furrows his brow and looks at Cooley again. At this moment, he sees that Cooley's body, from head to toe, including his armor, is now covered in a layer of black, as if he has put on another layer of armor. Armament hockey. Moreover, it is a very advanced form of armament hockey, at least beyond what Xiano is currently capable of. Just now, Cooley had wrapped his entire body in hockey to break free from the little dinosaur's restraint. Interesting. Is it a fruit ability similar to Lilas? Cooley twists his neck, seemingly aware of his own changes, with a fierce expression on his face. "Those little creatures broke my skin. If I'm not mistaken, it won't be long before I turn into a dinosaur, right? However, strangely, since it is a fruit ability, using excessive hockey should be able to eliminate it, but my hockey seems only to suppress it, unable to completely eliminate this change." Cooley speaks with a calm tone, staring directly at Xiano. "I underestimated your hockey. It can actually reach this level." Xiano wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his golden vertical pupils shine brightly again as he re-enters a combat stance. It should be said that Cooley is indeed a great pirate with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries, whether it is the use of his fruit, hockey, or combat experience. He is the strongest opponent Xiano has encountered. Moreover, hockey is a type of energy that originates from human spirit and is connected to one's will. Just like the ripple in the world of JoJo, hockey can affect various parts of the body, both inside and out. Therefore, as Cooley just said, powerful hockey can indeed temporarily suppress the influence of the stand ability. That gaze again, Xiano. Just at this tense moment, Cooley suddenly points at Xiano's face and coldly says, "The thing I hate most about you is that sword-like gaze. When you pretended to want to ally with me on my territory, you disguised it well, but that sharpness hidden in your eyes could not escape my notice. That's why I saw through you at a glance." Cooley steps toward Xiano, seemingly talking to himself, but with a strong sense of questioning. "Since childhood, I have seen all kinds of people, whether they are superior or slaves. They become timid in front of strong ones, relaxed in front of weak ones, and constrained in front of those similar to themselves. But you are different, Xiano. I can see that intangible spirit within you. And this kind of spirit, Cooley has only seen in one person. That person is Roxy Zebek. Rox, the most vicious pirate in the New World, is said to have single-handedly attacked the Holy Land, causing chaos at the World Conference, and completely destroying a region of Mary Geos. Some even say that the mysteriously disappeared admiral in the Navy was also taken down by Rox. Thinking of that man's figure, Cooley's gaze inevitably becomes a bit fanatical. Some people are born conquerors, and Rox is the conqueror of conquerors. So a weakling like you, why do you possess that arrogant gaze? Answer me." Novice Xiano, looking at the suddenly crazed Cooley, Xiano calmly replies. So that's how it is. You actually have such abilities. No wonder you could easily see through my disguise. As for your talk about spirit and arrogance, I can only say, Xiano grins. It's a talent that you cannot learn. As soon as these words are spoken, Cooley's mouth twitches and his eyes shake. Clearly, Xiano's words have dealt him a significant blow. However, I also want to ask you. Lila said you want to become a celestial dragon by relying on the fairy kingdom? Xiano continues without paying attention to the killing intent in Cooley's eyes. Oomph. In response, Cooley coldly says, anyway, you will soon be dead, so it doesn't matter if I tell you. The celestial dragons are the absolute rulers of this world. Anyone, any organization, is just prey to be slaughtered in the eyes of the celestial dragons. Therefore, only by becoming a celestial dragon can one truly grasp their fate. That way, I can finally achieve true peace. I see, what a pity. After hearing Cooley's words, a trace of inexplicable pity appears in Xiano's eyes. Cooley can see that it is the pity of a strong person for the weak. Humiliation, just from a glance. Cooley feels an overwhelming sense of humiliation. What a pity. Quickly explain yourself. Cooley grits his teeth and asks, what a pity. You are just an ordinary person. While a person's dreams should not be mocked, I still want to say, your dream is like a dead rat drowned in some stinking ditch. Xiano coldly laughs, truly disgusting. Chapter 25. The Snowman Brothers and Bloodhell William. The moment the words fell, Cooley's anger had reached its peak, and his entire face began to split and twist violently. Indeed, it was truly splitting. Both of his eyes bulged out, looking particularly ferocious and terrifying. Xiano, you ignorant fool, stop talking nonsense. Whoosh. The all-black Cooley charged toward Xiano at an incredible speed, and in midair, his arms and legs all separated. Even his armor transformed into numerous sharp fragments. Stormfoot, cross-slash. Xiano leaped into the air, and at the moment he briefly paused, he swung his legs violently, launching a massive cross-shaped slash. Whoosh! The slash cut through the ground, piercing Cooley's body and continuing to fly far away. Seeing this, Xiano's pupils suddenly contracted. He had clearly wrapped his attack with hockey just now. Useless. The fruit of fragmentation is the most powerful fruit. In its presence, any slash is worthless. Accompanied by Cooley's roar, one of his fists had already approached Xiano's face. Xiano hurriedly dodged to the side, and with a loud bang, that fist struck the ground, creating a large crater. But immediately after, another fist flew in, hitting Xiano squarely in the chest, producing a heavy thud. Poof! A mouthful of old blood spurted out as Xiano stepped back 2 paces. However, at the same time, Cooley's subsequent attacks came one after another, sweeping in from all directions. Xiano could only swing his fists, creating afterimages. Boom, boom, boom. His fists moved as fast as lightning, instantly generating a powerful fist wind that formed a wall of wind around him, with a dark aura shimmering on the surface of the wind wall. This was a technique that Xiano had come up with on the spot. At this moment, with no retreat possible, he boldly decided to give it a try. Dinosaur spin. Accompanied by a strong gust of wind, after one punch after another, a protective dome completely made of fist shadows formed around Xiano, taking on a hemispherical shape. In the next moment, Cooley seemed to transform into an army of thousands, crashing with elbows and knees against the wind wall. Boom! After a huge roar, a massive amount of strong wind was dispersed, instantly spreading outwards and causing the clothes of people on the coast to stick tightly to their chests. Look, see clearly. That is the battle between the great pirate Cooley and Xiano. I can't believe that Xiano is actually able to exchange blows with Cooley. Isn't his bounty just over 10 million berries? It seems the Navy underestimated this guy. So thrilling. So thrilling. To witness such a battle between strong opponents is truly worth the price of admission. On the coast, behind numerous buildings, many people had not left, including Navy personnel, reporters, and some bloodthirsty spectators, all nervously watching this battle. The next second, on the high platform, Xiano reappeared above Cooley's head, then fell down with momentum, delivering a punch. Barbarian King's heavy claw. Bang! The jet-black, glowing claws directly scraped across Cooley's black armor, creating a long spark. Ha! Cooley's lips curled into a sinister smile as he looked at Xiano, who had landed not far away. No matter the hockey or the fruit ability, you are no match for me. You even lost to my subordinates. Subordinates? That's right by now. William and the others should have killed all your subordinates and are bringing that traitor Lila over here. Cooley seemed to want to use this to disturb Xiano's mindset. However, upon hearing this, Xiano almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Oh really? How can you be so sure that your subordinates can defeat my excellent team? By the way, you probably don't know yet, but not long ago, a young boy joined my team. As soon as these words came out, Cooley was first stunned, then immediately burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. You bastard. Have you been scared silly and started babbling nonsense? A young boy? What kind of monstrous boy could possibly compare to my right and left arms? Not to mention the Snowman brothers, just that guy William. Even though he seems lazy on the surface, if he puts in his full effort, even you, Xiano, wouldn't be his opponent, let alone your subordinates. Huh, you will know soon enough. With that, Xiano let out a sinister laugh. Then his body began to swell, visibly expanding until he instantly transformed into a tall and fearsome Tyrannosaurus. At the same time, countless dinosaurs were gathering around Cooley, seemingly preparing to launch a hunt. Indeed, this is your true ability. Cooley stared at the dinosaurs before him, a faint red glimmer flashing in his eyes. As Xiano fully activated the terrifying beast ability, Cooley was also preparing to use another type of hockey, observation hockey. Meanwhile, as the battle between the two was gradually reaching a fever pitch, on the other side of the fairy kingdom, in a garden of the palace, Kaido and Lila were using a den mushi to observe the situation on the coast. Cooley was worried that the secrets of the fairy kingdom would be exposed, while Xiano was concerned that Cooley, upon learning of Lila's betrayal, would go berserk and directly kill Lila. If that happened, the loss would be too great. That's why Xiano had Kaido and Lila stay together. Just as the two were anxiously staring at the screen, suddenly, Kaido seemed to sense something and quickly looked up at the distant high wall. There stood 3 men on that high wall. The 2 men on the sides were fat, round like balls, and one of the fat men was holding a large iron hammer. The hammer had a clear 10T mark on it. If it was real, then this heavy hammer weighed a full 10 tons. As for the man in the middle, he was thin as a rake, looking very weak, with a sleepy expression. As Kaido looked at the 3, the thin man in the middle lazily spoke up. Sai, it really lacks motivation. Although the boss offered a generous bounty with this workload, I really don't know how long I'll need to sleep to recover my energy. Kaido, these guys are Cooley's subordinates. Those 2 fat ones are the Snowman brothers, the older brother Gora and the younger brother Us. And the one in the middle is Blood Hell William. Cooley actually sent them over. Lila's pupils constricted, her voice laced with confusion. But how do they find this place so quickly? It's because of this, oh sister Lila, the thin man William, casually took out Lila's life card. But don't get me wrong, this is the boss secretly made using your hair, not me. My heart has long belonged to Miss Shaki. As William spoke, the image of Shaki actually floated in his mind, causing his expression to turn into that of a lovesick fool. Seeing William act like this again, the Snowman brothers were completely speechless. To avoid delaying the task assigned by Boss Cooley, the older Snowman brother, Gora, quietly said to Us, "Hey Us, go ask Lila how she defected to Xiano." Huh? Are you saying Lila betrayed us? Us showed a shocked expression. Obviously. Can't you see how obvious it is? You stupid little brother. Gala gritted his teeth and said, "Oh, I see. I'll ask her right away." Remember to be a bit gentle. Maybe she was coerced by that bastard Xiano, he thought. The next moment, OS leaped up and landed right in front of Kaido and the others. Boom! The tremendous impact sent a group of toy soldiers that were originally standing still flying away. Immediately after, OS pointed his large hammer at Lila, his eyes wide with fury, and roared like thunder. "Hey, Lila, you filthy bitch. Why did you betray Lord Cooley?" Hearing this, Gala's mouth twitched. This foolish brother. I told him to be a bit gentler. Chapter 26. Kaido awakens the Conqueror's Haki. There's nothing to say. I will absolutely not hand this country over to Cooley. Absolutely not. It's that simple, Lila declared resolutely. In the next moment, all the toy soldiers seemed to receive orders and surrounded her, protecting her in the center. Kaido, next, I will lure the Snowman brothers away. You just need to hold off that William, but you better not act rashly. That guy is not as simple as he looks. Lila said quickly with a glance at Kaido. What? Kaido replied with some displeasure, saying that Brother Xiano left me here to keep an eye on you. Don't worry. If I really wanted to betray Xiano, by the time William and the others showed up, you would already be a toy. Moreover, Lila's expression became more serious as her gaze swept over the OS, landing on William in the back. William is a very frightening person. I once witnessed him silently kill a Navy rear admiral, and that Navy officer didn't even see William's true face before he died. It's best not to approach William actively. After saying that last sentence, Lila controlled the toy soldiers to lift her up and ran towards the garden gate. Trying to escape? Seeing Lila about to run, OS immediately took off with his short legs, chasing after her. You traitor! I'm going to catch you and take you to Lord Cooley. At that moment, Gala shouted anxiously, Hey, OS, don't be so reckless. Be careful not to fall for that stinking woman Lila's trick. But at that moment, OS didn't care and continued to follow Lila with big strides, laughing loudly, haha. Don't worry, as long as I don't get touched by her hands. I won't turn into a toy, right? Can't you just listen to your brother properly? Gala's lips twitched. This foolish little OS. You go too, Gala. William suddenly spoke up. Having a brother like that is troublesome for anyone. You go chase after Lila with him. After I deal with this little brat, I'll come find you right away. Hearing this, a hint of gratitude flashed in Gala's eyes. He didn't expect you to be quite understanding sometimes. When we get back, I'll treat you to a drink. Huh, then it's settled. After that, Gala chased after OS's departing figure. Here, only William and Kaido remained. After witnessing Gala run off, William suddenly let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, What a couple of fools. I just didn't want to chase Lila anyway. Besides, those two guys don't care about money, so when I catch Lila, the reward will still be mine. Hee. How could there be someone as clever as me in this world? Don't you agree, Horn Boy? William looked at Kaido with a smile. By the way, why are you following Xiano? Is he paying you a lot? Shut up. Kaido furrowed his brows tightly, squeezing out a frown, his face twitching nonstop. Your mouth hasn't stopped since just now. You damn guy, why do you talk so much nonsense? The moment his words fell, Kaido drew out the kanabo from his waist and struck the air in front of them hard, unleashing a wave of force. This was the application of the rumbling foot on the kanabo. Seeing such a fierce attack, William did not take it head-on. Instead, he pulled out a dart from his pocket and threw it onto the ground not far away. Then, he vanished from his original spot, and when he reappeared, he was already holding the dart that was stuck in the ground, landing in a single-knee kneeling position. Boom! After a loud noise, the wave of force smashed the high wall to pieces. How terrifying! A lewd smile appeared on William's face as he turned back to look, unable to help but make a surrender gesture. He's still just a kid, but he's as strong as a monster. Damn it, how did that guy dodge just now? At this moment, Kaido's heart was tense, because he completely did not see William's movements. It was too fast, unbelievably fast. Even Xiano's shave could not reach that kind of speed. Is this guy even human? Remembering Lila's warning, Kaido suddenly felt that the William in front of him was very unusual. Most likely, he was also a devil fruit user. Wow, what a surprise. Xiano actually recruited such a powerful little brat. Hey, if you're willing to join the Cooley Pirates, Captain Cooley will definitely value you greatly, William said with a smile. A pirate captain with a large fleet and a small character with a bounty, not even a fraction of Captain Cooley's. You should know how to choose between the two, right? Hearing this, Kaido's mouth curled into a cold smile. Sounds really good. As long as I agree to you, I can step up in one go and let everyone on this sea hear my name, right? Of course, with your talent, this would be an easy thing. William's face blossomed with a radiant smile. If it could be done without fighting, that would be perfect. Moreover, it could help the boss recruit a very promising little brat. And in that case, I could get more bonuses. Haha, it's simply a win-win. I'm so excited. But just as William was overjoyed, the next moment, Kaido's expression suddenly changed. He pouted, tilted his head, and said coldly, However, I refuse. Nanny? William's mouth twitched, his expression somewhat stunned. Then he saw Kaido raise the kanabo on his shoulder and walk straight towards him. I was born in the Wok Kingdom, a country that has been at war for years. From the moment I could remember, I had to pick up a weapon and rush onto the battlefield. At the age of 10, I defeated all my enemies and became the strongest soldier, but this strength did not bring the treatment and respect I deserved. Kaido said with a grim face, roaring, "So, this world has long been rotten? If I don't cause a massive upheaval, who would be satisfied?" Boom! At that moment, a violent aura spread out, forming a strong shockwave that swept towards William. Conquerors! Haki! William's pupils constricted to a point, somewhat incredulous. Conqueror's Haki. One of the 3 types of Haki, which cannot be obtained through training. It is an inherent quality of king. It is said that only one person in hundreds of thousands possesses this kingly aura. The little brat in front of me actually has such a high talent. I heard your boss coolly wants to become a celestial dragon, right? Kaido stepped forward, turning into a cannonball, rapidly charging towards William, with a layer of Haki fluctuations wrapping around his kanabo. What's the difference between pursuing such a boring thing and dog shit? Chapter 27, Kaido versus Blood Prison. William living requires a reason, and Kaido's dream is to completely overturn this world. And Xiano is the man destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world. Only such men are worthy of entrusting each other's dreams. In contrast, what is Cooley? He wants to become a celestial dragon. A guy with such limited vision is, even at 13 years old, seen by Kaido as short-sighted as a mouse. Go to hell. With a roar, Kaido's kanabo came crashing down. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as a dart firmly blocked the kanabo. Kaido frowned. William, who appeared weak, actually possessed immense strength, at least on par with him. Sparks flew as their weapons clashed. Meanwhile, William wore a helpless expression, sighing, "What a motivated guy. But if you disagree, then just disagree. Why get so worked up? Oof. You really talk a lot." Kaido abruptly yanked back the kanabo and threw a punch straight at William's head, the tremendous force causing William's hair to fly wildly. Given William's earlier speed, he should have easily dodged such an attack. But the next moment, William merely raised his palm to his face, seemingly unable to evade and how to take the hit. Bang! A fist the size of a sandbag smashed into William's palm. The terrifying impact sending him flying dozens of meters away, shattering several rocks and kicking up a cloud of dust. Ouch, that hurts! As the smoke cleared, William's figure emerged, his hands swollen and a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, making his thin frame look even more disheveled. However, he grinned, rubbing his face, and said, "Finally got you. What did you say?" Kaido was momentarily stunned. Just then, he saw William's figure flicker and disappear again. This time, even Kaido couldn't track where he went. Damn it, did he hide? As Kaido searched for William's position, the next second, a massive machete suddenly flew down from the sky. Kaido sidestepped to avoid it, but to his surprise, as he moved, the rapidly spinning machete seemed to have a tracking system, altering its course mid-air and coming straight for him. What's going on? Kaido was shocked and quickly swung his kanabo. With a sharp sound, the machete was knocked away, spinning several times before embedding itself in the ground. It was William's trick. But where did he throw it from? Kaido felt something was off, as the machete seemed to have tracked him from a very long distance. Before he could think more, several whistling sounds approached. Above Kaido, a dozen sharp spears tore through the air, heading straight for him. Iron block. Kaido swung his kanabo, creating numerous afterimages, almost knocking all the spears away. But at the same time, a few spears, after passing by Kaido, circled in the air and immediately turned their tips toward Kaido's back. Noticing this, a cold sweat broke out on Kaido's forehead. Sure enough, these weapons can automatically lock onto targets. How did William do this? Puffed, puffed. Although Kaido dodged as quickly as he could in the surprise attack, 2 spears pierced into his shoulders, blood instantly flowing out. Damn it! Kaido gritted his teeth in anger, feeling powerless. He didn't even know where William was. It seemed he had completely become a lamb to the slaughter, and William was the hunter. A hunter who could play with him at will. The next second, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of darts came flying from behind, just as a massive axe fell from above, and in front was a rapidly spinning meteor hammer. Boom! After a violent sound, the area where Kaido stood was engulfed in dust, and shortly after, He rolled out, looking disheveled with several new wounds. But the attacks didn't stop. Just a few breaths later, an even fiercer assault came again. This is so frustrating. What on earth is this guy's ability? Kaido's eyes twitched. He couldn't let this continue, or he'd be worn down. He tightened his grip on the kanabo and began to run wildly to evade the pursuing weapons. In the midst of dodging, several blurry images suddenly flashed in Kaido's mind. Although the images were somewhat unclear, he could vaguely recognize that it seemed to be William's figure, sitting atop a small mountain made of toy soldiers, constantly picking up the fallen weapons and throwing them into the sky one after another. That place seems to be by the back door. That's right. The styles of these toys are exactly those of the toy soldiers guarding the back door. Kaido's eyes widened. A faint red glow appeared in his eyes. But why can I see these images? Speaking of which, when I was turned into a toy by Lila, I seemed to hear some distant sounds. Forget it. No time to think. Kaido changed direction and charged straight toward the back door. The multitude of weapons relentlessly pursued him. Finally, just as the weapons were about to hit Kaido, there was a loud boom, and he smashed through the massive back door like a cannonball. What? William's pupils suddenly contracted into dots, staring in disbelief at the towering figure charging toward him. How did this kid discover me? Here he is. Kaido grinned, leaping to the side, letting the rapidly flying weapons all head toward William. You can eat these yourself. But unexpectedly, even though the speed of these weapons was almost impossible to stop, just as they were about to hit William, they suddenly changed direction and shot back toward Kaido. With no choice, Kaido had to swing his kanabo again, absorbing all the attacks. And for some reason, in Kaido's eyes, the speed of these weapons seemed to have slowed down. No, not slowed down, rather. His perception ability had strengthened. Observation haki? He can even use this. William watched this scene in surprise. Although Kaido was exceptionally strong, William could see that he was only around 13 or 14 years old. In this world, there are very few people who can initially master all three types of haki at such a young age. For a moment, William felt a bit envious of Kaido's talent. So you were hiding here, throwing weapons all along? Kaido scanned his surroundings, finally focusing on William's palm. At that moment, he recalled how William had taken his punch with his palm, so it was from that moment that you could use this special attack method, right? Upon hearing this, William laughed. Since this little brat had already awakened his observation haki, there was nothing left for him to hide. That's right. I am the user of the target fruit. He raised his palm and said, as long as the target has been touched by my hand, no matter how far away they are from me, my attacks will hit them accurately. Chapter 28, Kaido's Haki. It is precisely because he possesses the target fruit that William was able to kill his assassination targets so mysteriously and cruelly in previous missions. As long as he touches the target beforehand, that person will be struck with William's precise attack, even if they escape to the ends of the earth. And indeed, it is as such. Kaido hoisted his kanabo and walked towards William again. After learning about my abilities, does he think he could defeat me and is charging straight at me? William shrugged, still looking listless. To be honest, I don't like to fight, but that's just because it's a hassle. If it comes down to a fight. At this point, William's expression changed instantly. The laziness completely replaced by a lion-like sharpness. I won't lose to anyone. Moreover, the boss promised him that if he completed this mission, he would receive a bounty of 300 million berries. That's 300 million berries. Let's see how this goes. Kaido gripped the kanabo, swung it around forcefully, and smashed it towards William, declaring that today he would deliver a great defeat to him. Arrogant. A talent that hasn't grown up doesn't deserve to be called a genius. Snake's shadow disappearance. With a loud shout, countless golden daggers appeared above Kaido's head, falling like rain. At that moment, William's figure vanished instantly, and he actually caught one of the daggers, reversing his grip and stabbing it towards Kaido's neck. This move was something William had practiced many times. He marked his opponent with one hand, launched the dagger, and then marked the dagger with the other hand. With his extreme speed combined with the target fruit's power, he achieved instant teleportation. It was called Flying Thunder God. Facing such a powerful strike, a red glow flashed in Kaido's eyes, and his observation haki greatly enhanced his perception. He exerted all his strength to sidestep. Splat! A stream of blood crossed the sky as Kaido's back was ripped open by a large gash. Fortunately, he dodged in time. Otherwise, that strike would have sliced his neck open. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kaido quickly threw a punch upwards, landing squarely on William's chest with a loud bang. On William's bony chest, which seemed to have no flesh on it, a layer of pitch black, flowing hockey armor covered it. Crack! Immediately, a slight sound of bone cracking was heard. Kaido felt like this fist didn't belong to him anymore. It was both painful and numb. At this moment, William's chest was harder than steel. No, even steel should have shattered, but William was completely unscathed, a faint smile on his face. Kid, your hockey purity is too low. Bang! A powerful kick struck Kaido's chin, sending him flying into the sky. At the same time, the daggers that had been suspended in the air shot down, landing on Kaido's body. Clang, clang, clang. Kaido quickly used Iron Block, narrowly avoiding being turned into a hedgehog. What a joke. How could I possibly lose to a guy like you? Again, the horned boy roared unwillingly, suddenly unleashing a speed even faster than before, charging at William. The Kanabo whirled rapidly, constantly striking William's body, of course, not causing much damage to the latter. Instead, Kaido himself was getting more and more injured. However, after a fierce exchange, the look in William's eyes when he looked at Kaido was filled with astonishment. Not only was there no sign of decline, but he seemed to be getting stronger in battle. At this moment, although Kaido was drenched in blood and appeared severely injured, his momentum was becoming fiercer, and there were no signs of his haki weakening. Normally, with the injuries Kaido had sustained, a normal person would have died dozens of times. But at this moment, those shocking wounds were visibly healing. What incredible recovery power. What kind of monster am I fighting against? For some reason, William felt a bit overconfident. He actually felt a sense of wariness towards his kid. This feeling was the first of its kind in his life. The more he fought, the stronger he became. The more he was injured, the stronger he got. Damn it, why? Thunderous 8 trigrams. In the next moment, Kaido leaped into the air, the Kanabo in his hand surrounded by a rich, invisible airflow, almost solidifying into a black mass. His armament haki had broken through to a new level. Target grant. William summoned dozens of shields, forming a thick wall standing between the two. With a loud bang, Kaido, who had initially struggled to break a single shield, now smashed through all the shields with a single swing. Following that, the Kanabo, with undiminished power, smashed directly towards William's head. Buzz! William immediately tightened his pitch-black fist, colliding with Kaido's attack. In an instant, the air was violently torn apart, producing a sharp, explosive sound. The huge momentum echoed throughout the entire palace. Although Kaido was slightly inferior to William in combat experience, his physical strength and recovery ability had reached an astonishing level, coupled with that cheeky talent of getting stronger the more he fought. For a moment, the gap between the two had become minimal. Those unaware might think William was teaching Kaido a lesson. Just like that, Kaido gritted his teeth, tenaciously enduring William's attacks. As he persisted with his stubbornness, the armament haki surrounding his Kanabo became increasingly distinct, ultimately covering the weapon's surface completely. The two sides were nearly in a stalemate for over a minute when Kaido's right arm began to tremble slightly, seemingly unable to hold out any longer. William seized this opportunity, kicking Kaido in the chest, forcibly sending the talent monster before him flying. Kaido flew backward for dozens of meters, crashing into the ground and creating a deep pit. But unsurprisingly, he quickly got back up, casually wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. And there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. He too felt that his haki was continuously growing stronger in battle. Brother Xiano was right. Only life and death battles can truly enhance a person's will and awareness. Observation haki allowed him to sense the presence of breath, judge the strength of his opponent, and significantly enhance his perception. Armament haki could strengthen his attack power and transform into a solid armor to enhance the hardness of his body. As for Conqueror's haki, Kaido could only vaguely sense its presence, but he still couldn't use it freely. Wait a minute, isn't that enough? Just as the battle between the two was about to reach a conclusion, William suddenly spoke up. I admit I underestimated you before, but you should be nearing your limit now, right? If we continue fighting, who wins or loses is still unknown. However, One thing is certain. We will both be severely injured, won't we? You wouldn't want to see that kind of situation, right? After all, we don't have any deep-seated grudges. So why not take my advice and back off? What do you say? He wanted money, but the 300 million berries was the price for taking Lila. If he wanted to risk his life against a monster like Kaido, he needed to raise the stakes. Chapter 29 Enlightenment. Lolo. Upon hearing William's words, Kaido just sneered viciously. Are you begging for mercy? Well, save that for when I knock you down. Whoosh. The massive figure transformed into an afterimage. Dark-colored haki wrapping around the Kanabo, solidifying into a tangible form, and even a few red lightning bolts flickered within it. A flash of lightning illuminated William's eyes. Damn it. Who do you think I am? Seeing Kaido's lack of awareness, William was momentarily enraged. Target designated. Haki manifested, exploding around William's body, with a rich green glow emanating from his palm. At the same time, all his weapons were summoned to his front. William grasped two famous swords, wrapping them in armament haki, crossing them in front of him in a cross shape, looking like an enraged lion, transforming into a green flash, charging towards the oncoming Kaido. Full firepower. All attacks collided with Kaido. Thunderous 8 trigrams. The bull-horned youth let out a heart-wrenching roar, his voice nearly echoing through the heavens. One strike to decide victory or defeat. The Kanabo surged forward, shattering everything in its path, heading straight for the green flash. Boom! The ground shook. The pitch-black Kanabo collided with the green haki, and for a moment, everything around was engulfed, the sky seemingly dimmed, and the earth shattered in an instant, splitting into countless square stones. However, this collision did not last long. The haki flames on William were visibly extinguishing, until they disappeared completely, and the two famous swords, long tainted by haki, were instantly shattered at this moment. What? William shouted in disbelief, and in that instant, the Kanabo broke through all obstacles and smashed directly into his chest. Bang! The haki pierced through, creating a massive chasm behind William, with shattered stones falling down. Blood gushed out of William like he didn't care for his life, his clothes completely torn apart, leaving only some rags covering his private parts. He collapsed weakly to the ground, consciousness rapidly fading. A Kanabo appeared above his head. Kaido's state was also at its worst. He had used all his haki in that last strike, and had now entered a state of exhaustion. After all, you're just an indecisive half-baked fighter. Your haki is indeed stronger than mine, but just now you hesitated, didn't you? Yes, Kaido had sacrificed all defense, wrapping all haki around the Kanabo. But William had dispersed some haki for body defense. In the end, the battle of sacrificing everything is my enlightenment. Blood prison William. You lost. Cough. Another mouthful of blood was spat out. William's body trembled violently. Damn. Just 300 million berries. Why should I fight you to the death? Even as he was about to faint, William still adhered to his talkative nature, wanting to say more nonsense. But the next moment, his pupils whitened, and he collapsed straight to the ground. Blood prison William, unable to rise again. As for Kaido, he wanted to deliver a final blow to completely kill William. But after lifting the Kanabo, he also reached his limit. His legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Kaido, unable to rise again. The battle in the garden ultimately ended in a draw between the two. On the other side, Lila, I know your ability. Isn't it just the power to touch others and turn them into toys? The younger brother of the Snowman brothers, Oars, raised a hammer larger than his body, smashing dozens of toy soldiers into the sky with a single blow, arrogantly proclaiming, "So as long as I don't touch you, isn't that fine? You are bound to lose." Lila, Oars at this moment could be described as being overconfident. It couldn't be helped. After all, Lila's fruit ability was quite special, but her combat power was relatively weak, comparable to a pirate with a bounty of a few million. In front of Oars, it was simply not enough. From the heavens, thunder. Oars leaped high, appearing above Lila, with the hammer shimmering with a hint of lightning, crashing down. Toy Legion. Lila's expression turned serious as she hurriedly commanded dozens of toy soldiers to stack together, forming a shield over her head. Useless. Boom. The giant hammer fell, completely scattering the toys, ultimately landing on the ground, the tremendous impact creating a shocking large hole. Orz's strength was terrifying. Toy Legion, chess game. As Orz charged at her again, a glint of cunning flashed in Lila's eyes. As she turned to flee, she activated her childlike fruit ability once more, summoning a group of toys that lunged at Orz. Amidst the intense, roaring sound, Orz swung his hammer down again, sending another wave of toys flying. Of course, some toy soldiers were fortunate enough not to be hit and instead clung to him, desperately attacking Orz's body with their small weapons. However, despite the determined expressions on the faces of these little toy figures, their attacks had no effect at all. Orz didn't even feel a hint of pain. These toys are simply too weak. They don't hurt at all. Orz completely ignored the toys, clinging to him, and charged straight at Lila. Lila's speed was clearly slower than his, so catching up to her would only take a few breaths. But just then, Gola's voice came from nearby. "Hey, Orz, don't be reckless. Haven't I told you many times? Do you even remember what I said?" Lila was an extremely cunning woman. How could she be easily defeated by Orz? This had to be her trap. Upon hearing this, Lila's heart tightened. Has it been seen through? But the next moment, Orz's forward pace merely paused slightly before he charged ahead again, carelessly shouting, "It's fine. Big brother, leave this woman to me. She's about to fall under my hammer." Orz, unlike his brother Gola, was born with immense strength, able to defeat kids several years older than him, even without training. But conversely, he wasn't as clever as Gola, so he often got scolded by his brother for his foolish actions. But this time, "Big brother, today I'm going to prove myself to you." Orz's eyes were filled with determination. "I won't drag you down anymore. Orz, you idiot." No matter how Gola shouted, or seemed not to hear, leaping up as if a meteor falling to the ground, determined to defeat Lila in one blow. Yet in the face of Orz's fierce attack, Lila remained completely still, standing in place as if she were frozen in fear. Seeing this, Orz began to laugh heartily in his heart. But in the next moment, Orz's smile froze on his face, unable to laugh anymore. "Wah, what is happening? It hurts." Accompanied by a cry of pain, Orz hurriedly looked down at his body, and with just one glance, his expression turned to disbelief. At this moment, his huge, round body was filled with knives and swords. Blood flowed out instantly. The culprit behind all this was actually those seemingly useless toy soldiers hanging on him earlier. Moreover, at this very moment, these toy soldiers had all returned to their original forms. They were members of the Xiano pirate group. Us immediately recognized these guys as pirates under Xiano. It turned out that Lila had long transformed these people into toy soldiers, intending to launch a surprise attack the moment Us let his guard down. "Lila, you filthy bitch. How despicable." The intense pain made Us furious. "Don't be impulsive, Us. Get back quickly." Gora hurriedly reminded Us upon seeing this. But Us was already enraged and couldn't hear his brother's words. Furthermore, at the moment the pirates launched their surprise attack on him, Lila had already jumped high, gently patting him with one hand. Puppet show. Buzz. Us felt a rush in his head as a strange power enveloped him instantly. Clap. Soon, Us's body fell to the ground, and at that moment, he had transformed into a fluffy fat cat toy. Chapter 30. The Snowman Brothers. "Oh dear," Lila said expressionlessly as she picked up the doll from the ground. "Poor Us. You're still just as foolishly adorable as before." Meanwhile, Gara rushed over, and his eyes twitched violently at the sight of Us, who had been turned into a doll by Lila. "Us, you idiot. All you do is hold me back." Gara looked at him with disappointment. Shouldn't you have completely forgotten about Us? Why you still remember him?" Lila asked, puzzled. What nonsense are you talking about? Us is my little brother, my only family in this world." Gara gritted his teeth. "How could I ever forget him? The bond between brothers is something that cannot be erased. Is that so? That's possible?" Lila tugged at the corner of her mouth. Sure enough, no one in the Coolie Pirates was normal. "Forget it. It's better this way." Suddenly, Lila had an idea. She grabbed the doll by the neck and lifted it up, looking solemnly at Gara. "Yield, Gara, or I will kill your brother first." At these words, Gara's pupils suddenly constricted, and his eyes filled with flames of anger. "Lila, you." Gara wanted to say something, but ultimately held back. In the world of pirates, one only needed to fight by any means necessary and plunder everything. Saying anything else would only make one seem weak and meaningless. What will it be, Gara? On one side is Cooley, who treats you as a tool, and on the other is your beloved brother. You should know how to choose, Lila said sincerely. Is that so? Sound good, but upon hearing this, Gara's expression shifted to one of determination, his voice dripping with disdain. I refuse. What? He actually refused. The surrounding pirates were taken aback upon hearing Gara's response, as the brotherly bond between Gara and us was something that even the power of the toy fruit could not affect. Lila, you are right. Perhaps in Lord Cooley's eyes. We are indeed tools, Gara smiled slightly, memories flashing his mind. But, hey, are you the Snowman Brothers? At this rate, it won't just be a cold. You'll freeze to death. A bold man laughed heartily. It was a night of heavy snowfall, and the young Gara and us, having failed to beg for food, could only sleep on the street, huddled together, their bodies covered in snow, turning them into two little snowmen. My name is Cooley. I am currently recruiting partners, and I see great potential in you too. Would you like to join my crew? A man named Cooley stepped out from the light, extending his hand toward the brothers. From that moment on, Gara and us became the Snowman Brothers under Cooley's command. Even as pirates, we Snowman Brothers have something we absolutely cannot lose. Gara suddenly raised his voice and shouted, Us will understand how I feel. If it were him making the choice today, I hope he would make the same choice as me. The Snowman Brothers will never betray Lord Cooley. Big brother. The doll that us had turned into also cried out loudly. You must help Lord Cooley fulfill his dream. Seeing these two brothers, the pirates' expressions became complex, but soon they tightened their grip on their weapons, aiming them at Gara. Heh, in the end, you're just a bunch of weaklings. Lila, you should know that by now. I'll give you one more chance. Let us go and come with me to see Lord Cooley, Gara said coldly. Stop talking nonsense. At that moment, a pirate suddenly appeared behind Gara, raising a large machete to strike his head. Ha! You've exposed your weakness. Gara. However, in the next second, Gara simply sidestepped and the blade brushed closely past him. Due to inertia, the pirate was about to fall to the ground. But just then, Gara suddenly reached out, grabbing the pirate by the collar and throwing him several meters away. The force was great, but the pirate was unhurt. He spun in the air a few times before landing steadily on the ground. Hurry, take off that clothing, Lila shouted anxiously upon witnessing this. What did you say? The pirate looked confused. Oof, it's too late. Gara sneered, snapping his fingers. With a loud pop, the pirate's clothing instantly expanded, and after reaching its limit, it exploded with a massive blast. After the thunderous explosion, the pirate's head became a mess, his entire body covered in black, with smoke pouring out of his mouth. What just happened? The pirate collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. What happened? At that moment, the other pirates wore expressions of disbelief their companion had. Self-exploded? That was Gara's fruit ability. At this time, Lila spoke up to remind them. He ate the bomb fruit and is a bomb man. Any inorganic material he touches will become a bomb, expanding before exploding. Just now, when Gara grabbed that clothing, it had already become a bomb that he could detonate at any time. Toy Army. Another group of toys rushed toward Gara, but Gara remained calm, casually grabbing two toys and throwing them at the others. The two toys' bodies swelled violently, like balloons being inflated, quickly becoming as large as carriages. Then, with a boom, the deafening sound echoed as the toys exploded into pieces, limbs raining down from the sky like a shower. Wow, what? Lila's pupils suddenly constricted. Useless, Lila. My ability indeed cannot be used on real people, but these toys are no longer human. Gara walked straight toward Lila, raising one arm, the cuff rapidly expanding. Prepare yourself. I will make you realize that betraying Lord Cooley is the most erroneous decision you've ever made. Balloon bomb. A massive energy cannon shot forth with a tremendous roar, like a cannonball fired from a cannon, intending to obliterate everything in its path. Bang! Countless toys were blown away, suffering heavy casualties. The pirates also sustained significant injuries, clutching their wounds and collapsing to the ground. In front of Lila lay dozens of blackened toy soldiers, and she herself was panting heavily, looking in poor condition. Although she had narrowly avoided Gara's attack, controlling so many toys had greatly drained her stamina. Hurry, run. With our strength, we can't defeat this guy, Lila shouted, summoning another large group of toy soldiers to flee into the distance. As expected of the Fairy Queen, this place is practically your home ground, Gaara said, striding forward in pursuit. But just then, a flash of sword light zipped past him. Gaara quickly dodged. With a whoosh, a cut appeared on his face, blood dripping down. There's still a master? He looked to one side, where a graceful figure appeared, walking straight towards him. Although her stature was not particularly tall, she exuded a sharp, blade-like aura. It was a girl with golden curly hair, her delicate features expressionless, dressed in a white battle armor skirt, holding a western sword in her hand. If he remembered correctly, she was Mia, the navigator of the Xiano pirate crew. Gaara squinted slightly, recognizing the newcomer. I heard everything you said just now, Gaara. Your brother's resolve is indeed commendable, but Lord Xiano is destined to be a king. Mia gazed at Gaara. You and that coolie's ambitions end here. Hey, don't throw your life away. Hurry up and find a way to hide. Stall until Xiano arrives. Although Lila was unclear about Mia's true combat power, logically speaking, how strong could a navigator on a pirate ship be? Have you forgotten? Before becoming a navigator, I was a fortune teller, Mia said with a smile. Casually tossing a fortune card, I've calculated it. Now is the best moment for me to strike. As Mia approached, Gaara raised an eyebrow. You're not turning around and fleeing in panic. Instead, you're walking straight towards me? I must say, your courage is commendable, but that's all it amounts to. Buzz. The activation of the bomb fruit caused Gaara's entire arm to swell like a balloon. Boom! Accompanied by an explosion. The expanding energy transformed into a massive shockwave that shattered the ground and rushed towards Mia. However, Mia stood her ground, pulling out a fortune card and placing it in her palm, blocking the shockwave. Witnessing her seemingly suicidal act, Lila's eyes widened in disbelief. What's she doing? Gaara laughed heartily, seemingly foreseeing Mia's demise in the blast. But the next moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The shockwaves powerful enough to demolish a building disappeared the moment they touched Mia's palm. To be precise, it was when they made contact with that fortune card. What? Gaara rubbed his eyes, disbelief written all over his face. The fortune card in that woman's hand was not normal. Chapter 31, Bomb Fruit versus Card Fruit. Disappeared? Seeing this scene, Lila was dumbfounded. Gala's attack was not blocked, but vanished. Gala was also taken aback, but quickly realized it was that card. At the moment the shockwave made contact with the divination card, it was absorbed by an inexplicable force. This woman, is she also a? Just as Gala was puzzled. The next moment, Mia raised her palm, aiming the card at Gala. The card, which had been blank just now displayed a pattern resembling a fireworks explosion. Instantly, as a white light illuminated the card, with a bang, the shockwave produced by the bomb fruit surged towards Gala with undiminished force. This explosion, you can take it yourself. What? Boom! Under the intense shockwave, Gala was blasted away, a charred mark appearing on his chest. Not only can it absorb, but can also store the explosion and rebound my attack. What kind of ability is this? Gala furrowed his brow. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on Mia's lips. Looking at the card in her hand, it had turned blank again. When she was young, she had mistakenly eaten a bad-tasting fruit, which she later learned was a legendary devil fruit. Although she had never seen the devil fruit encyclopedia, she named this fruit the card fruit based on its ability. Any attack that came into contact with her card would be nullified and absorbed, turning into a card stored for Mia's use. Fire card. With a loud shout from Mia, she pulled out another card, which featured a pattern of a sea of flames. Boom! The card instantly transformed into a flamethrower, spewing fierce flames and forming a fire tornado that rushed straight towards Gala. Gala's pupils constricted. He dared not be negligent and hurriedly touched the ground, causing the rocks beneath him to swell and rise into a high wall, blocking the flames outside. Gun card. Mia reached into her bulging chest and pulled out a card engraved with a rifle pattern. Instantly, hundreds of bullets shot out rapidly, as if a squad of soldiers was firing at Gala. At the same time, Mia continuously unleashed slashing attacks to seal off Gala's escape routes. Gala dodged left and right, appearing somewhat flustered and sustained some injuries. Give up resisting, Gala. Your ability relies on physical mediums, right? I saw through this, which is why I confidently fight you. As Mia spoke, she drew a rapier through the air, instantly firing a slashing attack straight at Gala. Thud! Gala was hit in the shoulder by the sword, blood gushing forth, and, at this moment, cold sweat poured down his forehead, clearly caught off guard. Gotcha! Lila, watching from the side, showed a pleased expression. Gala relied too heavily on the power of the devil fruit. Compared to his brother, his own strength was insignificant, and now, in the face of Mia's abilities, Gala's fruit powers were rendered useless. At this rate, Gala's defeat was just a matter of time. However, just as Mia pressed the attack, don't celebrate too soon. Taste my move, Thousand Needle Thorns. Suddenly, Gala shouted loudly, and his hair instantly stood up like needles, becoming long and sharp, resembling a hedgehog from afar. Rainstorm. Swish, swish, swish. All his hair shot out like a rain of arrows, appearing above Mia's head without any blind spots, rapidly descending upon her. Faced with such an onslaught, Mia's pupils instantly narrowed to a point, fear flashing in her eyes. She hurriedly threw out dozens of cards, tossing them into the air. The next moment, light burst forth, and a large number of hair needles were absorbed, but still, countless hair needles pierced through the cards and struck Mia's body. Accompanied by a scream, Mia's body was instantly pierced. The sharp hair, upon contacting her skin, exploded immediately. After a single blow, Mia was already drenched in blood, barely able to stand, half kneeling on the ground. How? How is this possible? How did Gala do it? Those cards were clearly blocking the position where the hair was falling. Lila covered her mouth in disbelief, her face full of shock. It seems I won my bet. At this moment, looking at the injured Mia, a grin spread across Gala's face. Just as I guessed, your cards can only contain a limited amount of attacks, right? I sensed it during that gun card earlier. As Gala's words fell, Mia couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. This guy was right. Mia's cards could indeed absorb any form of attack, but the limit of what they could hold was not determined by the strength of the attack, but by quantity. A single card could only bear up to 500 attacks. Beyond that, any remaining attacks would pass through the card for the user to bear. This was also the weakness of the card fruit. Do you know how many hairs I have? Gala coldly said. The answer is 114, 514. I know every part of my body like the back of my hand, all to unleash my full potential in battle. So, someone like me will not lose to you half-baked pirates. Blocking in front of Lord Cooley, you're like a stone casually tossed into the sea, only creating a slight ripple before sinking alone into the ocean, without even causing a splash. Chapter 32, The Greatness of Humanity, lies in the ability to face fear and truly overcome it. On the other side, one hand tightly gripped a Western sword while the other held a card. Mia struggled to stand up, gritting her teeth as she said, Gala, you and your brother are really nothing alike. Gala is much smarter than OS. No, it should be said that Gala is one of the smartest among all pirates. After all, most pirates only rely on brute force. To withstand that last attack, you have no blank cards left in your hand, right? Gala said solemnly, in the end. I will personally send the unknown female pirate on her way. In fact, Gala has always had a principle. He never kills women. But he also has a flaw, which is that he doesn't distinguish between men and women. Whoosh! Like a cannonball, Gala's round body shot forward, crashing directly into the ground in front of Mia, smashing all the bluestone tiles beneath him to pieces. However, at this moment, he fell about 10 meters away from Mia. Did he miss? No, that's not right. As if realizing something, Mia quickly retreated. Too late. Come and witness my most proud attack. This strike no one can dodge. The moment the words fell, Gala's body suddenly expanded, inflating like a balloon, becoming almost as large as a building. Upon seeing this, Mia and Lila's eyes turned incredibly fearful. Body balloon explosion ceremony. Accompanied by a loud bang, Gala's body exploded, sending shockwaves that pushed everything around away, turning the debris and dust into powerful weapons that spread in all directions. Boom! The explosive sound shook the heavens, ripping the sky apart with energy, and the massive shockwave surged into the sky, causing the ground to tremble. In the distance, Lila was caught in the blast, her body hurled away, and a large number of stones fell on her, leaving her bloodied and injured. In the center of the explosion, Mia endured an unimaginable amount of attack, suffering from both the blast and the impacts of the stones. The intense pain almost made her lose consciousness. However, Lord Xiano is destined to be a king. Before that, as his most loyal subordinate, how could I lose to someone like you? Amidst the flying sand and stones, against the raging wind, Mia struggled to open her blood-soaked eyes, and deep within them, a dark flame burned fiercely. In the next second, several cards suddenly appeared in Mia's hand, and she threw them out with a shout. Since you like explosions, let's make it even more intense. Even if it costs my life, I will defeat you. Hearing this, Gala was momentarily stunned, but as he realized what was happening, his expression turned to one of extreme terror. The cards Mia threw had a tornado pattern engraved on them. In the next instant, a howling wind surged, encompassing everything around, including Mia and Gala. A tornado is a type of severe convective weather, capable of reaching speeds of up to 322 kilometers per hour in the real world, and in the pirate world, tornadoes are even faster. Now, under the influence of the tornado, the explosion and shockwave no longer centered around Gala. Instead, they became a force that made the tornado even more ferocious. Do you want to die with me, you damned woman? Gala's venomous voice echoed through the sky as countless flying stones and sand struck him, mixed with lightning, instantly causing him severe injuries. I told you, I'm a diviner. This is my best moment to strike. After Mia finished her last words, her figure was obscured by the flying sand and dust, disappearing from sight. This apocalyptic scene continued for a long time, until the storm gradually calmed down, and Lila crawled out from beneath a pile of broken toys. At this moment, everything around had been completely destroyed, turning into a field of ruins. From a distance, not a single intact building could be seen. What a terrifying woman, Lila said, still shaken. What kind of resolve does Mia have to use such a self-destructive technique? Ha ha! Just as Lila crawled out in the center of the tornado, a large amount of debris was blown into the sky, and beneath it, a round figure struggled to stand up. At this moment, he was covered in blood, countless wounds all over his body, and one arm was completely crushed, leaving only an empty sleeve fluttering in the wind. But he couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha! Lord Cooley was... Did you see? The one standing at the end is me, Gala. He didn't die. Seeing Gala stand up again, Lila's expression changed instantly. Lila, it's over, Gala said as he began to walk toward her again. But in the next moment, his foot suddenly stumbled, as if tripped by something, and he fell straight to the ground. What? Gala looked back, his pupils suddenly constricting in disbelief. A hand had emerged from the ground, tightly gripping his ankle, and the owner of this hand was gradually crawling up from the depths below. Damn woman, you! Gala screamed as if he had seen a ghost. That's right. The person emerging from the ground was none other than Mia. However, at this moment, Mia had been reduced to a near unrecognizable state from the intense tornado, barely clinging to life, her breath so weak it seemed she could die at any moment. Damn woman, just obediently give up and die. Gala raised his fist, ready to smash Mia's head, but this time his punch was clearly not as decisive as before. After seeing Mia's resolve, a sense of fear inexplicably rose in his heart. Fear can make people weak. It's human instinct. But the greatness of humanity is the ability to face fear and truly overcome it. Mia poured her last ounce of strength into throwing the card at her other hand. In this aspect, you've lost to me, Gala. Accompanied by a flash of light, Gala's fist stopped in midair, less than a centimeter from Mia's eyes, but could no longer advance even a fraction. And on his head and neck, small blood holes had appeared. What killed him was the hairpin he had previously used to attack Mia. It's returned to its owner, Gala, Mia said with a grim smile, delivering a hellish joke. Bang! Gala's massive body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and his consciousness completely dissipated at this moment. I won. Lila couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and quickly summoned toy soldiers to lift the fallen Mia and take her for emergency treatment. Soon, a toy soldier ran over to report the situation in the garden. Really? Kaido's side has also ended, she said, looking up at a location near the port. That was the final and most important battlefield. We must win, Xiano. Chapter 33. I predicted your prediction in the fairy tale kingdom, above the port. The battle between Xiano and Cooley had been going on for a long time, and their fierce fight had nearly destroyed half of the port, leaving only a sea of ruins in sight. Are you kidding me? These two guys are monsters. Get away from the port. This area is no longer safe. The people at the port had all changed their expressions, fear flashing in their eyes. No one would have thought that a pirate with a bounty of just over 10 million berries would face off against Cooley, a notorious pirate who had roamed the New World for years. Even more unexpected was that what should have been a one-sided battle had turned into such a stalemate. Exotic dragon impact. At this moment, Xiano had completely transformed into a massive and fierce dinosaur. He stomped heavily on the ground, like a heavy truck charging towards Cooley. Boom! The ground was instantly shattered with spiderweb-like cracks spreading out, but Cooley's figure had long since vanished. Whoosh! The next moment, accompanied by the sound of teleportation, Cooley appeared above Xiano, his fists enveloped in a domineering aura, crashing down again. Xiano. Faced with such an attack, the dinosaur Xiano bared his teeth, his pupils dilating. In an instant, a layer of pitch-black armament haki covered his head. This time, Xiano's haki was no longer just flowing but had concentrated and solidified, as if he had painted himself with ink. Dinosaur headbutt. Boom! The collision between the fist and the headbutt erupted with a powerful shockwave that rippled through the air, shaking the ground. As the haki continued to clash, the ground beneath him shattered, and then with a whoosh, Cooley's other fist detached from his arm, striking Xiano's waist like a rocket. Boom! Xiano was instantly knocked away, spinning in the air before reverting to his human dinosaur form, landing on the ground. This time, when Cooley's fist was about to hit his waist, Xiano had already wrapped it in armament haki, and with the super strong defense of his dinosaur form, he suffered no injuries. Cooley, however, narrowed his eyes in surprise and said, "Learned hardening during the fight?" Xiano exhaled a breath of air, casually brushing off the dust on his body, and revealed a sinister smile. "It's all thanks to you, Cooley. Armament haki, besides having strengths and weaknesses, also has differences in usage. For example, the concentration Xiano used when he first awakened haki and the hardening he used now were merely techniques of haki. For most people, awakening haki is indeed quite difficult. However, mastering the uses and techniques of haki is not hard. Moreover, Xiano had the good fortune to encounter a great teacher like Cooley. Every time Cooley used haki techniques, it was impossible for Xiano not to notice. This was the dynamic vision of a terrifying beast. By observing the opponent's every move, their breathing rhythm, and even the fluctuations in haki strength, he could remember and learn it. Concentration, hardening besides these two. From the information Xiano had mastered, armament haki was far more than that. There should be even stronger techniques. Although he was an enemy, I really should thank you properly, Cooley. Xiano clenched his fists, and with a buzzing sound, the pitch-black haki instantly covered him, extending all the way to his forearms. "You bastard." Seeing this, Cooley smirked, a surge of unnamed anger rising in his heart. When he first saw Xiano using haki, he was already surprised, but during the later battle, this guy not only did not fall in a decline, but rather made further progress on the path of haki. Such monstrous talent, even in the vast sea, few could compare. Therefore, he absolutely could not allow him to continue growing. "Xiano, you must die today." Whoosh! Cooley transformed into an afterimage, his whole body wrapped in armament haki. Even from a distance, one could feel his fierce aura like a raging wind. Watching Cooley charge towards him, Xiano predicted where he would strike, and with a flash, he leaped into the air, launching a series of punches downward. Boom, boom, boom. But the next moment, as Cooley approached Xiano, his eyes suddenly flickered, and he unleashed two long red beams. Immediately, his severed limbs completely split apart, perfectly avoiding Xiano's attacks with each split. This is observation haki. Moreover, it was a very advanced observation haki. Xiano's brow furrowed. The dynamic vision of a terrifying beast was indeed excellent, capable of seeing through any creature's attacks and movements, thus accurately striking the enemy. However, observation haki is a means of predicting attacks, The two have some similarities in function, yet they are not entirely the same. But it was certain that, combined with the ability of the split fruit, Cooley's evasion had reached its peak. Xiano did not act recklessly. Seeing that he could not hit Cooley, he hurriedly withdrew his fists, intending to retreat to a distance. But Cooley would not let him off that easily. The severed limbs, now all wrapped in pitch-black hockey, shot toward Xiano like large bullets at an incredible speed. Boom! Boom! As Xiano retreated, he threw punches, colliding with the fragments of Cooley's body, creating a series of intense sounds. However, this scene appeared strangely absurd. A dinosaur man fighting a bunch of body parts and being pushed back by these parts? It hardly looked like a battle between strong opponents. Yet, Xiano dared not let his guard down for a moment. Although Cooley's body would significantly decrease in size after splitting, its power did not diminish at all. In fact, due to its reduced size, it became even more agile. For a time, Xiano found it hard to gain any advantage, and several new wounds appeared on him. Ha ha ha! You have no more tricks, do you, Xiano? Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, Cooley flew in the air, controlling his fists and feet, launching a relentless storm of attacks at Xiano. Watching Xiano's movements slow down to the point of nearly giving up resistance, Cooley's face twisted into a sinister smile. In the eyes of the strong, there is no place for the weak. Xiano, your biggest mistake was having arrogance that does not belong to you. Now, pay the price for your arrogance. The next moment, a pitch-black, glowing fist pierced through the air, smashing directly towards Xiano's throat. As long as this hit connected, Xiano would completely lose his ability to resist. Before throwing this punch, Cooley had already predicted Xiano's movements, so, with Xiano's reaction speed, he would definitely not be able to dodge this punch. My split is invincible. Whoosh! A sharp sound of wind suddenly erupted, followed by a loud crash as a fist shattered the ground. In that instant, Cooley's smile froze, his expression shifting from excitement to calmness, and finally, to complete shock. In his disbelieving eyes, Xiano's figure was reflected. At this moment, Xiano's body was still in an outward posture, while behind him, the ground had formed a massive, deep pit, and through the thick smoke, one could see an arm lying directly in the pit. That punch, Xiano actually dodged it? It's impossible. Cooley seemed to realize something, his mouth emitting a sharp, explosive sound, looking extremely frustrated. At the same time, he split his body, transforming into countless dense attacks that rained down fiercely toward Xiano. But unexpectedly, in Cooley's incredulous gaze, Xiano's body began to twist, as if it were a piece of paper being crumpled, dodging all the attacks. This scene was strikingly similar to when Cooley used his fragmented abilities to evade Xiano. And this move was precisely the paper drawing technique from the Six Styles. Not only that, but also the observation hockey. As he mastered this too, Cooley nearly ground his teeth in frustration. Indeed, just a moment ago, Xiano's eyes glowed red, and now he stared directly at Cooley, a grin spreading across his face. I predicted your prediction. Chapter 34, The Wind's Demise. The final victor, under Cooley's fierce assault. While constantly dodging, Xiano finally awakened his observation hockey and grasped its essence, coupled with the dynamic vision of a terrifying beast. Xiano's reaction time and perception of his surroundings had reached a terrifying level. Cooley's previously fast attacks now appeared incredibly slow in Xiano's eyes. Dinosaur elbow strike. Taking advantage of Cooley's attack, Xiano jumped and swiftly appeared in front of Cooley, elbowing him in the face. Bang! Cooley's face instantly deformed and caved in. A mouthful of blood sprayed out as Cooley was sent flying, landing dozens of meters away. It seems that enemies often make the best teachers. Xiano couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, Cooley was extremely frustrated. He was confused. In front of a strong opponent, the weak should simply die without any resistance. In a fit of rage, his hockey erupted, enveloping his entire body. What if he learned observation hockey? Your hockey must also be reaching its limit. As Cooley's voice fell, his figure shot out, his 5 fingers clawed, and his hockey twisted around him like flames. Shattering barrage, machine gun. Both palms struck continuously, the entwined hockey resembling black flowing fire, determined to destroy everything in its path. Xiano's eyes emitted a long red glow as he danced his body, dodging a large number of attacks while wrapping haki around his fist to counterattack. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the sounds of metal clashing filled the air. The two did not choose to stop, and after several minutes, even observation haki was no longer used, seemingly entering a war of attrition. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. As Xiano's fist drew closer to Cooley, hitting his face several times, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down Cooley's forehead. How is this possible? How could he be the one to falter first? Xiano's haki clearly shouldn't be this strong. At this moment, Cooley was extremely anxious. He knew clearly that if this continued, he would soon be defeated. Thus, Cooley split his legs and struck the ground forcefully. Bang! Immediately, the already fractured and collapsed ground was completely blown apart, creating a massive cloud of dust and flying debris. Simultaneously, the ground within dozens of meters around him suddenly sank. In that instant, Xiano's movements momentarily halted. Cooley immediately retreated. But what he didn't expect was that, at the moment he retreated, Xiano didn't pursue his body first, but wrapped haki around his legs and kicked downward, with a loud bang. Just as Cooley's legs were about to swiftly take off after shattering the ground, they were stomped down by Xiano's dinosaur legs, and due to Cooley's previous massive haki consumption, his haki was incredibly weak at that moment. Thus, with a crack, one of Cooley's legs could no longer withstand Xiano's crushing force and shattered into pieces. Arg! Cooley immediately grimaced in pain. This was the weakness of shattering barrage. Although his body part had split, they still belonged to the same entity, and any harm would still cause him pain. Xiano, of course, wouldn't miss this opportunity. He flashed and used Shave to quickly catch up to Cooley, and his razor-sharp dragon claws instantly slashed across his body. Sizzle! The shattering barrage ability activated once more, and Cooley's body split into several parts along the edge of the dragon claw. But Xiano didn't let up. He spread his fingers, crossed them together, and all the remaining haki within him surged towards the center of his hands, smashing violently towards Cooley's heart. Evil Dragon Meteor. Boom! A massive impact surged towards Cooley's body, erupting with a deafening sound, and his dark exterior could no longer hold up, shattering the haki armor instantly. Puff! Cooley spat out a mouthful of blood, his body tracing a chaotic arc in the air before crashing to the ground, kicking up a large cloud of dust. His body quickly reassembled, and a leg flew back from a distance, but he only summoned one leg back because the other had been crushed by Xiano, and even if summoned back, it would be useless. Cough, cough, cough. Just as Cooley was about to get up, he was hit by a violent cough, spitting out some internal tissue, and, at the same time, his breathing became extremely irregular. Xiano's previous strike had dealt him unprecedented damage. That bastard haki. Something's off. Cooley glared at Xiano with resentment. In his perception, Xiano's previously thin haki was now rapidly recovering. This meant that while Xiano's haki amount was not much and its strength was inferior to Cooley's, his recovery speed was absurdly fast. Why the hell is this happening? At this moment, Cooley was on the verge of breaking down. He never expected that what he thought would be a guaranteed victory would develop into this situation. In his mind, he had already seen Xiano as a rabbit that he could slaughter at will. But now, could it be that he was a rabbit? What a joke. My dreams cannot be buried at the hands of a guy like you. Cooley roared, his upper and lower body separating instantly, forcibly covering his dwindling haki over both fists, his fierce form rapidly closing in on Xiano. For some reason, as Cooley charged at Xiano while shouting about dreams, Xiano actually felt his aura strengthen a bit more. Damn, can this guy really power up? Bang! Fists collided. At the same time, Xiano delivered a powerful headbutt to Cooley's head, causing a loud crash as the latter's pupils instantly began to scatter. But in the next moment, Cooley gritted his teeth and launched a fierce punch that slammed straight into Xiano's face. Xiano didn't retreat. Instead, he punched back, striking Cooley's chest with such force that half of his fist sank into his chest cavity. Boom! Both were sent flying backward, crashing to the ground. But immediately, the unwilling Cooley got up again. This time he couldn't even use haki. Only his fist struck against Xiano's hard chest. Xiano didn't even need to counterattack. Just the defense of his hockey armor was enough to withstand coolly at this moment. After all, hockey is a form of energy derived from willpower and Xiano's terrifying beast. His stand is also an image formed from condensed mental energy. The process of using the stand would also enhance Xiano's mental strength. Therefore, Xiano's mental energy was already powerful. And because of this, even his recently awakened hockey could contend with Cooley, and his recovery speed far exceeded Cooley's. Cooley, you truly are a delightful opponent. I doubt I will ever forget you in my lifetime. Now, it's over. Saying this, Xiano raised his pitch-black fist, ready to deliver a blow. Wait a minute. At that moment, Cooley suddenly spoke, his eyes trembling violently. I admit, I underestimated you. Your strength is absolutely not beneath mine. So, why don't we cooperate? Cooperate? Yes. I will give you 5 billion berries. Oh no, 100 billion berries in the fairy kingdom. I will give them all to you. As long as you and I form a pirate alliance, our territory will continue to expand, and we might even surpass rocks, becoming the rulers of the new world. A mad glint flashed in Kuri's eyes. By then, even if we proposed to go to the Holy Land to become celestial dragons, the world government would definitely agree, wouldn't they? At this moment, Kuri had already thrown the dignity of a strong person out the window. He had not yet become a celestial dragon, and he absolutely could not die here. As long as he could survive, as long as he could live to become a celestial dragon, all the humiliation he endured today would vanish. Listening to Kuri's words, Xiano was momentarily surprised, not because of Kuri's sudden change of face and this humble attitude. He was surprised that Kuri was thinking about becoming a celestial dragon even when death was imminent. A celestial dragon? Xiano murmured. To be honest, Kuri, your ambition is truly hard to describe. As for the money and territory you mentioned, Xiano's tone suddenly turned cold. If I kill you, these will still be mine. The moment the words fell, Xiano kicked out, aiming directly at Kuri's head, ready to end this guy's life. However, Kuri seemed to have anticipated this, hurriedly splitting his body into countless parts and rapidly fleeing into the distance. Muda. Accompanied by Xiano's roar, his fists turned into shadows again, using the dinosaur spin, causing the surrounding air to become agitated, and a violent wind surged. A semicircular wind barrier rose around the two, and within the fierce wind, a powerful hockey intertwined, forcing Kuri to be unable to escape while also compelling his body to merge again. Wind, death, strangulation. The next moment, bang, 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 bang. In Kuri's terrified gaze, countless shadows of fists rained down on him like whips, each punch's impact penetrating through to his back, completely destroying his internal organs. Muda. Accompanied by the final punch landing, Kuri was sent flying into the sky, even transforming into a shining dot in the air. After a long while, he finally fell from the sky, crashing into the ruins like a cannonball. At this moment, Kuri, like Kaz in the sky, had completely lost the ability to think. Xiano approached, his gaze falling on Kuri's back. Although it was already a bloody mess, he could still faintly see the imprint known as the hoof of the celestial dragon. Is your dream because of this? Xiano whispered, then stepped on the ground, causing the surrounding rubble to quickly fall, completely burying Kuri beneath it. This was also the last bit of dignity he left for Kuri. Kuri, I sincerely thank you for being such an opponent, as it has allowed me to gain even greater power. In the end, the grudges between you and me come to an end. Chapter 35, Rocks. 1. It was Xiano who won. That Xiano who can turn into a dinosaur. Cooley actually lost. How is this possible? Big news, big news. At the port. After Cooley's demise, everyone wore expressions of shock, as this scene was truly beyond everyone's expectations. It is worth mentioning that during this period, the power dynamics between the Navy and pirates were still very clear. The Navy was the undisputed ruler of the seas, and the only one who could contend with them was the fearsome super pirate, Rox. However, even so, no one would say this was Rox's era, because the Navy's power made everyone hesitant to challenge them. This is also why Cooley had a bounty of only 300 million berries and only 5,000 pirates under his command, yet was still called a great pirate. Captain Cooley lost. Why? I refuse to accept a world without Captain Cooley. It hurts. So painful. With the battle over, Cooley's subordinates on the sea began to wail and shout in despair. It must be said that they still had some strength. After paying the price of several pirate warships, all those sea kings had been buried in the ocean, blood staining the seawater. Damn Xiano. We must avenge Captain Cooley. Yes. Charge the fleet. Kill him. But Captain Cooley is already dead. What is the point of doing this? It will be better to. Bastard. Are you trying to surrender to Xiano? You damn traitor. For a moment, the Cooley pirate crew, now leaderless, actually began to argue. And whether it was an illusion or not, even the large ship beneath their feet started to twist and shake, creating a loud noise. But at this moment, Xiano was staring at the distant sea when his gaze suddenly sharpened and a faint red light flickered in his pupils. That was. Meanwhile, over at the Cooley pirate crew, it seemed someone had also noticed something and began shouting, "Stop arguing, look behind." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was momentarily stunned, then turned to look behind the fleet, and in an instant, their faces turned to expressions of sheer terror. That is, they are coming towards us. Not good. Quickly, change course. The navigator suddenly shouted in agony. But it was ultimately too late. The next moment, buzz. Accompanied by the sound of swords slicing through the air, a massive flying slash shot out and instantly struck the center of the fleet, piercing through several ships in a straight line. Subsequently, the flying slash continued unabated, plowing the sea into a deep trench, revealing the thick seabed. This terrifying sight left everyone dumbfounded, jaws dropping to the ground, tongues stretching out and writhing in the air like snakes. What is happening? The most shocked were the people on Cooley's pirate ship. They saw the ship being cut in half, and the culprit leisurely emerged from the middle. It was a pirate ship. The pirate flag displayed half of a black skull, crossed by two bones below it, and inscribed on the black sails beneath the pirate flag were the words Rocks. Lo, Rocks Pirates. Someone shouted, and everyone began to stir. What is going on today? How can so many big figures gather in a small fairy tale kingdom? At this moment, as the Rocks pirate ship, the Queen of the Sea, drew closer, people could finally see the few individuals standing at the bow. There were 3 men and 1 woman. One was a tall and burly figure, bare-chested, revealing muscular arms, holding a massive sword, with a disdainful expression on his face, and the most striking feature was his crescent-shaped white beard. It was Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Another was slightly shorter, with flowing golden hair, dressed in a kimono, holding 2 famous swords. He was the one who had just unleashed that flying slash. The Golden Lion. Shiki. The woman had an exquisite figure, but her expression was quite bold. If Kaido were here, he would surely recognize her as the legendary Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. Standing in the middle was a man clad in a captain's coat, with hair standing upright like a hedgehog, a rebellious smile at the corner of his mouth, arms crossed, quietly standing there, exuding immense pressure, even without doing anything. Who else could it be but him? Captain of the Rocks Pirates, the world's most notorious criminal, Rox D. Jibek. Ha ha! Rox lifted his sharp eyes, looking ahead, grinning. I saw everything just now. Xiano and Kaido, truly 2 great guys. The fairy tale kingdom, it really was worth coming. As soon as he said this, Xiano's pupils instantly contracted. The observation hockey was released, and from a distance, he could feel Rock's overwhelming presence. Is this the power at the top of the world? Xiano initially judged that even 20 coolest would likely not compare to 1 Rox. Moreover, it seemed he knew everything that had just happened. How terrifying this observation hockey must be. Apart from Xiano, the other individuals on the ship, the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Charlotte Linlin, also revealed a hint of surprise in their eyes upon hearing Rock's words. This guy's observation hockey made the 3 of them feel deeply wary. Bastard, why did you cut our ship? At that moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out on the sea. A pirate, disregarding the warnings of his comrades around him, floated on the surface, loudly questioning Rox and the others. Upon hearing this, Rox and his crew reacted as if they had just heard the greatest joke. A sneer of disdain appeared on their lips. Huh, why did we cut your ship? The Golden Lion took a puff from his cigar, exhaling a cloud of smoke, and coldly laughed. Of course, it's because you were in our way, haha. The casual tone was as if it were as simple as kicking a wild dog to death by the roadside. Yet the previous strike by the Golden Lion had caused the deaths of hundreds of pirates. How arrogant! How domineering! But this is the style of the strongest. The Rock's Pirates. Chapter 36. Conqueror's Haki. Everyone with their own ulterior motives. As the arrogant words of the Golden Lion fell, some pirates could no longer bear it and launched an attack on him. Then, there was no further action. Another flash of sword light passed, and in an instant, more than half of the survivors of the coolie pirates fell. Ha ha ha! The Golden Lion laughed arrogantly. A bunch of weaklings. Hee hee, casually destroying others' dreams. Shiki, you really are boring. Whitebeard mocked from the side. Newgate, do you want to die? The Golden Lion was furious, brandishing his sword and preparing to charge at Whitebeard. I've long been fed up with you. Whitebeard was naturally unafraid. Meanwhile, Charlotte Linlin stood by, smiling silently, looking like she was enjoying the show. Enough. You too. Rox spoke up, and at the same time, an invisible aura erupted from him, instantly subduing the two who wanted to make a move. I'm quite interested in this country, especially in those two guys, so don't destroy this place. TCH, what's the big deal? It's just a tourist country, right? The Golden Lion smirked. Though unwilling, he sheathed his sword. Whitebeard felt the same. Although he never acknowledged Rox, after all, on the surface, Rox was still their captain. The swordship of Jybek cut through the sea, heading straight for the coast. At that moment, the people at the port became restless, and in an instant, a large number of pirates surged forward as if to welcome them. These pirates could be roughly divided into two types. One type was, Rox, it's really you. Please, let me join your pirate crew. I've always admired you. The peak camaraderie. This was also a way of survival for pirates. Moreover, they didn't think there was anything shameful about it. A man entrusting his dreams to another man. What was wrong with that? However, upon hearing these words, Rox smiled slightly and said, haha, a group of people who know the times, but I refuse. He, Rox, admired a pirate named Davy Jones who liked to plunder others' crew, so he always recruited crew members through robbery. What he hated most were those who sought camaraderie. Rox turned his gaze to the other type of pirates. Hey, you're Rox, right? An excited voice rang out from a group of pirates. Dozens of pirates, armed with weapons, blocked the way where Rox's ship was about to dock. Leading them were several pirate captains, each with bounties exceeding 10 million, all looking at Rox with excitement. Hee hee, your head will be mine. As long as I take you down, I'll be famous all over the world. Unique creatures of the new world, with reckless eyes, arrogant words, and nonsensical smiles. Every action revealed that they were the best of the lowly, the lowest of the low. Regardless of the opponent, whether it be a great pirate or a marine admiral, they would seize the opportunity to fight. Rox scanned the crowd, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He truly had no interest in these weaklings. However, his gaze eventually settled on Xiano, a subtle smile forming at the corner of his mouth. You're not bad. Hey, Rox, stop looking around. Your opponent is me, Poison Snake. Let me go first. My blade is covered in venom. But in the next moment, Rox narrowed his eyes. A dark red light spreading from them, and at the same time, lightning began to crackle around him. Too noisy. Shut up. Boom. In an instant, a violent conqueror's haki spread out, accompanied by a raging wind, sweeping through the entire port in a matter of moments. Clang, clang. The pirates who had been so arrogant just a moment ago now had their pupils dilate, foaming at the mouth, and fell straight to the ground, losing consciousness. This was the aura of a king. These weaklings didn't even have the qualification to face Rox directly. Under this wave of haki, Xiano immediately felt a heaviness in his head. The terrifying wind made his clothes flap wildly and allowed him to more intuitively feel the gap between him and that man. However, boom, Xiano's eyes widened, and the same aura erupted from him, and this aura even faintly resonated with Rox. Bang! Immediately after, Xiano's conqueror's haki surged out, transforming into a wave of energy that clashed with Rox's violent aura. Conqueror's haki. That guy has it too. The Golden Lion narrowed his eyes. The strong in the New World truly are as numerous as the fish in the river. Whitebeard also said solemnly. Indeed, even Cooley was defeated by him. And he is so young. TSK. It would be great if he could be my husband. Charlotte Linlin licked her lips, not hiding her wicked thoughts. Ha ha ha. My vision is still as good as ever. You're one of us. Rox opened his arms and laughed heartily at Xiano. Hey, Xiano, are you interested in joining my pirate crew? Hearing Rox's words, the Golden Lion said, somewhat displeased. How reckless, Rox. Do you recruit crew members so casually? I wanted to take over this country. Whitebeard mocked, Girarur. You bastard Shiki. Why do you always think about stealing others' things? Only your own family is worth trusting. Mommy was right. Newgate, on this point, we're quite in agreement. Charlotte Linlin expressed her agreement. The Golden Lion sneered. Don't pretend, it's nauseating to hear. If it weren't for Rox being here, you guys would have already caused a ruckus in this country. Rox ignored their words, leaping directly from the deck onto the port, now less than 10 meters away from Xiano. At this moment, Xiano was somewhat surprised. He originally thought Rox was eyeing the Fairy Kingdom and wanted to take action against this country, but clearly he was overthinking it. If Rox had such an idea, with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to stop it. Truly an honor to meet you, Rox. To be honest, I'm quite surprised to receive recognition from a big shot like you. But, Xiano looked at Rox. Aren't you afraid that I will challenge you in the future? After all, Xiano had initially feigned allegiance to Cooley with this very idea in mind. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Rox laughed heartily, unconcerned. You think who I am? I'm not afraid of challenges. Or rather, the more people challenge me, the more excited I get. Rox pointed at the few people on the ship, revealing a fierce expression. Xiano, do you see those bastards? They're just like you. Each has their own goals and dreams, but I've never cared. You all have the chance to challenge me. If you win, you can become the captain of the Rox Pirates. But before that, you have to follow me well. Loyalty? There are no such words in the Rox Pirates. Betrayal and internal strife happen every day, but Rox doesn't care, because as long as he is alive, he can intimidate these killers. In his eyes, absolute power is the creed. To dominate others, one can only rely on strength. Xiano's gaze shifted. He saw the same ambition in Rox's defiant face as his own. Indeed, it's the same type of people. Xiano glanced at the cadres of the Rox Pirates, each one of them harboring ulterior motives, almost as if they had betrayal written on their faces. Looking at it this way, joining Rox is quite dangerous. However, danger often coexists with opportunity. Moreover, if he doesn't agree, the others will likely rush to occupy the Fairy Kingdom without Rox even having to take action, right? With his current strength, he really isn't capable of contending with this group. Furthermore, temporarily joining the Rox crew to experience the pinnacle of the world firsthand isn't a bad choice either. The benefits far outweigh the drawbacks. I understand now. If that's the case, then there's only one answer. After hesitating for a moment, Xiano gently nodded and said, I and the Fairy Kingdom will join your pirate crew. Chapter 37. The goal is the land of giants. Elbaf. Haha, I knew you would join us. Rox laughed excitedly upon hearing Xiano's response. Your ambition is truly terrifying. Seeing this, Whitebeard and the others also sheathed their weapons. They hadn't expected the journey to Fairy Tale Kingdom to be so easy, without even a fight. Since that is the case, let us hold a banquet. Holding a banquet is an old tradition among pirates. Celebrate when happy, celebrate when unhappy, hold a banquet before a fight, and hold another after a fight. Naturally, when gathering new members, a banquet is also indispensable. So, moments later, in the palace of the Fairy Tale Kingdom, everyone gathered in a huge banquet hall that could accommodate hundreds of people, toasting and laughing continuously. Besides the few people Rox brought, there were also Xiano, Kaido, and others. However, both Kaido and Mia were wrapped in immense bandages, looking seriously injured. But mere fatal wounds are nothing in the pirate world. As long as one doesn't die, even the heaviest injuries can heal on their own. So, drinking was no problem. Ha ha ha. Kaido, you little brat. I didn't expect you to be quite the drinker. The Golden Lion, holding a wine glass, looked appreciatively at Kaido, who was flushed but stubbornly downing his drink. No joke, I could drink a lot. Kaido said, slightly dazed, refusing to back down. Mama, what a cute little brat, just like my own kids. Charlotte Linlin seemed to quite like her brother Kaido. At this moment, though only 22 years old, she was already a mother of 7 children and was currently pregnant with quintuplets, giving birth faster than Whitebeard could adopt sons. Hey, Kaido, stop following Xiano. You'll be my son from now on. I'll take care of you on the ship. Whitebeard suddenly laughed loudly, openly extending an olive branch to Kaido, seemingly not regarding himself as Rox's subordinate at all. Hey, don't try to poach my people in front of me, Newgate, Xiano said casually, taking a sip of wine. Ha. Yeah, Newgate is indeed annoying. Xiano, how about we team up and take him out first? After all, losing one Newgate doesn't matter to us, right? The Golden Lion said arrogantly. I have no objections. Charlotte Linlin continued to fan the flames. Get lost. If you can win against me in drinking, then maybe, little brat. Don't end up like last time, drunk and out of your mind. Mocking Whitebeard while facing a scarecrow, he provocatively challenged. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Earthquake brat. Let us drink. The Golden Lion, embarrassed by his scars being exposed, immediately became furious and began to compete in drinking with Whitebeard. The atmosphere at the table was filled with joy. Rox, I heard you're going to take over Hive Island? Xiano looked at Rox. Of course. It's a great place. So many pirates are gathered there. As long as we take Hive Island, our pirate crew will become even stronger. Saying this, Rox added, but before that, I need to make a trip to Elbaf to meet an old friend. Elbaf, that's the land of giants, right? Exactly. The king of the giants, Harold, is a formidable force that cannot be ignored. I want to recruit him. Rox's eyes were fervent, seemingly recalling the confrontation with Harold at Mariewa. Xiano, you should come along too. I don't mind. Xiano replied indifferently, since they had taken Fairy Tale Kingdom and joined Rox as pirate crew. He didn't need to worry about territory for now. What was most important was to find a way to improve his strength. Hearing Rox's words, the Golden Lion became a bit excited. So Rox, you've been quite active lately. Are you starting a war against the world government? Haha, the timing isn't ripe yet, Rox said with a raised smile, shouting to everyone, but that day will come sooner or later. When that time comes, keep your eyes wide open. Scum, now let us celebrate. The reason these monsters gathered in Rox's pirate crew was also that they wanted to pull off a big score together. Ha. I can't wait. Gulalalala. Mama. Kaido also laughed heartily. Wuro. The strange laughter echoed throughout the hall. However, Xiano did not laugh along. His laughter was simply too normal, making him stand out among these guys. After the meal, the pirates randomly found places to sleep, with the boisterous Rox and the Golden Lion simply lying down on the ground and falling into a deep sleep. Looking at the drunken comrades sprawled around, Xiano took Lila outside. Most of Cooley's subordinates had perished at sea, and a few survivors who were willing to surrender were temporarily arranged by the seaside. From their appearance, they probably wouldn't dare to seek revenge for Cooley. Lila reported, and the Snowman brothers, one turned into a toy by me, and the other was killed by Mia. Cooley's pirate crew is now completely destroyed. And about that blood prison William, he just woke up. How do you plan to deal with him? Mia asked again. Blood prison William? Xiano raised an eyebrow. He was quite familiar with this guy, rumored to be a top-tier assassin who would do anything for money. Moments later, the two arrived at the cell holding William. At this moment, William was bound in iron chains, covered in wounds, grimacing in pain and making muffled sounds. Seeing Xiano and Lila arrive, his heart sank. Damn, since Xiano is still alive, Cooley's probably dead. Realizing this, William's tears flowed instantly. Whoa, boss, why did you have to leave like this? William cried loudly, as if genuinely expressing his emotions. Seeing this, Xiano was a bit surprised. He didn't expect this guy to be quite loyal. But then, William raised his head and shouted, Who is going to give me that 300 million berries bounty now that you're gone? Upon hearing this, Xiano and Lila were immediately speechless. Chapter 38. This is no longer just simple piracy. Heavy blows must be dealt. No, what time is it? And you're still thinking about your bounty? Lila's face darkened as she drew a dagger from her waist. There's nothing to say to this kind of guy. Let him go to hell and meet Cooley. Saying this, she stepped forward, ready to stab down. Hey. Wait a minute. I actually have long been displeased with Cooley too. That bastard deserves to be punished, William said, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he hurriedly spoke. I remember you often said you admired Cooley, right? Lila sneered. That's slander. What is slander? William declared firmly. How could a short-sighted guy like Cooley compare to Captain Xiano? Besides, I was just employed by him. I never joined the Cooley Pirates. Also, Lila, have you forgotten? When you were in the Cooley Pirates, I even treated you to a meal. Shut up, you chatterbox. Lila was annoyed by his words and wanted to end William's noise. Hurry up and die. But at that moment, Xiano spoke up to stop her. I actually think this guy is quite interesting. A meaningful smile appeared on Xiano's face. It's only natural to do things for money. There's nothing wrong with that. Moreover, I still need people right now. William's combat power could match Kaido evenly. Killing him would be a real waste. William, do you want to join my pirate crew? I'll give you 100 million berries a month. That a cadre's treatment, Xiano said with a light smile. Xiano is currently lacking in everything except money. And coincidentally, what William wants most is money. Really? Really? 100 million berries. William's eyes instantly turned into money signs, his face bursting into a radiant smile, unable to suppress the corners of his mouth. Captain Xiano, since you said so, then my answer can only be one. He solemnly declared, I will pledge my loyalty to you, Captain Xiano. Lila couldn't help but facepalm and smile bitterly. Is this guy really reliable? And after a series of events in the Fairy Kingdom, a few days later, Naval Headquarters, in a conference room in Marineford, high-ranking officials gathered, including the current Marine Admiral Mocha, Marine Admirals Kong and Ellie, several Marine Vice Admirals, and 3 outstanding Marine Rear Admirals, the Girl Crane, Garp, and Sengoku. At this moment, everyone looked serious, their faces showing worry. Smack! Several photos were slapped down onto the table. Rox has finally landed on Hive Island. The battle for the Pirate Islands is about to begin. Admiral Mocha's tone carried a cold, killing intent. He was the Marine who understood Rox the most. Years ago, this madman had invaded the Holy Land and killed one of his closest friends. Thus, he knew better than anyone the vast ambitions of Rox. According to reliable information, Rox left a large force on Hive Island while he took his cadre to Elbaf, the female Marine Admiral Ellie said solemnly. Moreover, they even recruited some pirates stationed in the Fairy Kingdom along the way. Everyone picked up the photos with serious expressions. The images were taken by a reporter at the port of the Fairy Kingdom, including the Rox pirates landing, Rox meeting and talking with Xiano, and even scenes of Cooley's defeat, all captured clearly. One must say, to take such clear photos in such a dangerous situation, this reporter is indeed quite dedicated. In addition, there's one more thing that must be noted. This man, Marine Admiral Kong, picked up a photo of Xiano and slapped it heavily on the table. Novice Xiano, a pirate who was captured by Lieutenant Kuchi a few days ago and was personally escorted by Rear Admiral Ailes, but according to the current situation, Rear Admiral Ailes has already met his end. As soon as this was said, the air in the conference room instantly froze. Although that guy Ailes usually didn't communicate much with them and preferred to act alone, everyone was well aware of his strength. That guy is also a highly talented monster. It seems we have misjudged this pirate. Crane said, That's right. Even the bounty of 300 million berries Cooley was defeated by him. And he commanded a large pirate crew of 5,000. Sengoku said with a complex tone. To be honest, sometimes the mutual slaughter among pirates really helps the Navy. He couldn't help but wonder if the Navy could use pirates to balance out other pirates. Would it yield better results? But Sengoku could only think about it. He was still just a rear admiral, low in rank, and powerless to even propose such a plan in the Navy. This naturally evil little pirate. I really want to personally take him down, Admiral Kong said angrily. That's right, this is no longer an ordinary pirate. We must strike hard. Rear Admiral Garp raised his fist and shouted excitedly. At this point, we absolutely cannot let the Rox pirates continue to grow. At the very least, we cannot allow Rox and Herald to form an alliance. Admiral Mocha spoke. The power of the giant race is extremely strong, especially the giant king, Herald. You must know that back in Holy Land, Herald had the power to rival Rox. Finally, let's re-establish the bounty for the Xiano pirates. A few days later, at the port of the Fairy Kingdom, after several days of banquets, the Rox pirates decided not to linger any longer and set sail for Elbaf today. Xiano left the others behind and only took Kaido and William on board. It's worth mentioning that on Rock's ship, the principle of respecting the strong is upheld, so after Xiano joined, he became the youngest cadre on board, at the same level as Whitebeard and others. As for Kaido, Due to his young age and not having grown up yet, he could only temporarily be an intern. As for William, his situation was even worse. He could only be an ordinary sailor. This is unavoidable. Although he is a notorious figure on the seas, on Rock's ship, he is truly just a nobody. You're fierce? Sorry, everyone here is fiercer than you. We're leaving. You all stay behind in the fairy kingdom. Xiano climbed onto the deck and turned back to Mia and the others, saying, by the way, don't forget the 6 styles I taught you. Make sure to practice more regularly. MHM, Lord Xiano. We got it. Don't worry, Lord Xiano. I will give 200 times the effort to not hold you back. I will run 100 laps every day, and if I can't do that, I'll jump rope 5,000 times, and if I still can't do it then. Mia and the others said seriously, ha ha ha. Xiano, you have a group of very loyal subordinates. Although their strength isn't great, they all look up to you. Rox laughed heartily as he looked at Mia and the others, unlike me, whose subordinates are a bunch of rebellious kids. TCH, isn't that exactly what you wanted to see? Hearing this, the Golden Lion scoffed. Ha ha ha. Shiki, you're right. On my ship, it's only the strong who get to call the shots. All right, it's time to meet my old friends. Set sail? Amidst Rock's boisterous laughter, the pirate ship left the port, heading straight towards Elbaf. At the same time, on the naval side, under the leadership of Admiral Steelbone, 3 Navy rear admirals also boarded the warship, heading towards Elbaf, determined to stop Rock's evil plan. Chapter 39. On the ship, abilities in the Navy, life at sea is quite boring. At first, it was spent at banquets, but by the end, the banquets lost their meaning. Plus, Rox was eager to get to Elbaf, so when passing by some islands, they only did a simple resupply and hurried on. Of course, fighting and sparring were inevitable. After some simple exchanges with a few people, Xiano roughly understood their strengths. The strongest was undoubtedly Rox, followed closely by Whitebeard and the Golden Lion, while Charlotte Linlin was slightly weaker, and Xiano himself was even weaker. However, everyone regarded Xiano as an equal. Not to mention that Xiano was young. He was also accompanied by a similarly talented and very loyal Kaido. At this time, there were still 8 years until God Valley. So Golden Lion and the others had not yet reached their peak. One day, feeling extremely bored, they actually started playing a fishing game on the ship. Hey, Shiki, aren't you cheating? Get down here, Charlotte Linlin said angrily, looking at the Golden Lion floating in the air. The Golden Lion used the ability of the float fruit to slice the sea with his famous sword, creating dozens of blocks of seawater, which he then lifted into the air. He eliminated their buoyancy, and then they heard the sound of splashing as the seawater broke apart, causing a large number of fish to fall directly onto the deck. Ha! You said we were fishing. You never said we couldn't use our devil fruit abilities. Besides, Linlin, I just saw you use Conqueror's Haki to stun the fish. The Golden Lion laughed nonchalantly. If we're talking about cheating, you started it. Charlotte Linlin held a small fishing rod in her hand, and upon hearing this, her eyelid twitched, instantly feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. She turned to Kaido beside her. That damn Shiki. Hey, Kaido, go knock him down. Oh, watch me, yeah. Just as Kaido was about to act, he suddenly reacted, angrily shouting, how many times do I have to say it? Don't just order me around. Stinky woman, what does it matter? I see you and Xiano as my little brothers. Charlotte Linlin laughed confidently. Gulalala. Since it's a competition, of course, we have to give it our all. Whitebeard let out a strange laugh, then spread his legs apart and crossed his fists. He suddenly gathered energy and opened up, and with a loud crack, the air shattered, spreading like a spiderweb of cracks. In the next moment, the ship began to shake violently, and several massive trenches appeared on the sea surface, exposing the dry seabed, splitting the entire ocean apart. Countless fish turned into rain, being blasted into the air and then pouring down onto the pirate ship. Even the sails were covered with fish. Newgate, you're going too far. Don't forget there are so many devil fruit users on the ship. Charlotte Linlin was extremely angry. However, before they could scold Whitebeard, their observation Haki suddenly sensed something, and they all stood by the ship's edge to look at the sea, accompanied by the sound of massive waves. 5 enormous sea kings suddenly emerged around the pirate ship, all with red eyes, circling around the ship. This is the Golden Lion's pupils constricted. Ha ha ha. It's Xiano's ability, but that S really exaggerated. He can even control Sea Kings. Rox couldn't help but laugh. Whitebeard's gaze also sharpened. It was indeed a crazy ability. They all knew how terrifying it was to have such power at sea. If Xiano were to use this ability recklessly, an entire nation could be destroyed in an instant. Hey, don't get too amazed. Look over there. It's a Navy warship. Kaido suddenly shouted. In the distance, the seagull flag, symbolizing justice, fluttered in the wind as a warship led by a naval vice admiral rapidly approached the Rox pirates. However, possibly due to the distance, they could not see clearly that this pirate ship was beyond what they could handle. And no, Vice Admiral Tom, it's the Rox pirates. A Navy soldier yelled in terror after recognizing the pirate flag. Let us run. You bastard. Do you think I'm someone to be trifled with? If we retreat, it would mean the Navy is yielding to pirates? All hands prepare for battle. Yes, Vice Admiral Tom. Soon, with the sound of fuses burning, countless black cannonballs instantly cut through the sky, raining down on Rox's ship like a storm. Overestimating yourselves. Don't think of us as lowly pirates who just run away. Rox laughed defiantly. Everyone, let us charge forward. Ha 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 ha. In the next moment, Xiano soared into the air, light bursting from his feet as he shot out countless gale feet, slicing all the cannonballs in half. Then, Whitebeard punched the air, blowing up all the cannonballs in midair. Meanwhile, on the Navy side, a sudden whistling wind filled their ears, and a shadow suddenly fell overhead. They instinctively looked up, their expressions turning to sheer terror. Above them, a massive rock was rapidly falling. Ha ha! Prepare to be ground into meat paste, Navy. The Golden Lion laughed loudly from even higher up. Not good. Vice Admiral Tom leaped up, quickly drawing his military sword, covering it with haki, and slashed. He managed to split the rock in half. However, as the rock split apart, a large number of debris also fell from the center, and sharp-eyed Navy soldiers noticed that many oddly shaped fish were mixed in with the stones. How can there be fish in the rock? A curious Navy soldier picked up a fish from the deck, only to see that these fish had red eyes and sharp teeth, looking extremely fierce. Don't touch those fish. Vice Admiral Tom seemed to realize something, yelling urgently. But it was already too late, amidst the screams of several Navy soldiers. The bizarre fish had already bitten through their skin. In an instant, the weak Navy soldiers' bodies suddenly changed, quickly becoming bloodthirsty monsters. A scene of self-destruction unfolded. Soon after, Charlotte Linlin, unwilling to be outdone, somehow jumped atop the Navy warship, holding up a small sun, fire in the sky. Boom! The blazing sun roared with flames. The entire warship was engulfed in a sea of fire. Ha ha! The era of bastards is finally about to begin. Charge! Rox stood at the bow of the ship, his aura exploding, and then he drew his famous sword and swung it. Boom! Unstoppable. Nothing could block it. Like a cannon strike, the slash instantly pierced the warship, turning all obstacles in front into dust. After a few days, the pirate ship finally sailed into the waters where Elbaf was located. Arriving at the world's largest country, Elbaf, Xiano stood on the lookout, gazing at the distant giant kingdom. So magnificent. In front of him, on the vast sea, stood a tree large enough to block the sun, with a massive canopy dividing the tree into 2 layers and torrents of waterfalls flowing down from it. The world's largest tree, also the best treasure tree for building pirate ships, Adam. The country of giants, Elbaf, is located here. The 2 layers of tree canopies, along with the ground below, divide the entire Elbaf into 3 parts. The heavenly realm, the sunny realm, and the underworld filled with evil creatures. Mama, how nostalgic. Speaking of which, this is also my second hometown. Standing at the bow of the ship, Charlotte Linlin looks excited. Hey, Linlin, the matter with Heraldor is very important to me, so don't cause any trouble. Rox warned. TCH, I got it. Charlotte Linlin snorted. When she was a child, she accidentally killed a giant elder and destroyed a village, and was ultimately expelled from Elbaf by the giants. She had long since forgiven the giants. Chapter 40, The Cursed Prince, Loki. Soon, the pirate ship arrived at a port. The giants on the shore immediately spotted the pirate ship docked nearby and were about to engage in battle when when they heard someone shout, "It's Rock's ship. Rox is here to see His Majesty Herald again. So that's it. Hurry and notify His Majesty the King." From the giant's words, it was clear that this was not the first time Rox had come to Elbaf. "Hey, Hodol, I'm here. Come to greet me." With a loud shout, a fierce conqueror's haki soared into the sky, completely enveloping the magnificent castle on the second floor. This, one incredibly powerful haki. Some weaker giants were immediately drenched in sweat from fear. In the next moment, a similarly overwhelming haki surged from the castle, colliding violently with Rock's haki, causing the world to change color for a moment. The air crackled with black and red lightning. "Rox, it's been years, and you're still causing chaos." Meanwhile, a booming voice of anger echoed from within the castle. "Ha ha ha, your strength hasn't diminished a bit." Rox laughed heartily. Following their brief standoff, a rainbow bridge slowly descended from above. A rainbow? Is this also created by a devil fruit user? Kaido widened his eyes. Ever since following Xiano and encountering so many ability users, he had become someone who associated any novel site with devil fruits. However, this time, he was mistaken. "There are plenty of interesting things in this sea," William explained, "and these rainbows are created by a magical stone called sunstone, looking exactly like real rainbows." "So that's how it is. Quite wonderful indeed," Xiano remarked, staring at the gradually descending rainbow bridge. The pirate ship ascended the rainbow bridge and continued upward until it reached the end of the bridge, which was the giant castle. "Rox, His Majesty Herald has ordered us to take you in alone." Two giants holding shields and large swords stood at the entrance, their voices booming. "The others, please wait." "TCH. So mysterious." The Golden Lion scoffed. "Hey, Rox, you finally came." Just then, a somewhat immature voice rang out from behind the crowd. "I've been waiting for you to come to Elbaf all these years." It was a gigantic figure, like a small mountain, but judging from his youthful face, he was probably still a child, a giant child. Moreover, unlike other giants, this guy had his eyes covered with white cloth. He had two long horns on his head, a characteristic of the ancient giants. Those with ancient giant bloodlines often exceeded ordinary giants in size and strength. "It's you, kid." Rox glanced at the small giant and casually said to the crowd, "This guy is named Loki, the son of Herald. Don't be fooled by his age. He is in his 20s, but is actually just a little giant. The lifespan of giants is about 3 times that of humans, so, converted, Loki is equivalent to a 7 or 8-year-old human, younger than Kaido." "Prince Loki, what are you doing here?" His Majesty has already decreed that today is just a meeting between him and Rox. No one is allowed to interfere. The giant guards showed clear panic upon seeing Loki arrive. This was because in the giant kingdom, Prince Loki had been known as the Cursed Prince since birth. Anyone who came into contact with him would become unfortunate. Thus, he often stayed in the underworld with ferocious beasts. Every time he returned to the world of the living, he would bring chaos and trouble. So almost no giants like Prince Loki. So much nonsense. Ignoring the guards' warnings, Loki dragged a spike club and walked straight up to Rox, shouting loudly, "Rox, let me join your pirate crew. I will become the king of giants in the future, and I won't let you down," Loki proclaimed earnestly, but before he could finish, disdainful smiles appeared on the faces of Whitebeard and the others. "Ha ha ha." Rox burst out laughing. "Get lost, Loki. Do you really think being a pirate is just a child's game? You should hurry back home to find your mommy." Everyone knew Rock's decision. What he wanted was a short-term assembly of strong warriors, and Loki was simply too weak. Even if he could grow stronger in the future, it would take many years. But Loki was very insistent. "I'm not a kid. I'm very strong now. If you don't believe me, I'll challenge you right now, Rox." A stubborn little brat. Rox found him quite cute and said, "Why not let him come aboard as an intern, just like Kaido?" The Golden Lion chuckled, clearly eyeing Loki's potential and wanting to recruit him early. "Intern?" Rox raised an eyebrow, suddenly thinking of a mischievous idea. "Interesting. How about this, Loki? You can choose any one of us, and if you could defeat any of them, I'll let you on board." "Really, really?" Loki exclaimed excitedly on the spot. Defeating Rox was absolutely impossible for him at his current level, but these other guys looked quite weak. "All right, Rox, you can't go back on your word." Of course, if you really can defeat them, I'd be more than happy to let you join." The small Loki nodded vigorously. starting to assess the few people in front of him. When he saw Charlotte Linlin, he immediately shook his head, excluding her. He didn't fight women. Then he looked at Whitebeard and excluded him as well. This guy had white hair, clearly an old man. Even if he beat him, it wouldn't be a fair victory. Then there was. Hey, it's you. Loki pointed at the golden lion. Oh, little Loki, so sharp-tongued? The golden lion became interested, a red glow flashing in his eyes, and an invisible aura suddenly erupted from him, enough to intimidate the giants present, especially little Loki, who was now sweating profusely and trembling slightly, no longer possessing the arrogance he had just displayed. Wait a minute, I meant him. Why are you coming over? Loki hurriedly pointed to the side of the golden lion. Everyone's gaze shifted to Xiano, standing next to the golden lion. Seeing this, Xiano smiled slightly at Loki. Do you want to challenge me? That's right. Come out for a one-on-one, Loki said with a fierce expression, thinking to himself that this human looked ordinary and didn't seem too strong. But in the next moment, whoosh, Xiano's figure instantly disappeared from his spot, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Loki, delivering a simple, unadorned punch that landed squarely on Loki's stomach. Bang! Accompanied by a huge collision sound, a wave of air erupted from the center of the two, spreading out in all directions. Puffed. Loki covered his mouth, but blood still seeped through his fingers. At that moment, he felt like his liver and gallbladder were about to burst. The pain so excruciating that he wished he could die right away. Even his pupils began to dilate, and he almost fainted from the pain. Hiss, and not painful. Hungry. 41. Adam, the treasure tree. You may indeed become a strong and independent person in the future, but for now, you are still too young. Xiano gave his evaluation. What? Are you kidding me? Rocky stubbornly held on without passing out, then gritted his teeth and said defiantly, I don't feel any pain at all. This is a great opportunity for him to join the Rocks Pirates, and he absolutely cannot miss it. With that thought, Rocky suddenly shouted, Switch! This guy is too small. I don't want to bully him. Then he pointed at Kaido not far away. That guy is still acceptable. Do you dare to duel with me, Rocky? Hey, are you really okay? Kid, you're spraying blood from your mouth, said Charlotte Linlin with a smile. Mind your own business. It's just tomato juice that came out from the tomato I just ate. Mom, you really are a stubborn kid. So go teach him a lesson. Kaido, I said, except for Brother Xiano, no one can give me orders. Kaido said with an unhappy expression, looking up at Xiano as if asking for his opinion. It's fine, Kaido, since little Rocky wants to spar with you. You can go ahead and try. But be mindful of the limits. After all, this is the territory of the giants. Xiano said. He and Rocks were just in a cooperative relationship, and didn't he need to stir up unnecessary trouble, especially since he had another purpose for coming to Elbaf. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of several giant guards clearly flashed with a hint of mockery. Mind the limits? The territory of the giants? Don't joke around. A cursed prince like Rocky will only bring endless disaster and trouble to Elbaf. If he accidentally gets killed, the giants will have to thank the Rocks Pirates. Although Rocky's eyes were bandaged, he could see the expressions on everyone's faces, and realizing he was despised again. Anger surged in his heart. So, this is why he wanted to follow Rocks. Your name is Kaido, right? I'm going to smash you flat now. Rocky shouted fiercely at Kaido. You seem quite confident. The moment the words fell, Kaido lifted his kanabo, and black haki suddenly emerged from his hand. Then, this haki began to flow like water, covering the kanabo until it was completely wrapped. This was a new use of haki that Kaido learned during practice with William, Xiano, and others, wrapping haki entirely around a weapon. This way, he could perform long-range attacks. Blood Hell 8 trigrams. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, Kaido violently swung his weapon, and with a loud bang, the kanabo hit Rocky's face squarely, the force so great that it caved in his entire face. Arg! Rocky immediately let out a painful scream. To be honest, the ancient giant's body is indeed tough. Even after taking a punch from Xiano, and now a full force hit from Kaido, he still hadn't passed out. He only stumbled back a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Prince Rocky has already lost. No need to continue. Seeing Kaido about to step forward for another strike, the giant guards called off the match. After all, no matter how much they disliked Rocky, they couldn't just watch a giant prince get hurt. However, It must be said that the members of the Rock's crew are truly a group of terrifying monsters. This pirate named Kaido seems to be only 13 or 14 years old, right? Huh. Have you come to terms with reality now, Rocky Kid? Rox laughed loudly as he stepped into the giant castle. Meanwhile, on the other side, a few giant kids ran over, with the leader wearing a steel helmet. Looking a bit older. I am Halding. I'm Rocky's brother. I'm sorry my brother caused you trouble. Halding shouted at everyone. It has nothing to do with you. Rocky remained stubborn. It's nothing, just a simple match, Xiano said. You say you're Rocky's brother? Then you're also a prince of the giant country. Just in time. I want to inquire about something. Please go ahead. Halding was clearly much more composed than Rocky, showing great calmness in front of the pirates. I heard that the Atom Tree in Elbaf is the best shipbuilding material in the world, so I want to ask where I can buy this wood? Xiano said directly. Upon hearing this, the faces of the giants around changed, their expressions somewhat strange. Halding was also taken aback for a moment before awkwardly speaking. The Atom Tree is a sacred tree, and it is not allowed to be cut down easily. However, if there is severe weather, like lightning or strong winds, some branches may fall. If you really want it, you can ask at the tavern by the coast. The owner, Motto, knows everything. I understand. Saying this, Xiano walked towards the coast, with Kaido and William immediately following. Mom, standing here is quite boring. Xiano, let me go with you. Just in time to have a drink. Charlotte Lin said as she followed along. The Atom Tree? Xiano, you aren't planning to build a ship to leave the Rock's pirates, are you? That seems a bit too fast. Ha ha ha. The Golden Lion teased, then laughed aloud, saying, speaking of which, when the day really comes to disband, come follow me. You and Kaido are both my right and left arms. Wouldn't that be great? Ha ha ha. The Golden Lion was already envisioning a bright future. But when he came back to his senses, he realized that Xiano and the others had already walked quite a distance. Hey, you bunch of bastards. Listen to me properly. He jumped up in anger. Hearing the roar behind them, Charlotte Lin snorted coldly. Stupid Shiki, dreaming in broad daylight again. Xiano and Kaido must be following me. Mom, you go dream with Shiki. Just after a few people left, Rocky, who remained in place, also stood up unsteadily, pushing away the little friends who were concerned about him. He looked at Shano's departing figure, and his expression turned a bit grim. Then he got up and chased after them. Hey, Rocky, you're injured, don't move around. Halding also rushed up. After all, Rocky is still his little brother. Soon, the group arrived at a small tavern. Although it was called a small tavern, it was still quite large for Xiano and the others. The tavern's entrance was a full 20 meters high, making Kaido's size look like a little dwarf in comparison. Yar, today is really lively, so many guests have come. Accompanied by a girl's voice, a round-faced giant girl with orange long hair and many freckles on her face pushed open the door. Although she looked young, she was already a giant in her 30s. The next moment, when her gaze landed on Charlotte Lin, her pupils suddenly constricted, and she exclaimed in surprise, Lin, the demon that destroyed the village. Mom, it's been a long time, Mako. No need to be nervous. I'm just here to accompany some friends to Elbaf. And I'll leave soon, Charlotte Lin explained somewhat helplessly. And besides, I've always wanted to reconcile with you guys. I didn't mean to back then. Mako didn't say anything. She only felt fear towards Lin in front of her. All right, Lin, we are not here to reminisce. Xiano led the group into the tavern and casually ordered a few drinks. Of course, for their size, those drinks looked no different from a barrel of alcohol. Moreover, the liquor from a land of giants had a scent that indicated a terrifyingly high alcohol content. If they finished that barrel, they would probably be out cold for 2 or 3 days. Xiano didn't drink. He just quietly asked Maka, do you know where I can find branches of the Atom Tree? I want to buy some. Huh, you mean Atom? Upon hearing Shano's inquiry, Maka immediately showed a troubled expression. How rude of these outsiders. That was a sacred tree. How could it be treated as a commodity? So, she firmly stated, I won't tell you that I have a branch of the treasure tree in my warehouse. Everyone. The next moment, Maka suddenly realized she had let something slip, and her face instantly showed a polite, yet awkward smile, reminiscent of Tomcat. I was just joking. You guys wouldn't be thinking of taking that branch, would you? Maka stammered. Of course, we're pirates. I wouldn't be able to just snatch it or sneak in your house to steal the branch. Xiano said with a mischievous grin. Of course, that essay lie. The legend of the sun god, ancient murals, the Navy is coming. Now that they knew the whereabouts of the Atom treasure tree, things became simpler. However, outright theft was not an option. Even if they wanted to buy it, the giants would definitely not sell, and even if they did, they didn't have the money. Thus, the only option left was to use the Fearsome Beast ability to find a way to obtain that branch. At that moment, the door of the small tavern was forcefully pushed open again, and a massive figure resembling a small mountain appeared. Hey, you're Xiano, right? And Kaido, Loki shouted angrily. I'm not down yet. The duel isn't over. This little brat is really stubborn. After being hurt like that, how can he still fight me? Kaido replied coldly. Who do you think I am? I'm going to be the king of giants. I will become a liberating warrior like the sun god Nika. How could I fall so easily? Loki pounded his chest hard, even coughing up blood, but his eyes still showed determination. Mommy, the sun god? Does anyone really believe in that childish stuff? Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but mock. Please don't say that, Linlin. Nika is the belief of Elbaf. Though Maka was afraid of Linlin, she couldn't help but speak up when she heard her slandering the liberating warriors. Yes, belief may be ethereal, but it still has its necessity, Xiano said lightly. Whether it's the control of the powerful over the weak or the hope that supports ordinary people to live on, belief is indispensable. As soon as these words were spoken, the air instantly froze. Oomph. Don't joke around. The sun god Nika really exists. Loki shouted angrily. It's even painted on the murals of the Hallelujah God classic. Upon hearing this, Maka twitched her eyes. Idiot Prince Loki. Such important information should not be told to pirates. Murals? As soon as Xiano heard this, he became interested. If it's true, then take us to see it, Loki. Oomph. All right, I'll show you. Loki instinctively began to lead the group, but then he realized and gritted his teeth. Wait a minute. Why should I take you there? How about this? Xiano smiled. If you take us to see the murals, I'll tell you how to join the Rocks Pirates, and this method is guaranteed to work. Huh? Really? Loki's eyes suddenly lit up. If that's the case, then it's a deal. You can't trick me. Of course, I could never deceive a child. Xiano wore a harmless expression, and paired with his heroic face, he gave off a gentle older brother vibe. Hee, I didn't expect you to be quite nice. Then, let's go. The carefree Loki happily agreed to Xiano's terms. Seeing this, Charlotte Linlin raised an eyebrow, almost unable to suppress a laugh. How despicable. Even tricking a child, Xiano. You are truly too despicable now. Then, several people jumped onto Loki's massive body, speeding toward the center of the Atom treasure tree. Along the way, they encountered Helden and several giant children, waving their arms at Loki and shouting something, seemingly trying to stop him. However, at that moment, Loki charged through like a massive force, directly knocking the few people blocking the way aside. They didn't even see it coming. They thought it was a speed bump. Soon, Loki passed through several villages and layers of leaves from the Atom tree, finally arriving in front of the enormous trunk, facing a giant mural. This is the prophetic mural left behind from 100 years of blank history. As for what happened during that blank period that made the rulers go so far as to erase that history, Xiano could not know. But what was certain was that it must have been a dark and shameful history. Mommy, although I can't understand what it means, Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but exclaim, but it looks terrifying. Xiano, what do you think? Xiano examined the mural closely. It appeared to be divided into 3 parts, the past, present, and future. Among them were gods, demons, robots, and so on. In short, it was quite chaotic. To this, Xiano could only express, could the Riddler just roll out of the pirate world? However, the future scenes recorded on it seemed to say that in the future, there would be a warrior who could stretch his arms, with hair that looked like it was burning with flames, to fight against a demon wielding the sun. Xiano stroked his chin and said, that's right. I will also become such a person. How about it? Do you believe it now? Loki proudly replied, of course. Upon hearing this, Xiano, Linlin, and Kaido just smiled lightly and said nothing. The past might indeed be irretrievable, but the future would definitely be changed by them. How could a born conqueror succumb to the so-called fate? Enough about that. Now you should tell me. Loki excitedly said to Xiano, what should I do to join you and follow behind Rocks? As soon as these words were spoken, Everyone looked at Loki with a playful expression. Mommy, let me tell you, silly boy, to join the Rocks Pirates, you only need one condition, a very simple condition, and that is, Charlotte Linlin sneered. You just have to defeat us. Huh? Loki was taken aback for a moment, then immediately became furious. What? You dare trick me? Isn't that the same as saying nothing? As soon as the words fell, Loki swung his iron club toward the group. Bang! The ground suddenly cracked, and dust filled the air. However, as the dust gradually settled, Xiano and the others had already disappeared from the spot, reappearing 100 meters away, quickly heading back the way they came. Ha ha ha! Loki, the first lesson of being a pirate is to never trust a pirate's promises. Xiano turned back and waved goodbye to the giant prince. In any case, work hard to become stronger. I have a feeling we will meet again. Damn it. Loki watched Xiano's departing figure, his body trembling with anger. However, besides the fury of being mocked, he actually felt a strange sensation from Xiano. How should he put it? He felt that this guy was someone very worth paying attention to. Just wait and see. Next time, I will definitely defeat you. Loki silently vowed. On the other side, Xiano did not return directly to the giant castle, but instead used moonwalk to fly in the air, quickly reaching the lowest level of the giant kingdom, which was the underworld. He encountered the massive beasts known as mountain lords. The spear shot out, and several mountain lords were instantly hit, bleeding. They immediately roared and charged straight at Xiano, but upon seeing that his attack was effective, Xiano immediately used Shave to disappear from the spot, leaving behind a group of furious and confused beasts roaring in the snow. Moments later, Xiano returned to the entrance of the giant castle, just in time to see the cursing rocks walking out of the castle. Hey, Xiano, where did you just go? Got lost. The Golden Lion said unhappily. Nothing, Xiano shrugged. All right, let's go. Rock's voice was cold. It seemed that Harold had rejected him. Moreover, they didn't even hold the customary banquet among pirates, and just left, indicating that the two not only failed to reach an agreement, but also had significant differences. Leaving so soon? I thought I could stay here a few more days and find a giant woman. The Golden Lion laughed heartily. Hey, giant women? Shiki, it's not that I look down on you. Can you really handle it? Whitebeard merely sneered. Ha ha, if you can't handle it, you can help. The Golden Lion said boldly. Get lost. Whitebeard's expression darkened instantly. Hey, I said you too. This isn't the time to fight, right? Look over there. At that moment, Charlotte Linlin's finger pointed through the rainbow bridge, directing attention to the distant sea. On the surface of the sea, 5 warships were cutting through the water at high speed, heading towards Elbaf. 42 Xiano versus Sengoku. Archenemies. Ha ha. Rock saw the Navy coming, and instead of panicking, he was extremely excited, just when he hit a wall with Harold. He had no place to vent his anger. Damn it, charge out with me. With a loud shout, black-red lightning shot into the sky, shaking the entire sea. It was indeed that damned bastard. On the other side, Admiral Steelbone Kong, upon seeing his enemy, was instantly filled with boundless rage. He leaped from the warship, shooting straight into the sky. Boom! The earth-shattering sound rang out. The attacks of the two powerhouses collided in the sky, causing the heavens and earth to change color. Meanwhile, 3 new generation Navy members, Carp, Sengoku, and Crane, passionately followed behind, charging towards the rest of Rock's pirate crew. Ha ha ha! Good to see you, Navy. The Golden Lion summoned a massive rock. Whitebeard activated his earthquake ability. Charlotte Linlin manipulated flames. And Xiano briefly engaged with a Navy major named Sengoku. Novice Xiano, you killed ears, didn't you? Sengoku, with his explosive hair and square face, angrily questioned, as that guy was a comrade of his from the same period. As soon as he finished speaking, brilliant golden light erupted, and Sengoku's entire body suddenly grew, as if a myth had descended, transforming into a gigantic golden Buddha several meters tall. The human fruit, mythical beast type, Buddha form. Devil fruits are really amazing. Xiano couldn't help but marvel. Now even a Buddha had appeared. He wouldn't be surprised even if he encountered Sun Wukong in the future. Buddha's impact. The golden Buddha clapped its hands, unleashing an enormous shockwave that tore through the air and slammed toward Xiano. Shave. Whoosh. Xiano dodged just in time. The shockwave instantly pierced through, creating a terrifying hole in a massive wall behind him. This level of destructive power was somewhat perverse. That is, upon seeing the technique Xiano used, Sengoku's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a pinhead, and a bad thought arose in his heart. It's the 6 styles. Could it be? Xiano also saw the confusion in his eyes, so he smirked, a wicked thought surfacing in his mind. You're not wrong. This 6 styles is what I learned from Ears. Speaking of which, Ears hoped until his death that you Navy comrades would come to save him. He even said that after defeating me, he would continue to do something with you. Just as partners? Ha ha ha. Doesn't that sound ridiculous? The moment these words were spoken, they struck Sengoku's soft spot. At this moment, Sengoku was still a passionate youth. How could he withstand such humiliation? Hearing his comrades' dreams mocked, the fire in his eyes almost solidified. You evil bastard. You're not allowed to use the 6 styles. You must die now. I'll kill you. The once imposing Buddha completely lost its reason at this moment, transforming into a frenzied figure. Hey, Sengoku, don't be fooled by the enemy's words. Calm down. The girl Crane reminded from aside, but Sengoku couldn't hear any of it. The golden giant hand turned into an afterimage, desperately reaching for Xiano, but each time, Xiano perfectly dodged it. Ah, damn pirates. Stop being a turtle. Boom, boom, boom. After a flurry of attacks, Sengoku's light began to dim, clearly showing signs of exhaustion, while Xiano remained calm and collected, with only the corners of his clothes slightly dirty. Finally, when Sengoku failed to land a hit, Xiano seized the opportunity, exposing a flaw. Navy! Whoosh! In the next moment, a flash of light streaked by, like a meteor cutting through the sky. Windfoot, cross-slash. In merely a moment, Xiano crossed his legs, intertwining with Sengoku's massive body. Slash! Gah! Sengoku let out a piercing scream, a massive X-shaped wound suddenly appearing on his chest, gushing out a large amount of blood. Boom! The Buddha fell to the ground, creating a huge pit. At this time, Sengoku clearly did not have such strong recovery abilities, so this strike directly left him with a permanent scar. Sengoku, seeing that Xiano was about to charge over to deliver a finishing blow, Carp quickly rushed over to rescue Sengoku. At this moment, the battle above in the sky also experienced a change. The King of Giants, Harold, not knowing whether he was worried about Elbaf being destroyed or didn't want to see casualties between the two sides in Elbaf, walked out of the castle, blocking the way between Rocks and Steelbone Kong. Stop! Stop right now! Don't fight anymore! And seeing Harold's indifferent stance, Steelbone Kong instantly became furious. Horo, didn't you always want Elbaf to join the world government? Why are you now being ambiguous with Rocks? Don't you know he is the most evil pirate on this sea? Ha ha ha! Laughable. If the world government really wanted to accept giants, why did they order the pursuit of Harold at the Holy Land a few years ago, completely unaware? Rocks looked at Steelbone Kong and mockingly said, in the end, you just want to team up with Harold to defeat me. As for whether Elbaf can become a member state, that's not up to you to decide. Rocks, you bastard. Steelbone Kong's face flushed with embarrassment as his inner thoughts were exposed, and he became somewhat agitated. Enough, Harold shouted in anger. Elbaf is a peaceful nation, so I hope both of you can give me some face. Upon hearing this, Rocks burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, since you said that, continuing to fight would be my fault. However, I still hope you reconsider that matter. Then Rocks shouted at Steelbone Kong, Navy, I'll let you off this time. Steelbone Kong's eyes twitched, feeling helpless, as the Rocks pirates were indeed too powerful now. The forces he brought this time were simply insufficient. Thus, the Rocks pirates sailed away, leaving a group of angry Navy officers behind. In particular, Sengoku lay on the deck, his chest wrapped in large bandages, glaring at the retreating figure of the Sword of Jibek with rage-filled eyes. Xiano, he gritted his teeth and said, next time we meet, I will personally bring you to justice. From that moment on, Xiano inadvertently became Sengoku's target. During the Navy's pursuit of the Rocks pirates, the two always managed to align perfectly against each other, and neither could do anything about the other, like fated enemies. Those who didn't know would think one of them was an undercover pirate navy signaling to each other. Rocks became stronger and more powerful, creating new brilliance. After Elbaf returned, the Rocks pirates landed on Hive Island and crushed all the pirates competing for the island, ultimately completely occupying this pirate island. During this period, many pirates came to join, and many others who were defeated joined the Rocks crew. 3 years later, the year was 1478 in the Sea Circle calendar, and the Rocks pirates had subtly become the most powerful pirate crew in the world. Xiano, through continuous battles, had also mastered the three-color hockey, raising his strength to a new level, with a bounty that reached a terrifying 870 million berries, almost on par with Whitebeard and others. The main subordinates, Kaido and William, had bounties over 300 million berries. Mia had a bounty of 50 million berries, and Lila continued to serve as the king of the Fairy Kingdom, so she had no bounty. One day, a mysterious guest arrived on Hive Island. "I'm here to join the Rocks pirates." On the outskirts of the island, a man with a large axe, dressed in a trench coat, with his face hidden under the brim of his hat, said coldly, "Ha ha, what are you joking about? Do you think you could just join the Rocks pirates?" The surrounding pirates laughed loudly and pointed to the massive rock at the center of the island. "Do you see that? Rocks and his crew are right there in the center of the island. The deeper you go, the crazier the powerful ones you'll meet. A guy like you is just seeking death by going there. Ha ha." But the next moment, when this man took off his trench coat, revealing a stern face, the pirates instantly froze in place, showing fear. It's the Beast, the nemesis of Lord Golden Lion. It's the Beast. Such a guy actually came to actively join the Rocks pirates, at the same time with 2 loud bangs. The massive rock in the center of the island was blasted with 2 large holes, completely transforming it into a skull shape. Rocks and his officers walked out from within, taking in the entire island and the boundless sea. Rocks spread his arms and laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha. Did you all hear what I just said? One of the 2 legendary devil fruits is right in Elbaf, and only if Harold eats it can it unleash its true power." Beside him, John, holding a bottle of wine, said with a smile, "And the Big Hammer Brigade, those frozen giant soldiers. Sounds a bit unrealistic, Captain Rocks." "Yeah, I've already sent people to look for it, but there is no news at all," Charlotte Linlin said unhappily. Upon hearing this, others echoed in agreement. Xiano, however, wore a thoughtful expression. Although Rocks often acted crazy, he shouldn't mess around with such matters. He felt that this old man was hiding something. "Ha ha ha, don't be so pessimistic. What we're discussing now is a real dream," Rocks said spiritedly, looking down at all the pirates, excitedly shouting, "Listen up, you bastards. Elbaf is the key to conquering the Holy Land. If you don't believe it, you can leave now, on the day of destiny. Whether to follow me or not is up to you to decide. But if you've made up your mind, then follow me. I will show you the scenery at the peak of the world." As his words fell, the pirates on the island instantly erupted. Oh, oh, oh. The cheers nearly scattered the clouds in the sky. The vast majority of those present had no opportunity to confront the world government. But these pirates were willing to follow in Rock's footsteps. Because they couldn't reach the peak themselves, they chose to follow those at the peak. Is there anything wrong with a man entrusting his dreams to another man? Xiano quietly watched all this, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The era belonging to Rocks was about to begin. Xiano. Seemingly hearing Xiano's thoughts, Rocks turned his head, revealing a mischievous expression, arrogantly laughing. "What a pity. It seems that the man who will dominate the whole world is me. Is that so? Then you better be careful." Upon hearing this, Xiano smirked, chuckling lightly. "Oh, careful of what?" "Careful that when you reach the top, I stab you in the back," Xiano replied with a wicked smile, not hiding his ambition. Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion immediately chimed in. "Jahaha, and me, I'm the same." Charlotte Linlin crossed her arms and laughed heartily. "My sword is also not to be underestimated." Whitebeard also refused to be outdone. Along with John, Wangji Malone, all the officers echoed in unison. "You bunch of naturally evil little brats." Rock's mouth twitched as he helplessly cursed. But there was nothing he could do. The Rocks pirates were just that kind of group. After some time passed. One day, this day was supposed to be ordinary, but the atmosphere on Hive Island was exceptionally gloomy. All the pirates were slumped on the ground, some even crying bitterly, heartbroken. "Hey, why is everyone so sad? Did Rocks die?" A beautiful female pirate, the former captain of the 9 snake pirates, Girolio Sava, surrounded by a snake, voiced her question. "Oh, Really? Hearing this, Whitebeard immediately perked up. If that's true, then hurry and grab Rock's inheritance. Haha, Newgate, you're still so anxious. But I like you like this. The female pirate, Beghingham Stussy, who was leaning on Whitebeard's shoulder, said with a smile, but unfortunately, that old man Rox isn't dead yet. The reason they're so down is because of this. She took out a newspaper, prominently displaying the headline. The most beautiful woman in the world, Shaki, withdraws from a 9-snake pirate crew. Upon hearing this, the group of guys, seeing neither Shaki's bounty nor the newspaper, looked like they were about to die. Stussy, feeling a bit jealous, said, I don't understand. I should be more charming than Shaki. Yet these guys are so obsessed with her. Even Whitebeard seems to have a bit of a liking for that woman. Hey, GOLD, Roger, by the way, you used to be the captain of the 9-snake pirates, right? Stussy glanced at GOLD. Roger, a sly smile creeping on her face. Oh, right. You really like Roger, don't you? And that Roger deeply loves Shaki. What a strange relationship. GOLD, Roger, known as the Sea Charm, had countless men chasing after him, like Whitebeard and the Golden Lion, who desperately sought his help. But for women, it seemed there was only GOLD, Roger. Stop talking nonsense. GOLD, Roger clearly didn't want to discuss this, even though she was very close friends with Shaki. However, she did have some reservations about Roger. Stussy chuckled nonchalantly. Just kidding. No matter how many men like Shaki, it doesn't matter. After all, Whitebeard would never take a liking to that kind of person. Whitebeard merely snorted coldly, saying nothing. At the same time, on a high cliff in the northern part of Hive Island, a man stood at the edge, his face filled with despair. At that moment, he spread his arms wide, as if to jump off the cliff and attack the sea. Hey, William, if you're going to jump, just jump already. Below, Xiano and Kaido were watching that figure, with Kaido directly cursing, Don't waste everyone's time. We're still waiting to collect your corpse. Upon hearing that Shaki would no longer be a pirate, this cruel killer, known as Blood Prison, immediately lost all will to live and sought death. This kind of waste doesn't deserve to follow Lord Xiano, Mia said, crossing her arms and expressionless. Yeah, just jump already, William. Who knows? Maybe Shaki will be moved by your true feelings and come to save you. The other pirates laughed. You bunch of bastards. Is this how you treat a companion? She just had a breakup? Do you know the pain of breakup? You cold-hearted people. I will never forgive you, never. As he saw that not only did everyone fail to comfort him, but they were actually urging him to commit suicide. William felt like he could cry, but had no tears. Meanwhile, Xiano smiled slightly and said, William, I want to remind you of something. Boss, you want to persuade me to? William declared firmly, Don't waste your breath. Unless you promise to raise my salary by 100 million berries each month and give me an extra 7 days of vacation, I won't agree. Upon hearing this, Xiano was speechless. No, I'm just reminding you that Shaki doesn't even know you. How could you have a breakup? You're not even a simp. It's just unrequited love at most. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha. Lord Xiano is right. William, you can't just say whatever you want. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you had something with Shaki. Ha. Lies don't hurt. But the truth is a sharp knife. Looking at William, he was already kneeling on the ground, exuding negative energy, resembling a salted fish. But at that moment, his gaze suddenly fixed on the sea, and he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. After confirming something, his expression instantly shifted from despair to joy, and finally became frenzied. No, could it be? William was so excited he could hardly speak, just trembling his finger and pointing at the sea not far away. Mia exclaimed, It's over. That guy's gone crazy. No, look over there. At that moment, an incredulous voice from a pirate rang out. Everyone turned to the sea and saw a pirate ship cutting through the waves, the 9-snake pirate flag fluttering in the wind. Standing at the bow was a stunning beauty, who was none other than Shaki from the newspaper. William shouted loudly, his voice mixed with 3 parts excitement, 7 parts joy, and 90 parts disbelief. And the pirates on the shore were instantly captivated by Shaki's beauty. Their eyes filled with hearts, and they fell to the ground, losing their fighting ability. What? It's just as rumored? Watching the pirates around him, Xiano's mouth twitched. Aside from himself and Mia, everyone else was affected. Even the underage Kaido was blushing and unable to stay calm. Clearly, it wasn't a fruit ability. So, was it purely based on charm? One had to admit that Shaki was indeed beautiful. The beauties of Hive Island should not compare to her. But in Xiano's eyes, the difference between them was merely a score of 195, far from enough to turn him into a simp. It's also possible that he and Mia had higher pursuits, which restrained their desire for women. Sister Shaki is still as charming as ever. On the other side, on the pirate ship, the female warriors of the Nine Snake crew were also enraptured by Shaki. Even the pirates from Hive Island were completely captivated. Meanwhile, the acting captain of the Nine Snake crew, a round-faced girl named Tortoma, was peering over the ship's railing, secretly observing Xiano. That guy actually isn't affected by Sister Shaki's charm. Huh? Really? The female warriors were also somewhat incredulous. That guy is a cadre of the Rocks Pirates, known as Beast Calamity Xiano, with a bounty of 870 million berries, even higher than Sister Shaki's bounty. Just based on this composure, he seems terrifyingly strong. Yeah. Tortoma kept staring at Xiano, not blinking, feeling that he was a bit special. The other female warriors, hearing this, were suddenly surprised. Ha ha ha. Tortoma, you're not having a crush, are you? Upon hearing this, Tortoma's cheeks turned noticeably red, and feeling guilty, she hurriedly waved her hands. And no, it's not like that. The other female warriors, seeing her reaction, panicked. Could it be true? Hearing the female warriors' doubts, Tortoma remained silent, her face flushed, burying her head down. Upon seeing this, Shaki couldn't help but smile wryly, but she couldn't say anything. After all, wasn't she feeling the same? Filled with lovesickness and unrequited love seemed to be an inescapable fate for every emperor of Nine Snake Island. Soon, the Nine Snake crew's perfume ship docked at the shore. The pirates were already in a frenzy. They saw the charming woman leap gracefully, performing several flips in the air before landing on the shore, striding toward the island. And then the pirate ship actually began to turn around and leave. At that moment, in almost an instant, William suddenly appeared in front of Shaki, kneeling on the ground, humbly stroking Shaki's snow-white hand like a dog. What beautiful hands! Xiachi, your hands are indeed both fair and soft, perfectly free of any blemishes, just like I dreamed. By the way, my name is William, and I live on the 3rd floor of building number 1 on Honeycomb Island. I am currently single. Many years ago, when you had just become a pirate, I saw your bounty poster for the first time, and I could never forget your figure. It sounded a bit lewd, but just looking at your bounty poster made me subconsciously bow. Before I could say it, I saw a hint of disdain on Xiaqi's smiling face, and then she raised her long, white thigh and kicked William away. Accompanied by a line of blood, William flew dozens of meters away and crashed into a rock, but even so, his eyes were still filled with big hearts, and his face was still beaming with a lewd smile, even more so than before. That kick seemed to have made him feel great. William, you bastard! How dare you touch Xia Chi-chan's hand? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Yes, Xia Chi-chan, I won't allow you to kick other men. If you want to kick someone, kick me. Please, just give me a kick too. The originally fierce pirates all turned into lovesick fools at this moment. Shan Nuo was also helpless about this and could only sigh, saying, even beautiful roses have thorns. When Xiachi walked in front of him, she tossed her hair back and smiled charmingly. Beast Disaster Shan Nuo, just as the rumors said, is indeed a powerful man. Really, before we even landed on the island, one of my crew members has already fallen for you. Xiachi from the Nine Snake crew. Shan Nuo looked at the departing Nine Snake pirate ship and asked Xiachi expressionlessly, what brings you to Honeycomb Island? Don't be so nervous. I just want to stay here for a while and open a tavern or something, Xiachi said, lighting a lady's cigarette, her voice dripping with charm. I think the vast Rocks Pirates should be able to accommodate a weak woman like me, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the pirates instantly erupted with excitement, cheering wildly. Great! Xiachi-chan is going to stay on Honeycomb Island. Ooh, I can't be dreaming, right? Hurry up and start building the tavern. Didn't you hear Xiachi-chan's request? It is my lifelong honor to serve Xiachi-chan. Thus, shortly afterward, on Honeycomb Island, a brand new tavern sprang up, with a construction speed dozens of times faster than that of professional engineers. Xiaoqi walked down the street, and every pirate she met had hearts in their eyes. Smitten by her, even the usually proud Whitebeard couldn't help but be captivated at first sight of Xiaoqi, though he forced himself to suppress his expression. His heart was already betraying his thoughts. "Ah, Newgate, you bastard! Isn't my favor not enough for you?" Stussy, standing nearby, exploded with rage, her face showing a fierce expression. This was somewhat understandable. Apart from Xiano, even the captain had fallen for her. Guriosa said at this moment, what did you say? Rocks too? Stussy was about to question further when she noticed a meteor falling from the sky, landing right in front of Xiaoqi. Emerging from the dust was none other than Rox himself. At this moment, he had long lost his usual arrogance, becoming just like the other pirates, a loyal sycophant of Xiaoqi. From the captain down to the small minions, almost everyone was bowing down to Xiaoqi's skirt. At this moment, the Rox pirates could completely change their name to the repressed sexual pirates. "Hey, Rox, are you really going to let this woman stay on the island? What if she's an undercover agent sent by the Navy?" Charlotte Linlin attempted to dissuade him, but Rox wouldn't listen, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha. Linlin, are you jealous of Xiaoqi? After all, many men on the island are with you." Who do you think I am? To me, they're just tools." Charlotte Linlin sneered. "Ha ha ha. Then it doesn't matter. A beautiful woman is going to stay on the island. Isn't that a great thing?" Rox laughed loudly at everyone. "Hey, you guys, let's throw a grand feast to celebrate Xiaoqi's arrival." Oh, the gloomy atmosphere vanished, and the island was once again filled with a joyful air. Thus, after this day, Honeycomb Island gained a legendary tavern. Xiaoqi herself was hailed as the treasure of Honeycomb Island. With Xiaoqi's arrival, the Rox pirates, leveraging her influence, attracted a large number of powerful pirates. The Rox pirates stood tall in the new world with absolute dominance. Although the pirates had different goals, at this time, the Rox pirates were still relatively happy and carefree. They were young, doing things without considering the consequences, with only a passionate heart, stirring in the passionate years. This was the era of Rox. Years passed in the blink of an eye, and the time had come to the year 1484 of the Sea Circle calendar. Damn it, it was indeed the world government's doing. They stole my treasure. Those are priceless treasures. On this day, on the skull of Honeycomb Island, Rox cursed loudly. How dare they steal my things? I must make them pay the most painful price. Ha ha ha. Isn't this all your fault? Captain, you secretly found the mythical Zoan-type azure dragon fruit and the Paramecia-type meatball fruit, and you didn't tell us. You deserve to have it taken away. Captain John took a sip of alcohol and said mockingly. Smuggling pirate Gonzi shouted loudly, Yeah, you should have eaten the azure dragon fruit right after you got it. I really want to become an animal-type user, especially a powerful creature like a dragon." Upon hearing this, Shan Nuo smiled and said, "Want to become a dragon? That's easy. I can use dreadful evil bees to turn you into a dinosaur, and you can choose the type and form as you wish." Hearing this, Gonzi was instantly furious. "Damn it, Shan Nuo. How dare you say that? Last time you said your ability could help my injured subordinates heal and make them lively again, but what happened? They all turned into dinosaur zombies that only obey your orders." Shan Nuo shrugged, expressing helplessness. "Well, I didn't lie. After turning into dinosaurs, they really are lively, aren't they?" Gonzi gritted his teeth in anger, but he had no choice. After all, betrayal and deceit were the hallmarks of Honeycomb Island. "So, Rox, where do you plan to go to get your treasure back?" Charlotte Linlin asked. "Let's see." Rox pulled out a transponder snail, slammed it on the table, pressed the play button, and said, "This morning, this transponder snail received a strange audio. 46 Go to God Valley. Collaboration with Charlotte Linlin. Roger Pirates." Hey. A little girl's voice rang out. "This is Ginny. Can you hear me? I want to tell you some intel. God Valley in the West Sea is holding a hunting game for celestial dragons. The winner will receive a huge prize. If someone can come, we might have a chance to escape from here." "Hey, Ginny, don't spill the beans." Another boy's voice sounded. "Power, wealth, strength. If you want to get everything, come to the Valley of the Gods in the West Sea. The celestial dragons have put all their treasures here." Rox smiled wickedly. "Did you hear that? An island in the West Sea called the Valley of the Gods will hold a slaughter game by the celestial dragons, and my treasure is among those prizes. Upon hearing this, Xiano's expression became somewhat strange. He wasn't surprised that the celestial dragons would do such a thing. What puzzled him was that Rox actually said the world government stole his treasure. With Rox's strength, could anyone really steal such precious devil fruits right under his nose? Ha ha ha. Then it will be simple. Just go to the West Sea and take back the treasure. The golden lion laughed heartily. Hee hee. Competing with the celestial dragons for treasure? Sounds interesting. Count me in. Silver Axe sneered coldly. Yes, just thinking about those lofty celestial dragons makes me a bit impatient. I wonder what it feels like to kill those self-proclaimed gods. Wang Ji licked his lips, his face filled with killing intent, even without the temptation of the devil fruits. This trip to the West Sea is necessary. Seeing the reactions of the crowd, a sly smile crept on Rox's lips. Ha, you're right. That group of celestial dragons has stayed on their thrones long enough. It's time for them to step down. A day later, Hive Island, which hadn't fought the Navy for a long time, became lively again. In the port, hundreds of large pirate ships gathered, a sea of black that seemed endless, giving an immense sense of pressure. This time, the Rox pirates were nearly all out. Aside from those guarding the home base and those too far to make it in time, there were a full 100,000 troops heading to the West Sea. All the officers were mobilized. At this moment, Rox suddenly appeared above the port, passionately shouting downwards. Everyone, this operation is not just to take back our treasure. It's also a declaration of war against the world government. After this operation, it will be a full-scale war against the world government. By then, the era ruled by the celestial dragons will become history. From now on, you will stand with me above the heavens. Roar. The crowd was silent for a moment, then suddenly erupted into fervent cheers. The pirates' passion made the sea boil, piercing through the sky. Xiano stood atop a tall building, gazing at the fleet about to set sail. It was truly spectacular. With this scale of action, one could believe they were going to destroy the Navy headquarters. Wow. Yes, just looking at it makes one feel exhilarated. But, beside him, Charlotte Linlin chuckled. Even the most powerful pirate crew in the world will have a day of collapse, right? Xiano showed a confused expression. Don't pretend. Xiano, we both know that Rox is not trustworthy at all. Leaving aside whether this treasure can be obtained, even if he truly becomes the king of the world, would you be willing to bow down to him? Charlotte Linlin's expression turned somewhat sinister. After all, how many of us officers truly want to cause trouble for the celestial dragons? Aren't we all just after those devil fruits? So, what exactly do you want to say? Let's cooperate. Xiano, you want that azure dragon fruit too, right? Kaido has always wanted to become a user, and with his fighting style, that fruit would be a significant boost for him. Moreover, Charlotte Linlin grinned, summoning the small sun on her shoulder to her hand, laughing. As long as you cooperate with me, won't those treasures be within easy reach? She is the user of the soul fruit, capable of taking people's souls and creating homies. And Xiano's ability is to turn people into dinosaurs and is contagious. Both abilities are powerful weapons on the battlefield. They can easily create massive chaos. It does sound good. As long as we get the devil fruits, it's our victory. Xiano chuckled lightly. Wow. Yes, we can split the devil fruits we obtain. Huh. I can't wait. Let's wish us a happy cooperation in advance. Xiano extended his hand. Happy cooperation. Charlotte Linlin also extended her hand. The two hands clasped tightly together, both wearing radiant smiles. But at this moment, deep in their hearts, there was an evil little person simultaneously letting out a sinister laugh. The treasure is indeed to be snatched together. But how to divide it after getting it is uncertain. As the Rox pirates prepare to set sail, on the other side of the New World, a group of pirates also received news from Ginny. They actually treated the people of an island as live targets. These celestial dragons are too insane. The man who has conquered the giant race, Jabba, holding two axes, asked Roger, who stood at the bow of the ship. What should we do? Captain, should we go? I heard there are quite a few treasures on the island. At the bow stood a man in a red captain's coat, wearing a straw hat, who was regarded as a dream lover by countless male pirates, the famous pirate of the New World besides Rox, Roger. I'm not interested in those devil fruits. However, since we got the news, that bastard Rox must also know about the situation in the Valley of the Gods. At this moment, he laughed heartily, his eyes blazing. "Don't forget, a year ago, we suffered a terrible defeat at his hands. We were chased like dogs, and I can't swallow this. Besides, Rock's ambition is too great. It's already affecting our dreams. And this time, Rox is very likely to fight the world government to a mutual destruction. Now, the opportunity is right in front of us. Roger must consider whether this could be his only chance in this life to defeat Rox. That being said, I still advise you to think about it again, Roger." Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in his sharp eyes. "The Rox pirates have gathered a lot of capable people, especially that Xiano. In the past few years, Rayleigh learned of a piece of information. Besides him, there was actually a man who was not completely charmed by Shaki. Therefore, he harbored an inexplicable wariness towards Xiano." "Ha ha ha. Rayleigh, who do you think I am?" Roger smiled confidently. "Didn't we agree to turn this world upside down together? A mere Rox cannot block our steps forward." Hearing this, Rayleigh shook his head helplessly, revealing a bitter smile. "I really can't do anything with you, Roger." Thus, the Roger pirates set sail. 47 Iron Fist Carp moves. The great melee begins. On a remote small island. Do-do-do-do. Accompanied by a strange sound. A Marine Rear Admiral in beach shorts, sunbathing, picked up the transponder snail on the table. "Hello? What's the matter? I'm on vacation right now." "Carp, the Rox pirates have entered the West Sea. Their target is the Valley of the Gods, not far from where you are vacationing." On the other end of the phone, the voice of Admiral Steelbone Kong came through. He said urgently, "Carp, although I'm a bit sorry, but please go and stop them. After all, there are a lot of celestial dragons on that island." "Celestial dragons?" Kapu, known as Iron Fist, was somewhat impatient. He, of course, knew about the celestial dragon study trip and looked down upon it. Since they had taken Rock's treasure, they naturally had to reclaim it. However, he hadn't expected that Roger would also take action. Steelbone Kong directly pulled out his trump card. Sure enough, upon hearing Roger's name, Kapu jumped up, exclaiming, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Thus, with the arrival of the first and second pirate crews from the New World at God Valley in the West Sea, along with Vice Admiral Kapu, an unprecedented battle was about to unfold in this remote sea area. On the appointed day in the West Sea, God Valley was a uniquely shaped island. In the center of the island stood a towering mountain, but in the middle of that mountain was a mysterious, massive chasm, as if it had been cleaved in two by a deity. That is how the island got its name, God Valley. However, gods are merely legends. At this moment, God Valley was surrounded by the naval fleet, with no one allowed in or out. Most of the Navy, however, had no idea what was happening on the island. Meanwhile, the Celestial Dragon study trip, held once every 3 years, officially began. A celestial dragon dressed in a black robe and wearing a crowbone mask laughed heartily. "Huh, please amuse me, slaves. To die at the hands of me, Maka's Enzo Saint, is your supreme honor. No matter how many you kill, the final victor will be my Roswald family." Another celestial dragon sneered. "Stop boasting." A celestial dragon with a golden crescent hairstyle and an arrogant expression said nonchalantly, "Aren't the 6 god-level devil fruits among the prizes prepared for me? Figaland Green Saint? Enough talk. Let us get started." At that moment, the loudspeakers placed in various corners of the island also began to broadcast. According to past rules, over the next 3 weeks, everyone will hunt down the 100,000 rabbits fleeing on the island until they are completely eliminated. The final victor will be determined based on the points behind the rabbits. Earn supreme honor. Now, let the competition begin. On the other side, as the broadcast concluded, a boy with an afro in a corner of God Valley excitedly stood up. "It's starting. We can execute our plan. Yes, we will definitely escape." A pink-haired little girl said to the tall boy with a flat top beside her. Hearing this, the tall boy nodded somewhat dazedly. Then his gaze became resolute. "Yes, I will definitely take Ginny out of here." Boom! In that instant, a violent cannon fire echoed from somewhere on the island, sending a group of clustered slaves flying. From this moment on, immense chaos began to unfold across the island. Run. These damn celestial dragons. They treat us like prey to be slaughtered at will. Someone help me. I don't want to die. Whoa, this is hell. The island's natives and the slaves brought to the island had all become lambs to be slaughtered, allowing the celestial dragons to massacre and humiliate them. The sound of wailing, cries for help, and angry roars began to rise and fall. Meanwhile, on one side of the island, boom, a massive rock suddenly appeared out of nowhere above the warships, and then crashed down, leaving the Navy no time to react as the ship was completely smashed. Following this, under the terrified gaze of the Navy, a dark mass of pirate ships began to rapidly approach the shore. That is, upon recognizing the emblem on the black sails, the Navy was left dumbfounded, shouting, It's the Rock's pirates! Over 100 pirate ships, estimated to have more than 100,000 pirates. Quickly report to the Navy headquarters. Request reinforcements. In the sky, the Golden Lion floated, laughing arrogantly. We're not late, are we? Mama, mama, mama. I'm really looking forward to this. Let us go. I can't wait to eat that azure dragon fruit. Damn celestial dragons. Watch me wipe them out in one blow. You idiots. Since it's come to this, what are we waiting for? Rox, leading the charge, laughed arrogantly, leaping high and swinging his large knife, releasing an impact akin to a heavy cannon. The era belonging to the bastards has begun. Oh! With a command given, all the pirates became excited, rushing to the island. The Navy fought desperately to block them. Newgate, quickly use your invincible tremor fruit to carve a path. Rox shouted a Whitebeard behind him. Don't order me around. Despite saying that, Whitebeard roared and raised his bicento, a white shockwave enveloping it like a protective shield. Quake! Boom! The earth-shattering force was unleashed, instantly shattering everything in front and forcibly creating a path straight into the island's interior. Ha ha ha! Thanks! Rox led the way, leaping over Whitebeard's head, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Stop right there! Seeing this, Whitebeard instantly became furious and chased after him. At the same time, Xiano, Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, and all the cadres stepped onto God Valley. Damn! How could pirates appear here, in the island? Makazenzo Saint pulled his bloody sickle from Slave's chest and angrily said, Moreover, it's the Rock's pirates from the New World. Enough! Figaland Green Saint squinted, staring at one side of the island, and ordered the Knights of God, move out, protect the celestial dragons on the island. But the next moment, the Navy's panicked voice rang out again. Not good. The Roger pirates have appeared on the north shore of the island. What? Roger is here too? The Knights of God were astonished. However, shortly after, an excited voice came. Reinforcements are here. It's Vice Admiral Carp, known as Iron Fist. The situation had developed to an uncontrollable extent. This place had completely turned into a battlefield. Beside a building, a celestial dragon with a grizzled beard, leaning on a cane and wearing a small black hat, was speaking to some people in a special manner. Satan Saint, you must protect those prizes. If it really doesn't work, you can transport us over. All right, I understand. 48 Hunt. Xiano brought Kaido to God Valley. This time, he only brought Kaido with him. The reason was simple. This time, the opponent was the well-established world government. Moreover, there were a lot of celestial dragons on the island. Therefore, even if the Rock's pirates mobilized en masse, the final outcome of the war was still uncertain. Thus, Xiano had to be prepared for the worst. At that moment, bang, accompanied by the sound of a gunshot. A bullet shot over. Xiano slightly turned, perfectly dodging it. The next moment, a squad of Navy soldiers rushed over with weapons, surrounding Xiano and Kaido. It's that beast Calamity Xiano, a senior cadre of the Rock's pirates, and Kaido, also a notorious pirate in the New World. Quickly kill them. Absolutely can't let them harm the celestial dragons. Just as the Navy rushed in together, a faint red light flashed in Xiano's eyes, and suddenly, a violent aura erupted. A wave of red energy spread out from him, and all the Navy personnel who came into contact with this domineering presence suddenly turned pale and fell to the ground. Conquerors, Haki, the leading Navy colonel, after struggling to say this, also closed his eyes and peacefully fell asleep. Everything has been arranged. Big Brother Xiano, Kaido stepped forward and said, The treasures from Hive Island, along with our subordinates, have safely arrived in the Fairy Kingdom, but is it really necessary? He felt that even if the Navy intervened, the Rock's pirates should still be invincible as before. It just seemed that this operation at God Valley was far from being as simple as it appeared. Xiano said, And don't forget, there might be Navy spies among us. Upon hearing this, Kaido frowned, immediately recalling how not long ago the Rock's crew had raided a charity church. At that time, the speed of a Navy's encirclement was indeed suspicious, indicating that someone was leaking information. But who could that person be? Hey, what are these useless Navy doing? Hurry up and catch those pirates. We can't sleep here. At this moment, a celestial dragon riding a tall slave came over, shouting and gesturing wildly at the fallen Navy in front of him. Then, when he saw Xiano and the others, his eyes lit up. You two look like you're worth a lot of points. Xiano looked at the guy in front of him, who was fat, had a runny nose, looked extremely ugly, wore an astronaut-like outfit, and had a fish tank on his head. This kind of attire could only belong to a celestial dragon. Don't move. Let me blow your heads off. The celestial dragon pulled out a pure gold pistol, aiming it at Xiano. Whoa, is this the race that stands at the top of the world, the celestial dragons? A sinister smile appeared on Kaido's face, and just thinking about how this world is ruled by such a guy makes me furious. Saying this, Kaido was about to swing his kanabo to give this high and mighty celestial dragon a little pirate shock. But the next moment, when he saw Xiano's actions, he mischievously put away his weapon. Yes, wouldn't it be too regrettable to easily take down a celestial dragon? Xiano took out a din mushi from his pocket and casually tossed it toward the nearby celestial dragon. Bam! As the din mushi flew through the air, its snail shell instantly shattered, and the soft-bodied creature inside suddenly transformed into a small dinosaur that looked like a slug but had transparent membrane wings and exceptionally sharp teeth. Snap! The little dinosaur flew quickly, landing on top of the celestial dragon's fish tank, and then with a crunch, it bit a hole in the tank. What is this? The sticky little dinosaur bit through his right cheek, then jumped away and charged at the fallen Navy, repeating the action. Quick, take me to a doctor. I am bleeding. The celestial dragon shouted in panic while urging the slave beneath him to take him away. And you two damn commoners. Wait for me. I definitely won't let you off. Then, see you next time. Xiano flashed a brilliant smile, waved at him, and added, if we can meet again. At the same time, beside him, those Navy personnel who were originally sleeping soundly were undergoing rapid changes, one by one turning into fierce dinosaurs, roaring onto the scene. This was indeed a hunt, but from this moment on, it was uncertain who was the hunter and who was the prey. All of you, get out of my way. Where's that bastard Rocks? Come out and die. In the air above the battlefield, Roger swung his long sword, delivering an indiscriminate slash that sent both Navy and pirates flying. Ha ha ha. Roger, you're here too. Come and die. At the same time, a black figure soared into the sky, swinging a large knife that clashed violently against Roger's. The two's conqueror's haki erupted instantly, accompanied by black-red lightning, shaking towards the sky, and the clouds above parted in an instant. The sky has split open. Pahaha. Roger, you are indeed here. You are hard to find, accompanied by a hearty laugh. Another robust figure joined the battle, raising his fist and unleashing a jet-black heavy punch. Fist shock. And it wasn't over. The restless strong ones were not just the three of them. Roger, the golden lion roared, charging towards the man he loved but could not have. Roger, Whitebeard laughed heartily, rushing towards his old friend. Roger, GOLD, Roger's heart stirred, recklessly rushing towards his beloved. Roger, Rocks, Fegalinda Gringu, Saint charged towards the two pirates. Boom, boom, boom. Countless waves of conquerors' haki soared into the sky. The suffocating aura filled the entire island. The aura of a conqueror, which only appeared among millions, was, at that moment, merely the entrance ticket to this battle. Roger, Xiano couldn't help but shout, but after yelling, he ran in the opposite direction. Kaido immediately followed, cursing at the sky. Damn Roger. Sooner or later, I'll step on you. Mama, mama, mama. Let that group of fools fight it out. Accompanied by a burst of laughter, Charlotte Linlin rode a thundercloud and followed, leaving the treasures on the island to us. Beast disaster. Snatch the devil fruit. Hey, run faster. Damn slaves, if you delay my hunt for rabbits, I'll make you suffer. Even though God Valley was in chaos, the broadcast repeatedly urged all celestial dragons to gather at the central area for refuge. there were still some oblivious celestial dragons riding slaves, enjoying the hunt for fleeing rabbits. After all, from the moment they were born, they were the masters of the world, so they never thought that pirates could really threaten their lives. Anyway, that group of Navy will take care of the pirates for me. After all, they're my most loyal servants. Ha ha ha. A celestial dragon arrogantly shouted, firing a shot, and a fleeing slave fell to the ground. Just then, a large number of pirates surged around, charging towards him, shouting, ha ha. A lone celestial dragon. Kill him. Just a gun in his hand is worth millions of berries. Seeing the fierce-looking pirates, the celestial dragon was first stunned, then instantly terrified. Damn, what the hell are the Navy doing? How could they let these commoners ruin my fun? I'll execute them all. The next moment, his bodyguard, while fighting the pirates, pointed in one direction and shouted loudly, "It's the Navy! The Navy is coming!" The celestial dragon looked over, and sure enough, a few Navy in blue and white uniforms were quickly running this way, but no one noticed that at this moment, the eyes of these Navy were flashing with blood-red light. This is the bloodthirsty gaze. Soon, the Navy charged forward, not using swords, but extending their scaly hands, stabbing their razor-sharp claws into the chests of the pirates. With a splatter of blood, the pirates were all pierced through the chest, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed to the ground. The guards, seeing this, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then shouted, "A bunch of useless fools. Why are you so slow? Hurry up and protect this esteemed gentleman." Hey, accompanied by a hoarse and unpleasant voice, several navies approached the celestial dragon. When they got closer, the guards realized that the condition of these Navy soldiers was very abnormal. Their mouths were stretched to their ears, their skin cracked, and their bodies were visibly swollen, tearing their clothes and exposing skin that clearly did not belong to humans. Hey, what happened to you? Just as the guards were about to say something, the Navy suddenly lunged at them. Regardless of the celestial dragon, the guards, or the slaves around them who couldn't escape, all had their necks bitten off. Ugh, ah. The piercing screams echoed one after another. The celestial dragon's eyes flickered with unimaginable fear. He would never have thought that this godlike figure would die at the hands of his loyal servants. In an instant, this place had turned into a sea of blood. But not long after, about a minute later, all the corpses lying on the ground stood up, transforming into the same appearance as those Navy soldiers. Of course, the horror didn't stop there. In another area, over 100 people were fleeing in one direction, their faces written with terror. If one looked closely, they would be surprised to find that among these people were not only slaves, but also pirates, and even dozens of Navy soldiers mingling in. They were crying and running for their lives, thoroughly scared out of their wits, desperately fleeing into the distance, wishing they had 2 more legs. Behind them was a group of dinosaurs of various sizes. They came with a massive cloud of dust, and their numbers were extraordinarily large, from Tyrannosaurus rex to Velociraptor. But without exception, they were all exceptionally fierce. Have we gone back to ancient times? Can anyone tell me why there are so many dinosaurs? Who can come to save us? Even a pirate shouted, "Navy, aren't you the most righteous? Hurry up and deal with those dinosaurs." Nonsense. Didn't you see? If we get caught by those dinosaurs, we'll become monsters just like them. Danby's Calamity Xiano. Admiral Sengoku will not let you go. And not far away, in a corner of the ruins, 3 small heads poked out, their faces still bearing expressions of shock. So scary. Ginny's voice trembled a bit. Ivankov gritted his teeth. If it weren't for these dinosaurs blocking their way, they should have already obtained the devil fruit. Moreover, the infection was still spreading, like a plague with a maximum transmission speed. It wouldn't be long before the entire island turned into a Jurassic Park. They needed to hurry. Hey, Kuma, stop dawdling. Let's go. After being tapped on the head, Kuma sluggishly nodded and followed Ivankov's steps, but he couldn't help but glance back. In the direction he was looking, a lifeless body lay quietly. It was an old man named Ida, who, like Kuma, was born as a slave to the celestial dragons. After long-term hunger and torment, Ida had lost the strength to escape and was at risk of being killed by the celestial dragons at any moment. However, just moments ago, when Ida realized that the dinosaurs were infectious, a wild madness suddenly erupted in his eyes. In Kuma's incredulous gaze, he actually gave up the chance to hide in the cellar and desperately crawled towards those dinosaurs. And after enduring the pain of being bitten, he made himself transform into a dinosaur. Fortunately, Ida's guess was correct. After being turned into a dinosaur, part of his consciousness would be briefly preserved. Thus, with fervor in his eyes, he charged at a retreating celestial dragon and bit to death a large group of Navy soldiers along the way. But ultimately, under the fierce firepower, Ida still fell in a pool of blood. Yet until his death, his eyes sparkled with happiness, and when his body reverted back to human form, his face clearly radiated a blissful smile. Kuma had never seen such a smile. Or rather, he had never seen Ida show such a smile. Ida had once told him that he had never smiled, never known what happiness felt like. This meant that Ida's final charge towards the celestial dragon was the happiest moment of his life. Kuma couldn't understand why Ida would give up hope for survival. Why not hold on and wait for the liberators to rescue them? Was what he truly wanted just to live? For the first time, Kuma felt confused about what his father had said. Found it, over here, amidst the chaos on the island. No one noticed that in the room where the prizes were stored, 3 dirty children had sneaked in. Inside were 2 devil fruits. The boy with the explosive hair excitedly opened a treasure chest and picked up one of the blue fruits, entwined with twisted patterns. Meanwhile, the honest, tall boy looked at another fruit, resembling a cat's paw. "Ha! Finally got it!" Ivankov shouted excitedly, but at the same time, he didn't notice that a white lightning bolt suddenly pierced through the ceiling above him, striking down. Zzzt. Ivankov panicked and dodged, and the floor beside him was instantly blasted open, while the blue dragon fruit fell to the ground beside him. Oh my God, so lucky. If we were any later, the treasure would have been stolen by these little thieves. Charlotte Linlin descended from the sky, and her lightning cloud Zeus flew back onto her shoulder. Not good. Kuma, quickly eat that devil fruit. Ivankov shouted loudly. Hearing this, Kuma immediately reached out to grab the meatball fruit. But the next moment, boom, the earth-shattering sound suddenly erupted. As if an earthquake was coming, the whole room shook violently, and Kuma lost his balance, collapsing to the ground. Finally, with a loud bang, the ground caved in. The building collapsed, and bizarrely, a huge pit appeared beneath everyone's feet. But that wasn't the end. In the dark pit, countless pairs of red eyes glimmered with a fierce light, looking particularly terrifying. Kuma, big brother. As Ivankov and Kuma were about to fall into the pit with the slanting floor, Jinny's small body erupted with incredible strength, rushing forward to tightly grip their hands. She stomped her feet on the ground and leaped into the air, landing on the open space outside the room. At the same time, Charlotte Linlin, when the ground began to cave in, quickly picked up the blue dragon fruit from the ground and grabbed Zeus, flying into the air. She furrowed her brows and looked down. Before them, the building that had just stood tall was now reduced to ruins, with large dinosaurs crawling out from within. Unlike ordinary dinosaurs, these creatures had extremely robust forelimbs, and their claws were sharp and elongated like those of a pangolin, clearly suited for digging. She pulled the corner of her mouth and roared angrily, "Xiano, is this you doing again?" In the next moment, Xiano leaped out, standing atop one of the dinosaurs' heads, holding the meatball fruit in his hand. Xiano looked at Charlotte Linlin and chuckled. In ancient times, this is how dinosaurs dug. Those weak 5 elders? The ownership of the Qinglong fruit. One exaggerated ability, Xiano. Charlotte Linlin exclaimed sincerely as she watched everything unfold. Meanwhile, Kaido flew over from a distance, his gaze towards Linlin filled with resentment. Damn it, I was a step too late. That wicked woman actually got her hands on the Qinglong fruit first. Oomph. You really have a nerve to say that, Kaido. Charlotte Linlin scoffed. If it weren't for your good boss stealing another meatball fruit, both of these fruits should belong to me. Don't celebrate too early, Linlin, Xiano said, looking at an old man approaching with a cane, his expression somewhat serious. Before we leave this island, it's still uncertain who will die. On the other side, Satan Saint walked coldly in front of the 3 of Bear, then looked up at Xiano and Charlotte Linlin, coldly saying, "Born lowly slaves, how dare you touch the god's possessions? You all deserve to die." although Xiano had never seen them with his own eyes. He had learned a bit about the world's highest authority, the five elders, from others, and this old man before him was clearly one of them. However, he never expected that besides the Knights of God, there were indeed masters among the celestial dragons, and they were the highest-ranking five elders. Xiano thought to himself. He used to believe the five elders were merely administrative figures. Satan Saint's gaze swept over the surrounding dinosaurs and landed on the honest-looking boy named Bear. I remember you. You're that brat from the Becaria tribe. How ugly. A lowly race with filthy blood, daring to commit such transgressions. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Hearing this, Bear got up from the ground, looking confused. Uncle, are you noble? Isn't it strange to decide a person's worth solely based on their birth? That's why even with talent and power, your Becaria tribe can only think of such unrealistic things. This is also why you've been slaves for generations, Satan Saint replied. Upon hearing Satan Saint's words, Ginny immediately shouted stubbornly, "Shut up. Bear will no longer be your slave. We three will escape from here together, and then live freely." You don't know what you're talking about. Satan Saint casually poked Ginny with his cane. With a piercing scream. Ginny's head snapped back, and she flew out like a cannonball. Ginny, Bear, and Ivankov were instantly terrified and rushed towards Ginny. Satan Saint widened his eyes, ready to unleash his fierce gaze to execute them both as well. But just then, he suddenly sensed something, quickly turning his head to look at Xiano and the other two who were preparing to leave. I never said I would let you go. Damn pirates. Prepare to face divine punishment. With a fierce gaze. In the next moment, an invisible force struck Charlotte Lingling's wrist. Caught off guard, she let out a muffled grunt, and her hand immediately relaxed, causing the Qinglong fruit to fall from the air. What? Both Satan Saint and Charlotte Lingling thought simultaneously. After all, Satan Saint's move could easily crush a person's head. Even a Navy commander couldn't withstand it. And Charlotte Lingling, with her iron balloon-like defense, hadn't been injured in many years. The fact was, this ferocious attack, after hitting Charlotte Lingling's wrist, only left a shallow scar. The green fruit began to drop towards the ground. In that instant, Xiano and Kaido jumped up in unison, leaping into the air. Lingling, this old guy's attack method is strange. Get back, we'll deal with him. Yeah, I've long wanted to smash this old guy's head with my club. Despite saying this, the direction they charged towards was neither Charlotte Lingling nor the pursuing Satan Saint, but rather the direction where the Qinglong fruit was falling. Seeing this, Charlotte Lingling's mouth twitched, and she angrily shouted, "You two untrustworthy bastards." However, backstabbing allies was also an old tradition of the Rocks Pirates. Zeus, Prometheus, yes, Mama. The clouds and little sun floating beside her instantly transformed into raging thunderclouds and fireballs, unleashing a thunderbolt and a flame towards Xiano and Kaido respectively. At the same time, she took down the Napoleon sword from her hat and swiftly slashed, splitting Satan Saint in half. No hockey defense? This old guy is surprisingly weak? A thought flashed through Charlotte Lingling's mind, but she didn't have time to think further, immediately turning around and darting towards the Qinglong fruit, grabbing half of it. At that moment, Xiano also cleared the obstacles ahead, his sharp claws extending to grasp the other half of the Qinglong fruit. Boom! In the next moment, two torrents of fierce hockey surged, black-red lightning swirling around them, violently colliding. Mama, Xiano, are you really going to compete with me for this fruit? Charlotte Lingling faced the raging wind, her hair flying, making her look quite ferocious. If we both end up injured, neither of us will benefit, and these two fruits will just fall into others' hands. Hearing this, Xiano grinned, a sinister smile spreading across his face. If we both end up injured, we indeed won't gain anything, but these two fruits are already mine. What did you say? Charlotte Lingling was taken aback. Then, in her astonished gaze, Xiano withdrew the hockey that wrapped around the Qinglong fruit and squeezed hard. With a crack, the Qinglong fruit split in half. Got it. With a quick move, Xiano landed back on the ground and smiled. Don't forget, a devil fruit doesn't need to be eaten whole. Just taking the first bite after it's been cut open is enough, and the remaining part becomes completely useless fruit. At that moment, Kaido also landed beside Xiano. Kaido, eat it, Xiano said, Woro, woro, woro. As expected of Lord Xiano, if it were me just now, I would never have thought of that. Kaido expressed his admiration sincerely. If it were him, he would have just clashed with Lingling head-on. TCH. Charlotte Lingling snorted coldly. That's your usual style? Xiano. If that's the case. She waved her hand, tossing the other half of the Qinglong fruit to Kaido. Then eat the whole fruit, Kaido. Don't blame me later if something goes wrong. I really admire the first person who ate the devil fruit. What if it was poison? Crunch. As soon as he took a bite, Kaido's face instantly turned into a bitter melon face. Wow, it's really disgusting. Mom. Disgusting? I also want to taste what it's like, but unfortunately, one person can only eat one devil fruit. Charlotte Lin laughed. Her fruit ability was obtained in an accident, so she had no idea what the devil fruit tasted like. Thanks, Lin. When I find the next devil fruit, I'll give it to you. Xiano shouted to the sky. Oomph, like I would believe you. Lin scoffed. But just then, ants, everything you do is futile. You are destined to die in pain like those slaves. A cold voice came from the side. Xiano turned to see the 5 elders, who had just been cut in half by Lin, now standing with black flames burning on their bodies, and a massive monster looming within the flames. The black flames transformed into flowing ribbons, with horns sprouting from its head and a terrifying visage, while its lower body had turned into a giant spider. The bull demon, Satan, has arrived. Hey, what kind of monster is this? Lin's pupils constricted, her face somewhat flustered. A mythical beast type? But that doesn't seem right. Xiano was also perplexed. Rather than a mythical beast, it resembled the legendary monsters and demons. Wuro. Whatever it is, Kaido, who had eaten the azure dragon fruit, suddenly swelled in size, sharp scales covering his skin, claws extending, and his head becoming extremely fierce, transforming into a massive azure dragon. Fish fruit, mythical beast type, azure dragon form. Heat breath. Kaido, having obtained the fruit ability, eagerly unleashed the power of the azure dragon fruit, a wave of heat surging in his mouth, which instantly transformed into a pillar of scorching fire, rushing out. Boom! The flames engulfed the bull demon. However, amidst the raging fire, the bull demon emerged unscathed. No, not unscathed. The black flames were burning on his wounds, and those injuries were rapidly healing in the black fire. Terrifying beast. Seeing this, Xiano immediately activated his stand ability. In the next moment, nearly 100 dinosaurs charged toward the bull demon like a tide of beasts. Oomph. Nonsense. Satan growled, spewing countless venomous fluids that poured down like rain, drenching the dinosaurs. And in an instant, the corrosive toxins spread, causing many dinosaurs to collapse. But still, some smaller dinosaurs climbed onto the bull demon and bit down. Xiano felt a surge of joy, but then his brows furrowed. He saw that the small dinosaur had left a tiny wound on the bull demon's abdomen, which was now also burning with black flames, continuously burning, showing no signs of spreading internally. The bull demon, Satan's eyes tightened as he looked at that wound, unable to eliminate it. For the first time in hundreds of years, he encountered such a strange occurrence. The dinosaur's attack seemed to carry an infectious property, now attempting to invade the bull demon's body. Yet the black flames, which could eliminate all damage, could not completely extinguish it, only managing to barely control it, preventing the infection from continuing to spread. The two had strangely reached a balance. Damn ants! Dare to defile the body of a deity. Quickly lift your ability. The bull demon roared like thunder, charging toward Xiano, the long spikes on his feet swinging out like afterimages. Prometheus! Fire from the sky. Yes. Mom. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Barbarian King Dragon Impact. The three joined forces, and their combined attack exploded the bull demon's body, turning it into a sky full of debris. Yet the bull demon's movement was not hindered at all, and his long legs struck out. This is the power of a god. Ants cannot resist the clan of the gods. Bang! Xiano blocked while retreating. A large number of dinosaurs surrounded the bull demon, instantly tearing at him. As long as the wounds multiplied, even with strong healing abilities, he would be vulnerable, right? Buzz. But the next moment, a violent wind erupted from the bull demon, and all the dinosaurs that came into contact fell to the ground. Conqueror's Haki? Lin raised an eyebrow, surprised to find that not all celestial dragons were fools. There were indeed tricky ones. Umph. Satan shot her a glance, his eyes flashing with a hint of regret. What a pity. All thanks to that woman Yamaba Galmero. If she hadn't suddenly lost contact, Charlotte Lin would have been a significant force for the world government by now. But in the next moment, from the corner of his eye, he suddenly looked at the corpse of a dinosaur on the ground. He saw that the corpse began to change, eventually transforming into the form of a dead celestial dragon. What? Satan was stunned for a moment, then instantly filled with rage. You, born evil pirate brat, actually dared to offend the clan of the gods. I will personally. Meanwhile, on the other side, the big bear, crouched on the ground using cloth strips to help Ginny stop the bleeding, also turned around, his eyes filled with shock, frozen in place. That's Xiano. He actually went after those naturally noble celestial dragons too. Moreover, whether it was the lives of the slaves or the celestial dragons, it seemed like just an ordinary matter to him. The big bear looked at Xiano's calm gaze, and for some reason, felt a sense of reassurance. Satan, things have exceeded our expectations. Indeed, whether it's rocks or the beast calamity Xiano in front of you, we cannot let them run rampant any longer. Activate the summon. Satan. At this moment, the bull demon Satan heard these voices in his ears. It has come to this, there is no other way. He responded silently in his heart. In the next instant, with a loud boom, four huge magic circles appeared around him, each emitting billowing black smoke, with pitch-black lightning bursting forth. It's getting weirder. Xiano thought to himself. After a few breaths, for monsters as massive as the bull demon suddenly appeared above the magic circles, all glaring menacingly at Xiano. This brat has the meatball fruit, and you just saw his ability. He is a huge threat, and absolutely cannot be allowed to leave alive. What? Have the 5 elders gathered? Lin was very surprised. Wild boar, sandworm, horsebone, strange bird, plus the bull demon. This is the true face of the world's highest power. Boom, boom, boom. Without a shred of hesitation, the 5 bizarre monsters began their ferocious attack on Xiano. With the support of their immortal bodies, they were almost unstoppable. The bear bird, with its wings of Jinjin Tian, soared into the air, spewing a massive flame that turned into a sea of fire rushing toward Xiano. Xiano, with his hockey-wrapped fist, directly tore through the fiery curtain. Then, with his claws slicing through the air, he left several huge wounds burning with black flames on the bear bird's wings. What dangerous guy! However, you can't take that devil fruit with you. Even you will die here. The bear bird emitted a sharp, explosive sound. Xiano stepped on the air, pausing in midair, then glanced at the battlefield below. While Kaido was driving the sandworm back, the latter showed no signs of injury or fatigue. Lin was the same. There are also the bull ghost and the horsebone, 2 monsters, glaring at the surroundings, ready to attack at any moment. At this rate, it might indeed be difficult to break through. However, Xiano suddenly pulled out that meatball fruit, grinning with a sinister smile, and said to the monster birds, I told you, these 2 fruits are all mine. As he spoke, he bit into the flesh of the devil fruit, and an acrid taste immediately spread in his mouth. Indeed, it was as unpalatable as rumored. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Xiano, are you crazy? Charlotte Lingling shouted in panic. One person can't eat a second devil fruit. Could it be? The 5 elders also looked at Xiano in shock, wondering if he would use that method too. Only Kaido had a slight smile on his lips. In his heart, no matter how crazy Xiano's actions were, he would not find it strange. That evil man always brought such reassurance. To be honest, I really admire the first person to eat a devil fruit. It might be poisonous, Xiano said calmly. Looking at the shocked crowd, after considering it for a moment, he decided to let the protagonist eat the meatball fruit. The other devil fruits, like the mythical Zoan or Logia types, overlapped too much with the terrifying beast's abilities and were too incompatible. As for the Paramecia type, some were too overpowered while others were too singular. Only the meatball fruit had a high upper limit, and its mechanisms and development directions were quite diverse. As for Kuma, he initially planned to arrange a mythical Zoan fruit for him. Wow, this is just so exhilarating. Big Bear exclaimed. A second passed, then 2, then 3. Everyone stared blankly at Xiano, and the imagined explosion did not occur. Instead, the smile on Xiano's face grew even more intense. To be honest, I really admire the first person to eat a devil fruit. It might be poisonous. At the same time, I also felt regret for the first person to eat 2 devil fruits, as it was a sacrifice that led to an immortal truth. Xiano opened his 5 fingers, and a round bubble floated up. It was unmistakable. That was the ability of the meatball fruit. Everyone thought to themselves. Xiano continued, however, there is something that transcends truth and lies, and that is miracles. Although you may not understand for now, I will accept the ability of this meatball fruit. Whoosh! The bubble suddenly expanded, and in an instant, it grew to the size of a millstone. Xiano waved his hand and threw this seemingly weak bubble down. Boom! Instantly, after falling a distance, the bubble exploded with a deafening sound, like a powerful cannonball, causing a violent explosion, and shockwaves spread out in all directions. This is bad. The 5 elders screamed, and the next moment, they were pierced by the shockwave, their bodies exploding into scattered limbs. However, such a purely physical attack was still ineffective against them. Soon, flames burned, and the bodies of the 5 elders healed again, but their faces still bore expressions of shock. Oh my goodness! Xiano, you always manage to bring unexpected surprises. Charlotte Lingling laughed twice, then gritted her teeth, feeling quite unwilling, and said, in the end, all the benefits went to you, you bastard. Isn't that how it should be? Kaido sneered. The 5 elders appeared exceptionally furious and were about to rush up to hunt down Xiano together. But at that moment, a mysterious communication echoed in their minds. Forget about that pirate for now. Everyone go to Rock's side. We need to. Upon hearing this, the 5 elders immediately stopped their pursuit of Xiano and quickly rushed towards the battlefield where Rock's was located. As they left, the bull ghost Satan shot a glare at Kuma not far away. In an instant, an invisible force shot out, and if the strike hit, his head would explode instantly. However, at that critical moment, a round bubble appeared at lightning speed, blocking Satan's fierce gaze, bouncing him away with a pop. Oomph, a bunch of ants. Let you all survive a few more days. Seeing this, Satan viciously spat a harsh remark and then quickly left. No wonder Lord Xiano easily obtained such powerful abilities. Kaido exclaimed excitedly. In this action in God Valley, they not only obtained the coveted Azure Dragon fruit, but also another divine fruit. Kaido was truly elated. The ability of the meatball fruit seemed to go beyond that. Xiano clenched his fist, feeling the concentrated power in his hand, and after pondering for a moment, he leaped forward and appeared in front of Kuma and the others. You, don't come over. Ivankov, holding the weak Ginny, looked at Xiano in terror. But Xiano ignored him and looked at the purple-haired girl named Ginny. Your name is Ginny, right? So, it was you guys who invaded the communication device before. This is Ginny, an expert in theft and communications. At such a young age, being able to do this, such a talent should not stop here. Xiano looked at Kuma and continued. Your name is Kuma, right? Do you want to make a deal with me? Hey, deal? What kind of deal? Kuma immediately asked. My meatball fruit should be able to bounce people to distant countries, but I'm not sure if it will succeed the first time. If you're willing to be the first test subject after it succeeds, I will take you 3 away from here. As Xiano spoke, he created a white bubble that floated towards Ginny's body, and when the bubble floated up again, it had turned a light red color. At the same time, Ginny's complexion instantly improved. The next moment, Xiano waved his hand, and the red bubble immediately flew towards a dinosaur in the distance. The moment it made contact, the dinosaur let out a piercing scream and then painfully collapsed to the ground. The most basic abilities of the meatball fruit are firstly, to compress the energy of the atmosphere, secondly, to bounce off attacks, and thirdly, to expel the fatigue and pain from the human body. However, the pain bubbles expelled in this manner must be willingly accepted by someone. Otherwise, the pain bubble will return to the person's body after a period of time. However, the dinosaurs infected by the terrifying beast were already under Xiano's control, so they were naturally willing to bear this pain. Therefore, the side effects of the meatball fruit were practically non-existent for Xiano. Gulp. Kuma swallowed hard upon hearing Xiano's words, his eyes revealing an incredibly complicated expression. For some reason, he instinctively asked if, You can succeed. Will you save the others? Are you talking about the other slaves? Xiano smiled slightly and said, that proposal you mentioned is pretty good. Since the war in God Valley began, up to now, those who have survived in such a cruel environment do indeed qualify to be my subordinates. After this battle, the rock pirates will surely suffer heavy casualties. And it is even possible that they will fall apart because of this. So, it's time for me to start building my own pirate crew. Hey, Kuma, you don't really believe him, do you? He is a pirate. Moreover, he turned so many people into dinosaurs. Ivankov suddenly shouted. Upon hearing this, the bear hesitated a bit. I don't know why either. At this moment, he was struggling internally, not daring to tell Ivankov that he felt a strange sense of peace when it came to Xiano. He felt that if he could follow him, he would surely find the meaning of life, feeling the taste of happiness like Idana. Then, the bear looked at Ginny and said, besides, we have no other choice, do we? Upon hearing this, Ivankov fell silent. Yes, with the devil fruit gone, their last glimmer of hope had been extinguished. I promise you, as long as I can save Ginny, I will do anything. Ivankov shouted with resolute eyes fixed on Xiano. Do you want to follow me? If so, then we only have one choice. The weakened Ginny spoke up at this moment. However, I hope I can be the first test subject. Ginny, what are you saying? You're so badly injured. If anyone should be first, it should be me. Ivankov said anxiously. Just then, Charlotte Linlin suddenly descended on Zeus. Looking somewhat displeased, Xiano, don't take all the benefits for yourself. What do you mean? Xiano asked, puzzled. Charlotte Linlin pointed at the bear. Have you forgotten? My goal is to create a kingdom that accommodates all races in the world. And this little guy is a rare Bacanian. She had originally planned to take the bear with her after snatching the treasure and leaving the Valley of Gods. But unexpectedly, Xiano also showed interest in these little guys. You can handle the other two. Just leave this little guy for me to be my next husband. Mom. Besides, you don't lack this one subordinate, right? Upon hearing this, Xiano fell silent for a moment. Linlin, you still love having kids. The expressions of the bear and the others turned especially tense, fearing that Xiano would agree to Charlotte Linlin's request and separate them. Sure, Xiano said with a light smile. As soon as this was said, the bear's face instantly turned pale. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Xiano continue. As long as the bear agrees, it's fine. Phew. Upon hearing this, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Mom, is there any need to ask? Hey, little guy. Charlotte Linlin reached out a hand towards the bear, wearing a self-proclaimed gentle smile. Be my husband. This scene seemed familiar to Xiano. Oh, Whitebeard did the same when he was collecting sons. I'm sorry, ma'am. Although you're very beautiful, I refuse to be your husband. The bear shouted seriously, looking into Charlotte Linlin's eyes. Upon hearing this, Linlin was taken aback for a moment, then instantly furious, her hair standing up like an old witch from a fairy tale, looking extremely terrifying. You little brat. What did you say? No one has ever refused me. Seeing Linlin about to make a move, Kaido immediately stepped forward, raising his kanabo against her neck, grinning. Don't move. Linlin. Yes, Linlin. A forcibly picked fruit isn't sweet. You should understand this principle, Xiano said with a mischievous smile. He could see the bond between the bear and the others. So the bear would never go with Linlin. Charlotte Linlin looked exasperated. Xiano, I will never cooperate with you again. Saying this, Zeus expanded, carrying Charlotte Linlin away angrily into the distance. After she left, Kaido spoke. Lord Xiano, are you going to send these little guys flying to the fairy tale kingdom? No, I've thought of a better place, Xiano said with a light smile, mentioning a country name that Kaido was very familiar with, Woka Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Kaido's eyes lit up. Were they finally going to deal with that group of bastards? Besides the fairy tale kingdom, we do need to find another territory. And the Woka Kingdom, not far from the fairy tale kingdom, is just right as the next territory. Saying this, Xiano walked up to the bear and the others. Are you ready? Ready. The bear responded immediately. Bear, let me go first. Ivankov wanted to say something, but seeing the bear's determined gaze, he sighed silently and did not insist. Then, Xiano took out 2 den mushi, tossing one to the bear, and said, after successfully arriving at Woka Kingdom, just tell me through the den mushi. In the next moment, Xiano's hand suddenly presented a soft elastic pad resembling a cat's paw. and he sensed the abilities brought by the devil fruit, swinging forward fiercely. Pop! With a peculiar sound, the moment Xiano's palm made contact with the bear's body, the bear disappeared without a trace. Ginny and Ivankov immediately looked nervously at the din mushy in Xiano's hand as time passed second by second. Their expressions grew increasingly tense. Finally, after a few minutes, the din mushy immediately mimicked the bear's honest appearance and said, "I'm at a coastal area. There's a steel there. It says Allen Bay. That's a bay to the north of Woka Kingdom. It seems you successfully arrived at Woka Kingdom," Xiano said. The ability of the meatball fruit seems to only be able to send people to places they have been before, and for those they haven't been to, they have no way to handle it. And that Allen Bay was where he was picked up and captured by Major L's a few years ago. Great. We succeeded. Ginny and Ivankov revealed joyful expressions upon seeing the bear was safe and sound. Then, Xiano used the meatball fruit ability again, sending the two of them flying over as well. Afterwards, Xiano looked up at the distant sky, where thunderclouds gathered, lightning raged, and the battles between Rox, Roger, Garp, and the Knights of God were becoming increasingly intense, clearly entering a heated stage. "Kaido, go look for more devil fruits. I'll go recruit some subordinates." The words he said to the bear about recruiting slaves were not unfounded. Xiano genuinely felt that those guys were qualified to be recruited by him. Surviving in such circumstances was a symbol of strength in itself. Soon, in a certain part of the island, hundreds of slaves were desperately running in one direction. They didn't know where to run or how long they had to run to survive. But all they could do at this moment was keep running. Just then, bang, a massive shock wave burst forth, directly hitting behind them, blowing away the pursuing celestial dragons and their guards, creating a large cloud of dust. Upon seeing this, the slaves all widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. At the same time, a figure broke through the dust, walking slowly in front of them with hands in pockets. It's that beast Calamity Xiano, a senior officer of the Rox Pirates. Someone immediately recognized Xiano. "That's right. My name is Novus Xiano, a pirate currently recruiting crew members. I want to ask you all." A strong gust of wind swept through, blowing away the dust around Xiano and revealing the corpses of the celestial dragons behind him. "Will you follow me?" The third divine-level devil fruit. Here, some of the rabbits are natives of God Valley, while others are slaves brought over by the celestial dragons. Regardless of which group they belong to, those who have survived from the beginning of the war until now possess tremendous endurance and a strong desire to survive. And their physical qualities and willpower are naturally not inferior. Xiano glanced around and couldn't find a single weak person. Almost all of them were tall, muscular men. "What did you just say?" Hearing Xiano's words, they all widened their eyes in disbelief. "Are you here to save us?" One person stammered. "Save you? What a joke." A sinister smile crept onto Xiano's lips. "Pirates don't save anyone. However, since you can't survive, why not entrust your lives to me? Come with me to turn this world upside down." Looking at Xiano's defiant and arrogant smile, the crowd felt a sense of bewilderment on Xiano's striking face. They seemed to see many things. Running freely by the seaside as a child, shyly confessing to a girl they liked in their youth, fighting over trivial matters in their young adulthood. Those memories seemed so close yet so far away. And that memory had a common name: freedom. So, as long as it's for freedom, even being a pirate is worth it, right? Anyway, they had no choice, did they? With a clattering sound, a tall man, at least 10 meters high, dragged the chains on his feet and struggled to walk in front of Xiano, his murky and numb eyes gaining a hint of brightness. "Shing!" Xiano casually fired a few finger guns, breaking all the shackles on him. "Thank you," the muscular man muttered. With his choice made, the others instantly became chaotic, turning into a torrent rushing toward Xiano. I don't want to die. Me too. Take me to the sea as well." Buzz, the ability of the bouncing fruit, suddenly activated, sending them one after another to the kingdom of Woka. But soon, just as one excited slave approached Xiano, ready to embrace a new life, suddenly, a dazzling crescent-shaped slash flew from a distance, piercing through his chest. What? The surrounding slaves were taken aback. At the same time, a dark figure suddenly appeared behind Xiano, a long scythe descending, ready to cut off Xiano's head in the next moment. Bang! With the sound of metal clashing, Xiano threw a punch, colliding fiercely with the scythe. Boom! The collision produced a massive shockwave, sending the surrounding slaves flying away. Only then did Xiano see the attacker clearly. Dressed in a wizard's black robe, wearing a skull crow mask, and wielding a long-handled scythe, he looked like the Grim Reaper. This is a trial. After the sneak attack failed, the figure immediately jumped back and stood on a rock, looking down at Xiano, then calmly spoke. I am Marcus Enzo Saint, a member of the Holy Knights of God. For me, everything I have experienced since birth has been a trial. Whether enjoying supreme power, joining the Holy Knights, becoming the celestial dragon among celestial dragons, or killing these lowly ants, it is all a trial. Therefore, every stage of my life should be destined to be powerful. And you, Novice Xiano, this group of pirates who deserve to die 1,000 deaths, have actually blocked my path of trial. This will only leave an indelible stain on this path of trial. Ants with dirty blood flowing in front of me. Do you know your crime now? Just as the words fell, Enzo raised his scythe again, swinging out countless afterimages, creating a storm of slashes that attacked Xiano from all angles. Dino spin. A semicircular shield formed, blocking all the slashes. The next moment, Xiano slapped himself, using the ability of the bouncing fruit to instantly launch himself behind Enzo. Nanny! Enzo's eyes suddenly narrowed, and the expression under the mask became exceptionally terrified. Bang! A powerful punch directly struck his head, followed by a loud explosion, as Enzo's head burst open like a watermelon falling from a great height onto concrete. Immediately after, Xiano kicked the remaining body, sending it flying and crashing heavily to the ground. One could say just a roadside. Is that it? Xiano couldn't help but frown. With so much nonsense, I thought he was some hidden master. Is this what the Holy Knights are made of? But the next second, no. No, Lord Xiano, look at his body. I remember now. That guy in the chrome mask killed thousands of people alone when this hunting competition started. Enzo's body stood up again, and even his head restored, as if he were completely unharmed. Have you already consumed the bouncing fruit? It seems I underestimated you. Enzo's voice came out hoarsely. An immortal body? Xiano looked at Enzo with a more serious expression. Does he have the same ability as the 5 elders? But even if you have 2 abilities, so what? Ants cannot defeat gods. Enzo roared, raising his scythe and charging again. The sharp scythe, entwined with haki, slashed directly towards Xiano's neck. Bang! Xiano transformed one arm into a dragon and covered it with haki, blocking the attack of the scythe. Then, the air was instantly compressed into a small bubble, appearing in Xiano's other palm. Immediately after, Xiano slapped out, charging punch. Boom! With a deafening roar, the powerful impact directly penetrated Enzo's body, creating a massive hole. But it wasn't over yet. Taking advantage of Enzo's immobility, Xiano clenched his fists and unleashed countless afterimages, enormous fist prints pouring down like raindrops onto the latter's body. Muda muda muda. Bang bang bang. A series of spine-chilling sounds erupted, and Enzo's body had turned into countless scraps of skin under the fierce assault. At this point, even if he wanted to piece himself back together, it would probably take several days. Seeing this, the people around all cheered excitedly. Great. This guy's body has been turned into powder. He can't possibly recover from this, right? Lord Xiano's power is truly immense. He easily killed a member of the Holy Knights. But they hadn't celebrated for a few seconds when their expressions instantly froze. Enzo's body actually completed the restoration again, standing in front of Xiano once more. What? Even after being beaten like that, it still has no effect? Is this guy really an immortal god? Fear appeared on everyone's faces. It seems he has an immortal body like those few elders. After pondering for a moment, Xiano decided not to entangle further, stepping forward to deliver another palm strike, creating an enormous white shockwave that sent Enzo flying thousands of meters away. Immediately, his cat paw reappeared in his hand, swiftly knocking the remaining people away. Meanwhile, Enzo, from a distance, realized Xiano's intentions. Suddenly, a wicked smile crept across the corner of his mouth beneath the mask as he flashed in front of Xiano. pulling out a treasure chest from his black robe and opening it to reveal a dark red devil fruit with 3 branches, entwined with twisted patterns. Allowing you to leave just like that would be an unacceptable defeat for me. So, Xiano, accept my trial together. As long as you defeat me, this fruit will be yours. Of course, that is impossible. Next, I won't need even a second to take you down. Your purpose in coming to the Valley of Gods is for these god-level devil fruits, right? Pirate? Enzo raised one hand holding a large scythe and took out the devil fruit with the other, his voice hoarse, saying, "Make a choice. Whether to accept this trial or flee like a dog in embarrassment. However, no matter what choice you make, from the moment I set my sights on you, dying in my hands will be your final outcome." Upon hearing this, Xiano couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, almost unable to suppress the urge to ask why his head is so pointed. Arrogance should have its limits. "It seems you are very confident in defeating me," Xiano said with a smirk, his tone calm. "All right, in response to your request for death, I will satisfy you. However, you must understand one thing. The only reason you can catch my attention is that devil fruit." As soon as these words left his mouth, Enzo's brows furrowed tightly, clearly feeling an unprecedented insult from Xiano's words. Ants do not deserve to converse with gods. Whoosh! The scythe sliced through the air, striking down. Buzz! Xiano directly wrapped his arm in haki and executed a dragon claw technique, firmly grasping the scythe's blade as if it were a metal clamp, rendering it immobile. A hint of surprise flashed in Enzo's eyes. He hadn't expected that besides the terrifying fruit ability, Xiano's haki level was also frighteningly strong. At that moment, Xiano's other hand was not idle. It shot out with lightning speed, directly targeting the devil fruit in Enzo's arms. He got it, but in the next second, just as Xiano's palm was about to touch the devil fruit, Enzo's body strangely undulated like flowing water, and then the devil fruit bizarrely merged into his body. Xiano's pupils suddenly constricted. What was happening? Was it an illusion? Or, before he could think carefully, he saw Enzo's body change again, as if transforming into a viscous liquid, directly burrowing into the ground beneath his feet, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Trying to escape? Xiano's gaze turned cold, and 2 long red beams of light flickered in his eyes as he activated observation haki, instantly locking onto Enzo's presence. But what he never expected was that every inch of the ground beneath his feet was emanating Enzo's aura. In other words, Enzo had merged with the earth. Yuhihi. Can't understand, right? But this is inevitable. After all, there are differences between devil fruits. Accompanied by the voice from the ground, suddenly, half of Enzo's body emerged from behind Xiano, raising the scythe and sweeping fiercely towards Xiano's feet. Whoosh! At the critical moment, Xiano quickly retracted his legs and, in a brief moment of suspension, entered a semi-dinosaur form, wrapping his legs in haki and kicking straight down. Bang, bang, bang. Countless footprints turned into afterimages, striking towards Enzo like a violent storm. However, a hint of disdain flashed in Enzo's eyes. Useless, useless. This is the power of God. The moment his words fell, Enzo astonishingly transformed into a mound of dirt, identical in material to the ground beneath him, as if he had completely assimilated into the earth. The attack fell, destroying the mound of dirt, and dust flew everywhere. But the next moment, Enzo's figure reappeared on a nearby withered tree. There, a wooden figure sculpted from decayed would emerge from the severely water-deprived trunk that had been gnawed by ants, and then transformed back into Enzo's original form. "How about that?" Enzo asked, his tone extremely arrogant. "Do you feel the terrifying power of God?" At this moment, Xiano remained calm, his mind flashing back to the scene where Enzo merged the devil fruit into his body, followed by Enzo's body merging into the ground. After pondering for a moment, a sinister smile suddenly crossed Xiano's face. Stop with the tricks. I have completely seen through you. Believe it or not, I won't need even a second to take you down. What did you say? Enzo's expression suddenly turned furious as he coldly said, "You lowly slave-like guy. Are you stunned by the power of a god?" Saying this, Enzo was about to launch another attack, but the moment he took a step, his expression froze, and he looked at Xiano, who was less than 20 meters away, with a bewildered gaze. At that moment, Xiano had actually exited his dragon form, calmly standing in place. Even pulling out 5 cigarettes from who knows where, lighting them up and placing them in his mouth, with his hands in his pockets, looking extremely relaxed. What? Enzo's mouth twitched. This guy. Why would he make such a bizarre move? Enzo, Maka's Enzo Saint, was a celestial dragon among celestial dragons, enjoying supreme power from the moment of his birth. People like him often have some peculiar quirks. Enzo's quirk was that while enjoying slaughter, he would also torment those he killed with his invincible ability, making them feel despair akin to hell. In past slaughters, anyone who had witnessed his invincible power was almost scared out of their wits, their faces showing despair, and some even fainted from fear. But the Xiano in front of him, after witnessing his invincible power, actually did not flee in embarrassment, but stood there with many flaws exposed. And what was with that relaxed expression on his face? Could it be he really has a strategy to deal with me? Non, impossible, absolutely impossible. Devil fruit of the cat versus fusion fruit. Ha, you were just saying this on purpose to make me wary, to buy time to alleviate your inner fear. Enzo seemed to see through Xiano's intentions, sneering as he said, "Is that right, Xiano?" As Enzo said this, he began to move slowly, taking a step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With each step he took, those watching around began to sweat profusely, their expressions turning extremely tense. The air was filled with a suffocating atmosphere. But just as Enzo took his 5th step, Xiano moved. Sure enough, can't hold it anymore, right? This proves that the heart of this ant is indeed filled with fear of me. Seeing this, Enzo's mood immediately lightened, and he suddenly felt an incomparable sense of relief, like drinking a glass of ice-cold juice on an extremely hot summer day. However, before Enzo could enjoy this feeling for even a second, his previously relaxed expression stiffened once again in an instant. Xiano had indeed moved, but instead of taking a defensive stance or attacking Enzo, he simply turned around and presented his back to Enzo. What? At this moment, not only Enzo, but everyone else showed expressions of disbelief. They never expected Xiano to expose his back directly to the enemy. Was it because he had enough confidence in himself? Or was it that he simply couldn't defeat Enzo and was preparing to escape? Under the puzzled gazes of everyone, Xiano spoke, full of provocation, saying, "Enzo, let me give you a piece of advice too. Stop constantly mentioning ants and gods. Only the victors have the right to speak, while the losers are not worthy of barking." Enzo's expression darkened. "Enzo? Address me as Enzo the Holy." Xiano smirked, showing his teeth, and said, "All right, Enzo, by the way, are you going to attack or not? I've exposed my back to you. Are you too afraid to attack? Someone like you dares to call yourself a god? Enough." Finally unable to tolerate Xiano's provocation, Enzo's body twisted and flowed again, melting into the ground. At this moment, he gritted his teeth, thinking, even if you can see through my attack methods, so what? My fruit ability is invincible. His body moved underground, and in the blink of an eye, he was less than half a meter away from Xiano. The ain't. Boom! Just as Enzo was about to strike, a crimson light flickered in Xiano's eyes, and the ground beneath his feet instantly shattered. It was as if several tons of explosives buried underground had all been ignited at once, with a loud boom. Stones and dust. The ground within a radius of several dozen meters was blown into the air, centered around Xiano. At the same time, Enzo's aura no longer covered the entire earth, but appeared among the flying debris. It turned out that just a moment ago, after finishing his cigarette, Xiano pretended to put his hands in his pockets as if he were a master, but in reality, he had quietly condensed shock bubbles in his hands and transmitted them to his feet through his pants. He had been waiting for this moment when Enzo got close. Then, Xiano narrowed his eyes, and shock bubbles appeared on his palm, directly unleashing several white column-shaped shockwaves. Day Tiger. Boom! Accompanied by a huge roar. Countless stones were blasted away, and Enzo's aura continued to shrink. That guy is now hiding among the splattered stones and dirt. I told you, your fruit ability has been completely seen through by me. Your ability is to merge any object you touch, right? When I almost obtained that devil fruit, you used your ability to melt the fruit into your body. Saying this, Xiano finished smoking 5 cigarettes in one breath, exhaled a large cloud of smoke, and said to Enzo's location, and in the subsequent battle, you merge yourself into the ground and the surrounding environment, which is why my attacks were ineffective against you. However, your ability must be used through actual contact. How about it, Enzo? Am I right? As soon as these words came out, Enzo, hiding behind a small rock in the sky, felt a tightness in his heart. Xiano's judgment was completely correct. He was a merge man who had eaten the merge fruit, capable of temporarily melting any object he touches into his body and merging himself with the surrounding objects. Moreover, when he hides among rocks and trees, his body would also merge into the same material. So what? Coupled with the god's immortal body, no one in the world can harm me. Enzo was now furious. It was the first time someone had seen through his ability. Whoosh! Xiano stepped, leaped from the ground towards the rock where Enzo was swinging countless shadowy claws. Faced with such a fierce offensive, Enzo chose to walk directly out from the rock, revealing his physical form, raising his scythe, and charging fearlessly forward. Whoosh! The two figures crossed in the air and landed on the ground simultaneously. The next moment, chi. Enzo's armed color hockey was easily broken. Dozens of claw marks appeared, instantly spraying large amounts of blood, splattering bloodlines one after another. It doesn't matter. In front of the god, these attacks are ineffective. Nanny. Enzo's eyes suddenly contracted. At that moment, although the skin and flesh around those wounds were desperately trying to heal, there was another inexplicable force preventing this healing. Moreover, the speed of both was achieving a strange balance. It was that ability that could turn people into dinosaurs. Enzo's gaze suddenly filled with a hint of fear, realizing that the immortal body granted by that lord was not absolutely invincible. For the first time, his heart felt the taste of fear. Why show that expression? Enzo, Xiano walked straight towards him. The trial you wanted, didn't I give it to you? Or do you think that only crushing your opponent is considered a trial? If that were the case, it would be too boring. Upon hearing this, Enzo's expression became even more serious. He merged his body into the ground, but found that even if those wounds turned into inorganic matter, they still wouldn't dissipate. He tried once more to merge the devil fruit or other things at the wound site, but the final result was still ineffective. Are you performing acrobatics? Enzo. I am Enzo the Holy. Enzo gritted his teeth. All right, Enzo. Xiano's expression changed, no longer provoking Enzo, but seriously said, let me give you two choices. One is to be directly killed by me, and the other is to hand over that devil fruit and reveal the secret of your immortal body. If you can do that, I will lift the terrifying beast from you. How about it? As a pirate, I'm really quite kind, right? Xiano's mouth curled up slightly. So which one do you choose? Enzo stopped thinking. You scoundrel. Do you think I am? Why do you, an ant, have two abilities? Enzo's face turned furious. One hand waved the scythe, while the other secretly pulled out a golden pistol from behind, and then charged again toward Xiano. Hey, don't answer a question with a question. Xiano stepped, and immediately, a large number of explosive bubbles were bounced deep into the ground. As long as Enzo came over, he would be blown back into the sky again. Boom! Just like before, Enzo's body was once again sent flying into the air along with a large amount of soil and stones, but unexpectedly, with a bang of a gunshot. A smoking gun barrel emerged from one of the stones. At the same time, Enzo's aura also flew farther away with the bullet that had been fired. It turned out that at the moment he fired, he had merged his body into the bullet. Didn't see that coming, did you? Novice Xiano, this is my retreat route. For the two options you mentioned, my answer is no. From now on, you will suffer the most brutal pursuit from the world government. Forever. Enzo, filled with resentment, delivered his final harsh words. But at this moment, Xiano not only showed no signs of worry on his face, but even seemed a bit amused, didn't he? Then why don't you take a look behind you? What? Enzo was startled and immediately turned around, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinheads. On his back, to be precise, on the bullet's tip, there was actually a small bubble. When? The moment you merged with the ground, I had already stuffed a bubble filled with elasticity into the muzzle of your gun. Xiano explained kindly. From the beginning of the battle, Xiano had sensed that Enzo's hockey level was actually not high, and his observation hockey was far weaker than his own. Therefore, he was able to complete this action without Enzo noticing. The next moment, accompanied by a resilient sound, Enzo himself, along with that bullet, was shot back after flying hundreds of meters away. The once high and mighty member of the Knights of God, at this moment, was shouting and screaming without regard for his image, his face twisted by the howling wind. Since you don't choose either of your two options, then I'll give you one last choice, Xiano shouted, leaping into the air, appearing in front of Enzo, and forcefully gathering his hands into a huge air bullet. Meow meow cannon. Don't talk big. Facing the fierce wind, Enzo's voice trembled, but he knew he couldn't dodge, so he stood in the direction of Xiano's attack. I am an immortal god. Boom! A muffled sound suddenly erupted as Xiano's fist, covered with a large air bullet, directly pierced through Enzo's body. But the air bullet did not explode. Instead, it dispersed into countless tiny, almost invisible bubbles, spreading inside Enzo's body. Before Enzo could be astonished, Xiano's fist fell like raindrops. Bang, 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 bang. The dense sounds of pounding, accompanied by indistinct fist shadows, struck all parts of Enzo's body, while a large number of bubbles exploded, scattering Enzo's body into countless pieces. No, it doesn't hurt. Is this all you've got? For some reason, Enzo surprisingly felt not a trace of pain, and he was about to watch his body restore itself. But at this moment, after delivering this series of attacks, Xiano actually turned around and walked forward without looking back. Ha ha ha. And, seeing this, Enzo thought Xiano had given up the attack and couldn't help but laugh heartily, finally realizing the gap between us. No, sono riplaid lately. You're already dead. Nanny. Bang. In the next instant, Enzo's body split apart once again, as if he had eaten the splitting fruit, turning into countless body fragments. And what terrified him was that his body showed no signs of restoration. It's those bubbles. As these body fragments began to scatter in different directions, Enzo finally realized that Xiano's air bullet was not only meant to shatter his body, but also to disperse more bubbles, ensnaring every part of his body. But why? Why didn't I feel any pain? That's because, while I was punching, I was also continuously using the bouncing fruit ability to temporarily bounce away the pain from your body, Xiano said, raising his fist, and if you look closely, you'd see a faint red membrane covering the surface of his fist. The remaining bubbles will send your body parts flying to various seas around the world. Although you possess an immortal body, you are still a devil fruit user. And as soon as you touch seawater, you will lose your strength, so, Xiano said with a light smile, we will meet again on the day the sea dries up. Nanny. In the next moment, the speed of the bubbles suddenly accelerated, and Enzo's entire body was also separating at an increasing rate. No, impossible. I Enzo the Holy. Puga. Amidst a desperate scream, Enzo completely vanished, his ears dropping to the seabed of the West Sea, his nose plunging deep into the East Sea. A finger shot off to the New World, a piece of skin landing at the entrance of Fishman Island. But miraculously, his consciousness had not dissipated. At first, he shouted in his heart, that great one, save me. A few days later, whoever it is, please save me. A year later, that fish. Don't gnaw my bones. Decades later, Enzo completely stopped thinking. Dear readers, please give me some free little gifts. Thanks. Oh, and that devil fruit. I got carried away writing and forgot to mention it. I'll add it in the next chapter. It's that hellhound fruit. 56. The Battle of God Valley comes to an end with the Woka Kingdom. Time returns to the present. God Valley. After using the bouncing fruit ability to completely shatter Enzo's body, Xiano stepped forward to collect the undamaged devil fruit. It was a dark red fruit covered in twisted patterns. And the most distinctive feature of this devil fruit was the 3 roots on its top. No mistake. Earlier, when Xiano was on Hive Island, he had snatched a devil fruit encyclopedia from a pirate, and this fruit was recorded in it. Dog fruit mythical beast type hellhound form, even rarer than the natural type. Just then, Xiano's eyes turned red, his observation hockey activated, and not far away, he sensed a familiar aura, and behind that aura followed several strong presences. Brother Xiano. Kaido's voice came from the sky, and Xiano looked up to see a massive azure dragon flying quickly towards him. Moreover, the azure dragon had some huge, gruesome wounds on its body, from which blood was flowing out, clearly having engaged in a fierce battle with someone. What surprised Xiano was that in Kaido's dragon claws, he was actually holding a treasure chest, its material and shape identical to those boxes that contained devil fruits. Another devil fruit? Could be that lucky this time? Meanwhile, Kaido, you little brat, dare to steal my treasure. I discover it first. Give it back. Kaido, hand over that devil fruit. I want to be a devil fruit user so badly. I dream about it. Damn pirates. None of you are getting away today. Behind Kaido, several figures were quickly chasing, most of them pirates trying to snatch treasures, and even some navy were mixed in. Clearly, they had just engaged in a fierce battle for the spoils. Whoosh! Xiano clapped his body and shot himself to Kaido's side. Brother Xiano, I just snatched this from that bunch of bastards. Kaido joyfully said upon seeing Xiano come to assist. Sure, here's the translation. Well, I'm almost done here, Xiano nodded, then glanced at the pursuers behind Kaido and said, it's time to leave this place. After finishing his words, he slapped his palm against Kaido's body. Boom! The massive azure dragon instantly vanished. The pursuers behind, seeing this, had their pupils shrink suddenly and then focused their gaze on Xiano. Xiano, it seems Ling Ling was right. You really ate that meatball fruit. To think a person can eat 2 devil fruits. How imbibit? Xiano, tell me the method of eating 2 devil fruits. Damn pirate Xiano, what have you done to God Valley? What do you take life for? As they spoke, they directed their anger towards Xiano. Xiano, too lazy to say much, looked up at the most intense battlefield in the distance, then gently patted the cat mat on himself, and instantly, he vanished, leaving this place of trouble. He had already become a target, and he didn't know what powerful trump cards the world government might have. If the other side had any large-scale, island-destroying weapons, he would be in trouble. So, although he regretted not being able to see the final outcome of the battle with rocks, Xiano still chose to leave. Shortly after Xiano left, the massive chaos that erupted in the central battlefield of God Valley was also nearing its end. Roger, Garp, you can't stop me. This era, I will take it all. Rock spread his arms and laughed wildly. Open your eyes and take a look. Those so-called divine, celestial dragons are just mere mortals. At this moment, they have completely turned into sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Haha, it's not over yet. Rocks, I won't go down easily. Roger shouted as he charged forward again. Rocks, you must die today. Garp, equally red-faced, despite being bloodied, roared as he swung his fist wrapped in black lightning. As the chaos reached its climax, the 3 top powerhouses fought until the last moment, but the situation remained stalemated. Just as Rocks was feeling triumphant, a hint of surprise suddenly flashed in his eyes. That guy has come too. The battlefield where Rocks was located was instantly shrouded in darkness. No one knew what happened there. In the end, Rock's unwilling roar came from within. Unfortunately, this is where I stop. However, the era of evil will not end. That guy Xiano will eventually grow up to become the next existence to overturn the world. Accompanied by Rock's last words, this absolute overlord of the New World fell. The super chaos that gathered countless forces and powerful individuals came to a close. In the New World, the Woker Kingdom, this is a poor country where high taxes and years of war have long exhausted the common people. King Charles III is extremely cruel. For the sake of his ruling position, he has gone to an insane extent. A month ago, he even announced a breathing tax. As long as one is in Woker Kingdom, even breathing would be taxed. Therefore, a new wave of unrest erupted in Woker Kingdom. However, the reason why Charles III needed to amass wealth was not only for his own enjoyment, but also because he wanted Woker Kingdom to join the world government and become a member state. Years ago, an excellent soldier was born in Woker Kingdom. He eliminated all the rebels for Charles III, revitalizing the entire country. But at that time, Charles III chose to collaborate with the world government, selling him off in exchange for the opportunity to join the world government. What Charles III never expected was that the strongest soldier, who is Kaido, actually escaped on the way back. He even colluded with a pirate named Novice Xiano, who was captured by the Navy in Woker Kingdom. To this day, these two have joined the Rocks Pirates and have become famous pirates in the New World. That terrifying bounty could even buy his life. Thus, Charles III wakes up from nightmares almost every day. He fears that Xiano and Kaido will come to settle the score with him. But at the same time, he is reluctant to abandon an entire kingdom, not wanting to give up his identity as king to hide away and live as a rich man. Therefore, after living in fear for several years, Charles III thought of a solution he considered perfect. He wanted to concentrate the wealth of Woker Kingdom. After squeezing all the common people dry, he would drive these poor souls out of Woker Kingdom, leaving only the wealthy citizens. This way, without those burdens, Woker Kingdom could afford the gold from the sky. At the same time, with the protection of a navy, Charles III would no longer have to fear pirates. Thinking of his perfect plan, Charles III couldn't help but laugh out loud while sitting on the throne. Just at that moment, a guard rushed in a panic, kneeling on the ground to report. "Not good, Your Majesty. Over at Allen Bay, thousands of refugees have suddenly appeared. Judging by their attire, they seem to be fleeing." So many refugees? Upon hearing this, Charles III was somewhat surprised, but then a brilliant smile suddenly blossomed on his ugly face. This is good news. They have invaded the land of Woker Kingdom. It's simply unforgivable. Unless they hand over all their possessions, they will be executed on the spot. Yes, Your Majesty. This king is simply a genius. Charles III laughed wildly, feeling immensely proud of his astounding wisdom. But just at that moment, with a pop, his body was suddenly bounced by something, with just the right amount of force, directly pushing him off the throne. Bang! 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 Charles III rolled down the long steps like a top, landing face first in blood, appearing extremely disheveled. Not good. There's an assassin. Protect His Majesty. Immediately, dozens of guards surrounded Charles III, protecting him in the middle, all looking warily towards the throne. There, a figure slowly sat down. Damn it! Who did this? I will tear him to pieces. Covered in blood, Charles III cried out in pain as he got up from the ground, angrily looking towards the throne. But just one glance, his expression instantly froze. His eyes filled with disbelief. It was a man with a calm demeanor, even somewhat indifferent, sporting a stunningly beautiful face and eyes that seemed bottomless, as if they could see through one's heart. Just sitting there, a strong sense of oppression filled the entire hall. At this moment, he was resting his chin on one hand, looking at Charles with an amused expression. That face, the face that had awakened Charles countless times from nightmares. No, it can't be wrong. It's really him. What's wrong? King Charles, do you still need me to introduce myself? Thud. Just as Charles had gotten up upon hearing this, he instantly crumpled back to the ground, shouting in a voice filled with almost despair. It's you. Novus Xiano. 57. What is the fourth devil fruit? The senior officer of the Rocks Pirates, one of the most fearsome pirates in the New World, with a bounty of 870 million berries. Known as the man of beast calamity. Who else could it be but Novus Xiano? Why you? How did you come here? Charles III shouted in near despair. At that moment, the strongest legion commander of the Waka Kingdom, a knight wielding a large sword, suddenly glanced at Xiano with a murderous gaze. Your Majesty, don't waste words with this pirate. We have so many soldiers. Let's all attack him together. I refuse to believe he can kill us all alone. That's right. Anyone who dares to harm Your Majesty will definitely be defeated. A group of soldiers bravely charged at Xiano. 1 minute later, the hall was filled with the corpses of soldiers. The previously imposing legion commander was now drenched in blood, with his large sword reduced to just a hilt and a gaping hole in his chest that looked incredibly gruesome. Cough, cough, can we negotiate? He looked at the man on the throne in terror, begging for mercy. Actually, I've already wanted to pledge my loyalty to you. They couldn't win. The gap in strength between them, and that man was like a lamb meeting a wolf or a rabbit encountering a tiger. They were not even in the same dimension. At this moment, are you joking? From the moment you drew your sword, you should have been prepared for the consequences. Xiano smiled wickedly, then gently flicked his fingers, and a small bubble penetrated the legion commander's head. Then, with a bang, his head exploded, splattering blood all over Charles. Charles's eyes widened in shock, and upon seeing the soldier's tragic state, he felt warmth in his thigh and realized he had wet himself in fear. Didon, Xiano, don't kill me. Speaking of which, there shouldn't be any hatred between us that can't be resolved, right? Back then, Back then, those Navy men were just here to pick up Kaido. No one expected you to come to the Waka Kingdom and faint at Allen Bay. Oh no, I didn't know you were captured by the Navy at Allen Bay. This has nothing to do with me. At this moment, Charles had given up resistance. Kneeling on the ground, crying and begging, his eyes filled with despair. He looked up at Xiano, but found that Xiano showed no reaction to his words. Charles became even more terrified, trembling all over, crawling to Xiano's feet, tears streaming down his face. I know I was wrong. Please spare the life of this king. I will bow to you. I will lick your boots. Saying this, Charles actually lay on the ground, using his tongue to lick the soles of Xiano's shoes. I lick, 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 lick. Now, can you forgive me? When Charles looked up again, he saw that Xiano's expression was still cold, showing not the slightest change. I understand. I will give you the throne. Everything in the Waka Kingdom, from this moment on, belongs to you. All the money will flow into your pockets. He thought that this would make Xiano spare him. But when Charles looked up once more, the despair on his face had completely frozen, because after hearing his words, Xiano remained unmoved, even sporting a hint of an almost imperceptible smile. He clearly had no intention of letting him go. At this thought, Charles fell into utter despair, his pupils suddenly whitening, foaming at the mouth, and he was directly scared into a stupor. Xiano stood up, looking at the guy with some surprise, then said softly, "By the way, I never said I disagreed." Charles's psychological quality was really too poor. He had originally thought of letting him continue as king to temporarily manage the country for him, just like Lila from the Fairy Tale Kingdom. But now it seemed we would have to take over ourselves. A smile appeared at the corner of Xiano's mouth. Bang! At the same time, accompanied by the sound of a body colliding and a chorus of screams from a large group of soldiers, Kaido burst in from outside. The nobles and ministers in the palace, as well as the rebellious soldiers, had all been dealt with by him. Vocalo! Kaido grinned as he stepped forward, grabbing Charles III by the hair, and after examining the state of this guy with some disappointment, he said, "Old man, this result really suits you." Then, he remembered something and immediately pulled out a treasure chest from his bosom and handed it to Xiano. "I was so busy dealing with these bastards that I forgot to give this to you. Brother Xiano, quickly open it and see what kind of fruit it is." Although Kaido believed that no fruit could compare to the Azure Dragon fruit he had just obtained, he was still looking forward to it. After all, a divine-level devil fruit represents powerful combat power. Even an ordinary person would gain immense strength after eating it. After meatball fruit, Azure Dragon fruit, and Hellhound fruit, this is the fourth devil fruit we obtained in God Valley. I wonder, could it be a Logia type? Xiano nodded and directly opened the treasure chest. But when the two saw what was inside, both of them were stunned and somewhat dumbfounded. Inside the treasure chest lay not a devil fruit or golden jewels, but a quietly resting baby with red hair. What did you steal? Xiano carefully observed the baby in front of him, and after confirming he wasn't mistaken, he said in surprise. Kaido was first taken aback. Then his expression turned extremely bewildered, and he grabbed the baby from the treasure chest with one hand, shaking it back and forth, trying to get an answer from its mouth. Where is the devil fruit? Did you eat it, you little brat? Hurry, tell me. The baby's eyes were dizzy from the shaking, but even so, he stubbornly refused to answer Kaido. The key was he couldn't answer. All right, Kaido, do you really think he looks like he can answer you? Xiano sighed helplessly. Kaido paused for a moment, then realized that the chubby baby in his hand looked to be less than a year old, wrapped in a layer of swaddling clothes. It would be a miracle if it could talk. Kaido put the baby back into the chest and said, puzzled, could it be that this thing is actually a special devil fruit? A human-type devil fruit? Should we find someone to eat it and see? Upon hearing this, Xiano couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Kaido's thought process was a bit too curious. This was just an ordinary baby, but whose child could it be to be placed in here? Xiano pondered for a moment and analyzed if there was originally a devil fruit in here, and after it was taken away, a baby was put in instead. Then the person who took the devil fruit was most likely a celestial dragon, and a very high-ranking one at that. Why? Kaido's face showed a puzzled expression. If it were someone else who found the treasure chest containing the devil fruit, they would have simply discarded the chest after taking the fruit. Therefore, this baby must have been placed inside long ago, likely because that celestial dragon was going into battle and couldn't take care of the baby. So he left him in the heavily guarded prize area. But he never would have expected that this treasure chest would ultimately fall into our hands. After hearing Xiano's words, Kaido suddenly understood. So this little bastard is a celestial dragon. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Kaido's mouth. Good. Next, let's let him experience the sights of hell ahead of time. On the battlefield of God Valley, he casually killed several celestial dragons. And the feeling of humiliating that high and mighty race was simply exhilarating. Saying this, Kaido was about to make a move on the little red-haired baby. Hold on, Kaido. He's just a child. Xiano spoke up to stop him, and besides, he's a celestial dragon's offspring. Keeping him alive is more useful than killing him. I have a feeling he will be of great use in the near future. Kaido, for some reason, always seemed to want to be ruthless and deliberately show off his evil side, as if he took pride in his wickedness. To this, Xiano wanted to tell him that admiration is often the furthest distance from understanding. Moreover, Xiano never deliberately committed evil acts. He simply had a dream and pursued it at all costs. Killing and doing evil didn't bring him joy. I understand. Kaido nodded. The little red-haired baby thus escaped a calamity. By the way, since you got this person, why don't you name him yourself, Kaido? Xiano said. A name? Kaido frowned, pondering. But when he saw the baby striking red hair, his eyes lit up, and he proudly said, "Let's call him Red-Haired." Xiano chuckled and shook his head. How casual. The events that occurred in the Woker Palace were not suppressed, but intensified and spread quickly, with news reaching every corner of the country in no time. Yes, that great pirate Xiano has come. Another kingdom is going to fall. Charles III is dead. Dead? What will become of this country's future? Fear and unease, upheaval and turmoil overshadowed the entire nation like a dark cloud. However, one thing is certain. From this moment on, this country will become the property of novice Xiano. On the other side, in a forest not far from Allen Bay on the borders of the Woker Kingdom. Bear, what are you waiting for? Let's escape. Get out to sea and leave this country. The big-headed boy, Ivankov, said to the hesitant, honest boy in front of him. But didn't Xiano say he would come and get us? The honest boy Bear said softly. What are you talking about? Bear, he's a pirate. And don't forget, he was the one who took our devil fruit. We should be avoiding him. And you actually want to follow him? Ivankov asked, puzzled. I don't know. Bear held his head, looking very hesitant and pained. Ever since they escaped from God Valley, he felt a different emotion toward Xiano. It was hard to explain. That feeling was both fearful and reassuring, both hateful and somewhat infatuated. When he saw him, he wanted to escape in fear, but when he couldn't see him, he began to feel anxious and uncertain. I really don't know, but I want to see him again. I have a feeling he will definitely come back alive from there. Bear's gaze suddenly became incredibly resolute, and he imagined returning victorious from there. Ivankov was surprised by Bear's words. He didn't expect the pure and kind Bear to have such feelings for a pirate. At the same time, he secretly felt a bit of anticipation himself. After all, if he could really follow that man, it wouldn't be a bad choice. Just then, accompanied by the rustling of grass and trees, a figure flashed in from a distance and stood in front of the three little ones. Hey, why aren't you running? Xiano smiled at the three, his lips curving. You've been following us the whole time? Ivankov said in surprise. I'm not that free. Xiano raised an eyebrow casually and said, I just use one of the three types of hockey, observation hockey, to confirm your location. By the way, are you trying to escape? That really is a bit of a hassle. After all, I think you three are quite talented. Upon hearing this, Ivankov frantically waved his hands. No, of course not. I want to confirm something. At this moment, Bear suddenly interrupted him, looking intently at Xiano. Will you really change this world in the future? I want to know what that future world will be like. At this moment, Bear was truly confused. In the recently concluded brutal war, it wasn't the sun god Nika or those self-righteous Marines who saved the three of them and so many slaves, but rather, it was a universally acknowledged villain. And this villain was the first person to recognize his value. The feeling of being acknowledged by someone was like living in a dark, damp corner for years and then encountering the warm, blinding sunlight for the first time. It made him wish to stay by his side forever. Could it be that a villain can also become a savior? Or is there no distinction between good and evil in a savior? Oh, the world that I will change. Xiano raised an eyebrow, seeing through Bear's thoughts, and then smiled and said, "It should be a world where, under my absolute rule, everyone's status is determined solely by their own strength and value." Then, Xiano looked into Bear's eyes and delivered the killing blow. "You are strong people, and with your talents and abilities, you can do many things as you wish. However, if you want to join me in turning this world upside down, then feel free to follow me. It is well known that when you say you will turn the world upside down in the pirate world, your persuasiveness automatically increases." After living in this world for so many years, Xiano also found this bug. Then, Bear trembled all over, clearly shaken by Xiano's words. He was about to say something, but then he noticed that Ginny was holding his hand, tears in her eyes, saying, "Bear, no matter what decision you make, I will always be with you." After experiencing several days of escape together, Bear and Ginny had developed a bond that could surpass life and death. Upon hearing this, Bear couldn't help but feel tears welling up in his eyes. He forced back his tears, pursed his lips, and walked toward Xiano. "To be honest, I was really happy to see you back then. Whether it's the celestial dragons or the slaves, anyone standing in front of you will be defeated by you. Noble people are no longer noble because of you, and lowly people are no longer lowly because of your arrival. If there is truly a chance to follow you, I would grab it tightly like a drowning person grasping the last straw of hope. Because at this moment, in my heart, you shine like the legendary sun god Nika." The bear's emotions became extremely excited, but Xiano could see a trace of a hidden, burning black flame in his fiery gaze. "However, did you misunderstand something? I am not a liberator, nor the sun god Nika, and I will not lead you to the light. The ideal world in Xiano's heart is one of absolute power and absolute domination. No, although you're not Nika from now on." The bear almost shouted with veins bulging, "Lord Xiano is my son." No one knows what really happened at God Valley in the end. Most pirates believe it was Roger and Garp working together to defeat Rox. The Navy's propaganda states that Vice Admiral Garp single-handedly defeated the formidable Rox pirates at God Valley and repelled the treacherous Roger pirates. From then on, Garp earned the title of Navy Hero. Under the Navy's embellishment, the news spread quickly, shocking the world for a time, with some finding it hard to believe. How could the powerful Rox pirates be defeated by the Navy overnight? Moreover, the ruler of the New World, Rox, actually fell in the West Sea. The era of Rox has ended. On the throne of the Woker Kingdom, Xiano held the latest newspaper in one hand and a transponder snail in the other. Notifying Lila on the other end, "Lower the flag of Rox. From now on, seal off all ports of the Fairy Kingdom. The Rox pirates no longer exist. This marks the end of an era and the beginning of another. Rox is dead, but his group of ambitious pirates is still alive. Next, the new world will be in chaos again." Xiano gazed deeply at the sky outside and murmured, "Farewell, Rox. I never expected someone like you to fall at this time in such a disgraced manner." He would not believe that just Garp could defeat Rox, and even with Roger, it wouldn't be that easy to defeat Rox. There must be some unknown secrets behind God Valley. Unfortunately, until the end, Rox did not reveal the connection between the Hammer Brigade, those two legendary fruits, and Hanold. Thinking of this, Xiano couldn't help but curse, "Riddler, what a way to die." Not long after, Hive Island. After the news of Rock's death returned, this pirate island also met its darkest moment. Some pirates left directly. Some chose to stay and watch the changes, while others took advantage of the chaos to start plundering. The island was in utter chaos, filled with cries of murder. Where's Xiano? Where's Kaido? Where are those two bastards? They couldn't have been killed by the celestial dragons out of greed, could they? Charlotte Linlin raised her big knife and sent dozens of pirates flying, then shouted angrily at those around her, "Hey, Linlin, don't waste your energy." At this moment, the smuggling pirate Gon Z walked over and said, "Those two guys are the biggest beneficiaries of this war. I've seen at least 4 devil fruits fall into their hands. Yeah, those two little bastards." The Golden Lion gritted his teeth. Before heading to the West Sea, they moved their subordinates and wealth, along with some of my belongings. Now that Rox is dead, they definitely won't come back. Gurara, that indeed fits that kid style. Whitebeard took a sip of wine and laughed loudly. Among everyone, he appeared the calmest, as he himself despised fighting. Or rather, it was better that Rox was dead. He was quite pleased. From now on, he could confidently form a pirate crew and go around collecting suns. What to do next? Wang Ji said with a sly smile. Such a large hive island can't be without a leader, right? How about this? I will take on the role of the new captain from now on. What do you think? Huh, were you? You don't get to decide. Gan Zi cursed. Even if we choose a new leader, it shouldn't be you. Yeah, if we do elect someone, then I vote for Shaki, said a pirate. Stop daydreaming. Shaki left Hive Island as soon as she saw the news. What did you say? This remark caused quite a stir, with many pirates abandoning their treasures and seizing a ship to set sail, all to chase after Shaki's footsteps. In the end, they're all a bunch of bastards. Without rocks, this pirate crew has lost its meaning of existence. Let's break up, Whitebeard said succinctly, then raised his fist, grinning savagely. But as for Rock's legacy and the treasures on this island, let's fight for them with our fists. Charlotte Linlin unleashed her conqueror's hockey. Black-red lightning surged forth, mama mama, just what I wanted, fire from the sky. Thus, in a battle among monsters, the Rock's pirates completely fell apart. Sengoku, you will regret this. Fleet Admiral Mocha, enough. I am the Fleet Admiral. Bang. A few days later, Navy Headquarters, Marineford. Clap. Admiral Steelbone Kong slammed the latest newspaper on the table, which reported that the remnants of the Rock's pirates had fought fiercely on Hive Island, ultimately disbanding and sailing off separately. As we expected, after Rox died, the other pirates lost their leader and could only leave, he said. We just don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Although Rock's death can deter pirates in the New World to some extent, the disbanded Rock's members will undoubtedly rush to expand their own pirate crews, leading to greater chaos. Compared to this, the loss at God Valley is the most tragic. At this moment, Crane, who had just been promoted to Rear Admiral, flashed a keen light in her eyes. The Navy stationed on the island and the reinforcements were almost annihilated by the Rock's crew. The number of celestial dragons who died in the war exceeded 1,000, which is an unprecedented major event. Celestial dragons have long lived in luxury, always guarded by the Navy and CP0, so accidental deaths among celestial dragons are extremely rare. There might not even be one in a year. But in God Valley, so many died in just one day. Fortunately, the world government suppressed this matter and did not report it. Otherwise, the entire world would probably fall into chaos. And in this war, the greatest loss to the world government was not actually rocks, but, saying this, Crane slammed a bounty poster heavily on the table. The Beast Calamity, Novus Xiano, his ability to turn people into dinosaurs has brought catastrophic disasters to the celestial dragons, the Navy, and even the pirates in God Valley. Anyone injured by the dinosaurs will be assimilated moments later, turning into mindless monsters that only attack. When Xiano's name was mentioned, the high-ranking Navy officials present fell into a unified silence. They still remembered that a few days ago, after the Battle of God Valley ended, the island had completely fallen and turned into a dinosaur paradise. To prevent the infection from spreading again, the world government had to issue a demon-slaying order to completely destroy that island, killing all the infected celestial dragons on it. It's Xiano again, that inherently evil little pirate. An angry voice broke the silence as Navy Vice Admiral Sengoku stood up and slammed his fist down on Xiano's bounty poster. His existence will only plunge billions of people around the world into endless panic. Moreover, he has now strangely acquired a second ability. No matter what method is used, it is too dangerous. I propose we immediately send a fleet to eliminate Xiano's pirate crew in the New World. Upon hearing this, Admiral Steel Bone Kong sighed and said, Sengoku, sit down and don't rush. Am I anxious? Everyone saw Sengoku's reaction and shook their heads helplessly. Ever since the first grudge was formed between Xiano and him in Elbaf, Sengoku had been keeping a close eye on this pirate, just like how Garp relentlessly pursued Roger. Sengoku's obsession with Xiano was no less. You should understand, Sengoku, Xiano is different from other pirates. Among the remnants of rocks, his own strength may not be the strongest, but his ability is the most troublesome. Once the Navy goes to war with Xiano, the consequences will be unimaginable. Whether we can take down Xiano is one thing, but the Navy soldiers involved will definitely be completely wiped out by that terrifying ability. The lives of the miscellaneous soldiers matter too. Should we just let him be so arrogant? If we allow him to grow unchecked, In a few years, Xiano will become the second Rocks, Sengoku said excitedly. Everyone was taken aback. Sengoku's words were not without reason. Stop talking, Sengoku. The Navy Marshal, Mocha, who had been sitting in the main seat, spoke up at this moment. I have already consulted the Gorosei, and they said that since the new world has become chaotic, let the pirates fight among themselves. As long as the world order isn't disrupted, from now on, the new world will be a paradise designated for these pirates. Hearing Mocha's recounting, everyone fell into deep thought. Indeed, what the world government wanted was still a strong coexistence, each standing alone, with chaos and turmoil coexisting. This way, the world government could better deplete the pirate strength and also collect the heavenly gold from the allied nations in large amounts. But after hearing this, Sengoku still unwillingly said, but, Marshal, this pirate Xiano is different. We absolutely cannot ignore him. But before he could finish, Mocha casually took a sip of tea and said, enough, Sengoku. I am a Navy Marshal. As soon as these words came out, Sengoku's face turned red, and his clenched fists almost bled. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, you will regret this. After saying that, he slammed the door and left. Bang! Sighing as he watched Sengoku leave, Marshal Mocha lightly sighed, letting destiny decide what the future of the new world would be. In the new world, in a certain sea area, the Roger pirates, returning from the West Sea, were immersed in joy, toasting, and having a good time. Captain, your bounty has increased again. However, the Navy actually attributed all the credit for defeating Rocks to that garp. It's really outrageous. No worries, we also got a lot of treasure this time, didn't we? At this moment, however, Roger looked gloomy. Boo-hoo, Shucky, why did you leave Honeycomb Island? I still wanted to see you. Just then, his first mate, Rayleigh, suddenly shouted, hey, Roger, come look at this. There's still an unopened treasure chest here. Do you want to open it yourself? Roger picked his nose and said nonchalantly, it won't be that you guys put explosives inside again to trick me, will it? I won't fall for it this time. How could that be? Roger, what do you take us for? The crew laughed, making it hard for Roger to tell if they were serious. But in the end, curiosity won out, and Roger cautiously took the treasure chest, broke the lock with a snap, and opened it directly. Immediately, everyone leaned in to see. However, the next moment, the shocked voices of the crowd echoed through the sky. A baby? With red hair. Hey, is this the point? The Woka Kingdom. After killing Charles III, Xiano supported a new puppet royal family to rise to power, and under his intimidating reputation, almost no one in the Woka Kingdom resisted. Even those rebellious forces, upon hearing the name of the beast disaster, put down their weapons and chose to surrender. We can't resist. We simply can't resist. Thus, after the Woka Kingdom suffered pirate invasion, it surprisingly came to peace, and the entire nation seemed to be in a state of quiet prosperity. After all, even a dog as king would do better than Charles III. Moreover, Xiano intended to treat the Woka Kingdom as a long-term territory. On this day, Xiano sat on the throne, flipping through the newspaper in his hand, his gaze pausing on his and Kaido's new bounties. Novus Xiano, heinous crimes. Dead or alive, bounty 1. 55 billion berries. Kaido, second in command of the Xiano pirate crew. Bounty 1. 14514 billion berries. Also, Blood Prison William. Boom. Just then, in the sky outside the palace, a massive azure dragon over 100 meters long was spewing scorching flames at the emaciated figure of William, who looked like a skeleton. Whoa, William, you are no longer my opponent. Don't get too cocky. William threw a dagger and used the Flying Thunder God technique to flash away to a distance, dodging Kaido's attack. With a loud bang, the ground was instantly blasted into a large hole by Kaido's heated breath, and the entire area was filled with high temperatures. Target designated. William's eyes tightened as he flashed and moved in the air while throwing countless flying knives wrapped in haki, stabbing directly at the azure dragon's body. Not good, not good. Kaido let out a sinister laugh, covering his body with hard armament haki. When the flying knives hit him, they only made a crisp sound of impact and caused no damage at all. William's expression was astonished, under the enhancement of his mythical beast type. Kaido's defense was simply outrageous. This guy has indeed obtained an incredible ability. Ever since the deadly battle between William and Kaido a few years ago. Kaido's talent had been fully revealed, and his strength had almost skyrocketed. Now, William was completely no match for Kaido. In a few years, William might not even have the qualification to fight Kaido. As soon as he thought of this, William had the idea of giving up. You guys are all as strong as monsters, and that new guy, I think his name is Big Bear, that kid has some serious natural strength too. Forget it, Kaido, I'm not going to fight with you anymore. I need to hurry over to Jinny's place. It seems she has invaded the radio on several islands again. I need to see if there's any news about Shaki-chan. With that, William's figure flickered and disappeared. Hey, are you scared? You bastard. Kaido was quite displeased at not being able to enjoy himself. Hearing the commotion outside, Xiano chuckled and shook his head. I have to say, Kaido is indeed frighteningly talented. After returning from God Valley, he has consumed the mythical Zoan fruit that suits him best. I'm afraid it won't be long before he has someone to match the likes of the Golden Lion and Whitebeard as his right-hand man. Just then, a sound from a snail phone on the table interrupted Xiano's thoughts. Xiano let out a soft huh and picked up the snail phone, looking somewhat confused. He had forgotten who this snail phone was for since he hadn't used it in so long. Buka! The snail phone connected. On the other end came a sultry voice of a mature woman. Ah, how lucky! Xiano didn't throw away this snail phone. Hearing the familiar voice, Xiano raised an eyebrow. Stussy? That's right. It's me, Stussy said with a smile. Like little Jinny, Stussy is also an information expert and a news dealer. So when they were on Hive Island, she bought many snail phones to give to the members of the Rock's crew, hoping to be able to contact others in a timely manner like now. Congratulations, Xiano. I heard you had quite a harvest this time in God Valley. Cut the crap. Stussy, just get to the point. Haha, you're as straightforward as ever, Xiano. Actually, it's not me looking for you, but another person who wants to discuss a business deal with you. Who? Black Charcoal Murasame. Does that name ring a bell? At this, Xiano pondered for a moment, and an image of an old witch surfaced in his mind. If he remembered correctly, this old woman had stayed at Hive Island for a short period and was an ability user. As long as she touched someone's face, she could mimic that person's appearance and voice, a very useful fruit ability. I remember she was exiled by some country, right? Exactly. She has been searching overseas for someone who can help the Black Charcoal family regain their power. Just then, a different voice came from the other end of the snail phone. Accompanied by a low and hoarse voice, the old woman named Black Charcoal Murasame spoke with excitement. Xiano, I don't know if you've heard of Wano Country. Wano Country? I think there is such a country in the New World. There was a famous swordmaster called Ryuma from there. But now, they should be implementing a closed country policy, right? Xiano didn't know much about this country. It's a great country. The terrain is steep, with huge waterfalls on the outskirts. It's a defensible territory. I wonder if you're interested in collaborating with the Black Charcoal family to take over this country? Black Charcoal Murasame said with a wicked smile. However, I'm not interested. Huh? Hearing Xiano's straightforward refusal, Black Charcoal Murasame's mouth twitched. As expected, this guy wasn't easy to fool. It seems she had to pull out her trump card. Xiano, don't be too quick to refuse. Have you heard of Sea Prism Stone? Sea Prism Stone? Xiano raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. That special mineral that can restrict ability users? Exactly. When I left Wano Country, I had already investigated that there is a large Sea Prism Stone mine in the Rabbit Bowl area of Wano. The people of Wano Haven discovered it yet. So as long as you can help the Black Charcoal family regain power and take back Wano, the Sea Prism Stone mine will be yours. To be honest, Black Charcoal Murasame initially didn't want to seek Xiano's help because he was not only a powerful pirate, but also very clever. She was afraid of losing more than she gained by cooperating with him. However, there was no other way. Wano was a country of samurai, and there were many strong individuals. The number of pirates who could help her regain her position was limited. Among these people, the Golden Lion was busy assembling a flying pirate fleet, Whitebeard was occupied with adopting sons, and Charlotte Limlin was holed up in Whole Cake Island, busy with childbirth. She couldn't reach Roger either. After searching, only Xiano was left. In the end, for the sake of the Black Charcoal family, she chose to take a gamble. At the same time, on the high seas near the Woka Kingdom, a pirate ship cut through the surface of the sea, heading straight towards the coast. Captain, are we really going to Woka Kingdom? A pirate on the deck said with some concern. I heard that recently, all the pirate ships that entered this country have mysteriously lost contact. Yeah, it's very likely that a powerful navy is stationed on the island. Another pirate said in a panic. How about we skip landing and raid the next island instead? Damn it, who do you think I am? Bring the ship in. At this moment, a pirate standing at the bow shouted angrily. I'm a notorious pirate, Giant Axe Mondo, with a bounty of 85 million berries. Even if Rocks were alive, he couldn't stop my advance. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the small fry sighed. There's really no way to deal with you, Captain. Meanwhile, no one on the pirate ship noticed a tall, thin man standing in an inconspicuous corner of the deck. He wore a large blood-red cloak and dressed flamboyantly, holding an umbrella in one hand and a glass of red wine in the other, moving with great elegance. At this moment, he gazed deeply at the coast, not far away, a faint and inscrutable smile hanging on his lips. It feels like something interesting is about to happen. At last, Xiano and the old woman Black Charcoal Murasame briefly reached an agreement to meet a few days later at the Happy Street managed by Stussy to discuss Wano country in detail face-to-face. Just as he hung up the snail phone, another snail phone on the table rang, and Ginny's anxious voice came through. Not good. Lord Xiano, a group of pirates has appeared on the northern coast, and it seems there's a very powerful guy among them. Time shifted back a little earlier. On the pirate ship where Giant Axe Mondo was, suddenly, a clear girl's voice came from the snail phone in the navigator's hand. This is Ginny. This island has been surrounded by us. If you're sensible, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, Ivankov, I don't know how to say it. Hey, Ginny, since you've decided to follow Lord Xiano and become a pirate, you should show the resolve that comes with it. Watch me. The snail phone changed to the enthusiastic voice of a boy. Pirates, listen up. The Woka Kingdom is the territory of our Lord Xiano. If you want to pass through here, leave all your money and equipment. Otherwise, I'll let Big Bear deal with you. Hiding in the bushes with an innocent expression, Big Bear couldn't help but point to his own face when he heard this. Huh? Me? Upon hearing this, the Giant Axe Mondo immediately became furious, even ignoring the mention of Xiano and the talking bug. Damn it! What's going on? Mondo grabbed the navigator by the collar and shouted loudly. Captain, it seems the signal of this talking bug has been hacked. Should we get out of here? The navigator felt uneasy and advised. The other party could hack into the talking bug's equipment. Such a person definitely belongs to a team that their third-rate pirate crew cannot handle. What the hell? A few little brats scared you like this? You trash like you dare to be a pirate? Giant Axe Mondo was quite arrogant, but in the new world, most pirates were like this, with arrogant gazes, boastful tones, and inexplicable smiles. He was simply a typical example of a roadside thug. Soon, the pirate ship docked, but the moment the pirates set foot on the shore, a loud explosion sounded as all the explosives buried underground detonated, sending many pirates flying into the air. Damn it! It's a trap. The notorious pirate with a bounty of 85 million berries, Giant Axe Mondo, shouted angrily. At that moment, he noticed 3 children hiding in the bushes not far away, one of whom was holding a remote control with a red button, smiling at them. Catch those 3 little brats. I want them to know the price of ambushing me. Giant Axe Mondo. Yes, Captain. The surviving pirates were filled with rage and charged towards Big Bear and the others. Hey, don't come over, Big Bear said in terror, his voice trembling. Huh, kid. Even if you kneel down and beg for mercy, I won't let you go. Upon seeing Big Bear's frightened expression, the pirates' murderous intent intensified. They were best at bullying the weak with their numbers. However, what Big Bear said next on them. Uncles, I'm afraid I might lose control of my strength and accidentally kill you. So, you should surrender quickly. Huh? Did I hear that wrong? You heard it right. This kid is provoking us. The 3 pirates, enraged, immediately raised their large swords and swung them down at Big Bear's head, but the next moment, they only felt a blackout, followed by a sudden sensation of weightlessness. Bang! The 3 pirates who were just lively moments ago now lay heavily on the ground, turning into 3 cold corpses, leaving peacefully. What? The arriving pirates stared in shock at this scene, their jaws dropping to the ground. Sorry, Ankels. I accidentally killed your companions. If I apologize, would you feel better? Big Bear scratched his head and smiled foolishly at them. However, even though this was his first time killing someone, he didn't feel too guilty. After all, he had already chosen his future path. So he just needed to go all out. Or rather, after easily defeating the 3 pirates, he felt inexplicably pleased, at least. He was no longer the powerless, lowly creature he used to be. Instead, he was a proper person who could protect his loved ones, living with dignity and value. This is what growth is all about. Damn little brat, daring to kill my companions. I'll kill you, you hear me? Now die. Giant Axe Mondo appeared from behind Big Bear with a peculiar axe shaped like a kitchen knife and swung it down. The next moment, clang. The bloody scene he imagined did not occur. A silver western sword came straight across, blocking Mondo's axe in midair. I can't chop it down. Damn it. Giant Axe Mondo's hands gripping the axe trembled, but the western sword remained motionless. His gaze crossed the sharp blade and landed on the sword's owner, a woman with a beautiful face and golden wavy hair. Hey, bullying a kid is not something a real man should do, she said playfully, then suddenly exerted force with her hand, sending Mondo flying with a single sword stroke. He spun in the air and awkwardly half-kneeled on the ground. Aunt Mia. Upon seeing the newcomer, Big Bear and the others exclaimed in surprise. How many times do I have to say it? Don't call me Aunt. Just call me Sister Mia. Okay, Aunt Mia. Mia's eyes twitched, unable to help but facepalm and smile wryly. Indeed, kids are the most annoying. But that said, she had been secretly hiding behind when the 3 little ones started acting, ready to step in and save them. After all, the 3 of them were the strength of the pirate crew's younger generation. Moreover, Lord Xiano seemed to value them quite a bit. Wait, who are you? At this moment, Giant Axe Mondo, slowly getting up from the ground, was shocked to see Mia and shouted, You're from the Rocks Pirates. Oh no, the Rocks crew is already disbanded. You should be the navigator of the Xiano Pirates. The diviner Mia, with a bounty of 130 million berries. With Mia here, it meant that the beast disaster Xiano must also be on this island. Instantly, Giant Axe Mondo felt cold sweat pouring down. It seemed he had run into a tough opponent this time. The next moment, without further ado, Mia threw a divination card engraved with a small sun at Mondo. Mondo's pupils constricted, and he immediately raised his axe, chopping the flying card in half. Huh, just an ordinary card? It has no effect. But before he could finish speaking, a strong sunlight erupted from the card, instantly covering the entire area, blinding him. Whoosh! At the same time, just as Mondo instinctively covered his eyes, a western sword pierced through his chest. Mia pulled out the sword, elegantly twirled it in the air before sheathed it, a slight smile on her lips. Everything was within the card's grasp. Thud! Giant Axe Mondo fell to the ground, never to rise again. So powerful. Aunt Mia. Ginny grinned widely. I need to work harder to train, so I don't hold everyone back. Ivankov also gritted his teeth and secretly vowed. It's decided. Starting today, I will put in 200 times the effort. What interesting little guys, a voice came from not far away. A man in a blood-red robe, holding a slender bat-handle umbrella, walked over elegantly with a light laugh. He looked at Big Bear, then at Ginny, his gaze sharp enough to seem to pierce through one's thoughts. Then, in a gentle tone, he said, My name is Barrelick Ladefield, and I'm currently looking for companions to set sail with. Would you be interested in joining my pirate crew? Ladefield. Upon hearing this, Mia's expression first froze. Then her pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints. She had heard of this name, or rather, more famously, the nickname of this guy, the Red of Solitude, who drifts alone on the sea. This guy's reputation is no less than that of Lord Xiano. Moreover, it is said that the Red of Solitude has no companions and can become a renowned figure across this sea all by himself. But just now, didn't this guy invite Big Bear and the others? For a moment, a bad idea sprang up in Mia's mind. Could it be, this guy relies on deceiving and backstabbing his partners to sail the seas? Yes, that could explain why the Red of Solitude is always alone. Ladefield glanced at Mia and, seeing the look of great concern on her face, couldn't help but curl his lips into a bittersweet smile. Sigh, misunderstood again. Observation hockey allows one to predict the future. Your next sentence is, Barrelick Ladefield was born on an ordinary little island. By chance, during his youth, he encountered the Rumbar pirates on the coast and was inspired by a man named Brooke who had an afro and played the violin. Thus, he decided to set sail to pursue his dreams. With his powerful strength, he gained the admiration and longing of many, and since he had always been alone, people gave him the title of the Red Count, the Red of Solitude. But in reality, Layfield was not a reclusive person. He yearned for companions, for partners with shared goals, with whom he could safely entrust his back. Unfortunately, his innate powerful observation hockey, while it made him successful, also brought him considerable trouble. He could see through people's hearts. All the filthy and evil thoughts could not escape his eyes. Thus, after becoming accustomed to the ugliness of people's hearts, Layfield chose to close his eyes and become the Red of Solitude in people's mouths. However, this journey made him feel joyful because he met 3 children with pure hearts. His daily drifting on the sea was precisely to find such reliable companions. Did I hear that wrong? Ginny blinked, and upon seeing Layfield's serious gaze, she clearly paused for a moment, but then she firmly said, "Sorry, mister. We are already members of the Xiano pirates." Big Bear and Ivankov nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Mia's heart tightened, and she nervously gripped the sword in her hand, vigilantly watching the Red of Solitude, preventing him from suddenly attacking. After all, from the rumors, this guy's extremely proud, and proud people care most about their face. But the next second, I see. Layfield squinted his eyes, and after confirming the true thoughts of the 3, he chuckled lightly and said, "Then forget it. Since you already have someone to follow, it will be meaningless for me to force you." Huh? Mia was taken aback, somewhat dumbfounded. This is a bit different from what she imagined. Why does it feel like this famous Red of Solitude is quite polite? Hey, a bunch of bastards. If you're invading the Vorka Kingdom, you should at least know whose territory this is. At that moment, accompanied by a furious roar from the sky, a colossal creature emerged from the thick clouds. What kind of monster is that? It's over. Boom. A fiery blast descended, accurately hitting the remaining pirates of the giant axe pirates. And blazing flames soared into the sky, along with the sound of the explosion and the pirates' anguished screams. The pirate crew, led by Giant Axe Mondo, was annihilated in an instant. Then, the monster descended from the clouds, transforming into Kaido in midair and with a loud crash. Smashed down to the ground. A mythical beast? Interesting. The Red of Solitude stroked his chin, watching the towering Kaido with great interest. If I remember correctly, you're the vice captain of the Xiano pirates, Kaido? Stop talking nonsense. You came with these bastards, right? And you seem pretty strong. A flash of fervor suddenly appeared in Kaido's eyes. When dealing with strong opponents, he naturally greets them in a strong manner. Thunderbawa. At the moment the words fell, black lightning wrapped around the spiked mace and suddenly expanded as it fiercely smashed toward the Red of Solitude. Seeing this, Mia immediately darted to Big Bear and the other side, quickly moving them to a safe area. Facing Kaido's fierce attack, the Red of Solitude chuckled lightly. A strong aura. No wonder you're a man with a bounty over 1 billion. Swish. The next moment, the Red of Solitude's figure flickered, and it was as if he teleported, slipping to the side and narrowly avoiding the spiked mace. Boom! The ground was instantly smashed into a huge pit. Huh? He dodged. Kaido frowned, then immediately swung the spiked mace again, continuously striking at the Red of Solitude. Diamond arrow. Swish, swish, swish. Countless shockwaves erupted from the iron rod, raining down on the Red of Solitude without any blind spots. But the Red of Solitude remained relaxed, merely letting 2 long red beams of light shoot from his eyes before elegantly weaving through the shockwaves, perfectly avoiding all attacks. He smirked and lightly laughed. Your next sentence is, how did you dodge that? How did you dodge that? Kaido was left dumbfounded. Mia and the others also stared wide-eyed in disbelief. How'd he do that? This is an incredibly powerful reaction ability. And just at that moment, when Kaido was unwilling to give up and prepared to attack again, a familiar voice rang out, causing his movements to halt abruptly. It was observation hockey, and it was an extremely advanced observation hockey. Xiano appeared in front of the Red of Solitude and said, "Did you forget? Kaido, our former captain, Rox, once used this move. Observation. Predicting the future?" Kaido murmured softly. Then, I've long admired you, novice Xiano. You are quite the figure in the new world now, the Red of Solitude said with a smile. Looking into Xiano's eyes. You too? Red of Solitude, Xiano replied. The rumors about you are endless, but after seeing you in person today, I find her quite different from what I've heard. How should I put it? I feel that laid field in front of me is, a rather innocent person. Yes, innocent. So, what brings you to the Vorka Kingdom? Xiano continued to ask. Nothing much, just following a pirate ship and traveling around. I just witnessed your excellent companions, so I became a bit curious, the Red of Solitude said. Oh, curious about what? I'm curious about what kind of guy can attract both pure-hearted good people and evil, violent people to his side, and these people are extremely loyal to you. This is something I've never seen in my decades of sailing. As he spoke, the Red of Solitude's gaze swept over Big Bear, Ginny, Ivankov, Mia, and Kaido one by one. However, when it came to speaking of evil and tyranny, his gaze lingered on Kaido for quite some time. Noticing his expression, Kaido furrowed his brows and uncertainly asked Mia beside him if he had just muttered a curse at him. Mia. 64. Can the Riddler roll out of the sea? Hearing Kaido's question, Mia couldn't help but facepalm and chuckle bitterly. What do you mean by secretly cursing you? Isn't it obvious? Besides, tyranny and evil aren't exactly derogatory terms. Well, at least not within the Xiano pirates. Lord Xiano has the ability to bring various people together, not just relying on absolute strength and status, but also because everyone in the Xiano pirates can find their own value for survival. That's a sense of security that no one else can provide. So the aloof Red, what kind of person do you think I am? Looking at the man in front of him, who was dressed like a noble count, Xiano smiled and asked with great interest. I feel. A glimmer of red flashed in the aloof Red's eyes, and his expression slightly changed to one of surprise, but quickly vanished, replaced by his usual cold, half-smiling demeanor. I feel that you should be a generous person. He grinned and said, of course. It's not just a feeling. With his innate ability to see through people's inner thoughts using observation hockey, no secret or thought could escape his eyes. Ha! You're the first person to call me generous. Back when I was on Hive Island, that bunch of bastards called me the most treacherous. Xiano chuckled. Speaking of which, since the God Valley incident and the dissolution of the Rocks Pirates, aside from the death of one captain, it seems the other major officers have come through unscathed. Moreover, after dividing Rock's legacy, everyone went off to develop their own pirate crews, making their own powers flourish. Sigh, Captain Rocks has died. Yet he's still providing a final spark for everyone truly great. After chatting a bit more, the aloof Red suddenly thought of something and smiled. Xiano, can you take me in for a while? Oh, why? I just feel you're an interesting person. And I have a hunch that if I stay by your side for a while, I might be able to unravel many of the doubts in my heart. The aloof Red wore a playful smile, making it hard to discern his true thoughts. Hearing this, Xiano's lips curled up in a smile. Of course, we are friends now, aren't we? Just as he had thought before, he believed the aloof Red was a pure person, and Xiano always trusted his instincts. Moreover, the aloof Red was a rare, strong person. It would be great to befriend him. Perhaps they could even form a pirate alliance in the future. A little later, in a hall of the Woker Kingdom, laughter and joy were abundant. After a round of toasting and drinking, the atmosphere between the aloof Red and the Xiano pirates became very pleasant. Pirates, by nature, are synonymous with freedom and spontaneity. They can cry when they want, laugh when they want, and are extremely emotional. One moment, they might be shouting for blood, but the next they are good brothers at the dinner table. This is the norm on the sea. Ha ha, Kaido, I didn't expect you to be quite the drinker. The aloof Red looked at the flushed Kaido in front of him and couldn't help but laugh. Whoa, da. Just kidding. I'm really good at drinking, okay. Kaido raised his wine glass and downed it in one go, appearing particularly bold. However, while he could drink, Kaido's drinking manners were truly terrible. After getting drunk, he always liked to pull some stunts in the Woker Kingdom. For instance, he would act as a male stripper on the street, or smash buildings to pieces like a pirate, or turn into a blue dragon and fly around aimlessly in the sky. Thankfully, Xiano was there. Otherwise, with Kaido's temper and drinking habits, he would have long flattened the Woker Kingdom. Soon, Kaido, unable to hold his liquor, pulled over two young and beautiful maids and headed toward his room. Meanwhile, William looked down on this behavior as he was a pure-hearted person. His heart only belonged to Shaki. So, he only found a woman who resembled Shaki and then returned to his room. Big Brother Kaido and Big Brother William. Where are they taking those big sisters? Seeing Kaido and William leave, Kuma asked in confusion. That's a question not suitable for children. If you want to know, you should wait until you grow up, Mia said with a smile nearby. Is that so? Kuma's face immediately showed curiosity upon hearing this, feeling a bit enlightened. In another corner, Ivankov was eating voraciously, stuffing food into his mouth even as his cheeks puffed up like balloons. Lord Xiano and that senior Raidfield, they are both so powerful. After witnessing the terrifying strength of Xiano against the 5 elders during the God Valley incident, as well as the aloof Red's mysterious and powerful observation haki, Ivankov deeply felt the vastness of the world and his own insignificance. The gap between him and those strong individuals was like a bottomless chasm. Therefore, he should work even harder. Ivankov secretly vowed for Lord Xiano to realize his ambitions and to protect the companions around him. From now on, not only daily training but also eating, drinking, and even finding women. He must keep up with the steps of his seniors. While everyone had their own thoughts at this moment, the aloof Red picked up a donut, placing the small hole over one eye, secretly peering into their hearts. Meanwhile, a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. What do you think a true dream is? The aloof Red suddenly spoke up. Huh? What did you say? Xiano, who was drinking, was momentarily taken aback. It's nothing. The aloof Red smiled bitterly and shook his head, just feeling a bit emotional. You see, we clearly have different goals, yet we can get along so harmoniously. To be honest, I haven't experienced such a joyful banquet in many years. Isn't that how it should be? Even saints, when faced with troubles, will want to find a friend to confide in their inner feelings, right? Shano's lips curled into a sinister smile. After a conversation, Shano's understanding of the aloof Red deepened. How to put it? Xiano believed that the reason this guy was troubled was that he was too twisted. He always held unrealistic expectations of others. The aloof Red could accept pure people like Kuma and the others, and even someone like Kaido would be fine. He longed for comrades to fight alongside him. However, he overlooked the most important issue. That is, in this world, most people's hearts are complex, possessing both a straightforward side and a hypocritical dark side. The aloof Red only saw the ugliness and selfishness in people, but ignored the precious courage and qualities they exhibited when protecting what they cherished. Thus, he fell into an endless cycle of internal conflict. By the way, Xiano, the aloof Red suddenly said, just now you mentioned that you wanted to find a shipwright, right? That's right. I have a good piece of wood. Although it's still stored in Elbaf for now, I will get it back soon. And then I will need to find an excellent shipwright. Xiano chuckled lightly. A few years ago, he went to Elbaf with rocks. So using the ability of the meatball fruit, Xiano can return to the land of giants in a very short time. And the owner of the giant tavern just happens to have a branch of the Atom Tree at home, perfect for building a pirate ship. Is that so? The aloof Red smiled and said, speaking of which, when I was sailing at sea and passed by a small island, I happened to encounter an excellent shipwright. However, if you want to recruit him, it might be a bit troublesome. Oh, a shipwright that you pay special attention to must indeed be outstanding. But what do you mean by troublesome? Xiano asked, puzzled. If you're interested, I can take you to that small island tomorrow to find him. When we get there, you will understand everything. As he spoke, a meaningful expression appeared on the face of the aloof Red. Wait, are you also a riddle person? Xiano couldn't help but pull at the corner of his mouth. Rocks is like this, and so is the aloof Red. Can you riddle people get out of the sea? There's one more chapter later. Do you believe in gravity? Early the next morning, a large sailing ship was ready at the port, with the words of the Wak Kingdom engraved on it. Clearly, this was the inheritance left to Xiano by Charles III. Xiano let Kaido stay behind to guard the house while he and Redfield headed to a remote small island, Xiano Island. The excellent shipwright mentioned by the aloof Red yesterday was located on this island. However, from his riddle-like speech, Xiano could also sense that this trip would not be so smooth. Captain, are we really going to Xiano Island? Yes. Although that island is not far from the Wak Kingdom. Since 10 years ago, the Wak Kingdom has lost all contact with that island. Moreover, any ship heading to that island whether merchant ships or pirate ships, has never returned. Everyone says that there are ghosts wandering near that island. Ghosts. Even if there are, they aren't that scary. At least, those immortal divine knights and the five elders are much scarier than ghosts. Thus, the voyage continued. The sailing was relatively smooth, and soon, the outline of an island appeared on the sea in the distance. From afar, it looked somewhat similar to Honeycomb Island, surrounded by houses and flat land, with a tall, lush mountain rising in the center of the island. However, as they approached the coast, Xiano noticed something strange. This small island, although densely populated, with fertile farmland and various buildings, showed no signs of being destroyed or plundered by pirates. However, there were no ships in sight around the island. In fact, when they landed, Xiano noticed that the original port was already in tatters, looking like it hadn't been used for a long time. Xiano squinted his eyes, his tone filled with doubt, and said, combined with the previous rumors, could it be that this island hasn't seen a ship sail for a long time? At this time, a shipwright from the Wok Kingdom approached, carefully inspecting the various facilities at the port, and said, Lord Xiano, you are correct. Based on the traces of use here, at least for the past 10 years, no ship has docked or set sail from here. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, their faces showing disbelief. This was simply unbelievable at sea. Let's go. The person you're looking for is over there. The aloof Red seemed to have anticipated everyone's surprise and walked straight toward a direction along the coast. Xiano followed him, and after a while, he frowned and looked up. There were 4 huge rocks, each the size of a house, placed at the 4 cardinal points, perfectly enclosing a small area in the middle. Xiano and the aloof Red jumped onto the rocks and looked down. At that moment, there was a 3-masted sailing ship, almost completed, standing in shallow water below. This ship, how to put it, even someone who doesn't understand shipbuilding can tell just by looking at its magnificent appearance that it is definitely a ship worth a fortune. At that moment, on the deck of that ship, a group of people were working diligently to build this large ship, each skilled and working in harmony. But strangely, although this group of people had normal body proportions, their sizes were much shorter than that of ordinary humans. This group of people, could they all be the shipwrights you mentioned? Xiano asked with a strange expression. A group of people? Take a closer look. The aloof Red was again being riddle-like. Xiano looked carefully, and the next moment his eyes suddenly narrowed. Was it just one person? He saw it on the deck below. A screw had not been properly hammered down, causing a plank to lift up. At the same time, each of these people had their own tasks to complete and couldn't spare anyone to finish this job. But the next second, something unexpected happened. One of the people suddenly split into another person, and upon closer inspection, it was found that these 2 people looked exactly like the others. But the difference was that the 2 who had split were a size smaller than the others. That guy's name is Carlo. He is a splitter who has eaten the split fruit and can split himself into many independent entities. Quite an interesting ability, right? The aloof Red pointed at the hard-working Carlos below and said with a smile. Xiano nodded. He had seen the introduction of this devil fruit in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. It is indeed a practical ability. The user can split into numerous individuals to complete various independent tasks. Each individual possesses the same physical strength and intelligence as the original. And when the individuals merge back together, they can combine the memories, training results, and learn skills in their minds. It can be said to be a very suitable ability for those who are competitive. Having him as a shipwright is like having an entire shipwright team, right? That is indeed very appealing. Whoosh! Xiano lifted his foot and instantly vanished from his spot. The next moment, he landed on the deck and casually walked up to one of the Carlos, then calmly asked Carlo, "Do you believe in gravity?" Gravity? Carlo put down the tool in his hand, summoned all his clones back, and combined them into a tall man over 3 meters high, wearing repairman clothes. Upon hearing Xiano's somewhat perplexing words, he couldn't help but frown and said directly, "I believe in science, and the world's #1 scientist, Vegapunk, is my idol." Upon hearing this, Xiano was momentarily stunned. In this world, where even theology feels too conservative, is there really anyone who still believes in science? The words he was about to say, like, "Do you believe in the gravity between people? And our meeting is guided by fate." These words never made it out, dying in his throat. No sailing allowed. Wait, why do you look so familiar? At this moment, the shipwright named Carlo looked at Xiano in surprise. After pondering for a moment, he said incredulously, "That's right. You are the notorious pirate Xiano, known as Beast Disaster, with a bounty of 1.55 billion berries." Oh, Xiano couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Based on the dilapidation of the previous port, he thought this was an isolated island, cut off from the world, but unexpectedly, Carlo seemed quite informed about the news from the sea. "How could someone like you come to Xiescalou Island?" Carlo continued to ask. "I am currently looking for an excellent shipwright, and coincidentally, my friend mentioned you. So I would like to invite you to join my pirate crew," Xiano stated directly. However, at this moment, he was still somewhat vigilant, as it was clear from the words of the aloof Red and the situation on this island that Carlo wouldn't easily agree to his invitation. But the next moment, Carlo's words surprised Xiano. "Great. I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Carlo grinned excitedly. "The people of Xiescalou Island are born for the sea. I am no exception. Since I was a child, I have yearned for life on the sea. After my grandfather taught me the craft of shipbuilding, my dream has been to create a perfect ship that can sail to any corner of the world." This doesn't match my imagination. Is it this smooth? Xiano was slightly taken aback, then looked at the nearly completed ship beneath his feet, puzzled. "By the way, you said you longed to go to sea, but why is there not a single ship in sight on this island?" "It seems you are." Xiano glanced around at the towering rocks, secretly building ships. Hearing this, Carlo's excited gaze instantly dimmed, and a hint of loneliness flashed across his face. He frowned, about to say something, but at that moment his eyes suddenly widened, staring angrily at the top of a rock, gritting his teeth and saying, "Damn it, has that guy found out again? This time I was so close." Xiano turned his head and looked in that direction. On that high rock, a group of figures appeared. There were about a dozen people, all with rugged appearances, holding weapons like swords or guns, with inexplicable smiles on their faces, looking like nearby mountain bandits. "Gwaha!" The first sound was a wild laugh. Among the bandits, a tall and robust figure stepped forward, wearing a black scarf, bare-chested, and simple shorts, draped in a black fur cloak. His left eye seemed to be blind, so he wore a black eye patch. "Carlo, you are secretly building ships again. I have to say, this guy's fashion sense is truly at the lowest level, the kind that wouldn't stand out even among a group of minions." But Xiano's observation haki allowed him to sense that this guy's aura was terrifyingly strong. Upon seeing this person, Carlo looked like he was facing a formidable enemy, beads of cold sweat dripping from his forehead as he gritted his teeth. "Mantis D. Hail. Hee, it seems that you, this reckless guy, can also be afraid. I thought you completely dismissed my words as nonsense." The man named Hale waved his hand behind him, and immediately two minions stepped forward respectfully to remove the cloak from his back. Then he clenched his fists, making a cracking sound, and the next moment, he stepped forward, jumping high like a cannonball, crashing down onto the deck, creating a large hole as he faced Carlo. "Don't forget, Carlo," Hale said with a sinister smile, "the people of this island are forbidden from going to sea." "Why?" Carlo clenched his fists, his whole body trembling slightly. "Hale, why are you destroying everyone's dreams? Is it just for your rule over this island? But you are already the king among bandits, aren't you? Everyone on Xiescalou Island, even the nobles and high-ranking officials, admire you. Isn't that enough?" "Gwaha!" Hale let out another strange laugh, continuing, "Carlo, have you ever learned about the mantis? In fairy tales, after mating, the male mantis voluntarily gets eaten by the female mantis to provide nutrition for the soon-to-be-born mantis offspring. Sounds romantic and selfless, right? Hee. But actually, that's just people's wishful thinking. In reality, the first thing the male mantis does after mating is to escape by any means. The only reason it gets eaten is that the female mantis is stronger. That's all. So, my dear Carlo, how do you know that my preventing you from going to sea isn't limiting your freedom, but rather protecting you?" Hale said, a smug smile on his face. "You're talking nonsense." Carlo was so agitated that his teeth were trembling, arbitrarily depriving people of their desire for the sea. "What kind of protection is that? Ale, stop destroying my ship. Let me go to sea." "Ha ha ha." Hale looked at the large ship beneath him, a hint of appreciation and regret flashing in his eyes. And then his gaze returned to one of brutality. By the way, how many ships has this been? As soon as he said this, a bandit reminded him, Boss, it's the 44th ship. Prior to this, all 43 ships built by Carlo, regardless of whether they were large ships, speedboats, or even small rafts, were burned down by you. Huh, has it already been 44 ships without me realizing it? What an unlucky number. Carlo, don't you know that I hate the number for the most? So today, this ship is destined to meet its destruction. Whoosh! The moment his voice fell, hail immediately struck, flashing to the front of the mast in an instant, then punched out. With a crack, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread, and the tall mast couldn't bear the blow, toppling over directly. Damn it! I'll kill you, Carlo roared, picking up a hammer that was larger than his entire body, and charged toward Hale with bloodshot eyes. In the process of his mad dash, his body suddenly split, transforming into several independent entities, surrounding Hale from all sides. Here we go again. How many times do I have to say it? You're a half-baked fool. Even if you go to sea, you won't survive. Hale mocked with a smile, yawning casually. The sea is not a place to pursue dreams. It's a hell filled with despair and disaster. As Carlo and his duplicates all lunged at Hale, Hale stood his ground, not dodging or evading. The next moment, a series of loud bangs echoed. The heavy hammer fell on Hire, but it caused no harm at all. In fact, Hire didn't even move an inch. Too weak. Too weak, Hire shouted, throwing a punch into the air, and in the next moment, accompanied by the roar of black lightning, an invisible shockwave burst forth from his fist. Carlo was hit from a distance, his body forced to merge, while he was also sent flying, landing heavily at Xiano's feet. Xiano frowned, staring at Hire. Armament hockey? On this godforsaken little island, there are actually strong people who can use armament hockey, and it seems there's more to it. 67. The King of Bandits. Do you understand the gap between us now, Carlo? Hire said, throwing another punch that landed heavily on the nearby cabin, creating a huge pit in it. Cough, cough. Carlo spat out a mouthful of blood, his body trembling slightly from the sharp pain in his chest. But his eyes still stubbornly glared at Hire. It doesn't matter. No matter how many ships you destroy, it doesn't matter. I won't stop one day. I will build the strongest ship in the world, one that will never be damaged. Then, sail into the sea. Upon hearing this, Hire's mouth twitched, veins bulging on his forehead, gritting his teeth and growling. Hopeless fool. What gives you the right? What makes you so arrogant? Whoosh! His figure vanished from where he stood, appearing above Carlo, a ferocious look on his face as he extended his fist, ready to strike Carlo's arm. I will cripple your arm right now. Let's see how you build a ship then. In the next moment, in Carlo's terrified gaze, a fist crackling with black lightning came crashing down like a bolt of lightning. Is my dream really going to end here? Damn it, I'm so unwilling. Bang! In the next instant, a similarly dark fist blocked above Carlo's head, colliding violently with Hire's fist, and in an instant, a violent gust of wind erupted from the center of the two fists, surging outwards. Oh! Hire raised an eyebrow, sneering down at Xiano. Speaking of which, you seem to be a newcomer. You aren't from overseas, are you? Boom! Before the strike could land, Hire immediately withdrew his fist, performing several flips in the air before landing on the deck. And quite strong, too. He pointed in a direction, grinning wickedly. When I came here earlier, I saw a ship docked on that shore. That's yours, isn't it? So you're a pirate? Hearing this, Xiano stepped forward, not answering Hire's question, just saying to himself, your rule on this island, as well as the reason for destroying ships. None of that interests me, but his gaze turned cold. Carlo is already my shipwright. If you obstruct him again, I will really kill you. The reason I didn't make a move earlier was simply because Hire didn't use lethal force. It seemed he was only warning Carlo. Otherwise, with the punch Hire threw earlier, Carlo would be dead or crippled. Hire cracked his neck, grinning at Xiano. I hate two types of people the most. One is fools like Carlo who don't know what's good for them and dream of going to sea. The other is pirates. In an instant, a strong, murderous intent burst forth from his remaining right eye, making the surrounding air seem to freeze for a moment. Seeing this, Xiano raised a hand, gently patting Carlo on the shoulder, accompanied by a pop. The latter immediately vanished from his spot, reappearing on a rock beside the tall red figure. Huh? What just happened? Carlo looked around in disbelief. Help me keep an eye on him. Xiano called out to the one above. Don't worry, I've got this covered. The tall red figure said with a smile, holding an umbrella. Below, Hire looked at Xiano with great interest. Haha, so you're also a devil fruit user? This is getting more and more interesting. To be honest, I'm not arrogant, but no one on this island can withstand the punch I just threw. Really? Then why don't you go to sea? Xiano grinned, sneering. Hee hee. That matter, whoever asks will die. Whoosh. Hire stepped forward, charging straight at Xiano. The pitch-black armament hockey instantly covered his elbow, making him look like a speeding train. Armament elbow strike. Xiano's pupils constricted, quickly raising his right fist. Rich hockey wrapping around it. Then he struck back fiercely, colliding with the rushing Hire. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous sound, the entire space seemed to tremble. An invisible shockwave spread out in an instant. All right, so powerful. Facing the scorching gust, Carlo's eyes were filled with shock. He had never been to sea, but he would reliably buy newspapers from the newsbirds flying in every day. To be honest, in his perception, while these famous figures at sea all had incredible skills and terrifying reputations, Hire's combat power on Xiano Island was at a whole different level. It's not an exaggeration to say that everyone combined couldn't take down Hire alone. In fact, a few years ago, a battleship led by a Navy rear admiral came to Xiano Island, intending to eliminate the bandits led by Hire, but they were easily defeated by Hire. Thus, with such fierce achievements, Hire had already become an undefeated war god in the hearts of the people on Xiano Island. The sea is indeed truly vast, just like Grandpa said. Carlo knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face in excitement. Aside from Carlo's shock, the other bandits watching were equally incredulous, all showing expressions of disbelief. That guy not only withstood Lord Hire's punch, but now he even dares to clash with Lord Hire head-on. Damn it, you should know Lord Hire's body is harder than diamond. Monsters, those guys from overseas. Each one of them is a monster. And the tall red figure, watching the battle below, couldn't help but frown, muttering softly, although I had anticipated that the bandit leader would be a tough character. I didn't expect him to be this strong. A bandit who can fight with someone as strong as Xiano. There may only be this one in the entire world. Such strength. To call him the king of bandits is not an exaggeration at all. Bang! Accompanied by a fierce collision sound. Sparks even flew from the friction between Xiano's fist and Hire's elbow. The hockey is quite strong. Then, let's try this move. With a cold laugh, Hire instantly retracted his arm, transforming both hands into blades, continuously slashing down at Xiano. And not just hand blades. Hire's palms had now turned into real, pitch-black blades. Hire shouted, Aurora, Aurora. In Xiano's vision, countless blade afterimages appeared, each afterimage capable of easily cutting through steel. In the next moment, his pupils slightly contracted, and his hands instantly transformed into the claws of a dinosaur, with his fingers bending into talons to meet Hire's assault. Clash! The attacks collided violently in the air, producing a deafening sound. At the same time, upon seeing Xiano's claws, Hire couldn't help but furrow his brow. Is this your ability as well? It looks like an animal type, but just now you managed to send Carlo flying. I'm curious. What fruit did you eat? The moment his words fell, Hire actually leaped into the air, his feet transforming into sharp blades, using both hands and feet to unleash a flurry of flying slashes toward Xiano. Pouring down from all angles, Xiano's eyes flashed with a red glimmer, and then a paw with cat pads instantly touched his abdomen. Whoosh! Just like Carlo had vanished earlier. Xiano's figure also instantly dissipated from a spot. That ability can not only be used on others but also on oneself. Hire's gaze tightened, and his pupils shot two long red beams into the air, then abruptly turned around. However, it was ultimately a step too late. Almost the moment Xiano disappeared, he arrived behind Hire and unleashed a prepared explosive bubble, compressing the air to its limits. Boom! The air exploded, and a violent wind surged. Hire was directly blown away by the terrifying explosion, his body crashing into a rock and embedding deeply into it, dust rising everywhere. Such powerful strength. Following the principle of no injury amidst smoke, Hire soon emerged from the haze. After flickering in the air a few times, he appeared in front of Xiano again, wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth, a fierce grin returning to his face. To be honest, I am a user of the //fruit, a / human, able to turn my body parts into sharp blades, and I haven't bled in almost 10 years. The last time I was hurt was when this left I was stabbed out. Since then, I have never lost. Hire pointed to the eye patch over his left eye, and then blades sprouted from his arms and fingers, each blade wrapped in high concentration. Armament hockey. Go on, pirate. If you can please me, I would be very happy. But if you can't, then prepare to die under my invincible / fruit. The fruit awakening? So, why does that man named Mantis D. Hire hate the sea so much? The aloof Red looked at the mountain bandits around him who were also watching the battle, and asked with a light smile. Not only does he prohibit the people on the island from going to sea, but he also seems to hate the pirates on the ocean to the bone. Huh? Is that a question a pirate should be asking? One of the mountain bandits said, somewhat displeased. I won't tell you that Boss Hire can't go to sea because he gets seasick, which is why he prohibits everyone from heading to the ocean. Hearing this, the aloof Red's mouth twitched. This didn't even require mind reading. He just blurted it out. But immediately after, another mountain bandit frowned and retorted, no way. I heard that the boss destroyed the ships in the port because his family was killed by pirates. Hey, didn't the boss say he wanted to become the king of mountain bandits? So he hates everyone on the sea. For a moment, the mountain bandits actually each held their own views, leaving the aloof Red somewhat baffled. Meanwhile, Carlos stared intently at the battlefield below, his eyes not blinking, muttering, Xiano. Captain, you must win. If you win, I can go to sea for my dreams, just like Grandpa did. Hee. Below, Hire glanced sideways, casting a cold, sarcastic look at Carlo. Carlo, you really have the nerve to say that. Have you forgotten how your grandfather died? Your grandfather was executed for secretly building ships for pirates, right? Such a cowardly way to die. What a waste of his shipbuilding skills. As soon as these words were spoken, Carlo's body suddenly trembled, and his mind replayed the scene of his grandfather heading to the execution ground. But right after, he wiped away a tear, and his gaze became resolute again. No, Grandpa never regretted it until his death. A ship never becomes noble or lowly because of who uses it, whether pirate or navy. A ship is a companion for the next journey, not a tool. Carlo shouted out the last words his grandfather said before he died, his heart-wrenching scream echoing in the air. He would never forget that liberated and calm smile of his grandfather as he went to the execution ground. He hoped to die like that. Such a death was not lonely at all. A man dying for what he pursues, isn't that a worthwhile thing? Think whatever you want, but anyway. No go to sea. Clash. Accompanied by a sound of metal clashing, countless blades emerged from beneath Hire's skin, resembling a porcupine. In this form, he possessed both fierce offensive power and defensive capabilities. Coupled with the high concentration of armament hockey, Hire could almost be called a hexagonal warrior now. Come on, pirate. Whoosh. Hire's figure flashed, charging directly at Xiano, crossing two blades in his hands, which shot out two exaggerated flying slashes, carving deep trenches into the ground as they rushed towards Xiano. Facing such a fierce assault, Xiano's palm grasped in midair, and soft, squishy pads grew again in his palm, slapping down on the slashes. With a loud clap, the slashes were instantly deflected far away, crashing into a distant rock with a thunderous boom. In the next instant, Xiano leaped into the air, completing a half-dinosaur transformation while kicking a dark foot straight into Hire's chest. Clash! Another crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, and suddenly, several sharp daggers protruded from Hire's chest, firmly piercing Xiano's foot. If one didn't look closely, they might think Hire's ribs had burst out. You fell for it. Didn't you? Pirate, I wanted you to kick me. Hire laughed maniacally. Then, below Xiano, the flat deck suddenly sprouted numerous long, sharp blades like bamboo shoots after rain, directly stabbing towards Xiano's back. Dinosaur, tail swipe. In this critical moment, Xiano's tail instantly coiled with hockey and swung violently. The next moment, accompanied by several crisp sounds, those seemingly sharp blades, which were actually sharp, were all shattered in an instant by the sweeping tail. Hire's pupils constricted, feeling a bit incredulous. The sharpness of those blades was comparable to that of real, famous swords. How powerful is this guy after his dinosaur transformation? But he didn't have time to be shocked, as Xiano's other foot kicked into his face, the force of the wind distorting Haire's features. Boom! With a loud shout from Xiano, a powerful whip kick, like an accelerated cannon, directly shattered half of Haire's face, blood and flesh splattering into the air. With this kick, Haire couldn't help but let out a painful scream, but it wasn't over yet. His scarlet eyes flickered again, and after widening with force, countless afterimages surged towards him. Muda 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 muda. Xiano's pitch-black right leg, or more accurately, his leg after transforming into a dragon, seemed to have transformed into a machine gun at this moment, continuously striking Haire while emitting a constant gunfire sound. Da-da-da-da. After enduring such a fierce assault, several large holes had already appeared on Haire's body, and the powerful force sent him flying uncontrollably. However, Xiano furrowed his brow, glancing at the broken blade beside him. What was that knife that had just emerged from the deck? The ability of the //fruit should only apply to oneself, right? Just as he was puzzled. On the other side, Haire's figure re-emerged from the smoke. At this moment, although his body had been severely injured and half of his face was missing, strangely, he appeared unfazed, and his aura did not seem to weaken much. Xiano narrowed his eyes and noticed a clue. He saw that the side of Haire's face that had been kicked by Xiano was not only oozing a large amount of blood, but also mixed with many small blades. To the naked eye, it was almost impossible to see, but with the dynamic vision of a dinosaur, Xiano could clearly see that those tiny blades were actually assimilating into human cells. As a result, Haire's injuries were rapidly healing. If he could reach this extent, coupled with the blades that had appeared from the deck earlier, Xiano narrowed his eyes. The only possibility he could think of was something he had only heard about before but had never witnessed with his own eyes. But today, that statement could be considered validated. Devil fruits can awaken, and the Haire before him, who possessed the //fruit, had clearly already awakened. The sea brings endless disasters. So, prohibit going out to sea. The awakening of the devil fruit? In the distance, the aloof Hong widened his eyes, his face filled with shock. The devil fruit itself grants the user unimaginable powers, and awakening is a second development of the devil fruit's abilities. Generally, those who can awaken their fruits are extremely rare, perhaps even rarer than those who possess Conqueror's Haki. This Haire really brings unexpected surprises. Hong murmured, "This power is something I only recently acquired." Below, Haire said as he walked towards Xiano again, strolling leisurely as if the horrifying injuries on his body didn't exist at all. In fact, the blades that had transformed from within him had already acted as tools for stopping the bleeding and regenerating cells, alleviating most of his pain while allowing his injuries to heal rapidly. It's quite miraculous, isn't it? Speaking of which, you are about to be the first person to die under this ability. You garbage from the sea should feel fortunate. Accompanied by a roar. Although Haire did not actively approach Xiano again, his ability suddenly activated. Sarasusa. The sound of countless blades slicing through the wooden boards rang out, and on the deck of the large ship, countless long swords and sabers emerged out of thin air, rapidly spreading outwards from Haire's center. This scene was simply like the unlimited blade works from the Holy Grail War. The area where the two stood had transformed into a vast battlefield filled with swords and blades. Shoo! Suddenly, a knife emerged under Xiano's feet, and he reacted quickly, delivering a chop to cut the knife in half. But unexpectedly, beneath the broken knife, a sharp and resilient Western sword appeared, segmenting the knife before piercing through Xiano's shoulder, causing blood to burst forth. 1,000 blade flow, 10,000 blade slash. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Accompanied by the sharp sound of slicing wind, countless swords and blades shot up from the ground, blotting out the sky, forming a net of blades that shot towards Xiano without any blind spots. In the next moment, Xiano's figure was engulfed by the swords and blades. How is this possible? Carlo was shocked into silence upon witnessing this scene, a glimmer of despair flashing in his eyes. So powerful, so powerful. To witness Lord Haire's full strength in action is truly worth dying for. So intense. The mountain bandits were all excited upon seeing this. But before they could rejoice for a second, their expressions changed drastically again. They saw that within the storm formed entirely by swords and blades, layers of air waves shot out, and with each violent fluctuation, numerous swords and blades flew out, fiercely embedding themselves into the surrounding rock walls. This is Hayer's brow furrowed, a sense of unease suddenly washing over him. Boom! In the next moment, accompanied by a massive white shockwave, all the swords and blades were blasted away, and Xiano's figure emerged from within, his fists wrapped in pitch-black lightning, almost tangible, causing the surrounding air to twist. It's the emission of armament haki, and also the ability of the bounce fruit? Hong murmured softly. He was not wrong. Just now, Xiano had combined the power of armament haki with the ability of the bounce fruit. At the moment of emitting armament haki, he used the unique elasticity of the bounce fruit to condense the armament haki, thus enhancing its power to the extreme. This is also my first attempt. Xiano clenched his fist, feeling the flow of haki, unable to help but reveal a sinister smile. The emission of armament haki can indeed allow for long-range attacks. However, the drawbacks are also quite evident. That is, the power is not concentrated, and it could easily waste haki. The bounce fruit perfectly solves this drawback. Following that, Xiano threw another punch, unleashing a shockwave wrapped in pitch-black lightning. Black flash. Whoosh. As the haki lightning surged forward, it quickly converged into a shining black sphere. Resembling a small black hole, Hayer's eyes suddenly widened. Fast. Too fast. This speed is beyond what can be evaded by observation haki, because even if one anticipates the timing and specific location of the attack, the body wouldn't have time to react. Infinite Sword Mountain. Hayer roared, and in the next moment, countless swords rose up before him, transforming into a thick mountain to block his path. Boom! Accompanied by a loud rumble, the black lightning crashed into the mountain of swords, instantly causing an explosion. In an instant, a fierce wind rose and lightning spread. The residual power of haki and the blades that were blown away all poured down onto Hayer, leaving numerous grotesque wounds on his body. But damn it, spitting out a mouthful of blood, Hayer's face turned pale, but he gritted his teeth, refusing to take a step back. At this moment, there was even a flicker of black flames dancing in his eyes. I have to admit, among those who have fought with me, aside from those from the sea, you are the strongest. I, Xiano, will call you the strongest mountain bandit. However, Xiano paused for a moment, suddenly asking seriously, why don't guys like you go out to sea? Upon hearing this, Hale first froze, then sneered, go out to sea? Ha! Don't joke around. The ocean only brings endless disasters. Mantis D. Hale was born on a remote island called Xiano. His mother passed away due to a serious illness shortly after giving birth to him, leaving him to live with his father and brother. His father was a simple fisherman, and his brother was a sailor on a cruise ship. Although the family was not wealthy, they lived a happy and peaceful life. The people of Xiano Island were destined to belong to the sea. It was written in their genes. Hale was no exception, especially since his father once told him that the D family was the freest race on the ocean. Thus, under this dual influence, Hale would climb to the high hills every day to gaze at the sea, looking forward to the day he could set sail. However, the good times did not last long. On his 8th birthday, filled with joy, he did not receive his brother's birthday gift, but instead encountered a cold, lifeless body. It was the work of a group of pirates who kidnapped everyone on the cruise ship. Hale's brother, knowing he was no match for them, still fought against the pirates and ultimately died under their gunfire. Hale was in immense pain. Afterwards, he became somewhat silent and withdrawn. His father said nothing but poured all his love into his only son. Later, when Hale turned 10, Carlo's grandfather discovered his talent for shipbuilding and took him on as an apprentice. Alongside Carlo, Hale learned a valuable skill. If nothing unexpected happened, Hale would grow up safely and eventually become an excellent shipwright. But of course, something unexpected was about to happen. One day, when the weather was nice, Hale's father took him out to sea to fish. However, the weather in a new world was as unpredictable as the smile of a girl in love, changing rapidly. One moment, the sky was clear, and the next, a storm raged. The small fishing boat was capsized in an instant, and that unprecedented storm became a psychological shadow that Hale would never forget. Hale's father, that great man, after the boat capsized, held Hale above the waves with his bare hands, swimming against the tremendous waves for a whole day and night, using his last ounce of strength to bring Hale back to land. No one knew how he, who was not good at swimming, managed to endure. Dear Hale, do you think that encounters between people are merely coincidences, or are they destined? In his last moments, his father gently held Hale's hand, placing it on his own cheek. Don't feel sad for me, Hale. My destiny was meant to be this way. I can feel your mother and brother calling me. But her destiny is not just this. You must find your own destiny and then live well. After that shipwreck, Hale displayed a calmness that was not typical for a teenager. He did not cry or feel sad. Instead, he was filled with an inexplicable anger. Why? Why do humans yearn for the sea? The sea only brings disaster and evil. Men abandon their wives and children for the sake of so-called dreams and head out to sea. Women, seeking momentary pleasure, betray their morals with sailors on a ship. The island's elites report false pirate disasters for their own selfish desires. Hale witnessed too much suffering brought by the sea to people. Thus, he became confused. What is the reason? What does the sea mean to everyone? No one answered him, and no one could answer him. This question had no answer. However, after Carlo's grandfather, Hale's master, was executed for secretly building ships for pirates, 20-year-old Hale found the answer. Humans cannot conquer the sea. The sea only brings endless disasters. Hale believed this firmly. He thought all misfortune stemmed from people's yearning for the sea. So as long as no one goes out to sea, there would be no more suffering. After killing all weakness and compassion, Hale gained unprecedented strength and power. He found his own destiny, becoming the strongest person on Xiano Island. And at the moment he reached the peak, he implemented his seemingly crazy life creed. Gazing intently at Xiano, Hale, covered in blood, slowly raised a finger and pointed at Xiano, a gesture for challenge on Xiano Island. Come on, pirates. Anyone who sets foot on this island is forbidden to go to sea.